Seeing as everyone else was exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Huan went forward to greet Miao Yi and the others as well. Fan Zizhang pointed at the two strange creatures and asked, "What manner of creature is this? It bears some resemblance to a lion, yet looks like a tiger at the same time. It even has scales." Miao Yi smiled and answered, "These two are spiritual beasts that I brought back with me from the Sea of Constellations. They're called black-scaled drake beasts. I gifted them to my two girls as mounts." Fan Zizhang chuckled and said, "What fine creatures indeed. Mountain Chieftain Miao, your handmaidens are truly lucky to have you." Hearing someone compliment their master's gifts, Xian'er and Shui'er couldn't hide the exhilaration in their eyes. The two of them were very happy to have received such unique gifts from their master. Miao Yi waved his hand and said, "That's not true. In the years I've been away, these two girls have suffered quite a bit and were bullied pretty badly." Knowing full well what Miao Yi meant, Fan Zizhang chuckled. Everyone then cast Zhou Huan aside and began talking amongst themselves. As he finished his tea, Fan Zizhang eventually cupped his fists and said, "It's getting late. Since Mountain Chieftain Miao still has business to attend to, I shall not bother you any longer. Goodbye then." Miao Yi extended his arm towards the exit. When he saw Zhou Huan intending to leave with Fan Zizhang, he called out, "Zhou Huan, stay for a bit." Zhou Huan initially thought that Miao Yi was ignoring him because he couldn't do anything with Fan Zizhang around. Thus, when he heard Miao Yi calling out to him, he couldn't help feeling startled. He nervously voiced out to Fan Zizhang, "Deacon Fan." Fan Zizhang turned around and smiled at Miao Yi, saying, "Mountain Chieftain Miao, if anything happens to Zhou Huan, you'll be answering to me." He then told Zhou Huan, "It's fine." He left immediately after. This deacon just walked in here and left without saying anything useful. Zhou Huan couldn't help feeling that something was amiss. He wanted to stubbornly tag along with Fan Zizhang, but Miao Yi's voice suddenly came from behind, saying, "Zhou Huan, if you dare defy this mountain chieftain's orders and take 1 foot out the moon gate, you will immediately die a miserable death. Do you believe me?" Zhou Huan immediately froze and watched as Fan Zizhang nonchalantly departed as though he hadn't heard a single thing. Miao Yi walked inside the pavilion and sat down, then asked, "Do you know Gu Sanjian?" "I've already promised him that I won't go against your sword deviate sect anymore, so you'd best not force me to not honor my agreement with him." Having caught a glimpse of hope, Zhou Huan was a little overjoyed. He quickly rushed into the pavilion, then cupped his fists and asked, "Gu Sanjian is my senior uncle." "Mountain Chieftain, you are acquainted with senior uncle Gu?" As he watched Xian'er and Shui'er tame their black-scaled drake beasts, Zhao Fei suddenly voiced out, "The Sea of Constellations is full of perils. Gu Sanjiang was our comrade in arms through it all, and you ask if we're acquainted with him? Had the two of us not convinced Brother Miao to spare you out of respect for Gu Sanjiang, do you think you'd still be able to stand there and talk for so long? Do you honestly think your meager sword deviate sect disciples will be able to hold out against Brother Miao's transcendent artifact? So both seniors are senior Uncle Gu's friends." Zhou Huan was beside himself with joy, cupping his fists from afar as he said, "This junior has been impolite, but..." Sikong Wuwei chuckled and said, "When you go back and see Gu Sanjiang, tell him that he now owes us another favor. He'll have to buy us drinks the next time we meet." Yes, of course." Zhou Huan hurriedly cupped his fists and replied. It seemed he was safe now. He then turned back to Miao Yi with cupped fists and asked, "Then may I know why the mountain chieftain has called for me?" Miao Yi said blankly, "In short, I didn't call you here to kill you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even waste my breath talking to you. I want you to first ask everyone outside to leave. I have matters to discuss with you in private." This. Zhou Huan was a little hesitant. Miao Yi raised an eyebrow and said, "If I really wanted you dead, then it makes no difference whether there's a crowd outside or not." Zhou Huan had to agree with his words. He quickly cupped his fists and departed. As he rushed outside, he waved his hand and said, "Leave, all of you. Everything's fine now." The people outside were confused. Lu Qian and Miao Yi asked, "What happened?" "It's all just our misunderstanding. I'll tell you about it later. Just leave for now." After Zhou Huan had everyone leave, he returned to the pavilion in the courtyard and awaited further instructions. "Sit down and talk." Miao Yi nodded, then continued as Zhou Huan took a seat. "I can let you sword deviate sect disciples off out of respect for Gu Sanjiang. However, that doesn't mean I will spare the others. Hence, I need you to do something for me to atone for your transgressions. If not, what will become of this mountain chieftain's esteem?" Zhou Huan felt a thump in his chest as he thought, "Don't tell me he's trying to get my sword deviate sect to betray the other two sects?" He then asked carefully, "What does mountain chieftain intend for this subordinate to do?" Miao Yi replied, "I need a written testimony describing all the instances of insubordination, conspiracy plotting, and defiance of a superior's orders committed by every single person from the other two sections. That Deacon Shen Fengawat is the main focus here. You were a part of it too, so surely you know what they did, right? I want you to write down everything you know." Zhou Huan was not an idiot. If he were to sell out the other two sects, then as one of the masterminds, he wouldn't escape unscathed either. By then, the other two would surely come back to bite him. Zhou Huan laughed drily and said, "I can't really remember every single thing that happened these past 10 years on such short notice. But don't worry, Mountain Chieftain. I will go back and think long and hard about it, and give to you the testimony you need as soon as possible." Zhou Huan was planning to make a run to South Edict Manor immediately after excusing himself. It was best for him to go into hiding for now. "So what if you're acquainted with Gu Sanjiang? I'm not going to do something stupid like this." However, Miao Yi was no fool either, and said, "I will be leaving Mount Comingxi in a few days. I don't have that much time to waste on you. I suggest you start writing now. If you can't give me what I want by sunrise, then don't blame me for not honoring my agreement to Gu Sanjiang." In order to give Zhou Huan some assurance, Miao Yi added, "I won't spare a single member from the other two sections. As long as you hand me the testimony I need, I can guarantee that none of them shall live. You don't have to worry about them singling you out either. If you choose not to write, then you can forget about leaving this place alive." "Won't spare a single member from the other two sects?" Zhou Huan was heavily shocked. He was feeling rather conflicted, but with his back pushed against the wall like this, there was nothing he could do but just try to save his own skin for now. As dawn began to break, Zhou Huan's testimony was finally approved, after going through repeated rewrites and reviews from Miao Yi. With a bitter expression, Zhou Huan imprinted his transcendent seal. Miao Yi then tucked the jade archive away. "Please excuse this subordinate then." Zhou Huan bitterly asked to be excused. Now that he had written this down, he was practically a member of Miao Yi's heinous ship already. "Hold on," Miao Yi said plainly. Zhou Huan was startled, thinking that Miao Yi was about to attack him. He asked anxiously, "Is Mountain Chieftain planning to go back on his word?" "I've already sent out an official decree calling for all sword deviate sect disciples from every cave. I believe they should be reaching here soon. Once they're here, I want you to get them to write down everything that the people from the Jade Lady sect and School of Imperial Beasts have done. I told you that I won't let a single one of them live. I'm sure you don't wish to see any survivors come back to bite you as well, correct?" On that following afternoon, all the sword deviate sect disciples from every cave had finally arrived. Zhou Huan stepped out and gathered all his fellow disciples in the assembly hall, then had them write down their testimonies. Lu Qian and Miao Yi didn't know what Zhou Huan was trying to do, and they tried to investigate, but they were stopped by the members from the School of Blue Jade. Meanwhile, the spirit eagles flew out once more. This time, it was to call every single disciple from the School of Imperial Beasts to gather in Mount Comingxi. Guarding outside the main assembly hall, Yan Xiu laughed bitterly deep down. He thought, "It's this trick again. The same old written testimony strategy. It seems the mountain chieftain likes doing these kinds of things." To avoid the other two sects trying to pry information from you and put you on the spot, I will isolate you all for the time being. Having gotten the written testimonies, Miao Yi ordered all the Sword Deviate sect disciples to be locked inside one of the courtyards at the back of the mountain. He also had the School of Blue Jade disciples watch over them and prevent them from contacting anyone on the outside. As for Zhou Huan, he was forcefully bound and locked within the mountain chieftain's quarters. Soon, Mao Yifan was also invited to the mountain chieftain's quarters. Miao Yi took out the taming method that Tan Lao had given him for training the two black-scaled drake beasts, pointing towards the two spiritual beasts as he said, "Do you know Tan Lao from the School of Imperial Beasts? He gifted me these two spiritual beasts back in the Sea of Constellations." The cycle pretty much repeated itself. The next day, the School of Imperial Beasts disciples also ended up being isolated. And inside the mountain chieftain's quarters, Mao Yifan was forcefully bound and tossed in together with Zhou Huan before he even realized what happened. The commotion created by the first two groups had already turned Lu Qian into a restless chicken. It was no longer possible to employ the same tactic on her. When Lu Qian was asked to come over, not only did the invitation fall on deaf ears, it scared Lu Qian so much she immediately made a run for it with the other Jade Lady sect disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 449, Insubordination. Chapter 449, Insubordination. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi was long prepared for this. There was no way he would let her escape. Ultimately, Lu Qian and the Jade Lady sect disciples were all stopped by Yan Beihong and the others. Lu Qian was immediately tied up with the Flowing Cloud Killer, while the others were forced to fall back in fear of Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei's transcendent artifacts. As she was dragged before Miao Yi, Lu Qian exclaimed fearfully, "Miao Yi, what are you doing? Why did you apprehend me? You know full well what you did." Miao Yi had Yan Beihong loosen her bonds, then tossed over Zhou Huan's and Mao Yifan's written testimonies to her. "This is sabotage. It's a one-sided story meant to sabotage me." Lu Qian was a little hysterical. "You don't have to worry. My promotion is coming soon, so I don't wish to cause too much trouble and ruin my own future. After this, I'll hand all of you over to South Edict Manor to be punished. But before that, you'd better leave me a satisfactory testimony. If not, I wouldn't mind killing you first." Miao Yi scoffed. "Dream on!" Lu Qian yelled. "The other two have already singled you out. Do you really want to just let them go? You can stop trying to sow discord between us. I will not fall for it. I don't believe you're bold enough to kill us. Have it your way then. It matters not if I have one less testimony." Miao Yi abruptly brandished a sword artifact with a flip of his hand. "All right." When faced with such a crisis, Lu Qian hurriedly screamed for dear life before Miao Yi had even pulled his sword out from its scabbard. She finally submitted. To be accurate, she wasn't entirely submitting, she just had other plans in mind. Since Miao Yi said that he would hand them over to South Edict Manor to be punished, then she might as well bow down for now and make a comeback once they were all at South Edict Manor. Lu Qian was sure that Zhou Huan and Mao Yifan wouldn't willingly choose to die either. When the time came, they could just say that Miao Yi had threatened them to write all these testimonies. And with the other three major sect disciples in South Edict Manor speaking on their behalf, Yang Qing would have a hard time trying to punish them. Then, once Miao Yi leaves South Edict Manor, all their problems would be resolved. Yang Cheng wouldn't want to offend the three major sects for someone that was already gone. It was with such thoughts in mind that Lu Qian had made her decision to expose the crimes committed by the members of the other two sects in Xinfenghua. Eventually, she gave Miao Yi a testimony he was satisfied with. Miao Yi then forced her to head to the main assembly hall and instruct her fellow disciples to write down testimonies exposing the crimes of the other two sects as well. Within the main hall, Miao Yi sat on the mountain chieftain's throne, examining all the testimonies he had gathered. He subconsciously raised his head and looked outside. Noticing the darkening sky, he turned to Yan Beihong and the others, who were standing idly next to him, and smiled as he said, "It's getting late. Would the three of you like to head back and rest?" After which, the three of them cheerfully walked out the hall. Lowering his head back to the Jade Archives, Miao Yi casually ordered, "Lu Qian, escort my esteemed guests back to their quarters for me." Lu Qian secretly clenched her teeth in frustration and followed behind Yan Beihong and the others. Deep down she cursed, "Just you wait. You think you can deal with us this easily? Do you honestly believe that the forces of the three major sects in South Edict Manor are just there for show?" Within the hall, the other Jade Lady sect disciples didn't know whether to leave or stay. Suddenly, still seated on his throne, Miao Yi plainly said, "I want all of you to wait here. When the rest of your fellow disciples have arrived, have them write down their testimonies for me as well." After that, he just got up and left. All the female disciples exchanged glances with one another. There was little they could do but grit their teeth and sit themselves down within the hall. The insides of the hall were surrounded with the orange glow of candlelight, while outside, the mountain paths were shrouded in the black of the night. There wasn't even a single night watchman in Mount Kamingsea at this point, giving it a very foreboding ambience. Lu Qian led Yan Beihong and the others to the bleak-looking gates of a guesthouse and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, Sikong Wu chuckled and said, "Lu Qian, the sky is dark already. I'm worried that you have to walk alone at night. Why don't you just stay here for the night?" Lu Qian immediately sensed something was amiss. Seeing Sikong Wu coming close with a wicked smile on his face, she backed away fearfully and said, "What do you think you're doing?" But before she could run far, something suddenly wrapped around her tightly, and Lu Qian fell to the ground completely bound. Somehow, before she'd even noticed, Yan Beihong's flowing cloud killer had tied her up completely. "Deacon Fan, Auntie Cheng Ju, save me!" Lu Qian's horrified screams echoed throughout the dark mountains, before being abruptly silenced. With a wave of his hand, Yan Beihong recalled the flowing cloud killer, then turned around and led Hong Xiu and Hong Fu into the courtyard. As they left, the two ladies turned their heads back to look from time to time. Zhao Fei placed one hand behind his back, and also proceeded into one of the side courtyards indifferently. Sikong Wu took the tied-up Lu Qian into his embrace, then entered the courtyard. He proceeded into one of the lodgings to the side, smiling as he told the terrified Lu Qian, "I really admire what you said about how it doesn't matter who a woman sleeps with. In that case, you might as well accompany me tonight." Lu Qian's earlier cry had startled many people. Qing Ju stood atop the terrace, gazing into the distance as she gently sighed and said, "Miao Yi, what are you planning?" Meanwhile, Fan Zizhang was in his own courtyard, frowning as he muttered to himself, "That's it?" He was hoping that Miao Yi would stir up an even bigger commotion. The cry for help had failed to garner any response within Mount Kamingsea. The next day, the Jade Lady sect disciples from all the caves had arrived and were subsequently invited to the main assembly hall. Under Yan Xiu's advice as well as the silent nods from their fellow disciples, the Jade Lady sect members began writing down testimonies exposing the heinous crimes of the other two sections. Once all the testimonies had been gathered, Miao Yi was asked to come out. He sat on his throne and examined each and every one of them. Once he was almost finished, he ordered, "Yan Xiu, bring Lu Qian to me." Yan Xiu acknowledged the order and left. Soon, Sikong Wu returned from the mountain at the back and entered the main hall, while carrying someone on his shoulders. He tossed that person down on the floor and chuckled as he also hurled out a storage ring. Shui'er caught the storage ring and had a confused look on her face as she watched Sikong Wu move to the back of the hall with his hands behind his back. She then turned to look at the person on the ground. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were tattered, and her fair thighs were completely exposed. All she had on was an overcoat, she wasn't wearing anything at all inside. She had an utterly dazed look on her face, and her eyes were blank and devoid of any emotion. This person was none other than Lu Qian. It was unknown what Sikong Wu had done to her last night that turned her into such a miserable state. While seated on his throne, Miao Yi had only cast her a fleeting glance, before turning his attention back to the jade archive in his hands. Standing beside him, Shan Hai and Shui Er looked at one another. While they hated Lu Qian, they felt pity for her as well. Senior uncle, senior sister. The women seated around the main hall were horrified to find Lu Qian in such a state and quickly rushed to her side to help her up. They did everything they could to help her, whether it be offering her comforting words, checking her pulse, or trying to rejuvenate her with transcendence energy. Seeing the group of familiar faces around her, Lu Qian's eyes slowly regained some clarity, revealing traces of fear and even despair. She soon noticed Miao Yi, seated high above as he examined his jade archives without a single care to his surroundings. Suddenly, Lu Qian made a bone-chilling scream. Demon! You devil! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Lu Qian shoved her fellow disciples away and suddenly jumped up, exposing her naked body. Like a deranged woman, she charged straight up towards Miao Yi completely in the nude. Miao Yi only lifted his gaze slightly, then coldly spat out a single command, "Kill her!" Shan Hai and Shui Er hurriedly readied their inversed scale spears and struck forward. A couple of dull sounds echoed forth as they stabbed Lu Qian's chest. Lu Qian's bloodied body was then sent flying out. While still in midair, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Kill him, but..." Senior uncle, senior sister. The Jade Lady sect disciples exclaimed in shock, immediately brandishing their nine-jointed whips and glared at Miao Yi. However, even though they were infuriated, none of them dared to make a move. Miao Yi tucked the jade archive away and stood up. Ever since he returned to Mount Kangxi, he had been maintaining his composure. But now, he finally revealed a vicious look as he glared at the people down below and commanded, "Impudence! How dare you go against your superior?" With a flip of his hand, he readied the Mystic-Yin mirror, and without an ounce of hesitation, launched a burst of cold-Yin energy. Inside the main hall, the sound of their horrified screams was abruptly cut short as the figures that were trying to escape were suddenly frozen in place. The cold wave of Yin energy retreated back into the mirror, and a group of frost-covered women fell stiffly to the ground. As they trembled from the chill, Shan Hai and Shui Er were utterly astounded. They never expected that their master's Mystic-Yin mirror would actually be this powerful. Yan Xiu, who was looking in from the outside, was also completely in awe. Before the three of them had even snapped out of their daze, Miao Yi was already coldly issuing them an order. "Take down the heads of all these insubordinate traitors. I'll report them all to South Edict Manor after this." However, the three of them were still stunned and didn't immediately respond to his commands. Miao Yi looked to the side at Shan Hai and Shui Er, and he coldly asked, "Do you still need me to teach you what to do?" The three of them finally snapped out of it and rushed towards the fallen bodies. They then quickly decapitated each and every one of them. From the back of the hall, Zhao Fei, Sikong Wuwei, Yan Beihong, as well as Hong Shou and Hong Fu, came out front. With hands behind his back, Sikong Wuwei shook his head and remarked, "Brother, you really have no sympathy for women at all. How can you bear to kill so many pretty ladies?" Zhao Fei tilted his head and said to Sikong Wuwei, "You stay away from me. And don't stand next to me." "What do you mean by that?" Sikong Wuwei was confused. He then noticed how Yan Beihong, Hong Xiu, and Hong Fu actively distanced themselves from him. Especially Hong Xiu and Hong Fu, who looked at him strangely, or perhaps a little terrified even. He quickly realized what was going on in their heads. Glaring at them, he said, "You guys were the ones who asked me not to let that woman off. And now you're disgusted by me? How is this fair? Yan Xiu, bring Zhou Huan and Miao Yi Fan to me." Standing in front of his throne, Miao Yi suddenly talked over Sikong Wuwei and ordered. Yan Xiu acknowledged the order and left. Soon, he brought Zhou Huan and Miao Yi Fan into the hall and tossed them to the ground. The two of them were tightly bound as they fell to the floor. They looked at the tragic sight of the hall, then turned their gazes towards Miao Yi, their eyes wide with shock. With utter horror in their eyes, Zhou Huan and Miao Yi made muffled noises at Miao Yi. Only now did they truly regret all the things they had done, but alas, it was already too late. Miao Yi said indifferently, "Off with the heads of these two treasonous bastards." Yan Xiu swiftly raised his axe and swung down. After which, two fountains of blood spurted out within the hall, as a couple of heads rolled onto the ground. Yan Xiu then took these heads and stored them in a storage ring. Miao Yi walked down his throne and strode outside the hall. Yan Beihong and the others followed as he made his way to the courtyard at the back of the mountain, where the Sword Deviate sect disciples were being kept. As he went inside the courtyard, Miao Yi had Tian Qingfeng, who had been standing guard, gather all the Sword Deviate sect disciples to the center of the courtyard. After making sure that not a single person was missing, Miao Yi revealed the Mysticine mirror with a flip of his hand and launched a wave of coldine energy at the Sword Deviate sect disciples. Before they even realized what was going on, they were all completely frozen still, and their bodies covered in white frost from head to toe. Tucking the Mysticine mirror away, Miao Yi commanded grimly, "A bunch of insubordinate bastards. Off with their heads, dot." Yan Xiu immediately charged out with axe in hand, and swiftly chopped down several dozen heads like a hurricane. Amidst the shocked faces of Tian Qingfeng and the other school of Blue Jade disciples, Miao Yi tucked the Mysticine mirror away and left, leading everyone straight to the courtyard where the school of Imperial Beast's disciples were being held. Soon, the school of Blue Jade disciples looking after the other courtyard also ended up in a state of utter shock. It took less than an hour to exterminate every single one of the Sword Deviate sect, Jade Lady sect, and school of Imperial Beast's disciples within Mount Kamingsea. There were over 90 people, and not a single one survived. You could have settled this whole debacle within the hour. Why did you have to spend so much time and effort? Looking at the pile of corpses in the courtyard, Sikong Wuwei clicked his tongue and shook his head. Miao Yi simply replied, "There's no one up there who will speak for me." He described his own helplessness perfectly with a single sentence. Even though he had spent several dozen years in the cultivation realm now, this amount of time was actually nothing much to a cultivator. Miao Yi didn't have a very solid foundation and barely had any connections. Suffice to say, he barely even had any interaction with the high-ranking officials. If something were to actually happen, there wouldn't be any high-ranking official who would speak up for him, whereas the enemy would always have plenty of people to speak up on their behalf. Without sufficient evidence, Miao Yi couldn't shoulder that kind of responsibility. Hence, he had no choice but to be more prudent himself. Zhao Fei and the others silently nodded. As people who were involved with the administration themselves, they could naturally understand the difficulties Miao Yi faced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 450, In Passing. Chapter 450, In Passing. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Green mountains as beautiful as a painting come alive, a creation birthed by the brush of nature. Inside the courtyard, the ground was littered with dozens of corpses, while outside, Tian Qingfeng and the other school of Blue Jade disciples were gathered together, each of them more horrified than the next as they looked at Miao Yi, afraid of being next in line on his slaughter list. They didn't stand a chance of surviving against that transcendent artifact in his hand. Casting his gaze away from the verdant mountains in the distance, Miao Yi turned to the crowd and said solemnly, "There are also some among you who deserve death. While it's understandable that you would wish to seek a different path, and I do not blame you for that, it is deplorable that you also partook in inflicting suffering on your former master just to please the three major sects. Such a sin is even worse than their own. By right, I should kill all of you as well. However, in light of the sacrifices Yuan Fang and your former comrades have made for me, and on account of those among you who have fought valiantly by my side, I have decided to spare your lives. As of now, the school of Blue Jade disciples will be the only ones in Mount Kamingsea. This is your opportunity. Whether you can take it or not is up to you. My debt to the school of Blue Jade has been repaid." Secretly relieved, all the school of Blue Jade disciples kept quiet. Suddenly, the crowd lifted their heads to find a silhouette flitting through the skies and landing in the direction of Mount Comingse's main hall. Soaring the heavens stage. This could only be done by someone who was at least in the Red Lotus realm. Miao Yi and the rest were taken aback as they wondered who had dared to barge into the main hall like this. In front of the gates of Mount Comingse's main assembly hall stood the seductive figure of a woman. This highly alluring visitor was none other than suppressing Third Hall's hallmaster, Wu Menglan. She knew that those who could make it out alive from the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade would get to choose whichever place they wanted to be man or head in. Hence, ever since she found out that Miao Yi was one of them, she immediately waited for him along the route he would take once he left Mount Comingse. This was because she didn't want the people from suppressing Second Hall to see her, the hallmaster of suppressing Third Hall, humbling herself by coming all this way. Also, it was mostly because she didn't want Hua Lingxiao to find out about it. However, after waiting for some time, there was still no sign of Miao Yi. Wu Menglan couldn't just waste her time waiting with no end in sight. As such, she lost her patience and came straight to Mount Comingse. However, she never expected to find such a scene before her. Wu Menglan was at a loss for words when she found a pile of headless corpses strewn all over the floor of the main assembly hall. What confounded her more was that they were all female corpses. They had no heads and were covered in a layer of frost. It was not a normal way to die at all. Wu Menglan walked inside the main hall, then crouched down and touched one of the corpses with her hand. As she stood up, she furrowed her brows and said, "They've been struck by Yin energy. But how could there be such a dense Yin energy around here? A normal cultivator isn't capable of controlling such power at all. Could this be an attack from a ghost cultivator then? What exactly is going on here?" As she mumbled to herself, she figured she didn't have the leisure to bother about such things right now. She strode straight to the back of the hall and into the courtyard of the mountain chieftain's quarters. She then ended up bumping into Wen Fong, who was waiting in the courtyard. Wen Fong didn't know what happened either. She was the one who insisted on staying, and Miao Yi didn't particularly mind, so he let her. He didn't have the time to deal with her for the time being either way. That said, he did remind her not to run around in the coming days and said that she could only stay here. Wen Fong could vaguely sense that Miao Yi had something to do, so she resigned herself to waiting. At this moment, when she saw Wu Menglan coming in, both ladies asked in unison, "Who are you?" The tones that they used were different, however. Wu Menglan's tone was domineering and gave off the impression of one who presided over others, whereas Wen Fong's tone was clearly somewhat cautious. Wu Menglan continued to ask, "What happened in Mount Comingse? Why are there so many corpses in the main hall?" "Corpses?" Wen Fong was startled. She quickly circled around Wu Menglan and headed straight to the main assembly hall to have a look. She was completely flabbergasted by what she found. As she resided in the Celestial Nation's Chamber of Commerce, she never had to partake in any slaughter or bloodshed. Naturally, this meant that she had never seen so many corpses in one place before either. She was a little horrified at the sight. Even if she wasn't too knowledgeable about matters concerning the administration, she knew that the main assembly hall was an important place, and not somewhere that people would easily die in. With a pale expression on her face, Wen Fong walked back to the courtyard and asked Wu Menglan, Who are you?" "That's not your concern." "Where is Miao Yi?" Wu Menglan asked. "I don't know." Even if she knew, she wouldn't carelessly reveal it either. After all, she still had no idea who the other party was. Out of precaution, she took out a golden badge and identified herself. "I am a member of the Celestial Nation's Chamber of Commerce, and I came here to do business." "I don't know what happened." "Someone from the Chamber of Commerce?" Wu Menglan mused. As the members of the Chamber of Commerce didn't usually take part in the messy affairs of the administration, she didn't ask any further. However, her ears suddenly perked up, and she tilted her head towards the back of the mountain. She then stood and waited in place. Soon, Miao Yi and the others came in. When they saw Wu Menglan, even Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei couldn't help being surprised. After all, she was the one in charge of the fleet to the Sea of Constellations back then, so they both recognized her. "We respectfully greet Hall Master Wu." After a brief look at one another, Miao Yi, Sikong Wu Wei, and Zhao Fei bowed and greeted simultaneously. "Hall Master?" Yan Beihong automatically followed suit and bowed. Wu Menglan had completely forgotten about Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei and couldn't help asking curiously, "You two know who I am as well?" "Hall Master Wu, they are also members of the fleet you led to the Sea of Constellations back then." Miao Yi gave a quick introduction. He also explained that Yan Beihong was someone from the first earthly branch. Wu Menglan's eyes brightened. She had originally come from the capital city and was simply planning to recruit Miao Yi on her way back. She didn't expect to find two other survivors from the subjugation crusade here as well. She immediately asked, "What are your cultivations?" "Blue Lotus 9th grade. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei revealed the mark on their foreheads which indicated their cultivations. It wasn't necessary for Yan Beihong to do this as he was someone from the first earthly branch. Wu Menglan couldn't have him even if she wanted it. Wu Menglan quickly lost her interest when she found out that they were both at the Blue Lotus 9th grade. These people had just come back from the Sea of Constellations and possessed an incredible amount of resources at their disposal. They were also just one step away from the Red Lotus realm. Hence, if she were to recruit them, they would eventually become a threat to her position. Miao Yi was a different case. It would still take quite some time for him to reach the Red Lotus realm. Wu Menglan figured it would take him at least another 400 to 500 years before he could threaten her seat. Not to mention, she had an enmity with Huo Lingxiao. If she could take his subordinate away, that would be interesting in itself. Wu Menglan immediately paid no heed to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei, smiling as she said to Miao Yi, "My dear little brother, your big sister Meng has come to fulfill the promise I made to you back on the ship. Come with me to suppressing Third Hall. I have 2 manners ready for you already." "Dear little brother?" Zhao Fei and the others looked at Miao Yi. They never expected him to have such a close relationship with this hallmaster. Miao Yi was at a loss on how to reply. Back then, these conditions were indeed a little enticing, but now. Noticing his reluctance, Wu Menglan's face darkened as she asked, "I've come all the way here. You're not going to reject me, are you?" "This?" Miao Yi laughed drily and said, "Of course not." Wu Menglan immediately smiled and said, "Then I'll assume you've agreed to it." She didn't give him a chance to say no at all, causing Miao Yi to feel rather stumped. She then turned around and asked, "Why are there so many corpses in the main assembly hall?" Miao Yi thought to himself, "I never promised you anything. It's not like you can do anything about it anyway if I end up going somewhere else. I doubt you'll go as far as to barge in on someone else's territory and make a move against me." With this thought in mind, he put on a blank expression and answered, "They're just a few insubordinate scumbags who took advantage of my absence from Mount Comingxi, but..." Wu Menglan simply nodded. It was normal for such a thing to happen. After all, who could have expected Miao Yi to make it back alive? It would be strange if his subordinates didn't try to take this opportunity to wrestle some authority away. Given Wu Menglan's status, she didn't see any point in sticking around with these people any longer now that her objective was complete. She smiled and said, "Little brother, it's decided then. I will wait for you in suppressing Third Hall." Then, with a flick of her sleeves, she shot to the skies and left, leaving the dumbfounded Miao Yi staring at the clouds. "Little brother, are you planning to go to her territory?" Yan Beihong asked. If Miao Yi went there, then he would know where to contact him in the future. "It's not like I agreed with her. Let's just see how it goes." Miao Yi shook his head. He then saw Wen Fong quietly tugging at Chen Er and Shui's sleeves in the corner. Noticing his 2 handmaidens slightly at a loss on what to do, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Wen Fong, why are you fidgeting around so much?" Wen Fong smiled sheepishly and said, "Big brother, they have something to tell you." She had no choice but to take the initiative now. There was no telling where Miao Yi would choose to take up his new post. Miao Yi was a little surprised. He looked at the two ladies and asked, "What is it?" The two ladies didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shui'er explained helplessly, "Master, Wen Fong would like you to help out with her business, but..." Noticing the frown on Miao Yi's face, Chen Er immediately explained how often Wen Fong had visited the two of them these past few years, and how much she had helped them by keeping a lookout for any news about him. As for whether or not Miao Yi was willing to help out with Wen Fong's business, that was not something Chen Er could control. It was entirely up to Miao Yi. The words of one's trusted aide were powerful indeed. Miao Yi couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. In a situation where almost all his subordinates had betrayed him, this woman could still stay so faithful to him. Whether Wen Fong had any ulterior motives or not was a different story. However, just this show of concern alone was enough for Miao Yi to look on her much more favorably. Chen Er and Shui'er were not the only ones who spoke up for Wen Fong. Beside them, Hong Xiu and Hong Fu timely added, "Little sister Wen Fong has also been of great help to us both these past few years." It was evident from their words that this Wen Fong girl was quite the decent character. Yan Beihong simply said "Oh" in reply. He knew that his two girls wouldn't say something pointless at a time like this. They must really be close to this Wen Fong girl, which was why they chose to speak up for her. Yan Beihong immediately had a much favorable impression of Wen Fong and revealed a smile. "I say, woman. What am I going to do with you?" Miao Yi pointed at Wen Fong helplessly. He was completely resigned by now. It wouldn't really be right if he didn't take care of her business now. Wen Fong immediately rushed over. With a bitter expression on her face, she pouted her lips and said, "Big brother, you're going to be promoted soon, whereas I can't even manage a small branch yet. I've even skipped out on all my Chamber of Commerce duties these past 2 to 3 months just waiting for you to come back and thus haven't made a single deal at all. I definitely won't be able to hit this year's target now. Can't you sympathize with your little sister a little? Are you really going to just stand by and watch your little sister lose her job? I can't deal with this." Miao Yi shook his head, then took out a full set of second-grade armor artifacts from his storage bangle. He handed it out with one hand and said, "Here, take it. Convert them all into orbs of will for me." This was a big order indeed. It should be known that Miao Yi had spent a vast fortune just to make one full set back then. Even though this set didn't also include Charcoal's armor, it was worth quite a lot already. This was evident from the fact that not even Yang Qing possessed a full set himself currently. Wen Fong's eyes immediately brightened, and she anxiously said, "This won't do. We have to follow the proper procedures. Big brother, I'll go look for an appraiser, so just hold on to it for now. Wait for me." She lifted the hem of her skirt and bolted, completely beside herself with excitement. Miao Yi didn't have the time to wait for her to run back and forth like that. He'd wasted enough time in Mount Comingse already. He immediately shouted, "Come back." Wen Fong immediately rushed back and asked nervously, "Are you going back on your decision?" Miao Yi waved his hand and replied, "I'm trying to make it more convenient for you. How can I not rest easy knowing my miserly little sister is taking care of things? I'm going to leave Mount Comingse very soon, so I won't have time to play around with you. You can just discuss the details with Chen Er and Shui'er. Once you've sold off everything, just bank the money into their accounts." To let her take care of such an expensive thing however she wanted, what trust indeed! Wen Fong was practically smiling from ear to ear. Beside them, Yan Beihong chuckled and took out another set of second-grade armor artifacts, handing them to Wen Fong as he said, "In that case, help me sell this set off in passing then. You can talk to Hong Xiu and Hong Fu regarding the specifics." Web Fong repeatedly nodded. She was about to lose her mind from happiness. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei looked at one another. Since even Yan Beihong had made his move, the two of them couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Smiling, they each took out another set of armor artifacts and handed it out to Wen Fang, saying, "In that case, help us sell these off in passing as well then." The two of them were now filthy rich, so they didn't need to be too concerned about a single set of armor artifacts. They could do at least this much on account of her calling Miao Yi big brother. It wouldn't be right if they didn't help her out a little. Even if they were asked to give the two sets to her as a present, the two of them wouldn't mind at all. Wen Fang wasn't an idiot. How could things possibly be so convenient? These people were clearly helping her out of respect for Miao Yi. Her face was practically glowing with excitement as she nodded her head repeatedly. She didn't refuse a single thing at all. When he saw her reaction, Miao Yi could tell that she'd never had any experience with big orders before. He shook his head, then smiled at Yan Beihong and the others and said, "My apologies, everyone. My little sister here is still a little inexperienced. In any case, I'm sure that you'll be visiting the Chamber of Commerce more often than not in the future. Since it doesn't matter to you who you do business with, why not help my little sister out? It won't be too much trouble anyway since the Chamber of Commerce has employees to send her out anywhere, no matter the distance." The three of them laughed in response. Miao Yi then turned to Wen Fang and asked, "You're a businesswoman, right? Don't tell me you don't have any name cards at hand? How else will your customers contact you in the Chamber of Commerce then? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 451, Handover. Chapter 451, Handover. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Name card? Wen Fang was still a little dazed from being too excited. Weren't you quite the brazen-faced and intelligent girl? Why did you suddenly turn dumb now? Miao Yi couldn't help feeling amused by Wen Fang's expression. He pointed towards Yan Beihong and the others and remarked, "The three of them are all major customers. Don't you want to give them a name card? What if they forget about you?" Wen Fang exclaimed. She repeatedly apologized, then hurriedly took out 3 name cards and handed them out with both hands as she said, "My name is Wen Fang. Please do visit me often." Yan Beihong and the others burst out laughing. Wen Fang's face looking as though a pie had just dropped from the sky onto her head was simply too entertaining. Even Qianer, Shui'er, Hong Xiu, and Hong Fu couldn't help themselves. Wen Fang couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She knew that her appearance had looked a little too undignified, but she didn't care about that. She was simply too happy right now. With such huge transactions in hand, the managerial position of the Chamber of Commerce's South Edict City branch was as good as hers. "Big brother, I have no words to thank you with, nor do I have anything I can give to you in return, but I'll definitely repay this favor someday." Wen Fang cupped her fists and deeply bowed. She was sincerely grateful to Miao Yi. Miao Yi simply waved his hand. He never expected any form of repayment from her. Wen Fang then dragged the other girls away to talk about the business deal. Miao Yi stopped her, saying, "They still have some things left to do. You can discuss that later on the way back." Puzzled, Wen Fang asked, "On the way back?" "We're leaving immediately." "It's going to be a long journey," Miao Yi explained. He then told Qianer and Shui'er, "Go inform that guy in the mountains." Who does he need to inform? No one understood the meaning of Miao Yi's words except for Qianer and Shui'er. He wanted them to let Yao Ruoxian know they were leaving. The two ladies acknowledged the order and left. Yao Ruoxian had instructed the two ladies to have Miao Yi see him once he was back. However, Miao Yi knew that the old fart was not a kind soul. He didn't have the time to fool around with him right now, so it was best to avoid him if possible. Miao Yi then had Yan Beihong and the others stay while he and Yan Xiu left for the guest quarters in the mountains at the back to see Qing Ju. "I respectfully greet little auntie." Miao Yi bowed. The moment she saw him, Qing Ju sneered, "Wow! Master Miao is soon to be promoted to manor head. Xingju dares not accept this bow. The next time we meet, my lord, it'll be my turn to bow. If you have anything you wish to ask of me, please don't hesitate to tell me. Miao Yi didn't have a good impression of Qing Mei, but he was still quite fond of Chengju. He gently smiled, "You're exaggerating, little auntie. I've already finished settling my business with Mount Comingxi, so I'm here to hand it over to you." Finished his business? Xingju had heeded Yang Qing's words and stayed here to wait for Miao Yi to finish his business. But she hadn't heard of any commotion at all. And Miao Yi was telling her he was done already? Was the manor head wrong in his judgment? Since he was here on official business, Xingju turned to the side and extended her arm, inviting him into the living room. As the two sat down, Miao Yi nodded towards Yan Xiu, and the latter immediately brought a jade archive over to Xingju. Written on it was the status of all 1 million followers under Mount Comingxi's jurisdiction. This meant that Miao Yi was handing over the 1 million followers within his authority, which was also the main objective of this so-called handover procedure. After all, the source of orbs of wool was something everyone was concerned about. Yan Xiu then placed a storage ring on the teapot next to Xingju and opened a small wooden box, pushing it next to her as well. After which, he retreated back to Miao Yi's side. Xingju was just about to examine the jade archive in her hand when she caught sight of something in the corner of her eye, the gentle shimmer coming from the open box next to her. She roughly tallied the contents and estimated that there were about 1,000 orbs of will inside. Xingju's lips curled into a playful smile as she asked, "And what is this for, These are 1,000 low-grade orbs of will." Miao Yi smiled, "Little auntie has taken great care of me all these years. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Wow! So these are for me. 1,000 orbs are equivalent to 5 years' worth of profits from Mount Comingxi. Xingju clicked her tongue and added, "Everyone says that those who make it back alive from the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade all end up ridiculously rich. I can see that the stories are true now. Is this storage ring for me too? What kind of treasure did you put inside?" Miao Yi coolly answered, "I'd like to trouble little auntie to pass this over to Manorhead." Xingju gave a short response, then took up the storage ring on the teapot. It would have been better if she hadn't looked inside. The moment she probed it with her transcendence energy, she was utterly appalled by what she saw. Stored inside was a pile of heads, and after a brief examination, Xingju recognized that these were all the heads of the 3 major sects disciples in Mount Comingxi. Xingju abruptly stood up and cried out in surprise, "What is this supposed to mean?" Miao Yi stood up as well and said plainly, "During the time I was in the Sea of Constellations and away from Mount Comingxi, the disciples of the 3 major sects committed crimes of insubordination, plotting conspiracies, and have defied their superiors' orders. As mountain chieftain, I obviously cannot ignore such misdeeds now that I've returned. I am merely administering the proper punishment." Xingju quickly infused her transcendence energy back into the storage ring and counted the number of heads inside. There were approximately 90 in total. She had always been by Yang Qing's side, so she knew exactly how many members there were in his 2 manors. Thus, she also knew the number of disciples from the 3 major sects within Mount Comingxi. She lifted her head and said in disbelief, "You killed all the 3 major sects disciples in Mount Comingxi?" "Yes." Miao Yi nodded. Xingju said furiously, "Miao Yi, have you gone mad? There are some things we all know but don't say out loud. It would have been fine if you just killed some of them to vent your frustration. That way, the manor head could have come up with an explanation for you somehow. But now that you've killed them all, the 3 major sects would surely lose face if they take this lying down. How could they possibly let you off then? When they come complaining to manor head later on, he won't be able to cover for you either. Do you think that just because you came back from the Sea of Constellations and had an audience with the Overlord that no one would dare blame you for such a massacre? The sect masters of the 3 major sects are people who can meet the Overlord face to face. They are 1,000,000 times stronger than you. Do you really think your own subordinates are just meat on a chopping block that you can freely cut up however you please? What do you think the rules of the celestial nation are there for? If everyone acted like you, the entire cultivation realm would surely fall into chaos. Little Auntie is exaggerating. Miao Yi declared solemnly, let's say that the manor head had external matters to attend to and so he designated you and Elder Auntie Qing Mei as interim manor heads. What if all the subordinates didn't hold you to in regard, or didn't bow to you in respect, or even made blatant remarks about your appearances? What would the manor head do if he were to find out? Let's say that the subordinates never reported to you and instead consulted the people from the 3 major sections. That they ignored your official decrees and even colluded with one another to wrest away authority from your hands? That they even went as far as to have you entertaining guests and planned to sell you both to wait on someone else in bed? How would the manor head have reacted to all that? Killing them was already a light punishment. I just hate that I couldn't kill more of them. Xingju was completely taken aback. She sighed and said, I know that you're angry, but given that the situation was not yet irretrievably bad, you only needed to endure it for a little while longer and it would have all been over. Endure it? I have to endure the people I can't win against, and now I even have to endure the people I can win against? Why am I mountain chieftain then? I might as well go back to being a horse deputy. At least that way I won't have any subordinates to anger me. What's the point in saying these things in anger? Have you never thought about the consequences of your actions? I'm not a reckless man. I have written testimonies with me. If I can't even kill those who have committed such treacheries, then the entire cultivation realm would truly fall into chaos. Sat. Written testimonies? With a scornful expression, Xingju laughed coldly and said, Oh. I remember now. You still have those school of Blue Jay disciples. You're not that naive to think that their written testimonies would actually work, right? The people from the 3 major sects could simply argue that they're colluding with you. After all, you were the one who recruited them to Mount Kangxi in the first place. The 3 major sects could easily dismiss whatever the school of Blue Jade disciples have written down against their members. When that happens, you will be in a great deal of trouble. And when they notice how bad the situation is to them, do you think those school of Blue Jade disciples won't turn against you? By then, there will be no escaping death for you. As she said this, she couldn't help lamenting, Oh, Miao Yi. You were too rash. You have such a bright future ahead of you. Why couldn't you just hold it in? Don't you men always say that it's never too late for revenge? Why did you have to be so reckless? What are you going to do about this now? I appreciate little Auntie's concern. Miao Yi nodded, then took out a bunch of jade archives and continued, I would like to trouble little Auntie to hand these over to Manorhead. You might as well go through them before you decide whether or not to reprimand me. These were none other than the written testimonies of the 3 major sects' disciples exposing one another's crimes. Xingju immediately looked through the jade archives, her face growing more confused the more she read. When she was done, she asked in shock, How can this be? Why would the disciples of the 3 major sects expose each other's crimes? Miao Yi asked, Does little Auntie think it's possible for me to forge their transcendent seals? I think perhaps not even the 6 sages themselves can achieve such a feat. Look closely. Compared to the written testimonies from the school of Blue Jade disciples, there are actually more written testimonies from the disciples of the 3 major sects themselves in the pile. This is the truth admitted by every single person in the entire Mount Kangxi. There isn't a more irrefutable piece of evidence than this. Dare I ask, would this shut the mouths of those from the 3 major sects then? Xingju was at a loss for words. She asked, How did you manage to do this? Miao Yi dodged the question and said, To tell you the truth, little Auntie, I've only given you half of the written testimonies to be handed over to Manorhead. To avoid any mishaps, I will be personally taking the other half over to Suppressing Second Hall to seek justice. I hope that little Auntie will ask Manorhead on my behalf to judge this matter professionally. What he was implying was Yang Qing shouldn't let himself be influenced by the forces of the three major sections. I still have a card up my sleeve. He was even on guard against Yang Cheng now. Xinju's expression twisted in dismay as she asked, "How did you do it? Why would those people dig their own graves like this, Adot? I don't need to explain that far." Miao Yi cupped his fists and said, "If little auntie doesn't have any other questions, please sign the handover documents. I still need to report to suppressing second hall." Xinju couldn't help feeling conflicted as she stared at Miao Yi for a while. Truth be told, she was kind of hoping that Miao Yi would get together with Qin Weiwei, as she thought that they made quite a nice pair with one another. Not to mention, with Miao Yi coming back alive from the Sea of Constellations and becoming manor head at such a tender age, his status wouldn't be any lower than Yang Qing's. This made Xinju even more sure of herself. However, now she finally understood how Yang Qing felt. It could be said that Miao Yi's actions had caused her nerves to be completely on edge. What kind of parent would dare hand their daughter over to such a dangerous man? She had watched this man slowly climb his way up from the bottom, and now he would no longer be bound by Yang Qing and was about to spread his wings and soar. Xinju didn't know how much further he would be able to fly, or if his wings would end up being clipped in the near future. In conclusion, she didn't know where Miao Yi would go after this. From now on, it would be hard for him and Qin Weiwei to meet again. Perhaps it was best for their paths to never cross again. Xinju sighed deeply, then signed on the handover documents. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 452, Big Brother Shao? Chapter 452, Big Brother Shao? Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. After Xinju tucked away the handover documents, Miao Yi handed her another jade archive. "I'd like to trouble you for one more thing, little auntie. Once I've confirmed the location of my new appointment, I'd like to have these people handed over to me. I trust that this shouldn't be a big problem for you, so I won't be bothering Manor Head over this." Xinju looked through the jade archive, then cast a sideways glance to the orbs of will on the teapot, asking, "Is that why you're giving me this gift, But? Please don't tease me about it, little auntie. I'll see what I can do." Xinju sighed. She then extended her arm and personally escorted Miao Yi to the exit. At the door, Miao Yi cupped his fists and bade Xinju farewell. With a bitter smile, Xinju said, "You'll be completely offending the three major sects by doing this. Even if they don't have an excuse to come after you right now, but when they do, they surely won't let you go." Miao Yi originally didn't plan on saying much, but hearing Xinju's heartfelt concern, he couldn't help smiling as he replied, "Do you think that the three major sects would have let me go if I didn't kill these people? Perhaps you didn't know this, but the three major sects even sent their members to take my life in the subjugation crusade. If I don't give them some response, they might think that I'm a pushover. Even if I were to suck it up and just leave, those bastards might not necessarily give up on trying to humiliate me. To still cower in fear when my own women were almost sent to warm someone else's bed. Such mockery will continue to haunt me wherever I go. Let me ask you this, little auntie. When this happens, how could I face my subordinates as their leader? How would I get the authority I need to stand firm in my position? If I don't do this, how will I get them to shut up? It looks like you've already thought things through." I was worried for nothing then. Xinju no longer wished to discuss this further. What's done has been done. What she needed to do now was to clean up the mess in Mount Calming Sea. She extended her arm and said, "Sorry I can only send you this far. Take care on the road ahead." "Take care, little auntie." Miao Yi cupped his fists, then strode off. After which, Miao Yi told Fan Zizhang that he was leaving. It just so happened that Fan Zizhang was about to return to suppressing second hall as well, so he tagged along with Miao Yi. The school of Blue Jade disciples escorted Miao Yi and the others to the mountain gates, then watched as they departed. How fast indeed. It's only been around a dozen years or so since my lord was promoted to mountain chieftain, and now he's being promoted to manor head already. It's truly a futile attempt to compare ourselves to him. Tian Qingfeng couldn't help letting out a sigh as he watched the figures slowly disappearing in the distance. He naturally felt regretful for his decision. If he hadn't changed his allegiance back then, Miao Yi would have surely brought him along as well. And as soon as Miao Yi became a manor head, he would have definitely become a mountain chieftain. But alas, there was no medicine that could cure regret in this world. Tian Qingfeng knew deep down that even if he were given a second chance, he would have made the same decision as back then. When faced with such a threat, he had no choice but to prioritize his own life. South Edict Manor. At the mountaintop, a spirit eagle perched itself under a great tree. Xingmei curiously took out the storage ring from the cylinder by the spirit eagle's feet, and almost couldn't help her surprise when she examined its contents with her transcendence energy. There were so many heads inside. She soon noticed a stack of jade archives inside as well. She took out the one at the top of the pile and realized that it was from Qingju. Her expression turned grave as she read the jade archive, and she quickly rushed inside the pavilion, where Yang Qing was sitting in meditation. Xingmei said, "Master, something big just happened in Mount Comingxi, and it's much more serious than you initially thought. Qingju sent this over." Yang Qing's eyes immediately shot open. He received the storage ring and examined it, and in the next instant, jumped down the bed furiously. He snatched the jade archive from Qingmei and quickly went over it. Once he was done reading and had some understanding of the situation, he took out the other jade archives inside the storage ring and read through every single one of them. As he finished reading one, he handed it over to Qingmei to look through as well. Once every jade archive was handed over to Qingmei, Yang Qing placed his hands behind his back and sighed. Not bad indeed. He's a bold one all right. This must be the exuberance of youth. His grudge against the three major sects is pretty much set in stone with this. They definitely won't let him go. Qingmei said. Since he's brave enough to go this far, then he must be able to shoulder the responsibility. Yang Qing scoffed. He was a little displeased that Miao Yi was bringing the other half of the written testimonies to suppressing Second Hall. This was clearly a precautionary measure against him. With a flip of his hand, Yang Qing took out a jade archive and wrote down an official decree. He then handed it over to Qingmei and instructed, "Send this over to Qingju." Qingmei looked through the contents, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. She asked, "You're appointing Tian Qingfeng as mountain chieftain?" "I don't think the members of the three major sects will agree to this, but..." "Is there anyone who knows Mount Comingxi better than Tian Qingfeng at this point? Their own three major sects members have already exposed so many of their heinous deeds. Don't you think they would want to avoid the limelight, at least for the time being? The more complicated the power struggle between the forces within the two manors, the better. It's not a good thing for them to be united, so just let them continue fighting against one another. Miao Yi has just sent me such a perfect excuse, how could I not use it to its maximum potential?" Yang Qing calmly explained. When Miao Yi and the others were about to reach South Edict City, Yan Beihong, Hongxiu, and Hongfu separated from the rest of them, as they still needed to rush back to the first earthly branch. They couldn't just continue staying in the fifth earthly branch after all. When Feng returned to South Edict City as well. Along the way to suppressing Second Hall, Chen Er and Shui Er rode behind Miao Yi and the others atop their black-scaled drake beasts. It was truly an imposing sight to have these two spiritual beasts as mounts. As they were about to reach suppressing Second Hall, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei broke off from the others as well. Both parties agreed to meet again in the capital city. The remaining 5 people proceeded into the vast mountains, heading straight for suppressing Second Hall. When they reached suppressing Second Hall, Miao Yi and the others waited in front of the lofty palace while Fan Zijian went in to announce their arrival. As it was their first time visiting, Yan Xiu, Chen Er, and Shui Er couldn't contain their astonishment at the rolling clouds, the precipitous cliffs, and the overall beautiful scenery around them. It would be no exaggeration to call this place heaven on earth. Mount Kangxi was nothing compared to this. On the other hand, Miao Yi was staring in deep thought towards the inside of the tall palace gates. Mountain Chieftain Miao, the Hall Master has permitted you all to ride in on your mounts. This is a great honor indeed. After he made his report, Fan Zijiang came back out bearing good news. However, his expression didn't seem too good. After all, he had failed to complete the task the Hall Master assigned to him. Even though he managed to sabotage Shen Fenghua and placed all the blame on him, he didn't expect that Wu Lingsha would also scold him for being useless. What did it mean to be called useless? Fan Zijiang felt terribly vexed deep down. Miao Yi cupped his fists as a show of thanks for the Hall Master's kind consideration. He didn't reject the offer and led Yan Xiu and the others straight in on their mounts. They then made their way across the wide plaza and came before the main entrance of the harem. After noticing that Tian Yu and Lu Xing were already waiting by the entrance, Miao Yi hurriedly waved his hand and signaled for Yan Xiu and the others to dismount. Just as they were getting ready to bow, Tian Yu and Lu Xing had already curtsied and greeted. We respectfully greet Lord Miao. Despite already knowing the truth deep down, Miao Yi feigned a look of surprise and quickly stepped forward to bow back. Aunties, this won't do. It is I who should be respectfully greeting you instead. To the side, Fan Zijiang, Yan Xiu, Shan Hai, and Shui were absolutely dumbfounded. To think the two aunties of suppressing Second Hall would actually call Miao Yi Lord Miao. Even if it was a show of respect, this was simply too great of an honor. Tian Yu and Lu Xing's lips curled into a smile as they pretended to be mysterious. They turned their bodies to the side and extended their arms as they said, Lord Miao, please come inside. Miao Yi immediately followed them in timidly. He didn't dare put on any airs and left his mount outside. They entered the tranquil garden and eventually made their way to the center of the harem, where they saw Wu Lingsha standing at the top of the steps leading to the main hall. He was looking at them with a face full of smiles. Big brother Shao? Miao Yi asked in confusion. Yan Xiu, Shan Hai, and Shui had seen Wu Lingsha before back in East Arrival Cave, so they were naturally surprised as well. What big brother Shao? Fan Zijiang was absolutely puzzled. Tian Yu and Lu Xing stepped forward and reported, Hall Master, Lord Miao has arrived. Hall Master? Miao Yi exclaimed, his face in apparent shock. Yan Xiu and the others were obviously even more startled. Ha ha. It seemed as though Wu Lingsha was quite pleased with Miao Yi's and the others' reactions. He let out a hearty guffaw and quickly walked down the steps, then grabbed Miao Yi's arm in a very familiar manner and said, My dear little brother, I have waited for you for a long time. Come. Have a seat inside. Tian Yu couldn't help smiling as she followed them in, whereas Lu Xing tried to stifle her laughter as she invited Yan Xiu and the others into the side hall. Fan Zijiang was so shocked that he kept turning to look back with every step he took. As Miao Yi entered the main hall, he seemed to still have trouble believing the situation before him. He asked slowly, Big brother Shao is the Hall Master of suppressing Second Hall. Wu Lingsha, suppressing Second, Hall's Master, Zhu. Hence, Xiaoyi Zhu. Is there something wrong with that? Wu Lingsha spread his arms out and teased, Have you still not figured it out yet, my dear little brother? Miao Yi hastily bowed. This subordinate respectfully greets the Hall Master. Wu Lingsha reached out and pulled him up, saying, There's no need for such formalities between us brothers. Relax. Show me that courage of yours back when you threatened me in the plum garden. Put. Tian Yu stifled her laughter as she served some scented tea. Let's sit down and talk. Today, there shall be no difference in status between us. Just two brothers meeting together. Wu Lingsha pulled Miao Yi down to his seat. The two of them were separated by a teapoy. Miao Yi said sheepishly, Hall Master, surely you jest. This subordinate cannot handle such jokes. I just said there isn't going to be any difference in status between us here. Why are you still calling me Hall Master? Wu Lingxiao feigned an angry look and said, "Little brother, if you continue to be so polite, your big brother here is going to be angry. Since big brother has put it that way, then your little brother will speak freely then." Miao Yi revealed an expression of relief and added, "Truth be told, I'm at fault for being too dumb not to have realized this sooner. I should have pieced everything together back when I saw Hall Master Wu in charge of the fleet heading to the Sea of Constellations." Speaking of this matter, Wu Lingxiao sighed and said, "Little brother, I'm deeply sorry for the matter with the Sea of Constellations. I didn't think about it too much at the time and left everything to Tian Yu's discretion." He pointed a finger to Tian Yu, then added, "Who would have guessed that my subordinates had drafted you in as well? It's my fault for being too concerned for my own status that I didn't reveal that you and I are actually sworn brothers." Tian Yu didn't know about this either, and as a result, she blindly approved your participation and put you through such perilous dangers. I only realized that I'd almost made a big mistake when I saw the list of returnees from the Sea of Constellations. It was most fortunate that you were able to return safely, dear little brother. Otherwise, your big brother would be racked with guilt for the rest of his life." Miao Yi laughed bitterly. "Big brother, you really had me fooled. If I'd known you were the Hall Master of Suppressing Second Hall, I would have definitely come looking for you back then. I hope you will not take this matter to heart, little brother. Please forgive your big brother for his moment of carelessness." Wu Lingxiao put on an embarrassed face. He believed that Miao Yi was speaking the truth. If the latter had known about his identity, he would have surely come looking for him back then. Miao Yi replied earnestly, "You didn't mean to do it either. There's no need to blame yourself, big brother. I never thought that the brother I swore an oath with in the heat of the moment would turn out to be a hall master. I'm a lucky one indeed." In Wu Lingxiao's eyes, Miao Yi had indeed made an acquaintance with someone of a higher standing. As such, Wu Lingxiao fully believed that Miao Yi was speaking the truth. He chuckled and said, "Since I have no way to take back the mistake that I've made, it's obvious that I should make up for it somehow. To that end, I've sought the Palace Lord's help specifically, and the Palace Lord has also agreed that if you choose to stay within the Traversing Moon Palace, you would be placed in charge of the area with the only crystal coin mine within the Palace Lord's domain. My dear little brother, this is a truly rewarding, yet cushy job to have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 453, The Hallmaster is my sworn big brother. Chapter 453, The Hallmaster is my sworn big brother. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Crystal Coin Mine. Miao Yi exclaimed, and the excitement on his face was visibly apparent. He hastily got to his feet and thanked him. "Big brother, you've done so much for me and treated me like I was your biological brother. I don't know how I can repay you, so I will simply offer you my thanks for now. I will definitely return the favor someday." However, deep down, he grumbled, "You sure know how to put it nicely. I risked my life in the Sea of Constellations to earn this reward. And now it's become a favor from you? Do you think I need to come look for you to find a profitable area to take up post?" Miao Yi felt conflicted deep down, as he was already planning on standing Wu Menglan up, and now he had to deal with Wu Lingxiao as well. Wu Lingxiao smiled and pulled Miao Yi down to his seat, saying, "It's all my fault. It's because I didn't want anyone to find out about our relationship and say that I'm biased towards you. To think this decision has almost cost me dearly. From now on, your big brother won't worry about keeping this a secret any longer. So what if the others find out about our relationship? Little brother, just relax and stay within the Traversing Moon Palace. It doesn't matter if you stay in Suppressing Second Hall or not. I can still put in a few good words in front of the Palace Lord for you. I know all the other Hall Masters as well. I believe that they'll be willing to do me this favor and make sure you're safe. Little brother is eternally grateful." Miao Yi cupped his fists repeatedly, seeming as though he didn't know how to express his thanks to Wu Lingxiao. He added, I hope that big brother will take care of me in the future then. Easily settled. Hu Lingxiao was secretly relieved. He waved his hand and said, "We're a family. You don't have to speak so formally. It'll feel too distant between us if you continue to be like this. From now on, there is no need for such formalities between us brothers." I'm relieved to hear you say that, big brother. I had originally come here to visit the hall master to complain about a problem, but I was worried about how to explain it. Now that I know big brother is the hall master of suppressing second hall, I might have to trouble you to help me get payback. Miao Yi said angrily. Get payback? Hu Lingxiao was taken aback. Without another word, Miao Yi immediately placed a bunch of jade archives on the teapot. He then said, "You'll know once you read through all of this. These people have simply pushed me too far." Hu Lingxiao sternly took up one of the jade archives and examined it. He examined jade archive after jade archive. And as he read through each one, his expression gradually darkened. Once he was done looking through all of them, he slammed down on the teapot and stood up furiously, saying, "This is outrageous. The three major sects have gone too far. Don't try to avoid the main agenda by saying pointless things. I'm here precisely to make Shan Fenghua pay." Miao Yi thought. He then stood up and said, "Calm yourself, big brother. The three major sects aren't worth mentioning. I've already killed all their members stationed in Mount Kamingxi. We do not need to hold a grudge against a bunch of dead men." Hu Lingxiao stared at Miao Yi in shock. His expression was all over the place as he thought, that useless Fan Zizhang. Why didn't he mention this to me just now? He then asked, "You killed all the members of the three major sects under you? How many died?" Miao Yi replied, "Not too many. Just around 90 of them." Beside them, Tian Yu was dumbfounded. That's still not too many? Hu Lingxiao's face instantly turned gloomy as he said, "Little brother, are you kidding me? I was also a mountain chieftain once. How many people do you think there are in a single mountain? And now you've killed so many of your own subordinates in a single stroke. Almost everyone is dead, and you still think that's not a lot? Do you know what the consequences will be if you push the three major sects this far?" Surprised by Hu Lingxiao's response, Miao Yi asked, "Big brother, are you saying that I can't kill those who have committed insubordination, plotted conspiracies, as well as defied a superior's orders? Are you telling me that I was wrong to kill them?" Hu Lingxiao sighed. "I'm not saying you're wrong in killing them. I'm just telling you to think things through before doing them. The forces of the three major sects can be found all over the fifth earthly branch. Not to mention, their respective sect masters are the overlord's frequent guests and highly distinguished ones at that. What you did will affect your future badly." Hu Lingxiao was beside himself with regret. "If I'd known you would do something like this, I would have never told you my true identity. If people find out we're sworn brothers after this, the three major sects will surely think that I was backing you up. How else could someone be bold enough to do such a thing? Don't worry, big brother. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I already have the solution to my dispute with the three major sections. I have here all their written testimonies. I doubt they'll be able to refute anything on this incident." Miao Yi was prepared to put this sworn brotherhood of theirs to good use. Why shouldn't he strike while the iron was hot? He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Let me ask you this, big brother. If someone were to barge into my territory and boss my people around demanding for bribes and even go so far as to bully my women, will you help me get justice?" Hu Lingxiao knew nothing good could come from revealing his identity to Miao Yi, which was why he'd kept it a secret all this time. And indeed, the moment he told Miao Yi the truth, trouble came knocking on his door. Hu Lingxiao's face couldn't help twisting in dismay as he asked curiously, "You're talking about Shan Fenghua? What do you intend to do with him?" Hu Lingxiao soon realized that he was asking a dumb question. This bastard had even killed over 90 of his own subordinates. What else could he have come here to do? Miao Yi immediately pointed to Tianyu and said angrily, "Dare I ask you, big brother, if Shan Fengwa were to drag along Tianyu and Lu Xing for a drink, and not only treated them disrespectfully but even desired to take them to bed, how would you punish him then? Damn it, do you think you can compare yourself to me? How could Shan Fengwa possibly dare to touch my women?" Wu Lingxiao was incredibly irritated, but he could only keep such thoughts to himself and not say them out loud. The other party was his own sworn brother. If he were to voice out his feelings, he would be no better than an animal. The evidence was solid as steel. With so many written testimonies, what else could he possibly do? Wu Lingxiao slowly sat down, then said grimly, "Have Shan Fengwa come and see me." Understood. Tianyu acknowledged the order and left. "Don't be angry, big brother. It's not worth getting agitated over a person like this." Miao Yi extended his arm and said, "Have some tea." Musing quietly to himself, Wu Lingxiao gave a simple "oh" in reply. As he lifted the cup of tea, he felt a little off somehow. Who was the master of the house again? Casting a sidelong glance at Miao Yi gulping down the tea unreservedly, Wu Lingxiao was completely speechless. "Do you really think of yourself as my actual brother?" Soon, the chubby Shan Fengwa was sauntering along obediently behind Tianyu. As he waited in the courtyard to be granted entry, Shan Fengwa felt a little restless somehow. He felt that he treated Tianyu quite well on a normal basis, but for some reason, her face today was completely tense when looking at him. He had tried asking why the hall master was looking for him, but it was to no avail either. Instead, she simply gave him a couple of snide remarks. This was clearly not normal, and it had Shan Fengwa's nerves completely on edge. "Master, Shan Fengwa is already waiting outside." Tianyu came in and reported. "Humph." Wu Lingxiao huffed as he stood up, then walked towards the door. Tianyu watched as Miao Yi also stood up and arrogantly followed behind the hall master with hands behind his back, and she couldn't help grumbling a little deep down. Wu Lingxiao wore a solemn expression as he stood at the top of the steps facing the gate, casting an icy gaze at Shan Fengwa down below. Truth be told, he didn't want anything bad to happen to Shan Fengwa. The man would always have a way to gain his favor and would always do exactly as he was told. Wu Lingxiao couldn't find a more obedient subordinate than him. It wasn't as though Shan Fengwa was a capable individual. It's just that during the times when Wu Lingxiao had to humble himself in front of his superiors, he took respite in knowing that he too had a dog of a servant beneath him that followed his every bidding. This made Wu Lingxiao feel like he was still a person somehow, and that his life wasn't completely meaningless. This was why he liked Shan Fengwa. Hall master. Shan Fengwa's fat stature wobbled about as he nodded and bowed in a servile manner. He then stepped forward in a sycophantic manner and asked, "What would you ask of this subordinate?" Wu Lingxiao was about to answer, but he was too late. Someone behind him had already replied on his behalf, "Deacon Shan, long time no see. You're looking much better than I last saw you. Do you still remember who I am?" Miao Yi circled around from behind Wu Lingxiao and stood next to him with hands behind his back. Wu Lingxiao was a little lost for words as he tilted his head to look at him. Startled, Shan Fengwa felt the person before him seemed very familiar somehow. He quickly remembered, pointing to Miao Yi in surprise as he asked, "You're Mount Comingsea's mountain chieftain, Miao Yi? Why are you here?" The commotion outside as well as the sound of Miao Yi's voice had also drawn the attention of the people waiting in the side hall. They walked on over to the gates, watching in astonishment. "And here I thought someone as well esteemed as Deacon Shan would have forgotten all about me." Miao Yi raised his thumb and pointed to Wu Lingxiao as he brazenly announced, "The hall master of suppressing second hall is my sworn older brother." "And you ask why I'm here?" Shan Fengwa exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe his own ears. At the gate to the side hall, Fan Zijian, Yan Xiu, Shen Er, and Shui Er were also shocked by the revelation. Their suspicions had finally been confirmed. Wu Lingxiao's expression briefly twisted in dismay, and behind him, Tianyu was rolling her eyes in disdain. She could finally understand why her master had been so reluctant to reveal this sworn brother of his to the public. Deacon Shan, back then when you tried to get bribes from my Mount Comingsi, I didn't make things difficult for you out of respect for my big brother. I didn't expect you would still dare to aggravate your actions even further afterward. You're truly audacious indeed. Did you think that by hiding yourself and suppressing Second Hall that I couldn't do anything to you? Miao Yi laughed coldly. Out of respect for me, you say? Did you even know who I was back then? Wu Liang found Miao Yi a little insufferable. He tilted his head to look at the latter and felt a strong urge to ask him to shut up. Shan Fenghua finally understood why the hall master seemed so upset. He immediately dropped down to his knees and pleaded, "Hall master. Hall master. This subordinate didn't know that Master Miao was your sworn brother. I really didn't know. Do you think that you're allowed to do as you please if he wasn't my sworn brother then? How would you have the rest of suppressing Second Hall see me?" As Wu Liang swept his arm back, the pile of jade archives on the teepot immediately shot out from the hall and dropped right in front of Shan Fenghua. Wu Liang pointed at them and said, "Take a look for yourself and see if you're being wrongly accused or not." As he knelt on the ground, Shan Fenghua lifted up the jade archives with his trembling hands and began looking through every one of them. The further he read, the paler his face grew, and the more his body quivered. He didn't even finish reading half of them before he tossed them aside and completely gave up on reading any further. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he bawled, "Hall master. This subordinate didn't mean to do it. If I had known better, I wouldn't dare offend Master Miao even if I was any bolder." Wu Liang said sternly, "I asked if you admit to your crimes." This subordinate wouldn't dare make any excuses before the hall master. "I admit to my crimes. I have always been a loyal vassal to hall master. I..." Before Shan Fenghua could even finish his sentence, Miao Yi was already scoffing, "It's good that you admit to your crimes. This saves me the trouble of having to explain myself in case you said that I accused you wrongly." He then shot over, arms spread out before he viciously swung them down from left to right. A series of crisp slapping sounds resounded, accompanied by Shan Fenghua's painful wails. In front of Wu Liang, this Shan Fenghua was quite the obedient one indeed, as though he was a mouse before a cat. Miao Yi was hoping he would dodge or even retaliate a little. That way, he could use that as an excuse to terminate his life completely. However, the damned fatso didn't budge an inch and just knelt firmly in place. He didn't even activate his transcendence energy and simply allowed Miao Yi to violently slap him back and forth, again and again. Shan Fenghua was completely beaten to a bloody pulp, blood running down his nose and splattering the floor with every slap. Even after his teeth were broken, he was still mumbling loudly about how loyal he was to the hall master. Wu Liang closed his eyes silently, ignoring what was happening before him. As one of his most trusted aides, Tianyu knew him all too well. She could tell from a single glance that Wu Liang wasn't being cold to Shan Fenghua, but was actually trying to protect him. His silence indicated that he was allowing Miao Yi to vent his frustration, and the more severe Miao Yi's punishment was, the easier it would be for him to speak up on Shan Fenghua's behalf later on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454, Getting him to leave quickly. Chapter 454, Getting him to leave quickly. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Standing by the gate to the side hall, Fan Jian found it difficult to watch as Miao Yi quickly beat Shan Fenghua to a bloody pulp. He couldn't help musing to himself, "Shan Fenghua, of all the people you could have offended, why did you have to choose to upset the hall master's sworn brother?" Shan Er and Shui Er hated Shan Fenghua to the core, so they were quite gratified to see him in such a miserable state. Yan Xiu laughed bitterly in secret, realizing that Miao Yi was truly not a man that one should easily offend. The guy could even take his revenge all the way out here. Miao Yi soon realized that something was off. It was no coincidence that the fat bastard Shan could make it this far in life. He was quite the ruthless one even to himself. Not only was he not retaliating, but he was even putting up a pitiful display to show his loyalty to the Hall Master, or perhaps just to gain his sympathy. Even though Miao Yi could pummel him hard, it wouldn't be appropriate if he killed one of Huo Lingxiao's men without his permission. Bang! Miao Yi suddenly sent Shan Fenghua flying off with a kick. Pooh! Shan Fenghua spat out a mouthful of blood and landed in the rockery nearby. Miao Yi quickly gave chase. Lying on the ground, Shan Fenghua vomited several more mouthfuls of blood. As he turned around, a murderous glint flitted past his eyes, before turning back into a pitiful gaze as he pleaded for mercy. I dare you to keep up the act. Miao Yi mocked deep down. As he landed, he continued slapping Shan Fenghua. At the same time, he scanned his surroundings. Seeing as there was no one around the rockery, he immediately brandished a second-grade wolf teeth club artifact from his storage ring and viciously swung it down at Shan Fenghua's head. Shan Fenghua was absolutely horrified. He didn't mind suffering a few slaps, but how could he possibly survive against a wolf teeth club? The only reason he was putting up this pitiful display was just so that he could live. If he couldn't survive, then what was the point? The other party was clearly adamant on killing him, and he was even thinking up new ways to achieve his objective. Whoosh! Despite his fat stature, Shan Fenghua was surprisingly light on his feet. He rolled along the ground and scrambled up, then leaped up from the rockery. Suddenly, a scream came from down below. Bastard! How dare you ambush me? Still in midair, Shan Fenghua looked back to see Miao Yi suddenly lying on the ground for some reason. Worse yet, Shan Fenghua saw Miao Yi quickly rubbing something onto the corner of his lips. It was the blood Shan Fenghua had spat out on the ground. Miao Yi then examined himself in the mirror. Shan Fenghua's eyes immediately widened in horror. The people outside were startled by the sound of Miao Yi's scream. They then saw a violent gray fog gush out from amidst the rockery, enveloping the skyborn Shan Fenghua within. The temperature in the courtyard quickly plummeted, causing everyone to feel chills. Like a whip, the violent wave of gray fog retreated to the rockery, and Shan Fenghua crashed to the ground like a statue. They then saw Miao Yi leaping out from the rockery, raising a wolf teeth club in his hands before he viciously swung it down. Little brother! Wait, Wu Lingxiao cried out, but he was too late. Bang! Miao Yi turned a deaf ear to Wu Lingxiao's pleas and ruthlessly slammed down, his wolf teeth club crushing Shan Fenghua's skull into pieces. There was no saving him now. With his hand raised to stop Miao Yi, Wu Lingxiao's expression darkened. He slowly lowered it back down and gently dispersed the transcendence energy he had gathered around his fingers. The man was already dead, it was too late to say anything anymore. The courtyard was in utter silence. Everyone was just too amazed by the sudden turn of events that they had yet to even realize what just happened. Miao Yi stuck the wolf teeth club to the ground, gasping for air as he pointed to Shan Fenghua and said furiously, "This bastard was only pretending to look pathetic, when in truth he was trying to ambush me. What a devious man!" Seeing the blood on the corner of Miao Yi's mouth, Chen Er, Shui Er, and Yan Xiu were all greatly startled and quickly rushed to his side. "Master! Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm a man who carved out a path of blood through 180,000 cultivators back in the Sea of Constellations. What manner of trickery haven't I seen already? What could Shan Fenghua's puny little ploys possibly do to me? All it made me do was spit out a couple of mouthfuls of blood." Miao Yi scoffed. He tucked the wolf teeth club away and wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He was a truly valiant man indeed. However, in truth, it was because the blood by his lips was simply too suspicious. Anyone could tell the difference between blood that came from the person himself and blood that was rubbed onto his face. Even Chen Er and Shui Er noticed the discrepancy and swallowed their initial concern back down their throats. How could Miao Yi not rub it off quickly then? Shan Fenghua died just like that? Still in shock, Fan Zizhang turned his eyes around a couple of times as he mused, "Why do I feel as though things aren't that simple?" Tian Yu and Lu Xing were at a loss for words. The two of them could clearly tell that Huo Lingxiao wished to keep Shan Fenghuo alive. However, everything had happened too suddenly. Perhaps even the hall master himself had never thought that Miao Yi would kill Shan Fenghuo right in front of his face without even getting his permission. Otherwise, with the hall master's cultivation, there was no way he would have allowed Miao Yi to succeed. Huo Lingxiao slowly walked over. He quietly stared at Shan Fenghuo's corpse and noticed the headless, frost-covered body was somehow emitting plumes of black smoke under the rays of the sun. It was a very peculiar death indeed. He then proceeded to the edge of the rockery and looked inside. Noticing the bloodstains on the ground showed signs of being rubbed off, he immediately connected it to the oddly suspicious blood marks on Miao Yi's lips. Having understood everything, Huo Lingxiao slowly turned his head back to look at Miao Yi and said indifferently, "Little brother, you have some ability indeed." Miao Yi immediately said via voice transmission, "Big brother, you truly are observant. There is no hiding these tiny little tricks of mine from your eyes. I know that it's hard for you to make a move against one of your own subordinates just because of me. If word spreads out, the others will mistakenly think you were being biased. That's why, to avoid your subordinates losing faith in you, I quickly devised a simple plan to rid this despicable vermin. You're quite the honest one." Huo Lingxiao was a little annoyed, but alas, Shan Fenghuo was already dead. There was no use saying anything anymore, and no point trying to do anything for someone who was already dead. It was not hard for Huo Lingxiao to make up his mind on which choice he should make now. He walked back, asking, "Little brother, may I know what transcendent artifact you used to kill Shan Fenghuo just now?" Miao Yi immediately took out the mystic mirror and handed it over, saying, "It's something I took from a ghost cultivator back in the Sea of Constellations." In Big Brother's eyes, it's probably just a little trinket. Huo Lingxiao was slightly surprised as he didn't think Miao Yi would be so generous and let him see it. He quickly flipped it over and examined it, and as he did, his body abruptly turned stiff. A layer of white frost quickly enveloped his body, emitting strange plumes of black smoke under the sunlight. "Master!" Tian Yu and Lu Xing exclaimed in shock as they rushed forward. Because the state of Huo Lingxiao's body was exactly the same as Shan Fenghuo's, they thought that he had fallen into a trap. Suddenly, while he was still covered in frost, Huo Lingxiao raised his hand and stopped the two ladies. Bang! Huo Lingxiao's body suddenly shook, and the frost surrounding him crumbled to the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath of cold air, then continued to examine the mystic mirror as if nothing had happened, lowering his head and repeatedly flipping the transcendent artifact around. Deep down, Miao Yi was shocked. The reason why he had readily handed it over to Huo Lingxiao was because he knew that the latter would try to examine the mysteries within the mystic mirror. Miao Yi wished to see how the mystic mirror fared against Red Lotus Realm experts. However, he never thought that it would have no effect whatsoever against experts at Huo Lingxiao's level. This is a powerful treasure indeed. A sense of desire flitted past Huo Lingxiao's eyes. However, he immediately felt a little confused and raised his head to ask curiously, "Little brother, you're able to wield this artifact?" Miao Yi nodded and said, "There's a trick to using this particular artifact, but I hope you'll allow me to keep this information secret for now. However, if Big Brother is fond of it." Huo Lingxiao's eyes brightened, believing that the other party was going to give this transcendent artifact to him. If that were the case, it wouldn't be nice of him to refuse. At most, he would just show a little reluctance, then very naturally, accept the gift. Contrary to his expectations, however, Miao Yi suddenly said, "Big brother, my cultivation is feeble, and for the time being, I will still need this transcendent artifact to establish my footing. When I have firmly established myself in my new manner, I will give this to you as a gift." Even though his words were meant to please the other party, in truth it served no purpose whatsoever. Given the situation in the cultivation realm, what constituted as establishing a footing? Miao Yi didn't plan on giving Huo Lingxiao the mystic mirror in the first place, not even as a meeting gift. You sent me to my death in the Sea of Constellations, and you still want me to thank you with gifts? Wu Lingxiao was speechless, feeling as though his excitement had been for nothing. However, the other party's words had made it very clear. As the older brother, how could Wu Lingxiao try to take the thing that his little brother needed for survival? With so many people looking at him, how would he have his subordinates view him later on? Wu Lingxiao was a proud man after all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Miao Yi to the Sea of Constellations in the first place. Hiding his awkwardness with a laugh, Wu Lingxiao placed the mystic Yin mirror back in Miao Yi's hands. With a wave of his hand, he then said, as the big brother, I don't have anything I can give to you. How could I take my little brother's things instead? You have a point. With big brother's position, you wouldn't deign to fancy such a measly thing. I was too imprudent. Miao Yi nodded. He didn't hold back and immediately tucked the mystic Yin mirror away. Noticing a fleeting gloominess in Wu Lingxiao's eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Shan Fenghua's body, Miao Yi quietly mused for a bit, then suddenly asked, Big brother, where is sister-in-law? After our last meeting on Jade Lake in the capital city. How could something like this be discussed publicly? Startled, Wu Lingxiao quickly interrupted Miao Yi, little brother, let's talk inside. He then smiled and dragged Miao Yi by the wrist back into the main hall. As the two of them sat down, Wu Lingxiao extended his arm and said, Shan Fenghua has already been executed. You can let this matter rest now, little brother. Have some tea. The tea can wait. I still haven't given sister-in-law. Again? Wu Lingxiao cut him off a second time. Little brother, ... Miao Yi had a puzzled look on his face, as though trying to ask, why do you keep interrupting me? The helplessness was evident on Wu Lingxiao's face as he warned gravely, little brother, that person isn't your sister-in-law. For the time being, you don't have a sister-in-law. Never mention anything about this again, lest you wish to invite calamity upon yourself. This is all I can tell you. Miao Yi couldn't help feeling confused as he thought, that woman was already lying in your embrace. What more do you have to be afraid of? He then remembered that Wu Menglan was also quite reluctant to discuss this person during the journey to the Sea of Constellations back then. What kind of person was that woman, that she could make these two hall masters so fearful of her? Miao Yi grew even more curious about her identity. However, since Wu Lingxiao had already made it very clear that they shouldn't be talking about this topic, it wouldn't be appropriate of him to ask any further. He definitely wouldn't be able to get any answers out of Wu Lingxiao anyway. Miao Yi intentionally tried to creep Wu Lingxiao out, asking, Big brother, are you afraid that Hall Master Wu will get jealous if she knows? Wu Lingxiao was taken aback, puzzled as to why Miao Yi would say such a thing. He then remembered that he once mentioned that he was trying to woo Wu Menglan back in East Arrival Cave. He didn't wish to discuss this topic with Miao Yi any further, as he didn't think the latter had the qualifications to talk about such things with him. Had this kid not gained the favor of that esteemed person in traversing Moon Palace, Wu Lingxiao wouldn't even deign to meet up with him, much less be sitting here sharing his private life. He quickly changed the topic. However, Miao Yi just wouldn't read between the lines, much to his chagrin, and would always turn the conversation around after a while. He would say that as a brother, he was concerned about Wu Lingxiao's love life, as though he truly felt that way inside. Wu Lingxiao felt as though he was going to go insane from Miao Yi's pestering. Unable to take it any longer, he hurriedly found an excuse to get Miao Yi to leave. In truth, Miao Yi also didn't want to stay here just to compete and see which of them was the better liar. Eventually, both parties bade farewell to one another. Wu Lingxiao had matters to attend to, so he had Tian Yu and Lu Xing escort Miao Yi out on his behalf. Back in the main hall, Wu Lingxiao gave Fan Zizhang a brutal scolding. Upon reaching the main entrance of the palace, Miao Yi looked around him and suddenly came to a stop. He took out 2 low-grade orbs of will, handing each to Qian Er and Shui Er as he pointed to the 2 guards posted by either side of the gate, and said loudly, "The Hall Master is my sworn older brother, and they are his loyal subordinates. I should reward them. There were only 2 low-grade orbs of will, and they had to be handed out to 2 people, no less. Could they really hand out such a paltry amount inside suppressing second hall? Shan Hai and Shui Er felt a little embarrassed, but they still did as instructed. The 2 guards looked at Tianyu and Lu Xing in confusion, unsure of whether they should accept the gift or not. There was no describing the expressions on the 2 aunties' faces. They laughed drily and nodded to the 2 guards to accept the gift, grumbling deep down, "Is this guy afraid that everyone else won't know the hall master is his sworn older brother or something?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455, So That Bastard Has Some Background. Chapter 455, So That Bastard Has Some Background. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Tianyu, Lu Xing. You don't need to escort me any further. Miao Yi called out the 2 ladies' names directly, causing them to feel much irritation. Worse yet, they still had to reply to him with a smile. This was still better than what Miao Yi did next. Under the gazes of the 2 guards by the entrance, Miao Yi took out 20 low-grade orbs of will and handed the 2 ladies half each. This reward was significantly higher than that of the 2 guards. It was tenfold of what they had gotten. Yan Xiu couldn't help his lips from twitching. If he recalled correctly, Miao Yi had given Qing Ju 1,000 low-grade orbs of will. This difference was a little too much to be put into words, but... With forced smiles, Tianyu and Lu Xing tried to refuse, but Miao Yi insisted on rewarding them. He firmly stuffed the orbs of will into their hands and said with an earnest look, "You 2 deserve this much. When I'm not around, you must take good care of my big brother. Do you think we need you to tell us that?" Tianyu and Lu Xing felt incredibly awkward and could only grit their teeth and accept the reward. The problem was that accepting such a gift was a difficult thing to do. Once they chose to accept it, they naturally had to thank the other party, or else it would be impolite. The 2 ladies had no choice but to curtsy under the gazes of the 2 guards, saying, "Thank you for the gifts, Lord Miao, but..." As they heard what the 2 ladies said, the 2 guards immediately felt a surge of respect for Miao Yi. It seems this person really is the hall master's sworn brother. We're a family. You don't need to be so formal. You can stop sending me off now. Miao Yi waved his hand as he called for the 2 ladies to halt. Tianyu smiled and said, "It's all right. We will escort Lord Miao down the mountain. Stay." Seeing how they weren't listening, Miao Yi immediately adopted a commanding tone. He then leaped onto his mount, with Yan Xiu, Shan Hai, and Shui Er quickly following as well. Miao Yi didn't give Tianyu and Lu Xing a chance to say anything else. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Let's go." Miao Yi then galloped out the palace gates, with Yan Xiu and the others closely following behind him. Tianyu and Lu Xing could only bid them farewell, saying, "We wish Lord Miao a safe journey ahead." As they watched the 4 riders make their way down the mountain, Tianyu immediately turned to the guards and warned, "You 2 are not to mention what happened just now to anyone. If not, the consequences will be dire." Tianyu and Lu Xing were obviously aware that Huo Lingxiao actually didn't wish to recognize the existence of this sworn brother of his. The 2 guards exchanged looks of confusion, but they still cupped their fists and acknowledged, "Understood." The 2 ladies then walked to the edge of the cliff, gazing at the departing figures in the distance. Tianyu sighed. "This Lord Miao has finally left. Let's hope that he will go as far away as possible and never set foot in suppressing Second Hall's domain ever again. Otherwise, given his lordship's behavior, he would surely become a burden to master. Something's not right, elder sister. Look." He stopped again, Lu Xing said, pointing towards the mountain gates. Tianyu immediately looked over with her transcendence vision and saw that Miao Yi had stopped by the mountain gates. He was waving his hands around and seemed to be saying something as he sat on his mount. After which, Yan Xiu jumped down from his dragon steed and proceeded to stuff something into the hands of the 2 cultivators standing guard by the mountain gates. Lu Xing asked in confusion, Why is he still loitering around the mountain gates? Why isn't he leaving yet? Tian Yu replied in exasperation, why else? He's clearly handing out rewards again and telling everyone that the hall master is his sworn older brother. Lu Xing immediately turned to look at the two guards by the entrance. It turned out it wasn't enough to just seal the lips of the other two. She couldn't imagine how many more people Miao Yi was going to notify. Her expression twisted in dismay as she said, it's all over. Now every single person in suppressing Second Hall will know that he's Master's sworn brother. Let's go. We have to inform Master. After making sure that Miao Yi and the others were truly gone this time, the two ladies quickly rushed back inside the palace. Along the way, they bumped into Fan Zijian. With a face full of cold sweat, he greeted the two aunties, who only slightly nodded in response. The two ladies then quickly made their way into the harem, where they saw Huo Lingxiao with a dark expression on his face. They then explained to him the matter of Miao Yi going around announcing that he was the hall master's sworn brother. I just knew nothing good would come from revealing my identity to this sworn little brother of mine. This is truly frustrating. With his hands behind his back, Huo Lingxiao paced around the main hall for a while, then grabbed a teacup from the teapot and gulped it down in an attempt to calm himself. As he slowly sat down, he asked, what do you two think of this miserly little brother of mine? The two ladies looked at one another, a little reluctant to answer their master's question. They simply didn't have anything nice to say. Huo Lingxiao could see what the two ladies were concerned about. He waved his hand and said, speak your mind. I will not blame you for it. Lu Xing said cautiously, Master, forgive me for being blunt, but this Lord Miao seems a little conceited after finding out about your identity, but... Pa! Huo Lingxiao slapped down on the teapot, nodding as he said, I can't even describe how angry he's made me. You hit the mark exactly. That's right, he's conceited. This is absolutely outrageous. How dare he kill one of my men in front of me without my approval? Tian Yu mused to herself, don't you think it's a little too late to be saying this? He clearly made it so that you wouldn't be able to do anything to him even if he did such a thing. You didn't say anything to him earlier, so what's the point in mentioning it now? However, she still offered a different perspective on the matter and remarked carefully, Master, why do I feel as though this Lord Miao is not as simple as he seems? I get the feeling that he's actually very smart. While his actions might look brash and reckless at first, in truth, he's very clear on how far he can push things so that no one can do anything to him. Think about it. If he really were such a simple man, how could he have possibly carved a path of blood through the other 180,000 cultivators in the Sea of Constellations and make it back alive? Huo Lingxiao nodded. Carved a path of blood through the other 180,000 cultivators? Lu Xing couldn't help laughing. Elder sister, why are you using the same words as Miao Yi when he was boasting about himself? Do you think someone that's truly capable would toot their own horn like that? I think that this Lord Miao might have just gotten lucky. He's also a little. Huo Lingxiao lifted his head and asked, also a little what? Lu Xing whispered, I think he's also a little soft in the head. Huo Lingxiao nodded and said, Lu Xing is absolutely correct. He is a little dim-witted. If he wasn't, then he wouldn't have threatened me at spear point and forced me to swear an oath of brotherhood in the plum garden. He then got up and walked to the entrance with his hands behind his back, sighing as he said, it matters not if he's moronic or intelligent. I do wish this kid would try to use his head a little more and not create problems for me. The thing I fear the most is that his hubris will lead him to use my name to go around causing trouble. When that happens, what should I do? Should I help him or not? If I don't help him, how will the others view me as his sworn older brother? And if I do, I'm afraid it will only feed his arrogance even further. Do I have no choice but to keep on cleaning up his messes? Just as Tian Yu and Lu Xing expected, a few days later, the news had already spread like wildfire. Mountain Chieftain Miao Yi of South Edict Manor's Mount Comingsi was Hall Master Huo Lingxiao's sworn brother. It completely drowned out the fact that Miao Yi had killed all of Mount Kangxing's 3 major sect's disciples. Many were secretly speculating, no wonder this mountain chieftain Miao was so arrogant and dared to kill so mercilessly. It turns out he's Hall Master Huo Lingxiao's sworn brother. With Huo Lingxiao supporting him from behind, it's no wonder he could be so fearless. Despite the pile of written testimonies Miao Yi had given him, the 3 major sects were still a great pain in Yang Qing's back. They all demanded that Yang Qing punish Miao Yi for taking matters into his own hands and killing his subordinates without first consulting his superiors. They wanted Yang Qing to appeal to the other territories and apprehend Miao Yi so that he could be dealt with accordingly. After all, the bastard had killed so many without any warning whatsoever. If the forces within the 2 manors had known Miao Yi was going to go this far, they would never have allowed him to succeed. Do you really think the forces of the 3 major sects within the 2 manor were only there for show? Damn it, you killed all of our disciples in Mount Kangxi in a single stroke and didn't even leave a single survivor. How do you expect us to explain this to our schools? You should have spared a few of them at least. It was at this moment that everyone caught wind of the news concerning Miao Yi and Huo Lingxiao's pledge of brotherhood. Naturally, Yang Cheng would not let such a perfect excuse pass him by. I was just doing my job properly. If you have something to say, tell it to the hall master. The weight of a hall master's name was nothing to sneeze at. That title would only belong to a cultivator of an entirely different class. That said, there were still a few members from the 3 major sects who ran to the hall master and complained. As a result, Huo Lingxiao dropped a pile of jade archives on their faces and chastised, these testimonies were written by your own members themselves. I have read through all of them from front to back. Are you telling me that those who have committed insubordination, plotted conspiracies, and defied their superiors' orders should not be killed? Do you think that just by bundling up your 3 major sect disciples together, that you can ignore the rules of the celestial nation? Are you trying to commit treason? All those who are guilty will be punished with death, just like Xin Fenghua. Huo Lingxiao was an extremely proud person, so he didn't announce to the public that Xin Fenghua had been killed right in front of him, and instead said that he was rightfully executed for colluding with those scum from the 3 major sects in their insubordination. This proves that I'm a fair and just leader. I even killed my own trusted aide. As soon as news of this spread, the 3 major sects immediately stopped their advances, having found the perfect excuse to explain themselves to their schools. It's not that we're incapable. It's just that Miao Yi has someone backing him up. That said, the forces within suppressing Second Hall were also secretly speculating behind closed doors. It sure is nice to have someone backing you up like Miao Yi does. Even after making such a huge commotion, there's still someone to support you. On the other hand, Yang Qing couldn't help but feel suspicious about this incident. On one rainy day, where the verdant mountains were enveloped by the misty droplets, Yang Qing was pacing around within a beautiful pavilion. He mused, Miao Yi really is the hall master's sworn brother? Xingmei replied, everyone within the entire suppressing Second Hall's domain already knows about this, and the hall master doesn't seem to be refuting it either. It should be true. Yang Qing reached out to touch the trickling raindrops, lightly shaking his head as he remarked, if Miao Yi had been the hall master's sworn brother right from the start, why did the hall master draft him in for the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade? Xing Zhu asked, could they have pledged brotherhood only recently? Yang Cheng waved his hand and replied, impossible. Huo Lingxiao isn't a fool. To swear an oath of brotherhood with Miao Yi at a time like this means that he's placing himself directly against the forces of the 3 major sections. Huo Lingxiao wouldn't make such a careless mistake, not unless he had nothing better to do. Also, I feel as though Miao Yi has always had a relationship with Huo Lingxiao. This whole incident seems like a plan that Miao Yi has intentionally laid out. That's why he dared to brutally slaughter so many people, because he knew that Huo Lingxiao would step forward and clean up his mess for him. He had absolutely nothing to fear from the start. However, this doesn't explain why Huo Lingxiao would want to send Miao Yi to his death in the Sea of Constellations. How perplexing. How truly perplexing. Yang Qing repeatedly shook his head in confusion. Even if he was some kind of omniscient celestial, he had no way of understanding the underlying motives behind these recent events. Within the mountain forest situated 5 kilometers away from the illustrious capital city of the Fifth Earthly Branch, Lin Pingping and Luo Ping stood atop one of the mountains, taking turns to be on the lookout. Shen Er had already sent news to Lin Pingping some time ago that Miao Yi would be coming to the capital city, and she'd asked her to make the necessary preparations for his arrival. After estimating the duration of Miao Yi's journey, Lin Pingping left the capital city ahead of time to receive him. She had already been waiting at this spot, 5 kilometers away from the capital city, for almost 2 days now, afraid of being disrespectful to Miao Yi by being late. Luo Ping obviously knew that Miao Yi would be coming to the capital city to meet the overlord, and had looked for Lin Pingping many times to find out about the approximate date of his arrival. As the other party had taken great care of her on many occasions, Lin Pingping couldn't refuse him. It wasn't something that she had to keep secret anyway. This was how Luo Ping ended up waiting together with her at this particular location. Who was he kidding? Miao Yi was a survivor of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. He surely had a great amount of wealth on him. Such a major customer was enough for Luo Ping to temporarily cast aside all his other affairs, just so he could welcome him. If he managed to handle this connection well, then he'd be able to make a profit equivalent to multiple transactions in a single sitting. How could Luo Ping possibly miss out on such a golden opportunity to improve relations? They're here! Luo Ping suddenly shouted as he pointed towards the distant black dots along the highway. Lin Pingping hastily came out of the tree shade and activated her transcendence vision. After confirming that it was really the person they'd been waiting for, she anxiously nodded. Perhaps it was because she hadn't seen Miao Yi for a long time, but she felt even more in awe of him from a distance. The two of them quickly pulled out their mounts, then rushed down the mountain on horseback. As they reached the highway, they dismounted again and continued to wait by the side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456, Revisiting the Capital City. Chapter 456, Revisiting the Capital City. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The sound of hoofbeats gradually approached. At the front was Miao Yi and Charcoal, followed by Chen Er and Shui Er on their black-scaled drake beasts, and closing the rear was Yan Xiu. As the group turned around the corner, they immediately noticed Luo Ping and Lin Pingping waving to them from the side of the road. Miao Yi slowly raised his hand, and all 4 riders gradually slowed down before making a complete stop. Lin Pingping naturally knew what Miao Yi looked like. She cast a quick glance at the 2 ladies behind him and was able to immediately guess who they were, despite having never seen them before. She had already been notified beforehand of their numbers as well as the identities of the people coming. She quickly stepped forward, then cupped her fists and bowed. Your subordinate Lin Pingping respectfully greets you, my lord. I also respectfully greet Elder Auntie and Little Auntie. Miao Yi straightened his back and received her bow. At the same time, he quickly examined Lin Pingping, noticing that this woman had changed quite a lot. She wore a beautiful violet dress that was tightly wound around the waist, bringing out the alluring features of her body. Her hair was tied up neatly without even the tiniest strand out of place, and her skin had also become fairer. The impression of a vagrant teetering from place to place for the sake of survival that Miao Yi had of her during their first meeting was no more. In its place was a graceful poise that had finally revealed itself, an innate trait that Lin Pingping had originally possessed from her background as a member of an affluent family. Not to mention, she wasn't bad-looking to begin with. Her beauty had only been weathered down by all the hardships she endured. After going through recovery these past few years, it was safe to say that she now gave off an impression that was quite pleasing to the eye. Lin Pingping was also secretly examining Miao Yi, realizing that the latter had an even stronger air of composure about him than before. She didn't know if it was because she was feeling nervous, but she could feel a bit of pressure at seeing Miao Yi again. Miao Yi lightly nodded with a smile, while Chen Er and Shui Er were curiously staring at Lin Pingping. The two of them had heard of what happened to her. Brother Miao. Luo Ping cupped his fists and smiled. How could I have troubled Brother Luo to come receive me personally? Miao Yi returned the gesture. Ha ha. Brother Miao has returned triumphantly after experiencing a decade of perils. It's only right that I come to congratulate you. Luo Ping cast a sidelong glance at Chen Er and Shui Er's mounts, musing inwardly, looks like he struck gold indeed. Even his handmaidens have such rare spiritual beasts as mounts. After both parties exchanged pleasantries, they continued on their way back to the capital city, riding side by side as they chatted amicably. Lin Pingping accompanied the other three in a discussion of their own. As the group crossed over the bridge leading into the city, what lay before them was a beautiful union of mountains and rivers. Various architectural structures stretched as far as the eye could see, and atop the seemingly countless serpentine water channels, both big and small, were an endless line of ships and boats. The boundlessness of the capital city struck the first-time visitors in the group with awe, causing them to wonder just exactly how big the place was. Chen Er and Shui Er were completely beside themselves with excitement at the glorious splendor that stretched out before them. They had never seen such an extravagant sight before. As it was his first time here, Yan Xiu also couldn't help sighing in awe. As expected of the capital city. Meanwhile, Chen Er and Shui Er would ask Lin Pingping random questions from time to time, and Lin Pingping would also reply to their every inquiry, pointing to multiple places as she introduced the sights and sounds of the city to the two ladies. If only Master could oversee this place someday, Shui Er suddenly commented carelessly. Luo Ping immediately turned his head in shock, as Chen Er hastily rebuked her in a low voice, "Little sister, don't speak such nonsense." Shui Er quickly realized her mistake. This was the capital city, and it was also the vassal city of the overlord of the fifth earthly branch. To oversee this place meant that Miao Yi would need to overthrow the current overlord. The young lady immediately turned to Miao Yi nervously, afraid that she had caused trouble with her comment. In contrast, Miao Yi didn't lose his calm and simply smiled at Luo Ping. "Sorry you had to see that, Brother Luo." The two of them have been stuck in a small place all this while and have never seen the world outside. They're a little excited by all the lavish sights they're seeing for the first time, and so ended up making such a rash comment. I hope Brother Luo will not take it to heart. Luo Pin chuckled and said, "It was just a slip of the tongue. I won't take it seriously." Miao Yi then smiled to the two ladies and said, "There's still some time before the appointed day of the meeting with the overlord. You two can have Lin Pingping take you around the capital city afterward. But for now, let's just settle down someplace first." The two ladies nodded excitedly. The group went straight to Jade Capital Peak. There, Lin Pingping took out a numbered plaque to show to the guard, and the group was granted passage up the mountain. As Lin Pingping led the group along the way, Miao Yi asked, "Did you reserve the 2 extra mansions as I requested?" He had already promised Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei that they would meet here and had told them that he would have someone in the capital city make the necessary arrangements for them. Lin Pingping immediately replied courteously, "Yes, my lord. It has already been prepared." As they reached the mansion at the top of Jade Capital Peak, Chen Er looked around the picturesque scenery that surrounded them and sighed in astonishment, "It's so pretty." Shui Er repeatedly nodded in agreement. Even though the places they had stayed in previously also had nice sceneries, they were all situated in the middle of deep mountains and ancient forests, away from the mortal realm. No matter how beautiful a scenery was, one would eventually grow bored after having to see it day after day. In contrast, the lavish extravagance of the mortal realm was laid out at the doorstep of their divinely beautiful abode, and the various facets of mortal life could be found right underneath their feet. The delight that came from having such an exalted status was indescribable. It was only natural to sigh in astonishment. Yan Xiu's reaction was much more composed compared to the two ladies. Women would always tend to be more exaggerated in their reactions toward beautiful things. As Miao Yi and the others settled down in their lodgings, Luo Ping bid them farewell, saying that they should rest up after their long journey and that he would prepare a feast to welcome them in the evening. Miao Yi called out to Luo Ping as he was about to leave, "Brother Luo, I'm not too familiar with the manners that are within the fifth earthly branch's domain. Can you tell me where I can find a suitable map?" Luo Ping was slightly taken aback by the question, but he soon remembered that Miao Yi was going to choose the location of his new post soon, so it was obvious that he needed to understand the situation before doing so. Luo Ping smiled. "A trivial matter. The trade routes of the Chamber of Commerce extend throughout the entire celestial nation. We are not short of such things. I will get one for you after this." Miao Yi cupped his fists as a show of thanks, and Luo Ping finally excused himself. Now that his guest was gone, Miao Yi commanded all the servants that originally came with the mansion to leave them. He then sat himself down in the living room, looking at Lin Pingping as he said, "Lin Pingping, you have done well during the years of my absence. The two aunties have given you much praise." Lin Pingping immediately bowed and said, "I don't deserve such compliments, my lord. Had my lord not shown me kindness by taking me in, I would not be where I am today. It's only right that I do this much." Miao Yi turned his head to the side and lightly nodded. Qianer then immediately brought forward a storage ring and handed it to Lin Pingping. "This is master's reward for you." Lin Pingping thanked Miao Yi. As she examined the storage ring, she couldn't help her surprise when she found 1,000 low-grade orbs of will inside. She then immediately thanked him again. "You deserve this. As long as you stay faithful to your task, I will reward you accordingly." Miao Yi waved his hand to gesture that she didn't need to be so polite. He then added solemnly, "You've worked alone in the capital city all this while. With the limited amount of resources you have, it must have been difficult to go around scouting information. Some expenditures are inevitable when working in the capital. After this, I will have Qianer set up an account in the Chamber of Commerce for you, and I'll give you the appropriate amount of resources. You can make withdrawals as you like, and to make it easier for you to scout for information, you are hereby authorized to spend the money as you see fit before reporting it to me. In addition, I will grant you 5 vacancies within the administration. You can recruit 5 reliable subordinates among the loose cultivators. They will all be assigned to you and will work in tandem with your operations within the capital city. Remember, quality before quantity. I would rather the positions remain vacant than to have someone incompetent fill their spots. The people you recruit must be reliable. Once you've made your choice, report to me. I will settle the issue concerning their status. After coming back from the Sea of Constellations this time, Miao Yi had looked through all of Lin Pingping's reports over the years. He realized that she was quite knowledgeable and was able to do her job fairly well. As expected of a woman from an affluent family, she had never once caused any trouble. From this, Miao Yi could see her loyalty as well as her capabilities, and he was prepared to delegate even more authority to her. To make things more convenient for her was to do the same for himself as well. Lin Pingping was overjoyed by Miao Yi's words and cupped her fists once more. "Thank you for having such faith in me, my lord. I will not betray your expectations." Miao Yi nodded, then took out a jade archive and wrote down a few things before imprinting it with his transcendence seal. He handed it to Lin Pingping, saying, "I want you to find 2 loose cultivators immediately and have them wait by the entrance of the mountain. Once the 2 people listed on that jade archive arrive, bring them to me." The other 2 mansions were prepared specifically for them. Lin Pingping received the jade archive and read it. Written on it were Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei's names. Weren't these 2 names on the list of the Subjugation Crusade returnees as well? Lin Pingping mused to herself. After making sure that Miao Yi had no other instructions for her, she acknowledged the order and left. "Yan Xiao!" Miao Yi called out. This time, he wasn't as polite as he was with Lin Pingping, casually tossing over a storage ring as he said, "This is for you." Yan Xiao caught the storage ring and examined it and was shocked to find a full set of second-grade armor artifacts inside as well as 10,000 low-grade orbs of will. This was a heavy reward indeed. In his astonishment, Yan Xiu didn't even get to thank Miao Yi in time before the latter said the words bath, then rose to his feet and led Shan and Shui away. As for the two ladies, they no longer needed any reward from Miao Yi. Given their cultivations, the number of cultivation resources currently in their possession was already more than enough to last them for a long time. As long as they stuck with Miao Yi, whatever he had, they wouldn't lack. This is what is meant by a trusted aide. The two ladies need only serve Miao Yi with undying loyalty. Their fates were tied together. If Miao Yi was showered with glory, so would they. If he were to lose his standing, so would they. Even though their relationship was that of master and servant, that was only limited to when the two ladies were facing Miao Yi. When facing the other people in Miao Yi's territory, their status was akin to that of mistresses. It was something that many would be envious of. Inside the bathroom, clear waves arose from the tranquil waters. Two voluptuous bodies clung to Miao Yi's side, their private areas covered with but a piece of cloth. The scene was enough to make a man hot with excitement. Perhaps due to it being their first time visiting the capital city, Chen and Shui felt a little excited from the unfamiliarity and were a little more clingy than usual. The arousal was apparent on their faces as they eagerly awaited Miao Yi's tender loving. However, it seemed Miao Yi wasn't in the mood to fool around with them. Ever since he came back from the Sea of Constellations, he didn't touch the two ladies at all. Even now, as they were helping clean his body, he remained unperturbed and just sat there resting with his eyes closed. Chen and Shui couldn't help feeling disappointed over this. After his bath, Miao Yi went back to cultivating. As the sky began to darken, Luo Ping organized a celebratory banquet in a mountain pavilion right outside the mansion. The beautiful radiance of 1,000 newly lit lanterns could be seen at the foot of the mountain. It was a truly wonderful feeling to drink wine with such a magnificent sight before them. Shan and Shui would frequently sweep their gazes across the mountain, evidently excited. At the banquet, both Yan Xiu and Lin Pingping had seats arranged for them, while Chen and Shui had to stand behind Miao Yi. At the end of the day, the two ladies were still servants, whereas Yan Xiu and Lin Pingping were subordinates. It was normal for the latter to sit with their superiors. If Miao Yi wasn't around, everyone else would be asking the two ladies to take a seat instead. It was simply because their statuses were different. In public events like this, the two ladies still needed to maintain the proper decorum expected of a master-servant relationship. Outside of these situations, however, they could sit or even sleep together with Miao Yi, and no one would be able to say anything against it. Meanwhile, Miao Yi sat in his seat, examining the map on the Jade Archive that Luo Ping had brought over. The map was a detailed one that contained the entire expanse of the Celestial Nation. However, Miao Yi didn't bother concerning himself with the other places and simply focused on the fifth earthly branch. The respective domains of each palace, hall, and manor were indicated very clearly on the map. Luo Ping had spent quite a bit of an effort on this map. He had intentionally marked out which of the manors were more lucrative than the others, as well as the main commodity of each manor. This was clearly done to make it easier for Miao Yi to decide on which place to pick for his new appointment, and also so that Luo Ping could show his sincerity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, Scarce Opportunities, Fierce Competition. Chapter 457, Scarce Opportunities, Fierce Competition. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Throughout the banquet, Luo Ping only talked about the scenery and didn't mention a single thing about business. He believed that Miao Yi should understand his intentions. Miao Yi could also tell what Shan and Shui were thinking about. Since it was their first time here, he knew that the two ladies were very interested to see the sights of the lavish capital city. As such, Miao Yi immediately announced that they would go exploring the night views of the city after the banquet, and instructed Lin Pingping to ready a ship later on. The last time he was here, he hadn't been able to enjoy the capital city properly due to a few bumps along the way. Lin Pingping could tell that the two ladies were very eager to look around, and at the same time, she also felt a little bad to be sitting while they were standing, so she quickly excused herself to make the necessary preparations. However, right when the banquet was about to end, one person showed up along the narrow stone path just outside the pavilion. Everyone turned to look at this person and noticed it was a handsome young man dressed in the same blue uniform Luo Ping wore. They could tell he was a member of the Celestial Nations Chamber of Commerce from a single glance. Luo Ping was a little surprised at first to see this visitor. However, he soon furrowed his brows and stood up. The other party was also shocked to see that Luo Ping was here. He cupped his fists from a distance and smiled. "Luo Ping, I didn't know you'd be here too." Luo Ping returned the gesture and asked, "Ren Xianming, why are you here?" The young man called Ren Xianming chuckled lightly but ignored the question. He turned his head to look at the mansion, then shifted his gaze back to the pavilion outside. He scanned the crowd inside and immediately locked eyes with Miao Yi, who was seated higher than the rest. With cupped fists, he smiled and asked, "May I have the courtesy of knowing if this young lord is the 10th place holder of the Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade, Miao Yi?" "It was merely a stroke of luck that I managed to get 10th place." Miao Yi stood up, then politely cupped his fists and answered, "Yes, I am Miao Yi. Why are you looking for me?" Ren Xianming immediately stepped forward with zeal, handing over his name card with both hands as he said, "My name is Ren Xianming, and like Luo Ping, I am also a teller from the capital city's Chamber of Commerce. I have long heard tales of Manor Head Miao's valor, so I came here just to pay you a visit." He shot Luo Ping a glance as he said, "I never thought that Brother Luo would have been one step ahead of me. It looks like in my haste, I ended up putting a damper on Manor Head Miao's banquet. As a token of my apology, I will be organizing a banquet in Spring Glory House tomorrow. I hope that Manor Head Miao will do me the honor of attending." Miao Yi received the name card and looked over it, then cast a sidelong glance at Luo Ping. Noticing the deep frown on the latter's face, he could vaguely guess the purpose of this Ren Xianming's visit. He was most likely here to try and take Luo Ping's business away. However, Miao Yi couldn't help but wonder how this Ren Xianming had caught wind of his arrival. After all, he didn't have too many acquaintances in the capital city, and Luo Ping had only found out through Lin Pingping, which was understandable. Miao Yi tucked the name card away but didn't reply to the invitation for tomorrow's banquet. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Ren, you are too kind. I wouldn't dare call myself a manor head. I am simply a mountain chieftain. Ai. Brother Miao is too humble. Everyone knows that all the vacant manor head seats in the entire Fifth Earthly Branch are just waiting to be chosen by you." Ren Xianming laughed. He then took out a gift box from his storage ring and presented it to Miao Yi. "I came here in a rush. This is a small gift to commemorate our meeting. Please accept it, Manor Head Miao." Things wouldn't look too good for Luo Ping if Miao Yi accepted this gift. Hence, he could no longer keep quiet and said, "Brother Ren, Brother Miao is my customer." Ren Xianming was undisturbed by his words. He simply smiled and said, "Brother Miao has just arrived today. I'm sure that Brother Luo has only gotten to know him today as well. There is only the difference of a single step between us. I'm sure that Brother Miao wouldn't mind making another friend." Miao Yi pushed the gift box back to Ren Xianming, smiling as he said, "I don't mind becoming friends with you, Brother Ren, but the gift isn't necessary. To be frank, Brother Luo and I are actually old friends. We've known each other even before I was sent to the Sea of Constellations. Brother Luo was also the one who waited 5 kilometers outside the city to receive me today." The meaning implied behind his words were clear. If I'm going to do business, then I'm definitely going to help an old friend out. Beside him, Luo Ping felt greatly relieved deep down. He smiled at the colleague in front of him, and there was even a slight sense of schadenfreude in his gaze. With an awkward expression, Ren Xianming forced a smile and said, "I see. Then it looks like I really was imprudent by barging in like this. But no matter, even if we can't do business, we can still be friends. I'd still like you to accept this small gift of mine." he replied as he handed out the gift box again. It wouldn't look good to accept someone's gift right after rejecting them. Miao Yi refused to accept the gift box and pushed it back to Ren Xianming again. Ren Xianming was simply being courteous in the first place, so he didn't continue to argue. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to get this customer, he politely excused himself, saying that he wouldn't get in the way of everyone's fun. He also made no further mention of the banquet he was going to organize the next day. Deep down, everyone already knew how that was going to turn out. As he watched the other party depart, Miao Yi asked curiously, "It's not like he knows me personally. How did he know I arrived?" He was wondering if Lin Pingping had leaked the news of his arrival somehow. If she really was going around revealing such information, then he had to reconsider whether or not he could still use Lin Pingping. Luo Ping scoffed, "It's simple. He must have heard something from the people managing this place." After some thought, Miao Yi agreed with Luo Ping's answer. Even though this mansion was already reserved prior to his arrival, the residents still needed to register using their actual names. After all, this was still the overlord's territory. No one could simply ignore the rules and do as they pleased. That said, Miao Yi still frowned. "Are you saying that the people here will just casually reveal their customers' information?" "Brother Miao, don't think too much about it. This place is also one of the businesses owned by the Chamber of Commerce. If anything, the information will only be available to its internal members alone. It won't be casually revealed to the public," Luo Ping explained. He then advised Miao Yi, "That said, I would still like to give you a fair warning. Ren Xianming is a person who likes using underhanded methods to conduct his business. It's best that you don't get too close to him." Miao Yi thought that Luo Ping was telling him this because he was afraid Ren Xianming would try to take his business away. He teased playfully, "Brother Luo, you don't seem to be too fond of this Ren Xianming." Luo Ping was taken aback. He then shook his head and smiled, "It looks like Brother Miao has some misconception about me. But it's fine. You can just think of it as there being no room for agreement between two of the same trade." Everyone smiled at Luo Ping's words. They'd originally thought that it was easy being a member of the Chamber of Commerce, but it seemed the internal competition was quite fierce indeed. "Brother Luo, there's something I have to tell you. Actually, one of your Chamber of Commerce employees has already come to me before you did." As he faced the surprised look on Luo Ping's face, Miao Yi gently nodded and continued, "As I'm quite close to the other person, I promised her that she would be the first one I'd look for if I ever have anything to trade. Brother Luo, there will still be a chance for us to work together in the future, but..." It wasn't hard to understand what he was trying to say. As he recovered from his initial shock, Luo Ping let out a bitter smile. It turned out he was still too careless in the end. He should have rushed to Mount Calming Sea right from the start. It's just that there was too much of a distance between here and there. And without first confirming if there would be a trade, it wouldn't be too good to trouble a Red Lotus expert to send him there either. Not to mention, Luo Ping figured that Miao Yi would be coming to the capital city soon anyway, which was why he chose to wait here. He never thought that someone else would still be one step ahead of him. Unexpectedly, Miao Yi then asked, "Brother Luo, are you familiar with Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian?" Luo Ping nodded. "You mean the ones who took 7th to 9th place in the subjugation crusade?" Miao Yi smiled. "Those three have an even higher ranking than me, and they've also amassed quite the fortune from the Sea of Constellations as well. Why don't you give them a try, Brother Luo?" Luo Ping sighed. "It's not that I don't want to, but there are simply too many people from the Chamber of Commerce eyeing you all. The opportunities are scarce, and the competition is fierce. Will you believe me if I tell you that the others will come looking for you soon enough? And as for those three, they belong to the three major sects, which naturally have some relation to our Chamber of Commerce. Hence, it's even possible for them to bypass the low-ranking tellers and make their trades with the higher-ups directly. How could one such as myself have a chance with them then? Even if I were to go look for them, I doubt they would deign to meet with me." I was only able to seize the initiative with you since we were old acquaintances. I never thought that in the end, someone had got to you first. Ai. He let out a deep sigh, feeling rather dejected. He could only blame himself for not being careful enough. Have the three of them arrived? Miao Yi asked. Luo Ping shook his head. Not yet. Miao Yi immediately took out 3 jade archives and wrote down 3 recommendation letters. He imprinted them with his transcendent seal, then handed them to Luo Ping and said, "Then you'll have to work hard and keep an eye out. Once the 3 of them have arrived, you must pay them a visit immediately. I have a bit of a grievance with the 3 major sects, so when you go look for them, don't mention my name. You just need to hand these letters to the 3 of them privately." Luo Ping read the letters, which stated that he was an employee of the Chamber of Commerce, and also a friend of Miao Yi's. It also asked that Gu Sanzheng, Tan Lao, and Exin help him out if it was convenient for them. Since Miao Yi was able to write such a recommendation letter, it was obvious that it would have some use. Else, he wouldn't write such a thing just to embarrass himself. Luo Ping was a little beside himself with joy. Since Miao Yi had told him to handle this matter discreetly, he figured he shouldn't inquire too much about it and just cupped his fists in gratitude. He was truly thankful to Miao Yi. At least with this, it seemed his efforts had not been in vain. After the banquet was over, Luo Ping took the opportunity to play the host once again, insisting on joining Miao Yi and the others on their nightly excursion of the capital city. He even offered to pay all their expenses for the night. As they all left Jade Capital Peak and boarded the ship that had been reserved for them, Luo Ping finally realized that he had been too rash in making his decision tonight. At night, the capital city was as extravagant as ever, and even more beautiful than it was during the day. There was a different atmosphere that could not be found while the sun hung in the sky. Amidst the splendor of the city, however, Luo Ping was dismayed when he discovered that Miao Yi's 2 handmaidens were complete and utter spendthrifts. They were intrigued by every single thing in the capital city, buying all sorts of random junk and stuffing them into their storage rings and storage bangles. He asked them once, "Why do you even need to buy 2 stone lion statues?" And from the way they replied, it seemed they were planning to place it in front of Miao Yi's new manor. As he paid for the purchase, Luo Ping was a little lost for words. "Do you think that no one would send any good presents to an esteemed manor head? Do you really need to place this piece of junk at your doorstep? Do you really need to spend money so frivolously?" Luo Ping turned to Miao Yi, thinking, "My brother, are you not going to stop them?" After spending over 500,000 gold crystals, Luo Ping was starting to feel weak in the knees. If this were to keep up, how much money would he have to spend? Had Miao Yi not secretly transmitted his voice over to Chen Er and Shui Er and told them to stop, Luo Ping would have definitely ended the night in shame. When they returned late at night, Chen Er and Shui Er still seemed like they had yet to reach their fill of fun. The next day, Miao Yi had Lin Pingping take the 2 ladies out to enjoy themselves once again. As for Yan Xiu, he stood guard by Miao Yi's door to help him block all the guests. The reason for this was due to the incessant flow of Chamber of Commerce employees coming to visit Miao Yi, just as Luo Ping had told him. Yan Xiu heeded Miao Yi's instructions and used Luo Ping as an excuse to send all these guests on their way. A few days later, despite being situated in 2 different areas, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei met up with one another along the way to the capital city. They then rode to Jade Capital Peak together, and the moment they arrived, they naturally went looking for Miao Yi. The 2 of them had brought along a few of their trusted subordinates, as well as their personal handmaidens. Because their masters had such a close relationship between them, the moment Chen Er and Shui Er met up with the other handmaidens, it was like a spark had been lit between them as well. These 6 women clearly didn't plan on letting the capital city off so easily. Lin Pingping could only resign herself to her fate. After sending the women on their way, the men sat down together and talked about important matters. Miao Yi asked the other 2 about how they fared after returning to their territories. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei got upset the moment this matter was brought up. They too experienced something similar to what Miao Yi did with Mount Comingxi. However, at the end of the day, the two of them were still Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators. The chances of them surviving the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade were not small. Hence, their subordinates didn't dare to act too out of turn, and therefore, the situation did not develop to be as bad as the one at Mount Calming Sea. That said, the only difference was that it wasn't too difficult for Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei to clean things up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, Some Happy, Some Sad. Chapter 458, Some Happy, Some Sad. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Brother Ding has come. Brother Rin is here as well. Outside one of the mansions on Jade Capital Peak, there stood a teller of the Celestial Nations Chamber of Commerce, surnamed Ding. As he arrived, he soon discovered many of his colleagues were here as well. There were about a dozen of them standing under the shade of a tree. Teller Ding proceeded to cup his fists and exchange pleasantries with his colleagues. Among them, Ren Xianming swept his gaze across the crowd and remarked sarcastically, "It looks like other than those who are on duty, everyone else has temporarily placed all other business aside to come here." The crowd chuckled as they thought, "We could say the same for you." Having just arrived, Teller Ding didn't know why everyone else was just waiting here. He didn't bother asking either and simply proceeded to cup his fists towards the servant guarding by the gates of the mansion, saying, "My name is Ding Haoren, and I'm a teller from the Chamber of Commerce. I request an audience with Manor Head Zhao. Please help me send the word to him." When his colleagues under the shade heard this, they couldn't help revealing an awkward expression. The servant was then seen replying politely, "Manor Head Zhao is not here." Ding Haoren asked curiously, "Hasn't he registered himself already?" The servant replied, "Yes, he has. But he only briefly looked around the place before going back out. It looks like he went off to visit a friend. As a servant, he shouldn't be revealing so much information." However, at the end of the day, this place was still the property of the Chamber of Commerce, and these people were all its employees. Hence, as a lowly loose cultivator who needed to rely on the Chamber of Commerce to survive, he didn't dare offend them and had no choice but to reply honestly. Ding Haoren was stumped as he slowly turned to look at his colleagues standing under the shade of the tree. He finally understood why they were waiting here. After musing to himself for a while, Ding Haoren cupped his fists towards his colleagues, then turned around and went on his way. He intended to visit the other person who had just arrived, Manor Head Sikong. Under the shade, Ren Xianming yelled, "Brother Ding, stop wasting your energy." That Manor Head Sikong and this Manor Head Zhao arrived together. Afterward, they left together as well. "You'd be running around for nothing, so you might as well wait here with us. When this Manor Head Zhao returns, he'll surely pass by this place and we'll be able to see him clearly then. We won't miss him." Ding Haoren was stunned. In the end, there was little he could do but laugh bitterly as he walked on over to the shade. Not long after, the crowd noticed another person approaching with rushed steps through a small path in the forest. This person was none other than Luo Ping. He was supposed to be on duty in the Chamber of Commerce today, but after finding out from someone that Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei had registered themselves in Jade Capital Peak, he immediately applied for emergency leave and rushed here. No matter how low his odds of success were, he had to give it a shot somehow. When he arrived, he immediately noticed the crowd that was already here and couldn't help remarking deep down, "These bastards sure react quickly." Little did Luo Ping know that by taking the initiative with Miao Yi before this, he'd taught these people a lesson and caused them to keep such a close eye on the mansions at Jade Capital Peak. Thus, the moment Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei registered themselves, there was an immediate reaction from these people. Like all the others before him, Luo Ping was quite puzzled as to why these people were waiting here. Facing the sneaky smiles of his colleagues, he cupped his fists at them, then proceeded to ask the servant by the gate about Manor Head Zhao. Unsurprisingly, he received the same response as the rest of them. Luo Ping immediately understood everything. Just as he was about to go visit the other manor head, Ren Xianming was already beckoning him over with his hand and said teasingly, "Brother Luo, don't trouble yourself any further. Just wait here with us." These were the same words as before, and it caused the entire crowd to break out into laughter. No wonder all these people are waiting here. Luo Ping was feeling quite helpless, but he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he gave up now. Hence, he too started walking towards the shade of the tree. However, he had only taken a few steps forward when he suddenly halted, turning to look at the mansion behind him. He then shifted his gaze towards another mansion on the mountain and thought, this seems like one of the two other mansions that Lin Pingping had reserved in addition to Miao Yi's. Then could it be visiting a friend? Luo Ping's eyes instantly brightened, and he bade farewell to his colleagues with cupped fists. He's not waiting anymore? The crowd was puzzled from Luo Ping's sudden retreat. However, Ren Xianming noticed something suspicious from the shift in Luo Ping's expression. He shouted, "Brother Luo, you're not going to wait anymore?" Luo Ping didn't even turn around. He simply waved his hand and answered, "I have to be on duty." This was obviously just a cursory reply. In truth, Luo Ping headed straight for Miao Yi's mansion immediately after. The people standing guard knew that he was Miao Yi's acquaintance, so they let him in soon after announcing his arrival. When Luo Ping entered the rear garden, he noticed there were a few unfamiliar faces standing guard. He made his way along the small winding path to the quiet pavilion atop the rockery. There, he noticed 3 people sitting down. Miao Yi was among them, but the other 2 were completely unfamiliar faces. Luo Ping's heart thumped as he figured his hunch was all but assured at this point. He quickly made his way up the rockery, then cupped his fists at Miao Yi, while his gaze was focused on Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei instead. He asked, "Brother Miao, are these 2 friends?" Miao Yi lightly slapped on the table and laughed. "Zhao Fei, Xikong, it looks like someone is here to buy you 2 dinner." Zhao Fei replied with a simple "oh." After which, he and Xikong Wuwei proceeded to examine Luo Ping, a little confused as to what was happening. Miao Yi had even called out their names already. Luo Ping was immediately beside himself with joy. The people he was looking for were here as expected. Since Miao Yi had reserved mansions for these 2, they must have a rather close relationship. Luo Ping was relieved to have finally found a solution to his problem. He hastily took out his name card and handed it to Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei as he introduced himself. As Luo Ping sat down, he laughed bitterly at Miao Yi. "Brother Miao, why didn't you tell me earlier that you're friends with these 2 manor heads? I had to go through so much trouble because of you. Just now, I was at one of the mansions the 2 manor heads were staying in, and much to my dismay, the people in question weren't there at all." However, deep down he was sighing in astonishment. It looks like this man is quite close to all the subjugation crusade survivors of the 5th earthly branch. What a stroke of luck. Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei looked at one another. They understood the purpose of Luo Ping's visit now, but the 2 of them couldn't simply agree to do business with him, as they had already promised Miao Yi's little sister. Miao Yi didn't reply to Luo Ping and instead shouted to Yan Xiu, who was standing guard at the bottom of the rockery. "Yan Xiu, go prepare a welcoming feast for the 2 manor heads." "I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm very familiar with the capital city. I'll go make the arrangements." Luo Ping immediately jumped at the chance to organize the welcoming feast, and stated clearly to everyone around, "Don't anyone take this away from me." He then quickly departed to make the preparations. When Luo Ping left, Xikong Wuwei asked, "What's up with that?" Miao Yi briefly explained the story to them. He then said, "Last time, I only told him about how I promised my business to Wen Fang after the meal. This time, you 2 can do the same as well. When you guys get to know each other better afterward, you can use his name as a deterrent to deal with all the other annoying people from the Chamber of Commerce. He's already used to it anyway." As such, after the welcoming banquet that night, it was to no one's surprise that Luo Ping's reaction was that of a bitter laugh. He shook his head in resignation as he pointed at Miao Yi, who had him fooled. As the banquet ended, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei went back to their own mansions, their bodies reeking of alcohol. And as expected, they were met with a large group of people by the entrance. They didn't beat around the bush and quickly used Luo Ping's name to turn down all these people and send them away. That way they wouldn't be offending the other party either. All the tellers could simply go back crestfallen. One of them grumbled, "We waited the whole day here for nothing." Another complained resentfully, "That bastard Luo Ping has actually taken hold of 3 of them on his own. It looks like he'll surely take the top spot for the sales rankings at the end of the year. How lucky can he get?" Luck? How can he be so lucky all the time? Ren Xianming mumbled to himself as he stood alone in front of the gates of Zhao Fei's mansion. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he seemed to have figured something out. He quickly rushed to Miao Yi's mansion. However, he didn't go inside and only asked the servant guarding the gate a few questions via voice transmission. After confirming that Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei had indeed left this place after having drinks, Ren Xianming departed with a grim face. Over the next few days, Gu Sanjian, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian of the 3 major sects had arrived as well. The day for the 5th Earthly Branch survivors of the Subjugation Crusade to report to Jade Capital Peak was just around the corner. None of them would think of arriving precisely on the day itself, as they wouldn't be able to shoulder the responsibility if something were to happen to cause them to be late. Hence, they all made it a few days ahead of time. Even though there were people from the Chamber of Commerce assigned specifically to deal with the trades from the 3 major sects on a regular basis, Ren Xianming was still unwilling to give up. He didn't want to lose out to Luo Ping in the sales rankings at the end of the year. Hence, when he heard that the members of the 3 major sects had arrived, he still chose to look for them, despite everyone else having already given up. As the first one to arrive, Gu Sanjiang did grant Ren Xianming an audience, surprisingly. As the 2 of them sat in the living room, Ren Xianming took out a gift box again and smiled as he pushed it to Gu Sanjiang. "Brother Gu, I hope you'll accept this small gift of mine to commemorate our first meeting." When the other party told him of his identity, Gu Sanjiang immediately knew what he was here for. He didn't wish to meet with him originally. However, he figured he shouldn't go around offending people carelessly, so he ultimately decided to grant Ren Xianming an audience. Gu Sanjiang showed no signs of accepting the gift. He was always the frigid type. He wasted no time in explaining the harsh truth to Ren Xianming right from the start. "Brother Ren, it's not that I don't wish to work together with you. It's just that my school has always maintained a partnership with one of the seniors in your Chamber of Commerce. I cannot make such a decision on my own." Ren Xianming was still unwilling to give up. He chuckled and said, "Even if we can't do business, we can still be friends. I have long admired Brother Gu. Tonight, I'll be organizing a welcoming banquet in Spring Glory House for Brother Gu. I hope you'll do me the honor of attending." In the end, Gu Sanjiang declined Ren Xianming's gift, as well as his invitation for the welcoming banquet, using the excuse saying that he had some other matters to attend to. Ren Xianming ultimately left with an awkward expression on his face. He unexpectedly bumped into Luo Ping as he exited the gate. The 2 of them were not particularly close to begin with. Luo Ping could tell what just happened from the look on Ren Xianming's face. He mocked, "Brother Ren, you really don't know when to quit. Why torment yourself so?" "Humph." Ren Xianming flicked his sleeves and left. Luo Ping didn't want to waste time with him either. He proceeded to ask the guard by the entrance to announce his arrival, and after getting permission to enter, he walked inside the mansion. Having not gone far, Ren Xianming creased his brows as he thought, "I ended up failing. How can that bastard be so confident? Otherwise, why would he mock me so?" He walked to the forest with quick steps, then abruptly turned around and hid himself between the trees. Inside the living room of the mansion, as Luo Ping presented to Gu Sanjiang his name card and introduced himself, he noticed a slight annoyance from the latter's face. He immediately took out Miao Yi's recommendation letter and handed it out with both arms as he said, "Brother Gu, I was asked to hand this to you by a friend." Gu Sanjiang was somewhat confused. As he took the jade archive and examined it with his transcendence energy, he couldn't help his surprise. By the time Luo Ping came out from the gate, his expression was practically glowing. Miao Yi's recommendation letter was very effective indeed. Even though the other party hadn't openly promised him anything, and had refused the welcoming banquet as well, his expression was significantly better after reading the letter. Gu Sanjing even said to Luo Ping that he would have to trouble him if he ever needed his help. Luo Ping was a member of the Chamber of Commerce, while the other person was going to be a manor head who would oversee an entire domain. What could he ever need Luo Ping's help with? It wasn't as though Luo Ping could fight and kill Gu Sanjing's enemies for him. Obviously, the other party meant that he would look for him whenever he had something to sell. Having gotten a major customer, Luo Ping's mood was naturally good. After Luo Ping left, Ren Xianming slowly walked out of the forest he was hiding in. Luo Ping was in the mansion for a longer time than he was, and judging from his expression, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened. Ren Xianming's expression instantly darkened. Over the next few days, Ren Xianming went to look for Tan Lao and Yi Xian as well. However, it was to no avail. None of them were willing to trade with him. The other tellers from the Chamber of Commerce seemed to know it would end like this, so none of them came to visit those three. The only ones that did were him and Luo Ping. However, judging from his secret surveillance of the situation, it was evident that he and Luo Ping had received two entirely different treatments. Hiding in the darkness as he watched Luo Ping leave Yi Xian's mansion in a jubilant manner, Ren Xianming gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "The three major sects are just bullying me." That said, it wasn't as though he could do anything to the three major sections. 1. The three major sects had a rather decent relationship with the Chamber of Commerce. And 2. Not anyone could afford to offend the forces of the three major sects within the fifth earthly branch. Their sect masters were individuals who could meet the overlord directly. If he were to offend them, then given the connections they had, they didn't need to spare much effort to take care of a measly employee from the Chamber of Commerce. There was nothing Ren Xianming could do but leave resentfully. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459, Sudden Calamity. Chapter 459, Sudden Calamity. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Elder Sister Xiaoa. Come look. As she walked along the crowded market, Shui'er turned around and shouted to a beautiful girl dressed in an elegant off-shoulder robe. The girl was looking around with curiosity, but immediately rushed over to Shui'er when she heard the latter call her name. Behind her, Shan Hai, Taya, Wang Fong, and Wang Lian also came over to see what the fuss was about. Taya and Xiaoa were Zhao Fei's handmaidens, and Wang Fong and Wang Lian were Sikong Wuwei's handmaidens. All three masters had given their girls a few days off, insisting that they need not worry about their duties and to have fun in the capital city instead. Perhaps it was a form of compensation on their part for having worried these ladies for so many years. That said, this highly populous capital city was as unbelievably huge as it was extravagant. It was not a place that the six ladies could fully enjoy to their heart's content in just 1 or 2 days. What's more, considering it was such a hard-to-come-by opportunity, the ladies decided to make full use of their time here, heading off early every single morning and coming back late every single night as they fully immersed themselves in all that the capital city had to offer. The ladies gathered together and looked towards an intricately designed crystal fish tank. Slowly swimming around inside it was a group of fish which were almost bloated like balls. Their sheer cuteness immediately garnered the ladies' affection. As the ladies surrounded the fish tank and pointed at the swimming creatures excitedly, a tall, thin man holding a fan swaggered by with around half a dozen escorts following behind him. The stall owners on both sides of the street immediately revealed frightened looks. When the thin man passed by the ladies, he slightly raised an eyebrow at them, then sent an abrupt slap towards Qian'er's supple buttocks. Since she was staring at the fish tank, her upper body was already bent forward. The crisp sound of the slap quickly echoed throughout the area. Against this sudden assault, Shan Hai exclaimed in shock and quickly covered her butt. When the other ladies turned around, they watched as Shan Hai sent out a kick by reflex. Two of the thin man's escorts quickly stood in front of him to block Shan Hai's retaliation, but not only were they unable to protect their master, the three of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying altogether. The trio crashed into a stall on the opposite end of the street and knocked down several fish tanks, spilling water everywhere and causing the different types of fish to flop around on the ground. All three men were sprawled on the floor. The escort standing in front who'd taken the brunt of the attack was already dead in a pool of his own blood, while the other escort kept vomiting blood. As for the thin man, he felt a strong haziness in his mind, and vigorously shook his head to dispel the dizziness. If there weren't two other people standing in front of him just now, being immortal, he would have surely died from the attack of an immortal cultivator like Shan Hai. The other three escorts quickly helped the thin man up. Two of them even pointed to Shan Hai furiously and were about to retaliate. However, when they saw the three-petaled white lotus mark on her forehead, they were instantly dazed. Still, their fingers pointed at her furiously as they barked, "How dare you attack someone in the capital city of the fifth earthly branch? Do you have any idea who you just hit?" The other ladies could already guess what had happened based on the loud slapping sound earlier and after seeing that Shan Hai was covering her butt. They were all utterly infuriated. Seeing her elder sister being taken advantage of, Shui Er was all the more beside herself with rage. The ladies immediately stepped forward and caused those escorts that stood in their path to wail in agony as they sent them flying with a kick, which had most likely killed these mortals on the spot. Fortunately, Lin Pingping had been standing close by. With a worried look on her face, she quickly rushed over to stop Shui Er and the others as she hastily warned, "We cannot use force here." Shui Er was completely blinded by fury. She barked angrily, "Move aside. Let me kill him." The thin man had regained his senses but was immediately thrust into a state of fear the next second. He frantically backed away, but soon fell back to the ground and stumbled his way backward. He was completely terrified. He'd never imagined that someone would dare attack him in the capital city of the fifth earthly branch. Standing in a shop nearby, Ren Xianming couldn't help his surprise at the boldness of these ladies. He also hadn't expected that they would dare to use physical force against someone in the capital city. If these ladies had really killed the person who'd taken advantage of them just now, they would definitely end up in big trouble. Lin Pingping hastily stopped the ladies, and warned them in a low voice, "That man is Huyan Shou, the 38th generation's grandson of the celestial sage's eldest disciple Huyan Taibao. He's not someone we can afford to offend at that." The ladies were astonished to hear that this thin man was actually a descendant of the celestial sage's disciple, and they quickly quelled the fury in their hearts. Even though they knew that the other party was just a mortal, they understood that he was not someone to be trifled with. Her face pale from anger, Shan Hai clenched her teeth and said, "Forget it. Let's go." The only reason she decided to let this matter go was because she didn't want to cause trouble for her master. But alas, it was no longer possible for them to leave, as an alarm had already begun to ring nearby. Soon, 9 cultivators flew over from 3 separate directions. They were all wearing the same uniform and had a badge engraved with the word martial hanging around their waist. Clearly, these people were the martial manners cultivators who were tasked with regulating safety and security within the capital city. When they saw Huyan Shou's miserable state, the 9 enforcers couldn't help their surprise. They never thought that someone would actually dare to hit him within the capital city. They quickly interrogated some of the bystanders on what happened in the area, then surrounded the ladies as they barked coldly, "As a cultivator, how dare you ignore the laws and commit murder in the capital city? You all must be tired of living." Noticing that the enforcers had arrived, Huyan Shou instantly felt a surge in confidence. Having regained some strength in his knees, he quickly got to his feet and bellowed furiously, "How dare you hit me?" Lin Pingping hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. She repeatedly bowed her head and apologized, "Young Master Huyan. This is their first time in the capital city. Please don't hold it against them. And where the hell did you sprout from? Hu Yanshou raised his hand, pa, and viciously slapped Lin Pingping's face. He then walked up to Qian, raised both hands, pa, and mercilessly slapped her as well. And that was still not the end of it. Hu Yanshou continued to give Shui'er, Taya, Xiaoa, Wang Feng, and Wang Lian a brutal slap as well. The ladies had used their transcendence energy to protect themselves. Not to mention, a mortal like Hu Yanshou couldn't damage them to begin with. But even so, they didn't dare to retaliate against him at all, and just stood in place as Hu Yanshou slapped their faces. For such beautiful women to be publicly humiliated like this, the 6 ladies all felt terribly ashamed inside. After going through a bout of slapping, Hu Yanshou wanted to have another go at these ladies, but someone suddenly grabbed his hand, yelling, "Hu Yanshou, that's enough." Hu Yanshou retorted angrily, "What do you mean that's enough? They killed my subordinates. I want them to pay with their lives." The enforcer who grabbed his hand replied coldly, "The martial manner will punish them accordingly. If you continue to fool around, you would be offending the governor. Are you aware of the consequences? We might be giving you face, but the governor won't show you that same courtesy." Hu Yanshou's rage instantly calmed down when he heard the governor's name. He timidly retracted his hand, no longer daring to disobey this enforcer. Within a place like the capital city, it was natural for there to be plenty of bigwigs. However, in spite of all that, Governor Lan Ho of the martial manor was still able to enforce the law in this place. This naturally proved that he commanded an unquestionable authority within the capital city. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. Seeing that Hu Yanshou had obediently stopped, the enforcer raised his hand and said, "Take them away, ut." Several black chains were then taken out, and the ladies were cuffed and taken away under the public eye. Not a single one of them dared to retaliate. "Hu Yanshou, you're coming along as well." The leader of the enforcers extended his arm in a beckoning gesture. Hu Yanshou's eyes instantly widened as he cried out, "They were the ones who committed murder. Just take them away. Why do you have to drag me in as well? You are the injured party here. If you don't come with us, how will we explain to our superiors?" The enforcer gave him a slight push and asked coldly, "Would you prefer the governor to send someone to bring you over instead?" Hu Yanshou was unable to retort and could only follow them obediently. Ai. With a worried expression, Lin Pingping hurriedly left the scene. She never expected something like this to happen. Not only had there been cultivators committing murder in the capital city, they were even taken away by the enforcers from the martial manor. Given the severity of this issue, it was no longer something she could solve on her own. Lin Pingping quickly turned around and rushed off. Coincidentally, today was also the day that Miao Yi and the others had to report to the martial manor. It wasn't anything serious really. Someone in the martial manor was just waiting for them to sign in their attendance to indicate their arrival, and to confirm they were ready for the overlord to grant them an audience at his convenience. Gu Sanjiang and the others had naturally joined in as well. All 6 of them registered with the martial manor, stating their temporary addresses within the capital city so that they could be readily summoned. After the administrative staff confirmed their information, he waved his hand, gesturing that they were all free to go. As the 6 of them left the office, Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian completely ignored Miao Yi and simply went on their own paths along with their subordinates, as though he was a complete stranger to them. Miao Yi had no intention of greeting them either. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei had both witnessed what happened in Mount Comingxi with their own eyes, so they knew why both parties were behaving so coldly to one another. Even though they didn't greet each other openly, Gu Sanjiang still secretly transmitted his voice over to Miao Yi and asked, "Miao Yi, when I returned to the school, I had originally planned to convince everyone to let go of our past grievances. I tried to mediate between our 2 parties using the events in the Sea of Constellations as a reason. So don't you think you went a little overboard with what you did in Mount Comingxi?" You killed my sword deviate sect disciples like they were mere ants. How do you expect my school to feel good about that? How do you expect me to feel good about that? He clearly knew what had happened in Mount Comingsi. In fact, it was precisely because he was so focused on this matter that his arrival in the capital city had been somewhat delayed. Miao Yi replied in kind, "Don't push all the blame onto me. Don't you think the disciples of your three major sects were a little too overbearing as well? Not only did they rob the authority away from their superiors while I wasn't around, they even forced my women to entertain scoundrels and use them as bargaining chips. These are the disciples produced by your three major sections. I should be the one asking how you expect me to feel good about that. Don't tell me you want me to feel grateful to them instead? If you were in my shoes, what would you have done?" Gu Sanjing couldn't make a single retort. He was also aware of how the disciples of the three major sects had exposed each other's crimes, and he agreed that they had indeed gone a little too far. However, that was merely based on his own personal judgment. If he stood from the school's point of view, the three major sect disciples didn't do anything wrong at all. To use any means necessary to obtain more benefits for the school was an approach that should be lauded, not scorned. After all, the success of a major sect was built upon the diligent efforts of every single one of its disciples. There was no way he could blame them for what they did. But with this, it seemed it would be very difficult for Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xin to walk alongside Miao Yi publicly in the future. Miao Yi's group had barely left the vicinity of the martial manor within Jade Capital Peak and were about to enter the sector of rental properties provided by the Chamber of Commerce when they saw Lin Pingping anxiously pacing around the mountain gates of the martial manor. When she saw Miao Yi come out, Lin Pingping lifted her skirt and knelt down on the spot as she cried out, "Your subordinate has been unfaithful in her task. I failed to look after the aunties, and now they're in trouble." Zhao Fei and the others were shocked, while Miao Yi gestured for Lin Pingping to stand as he asked solemnly, "Stand up and speak. What happened?" Walking on the other side, Gu Sanjiang and the others were also taken aback by Lin Pingping's words. They came to a stop and looked over, clearly wishing to know what had happened as well. Lin Pingping stood up and calmed herself, then quickly explained everything to Miao Yi. Miao Yi and Zhao Fei looked at each other in shock. They never thought that such an incident would strike them out of the blue like this. That said, this problem was indeed a little too much to handle. They were in no mood to be angered about the fact that Chen Er was taken advantage of or how their girls were humiliated in public. The martial manor's enforcers had already taken them away anyway. Miao Yi and the others couldn't help worrying that the six ladies would suffer due to Hu Yanshou's background. However, with their capabilities, they didn't really have the qualifications to get the martial manor to release the girls either. Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xin exchanged glances with one another, and the trio couldn't help frowning. In contrast, the other three major sect disciples accompanying them were revealing looks of delight. They clearly wanted nothing more than for Miao Yi to suffer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, Spoke Too Much. Chapter 460, Spoke Too Much. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Since they now knew that the six ladies were taken away by the martial manor's enforcers, their first thought was to head back and check with the martial manor. The group quickly turned around to try and re-enter the manor. However, they were stopped by the guards stationed at the mountain gates. That said, the other party knew that these people would soon have an audience with the overlord, so he didn't make things too difficult for them and simply gave a reminder, "This is the entrance to the administrative department. If you wish to look for detained criminals, you should head to the judicial department." The group immediately rushed down the mountain. As Lin Pingping only possessed a limited amount of influence within the capital city, Miao Yi decided to head straight for the Chamber of Commerce to look for Luo Ping. Luo Ping was shocked to hear what happened. It was taboo for a cultivator to kill a follower, no matter the country. After all, followers were the source for orbs of will for every single cultivator in the world. What's more, the incident had happened right inside the capital city. Things were as bad as it could get now that the girls had fallen into the hands of the martial manner. Things were even more troublesome considering that the person they offended was someone from the Wu Liang family, the #1 major clan within the entire celestial nation. It wasn't as though the Wu Liang family was a terrifyingly powerful clan or anything. No matter how much influence a mortal clan possessed, it was nothing in the eyes of a cultivator. The problem was that the person standing behind the Wu Liang family was Wu Liang Taibao, the first disciple of celestial sage Mu Fan Jian. His status within the celestial nation was second only to the celestial sage herself, and his influence paled only in comparison to Mu Fan Jian and no other. Wait a moment. I'll go seek help from a senior, Luo Ping said quickly before rushing back into the Chamber of Commerce. Soon, a white-haired old man walked out with him. The old man had a flushed nose and rosy cheeks that came from drinking alcohol. Miao Yi was familiar with this person as well. It was the appraiser who once visited Mount Comingsi to evaluate all his wine, Uncle Hua. Miao Yi quickly stepped forward and bowed. Miao Yi greets Uncle Hua. So it's really you, kid. Your subordinates sure have some guts. They even dared to kill people from the Wu Liang family. Uncle Hua shook his head and clicked his tongue. He then waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We'll see how bad the situation is for now." Miao Yi and the others followed Uncle Hua around the back of Jade Capital Peak. Evidently, the old-timer was quite familiar with the officers from the judicial department. It didn't take long for Miao Yi and the others to be granted special entry into the judiciary office. As for Yan Xiu as well as Zhao Fei's and Sikong Wuwei's subordinates, they remained outside. The judicial department was not some marketplace where they could just enter in droves without a care, after all. As they walked into the Martial Manor's judiciary office, Uncle Hua made use of his connections again and brought Miao Yi and the others straight to High Magistrate Pui Gong. If they had solely relied on Luo Ping instead, they wouldn't have been able to meet such a person. Uncle Hua was clearly quite close to Pui Gong. It didn't take long for him to find out from the latter that the interrogation was already over. During the interrogation, the 6 ladies stated that Hu Yanshou was the one who sexually harassed them first. And in contrast, Hu Yanshou denied their accusations and said that he simply bumped into them accidentally. High Magistrate Pu only briefly explained what happened, as it would be inappropriate for him to reveal too much inside information to Uncle Hua. Since the interrogation is already over, you should be announcing your verdict now, right? Sitting on the chair, Uncle Hua asked as he raised a cup of tea to his lips. Miao Yi and the others stood behind him. High Magistrate Pu chuckled and said, "Old Hua, I'm not going to lie to you. As this incident involves the Wu Liang family, I don't have much say in the matter either. I need to ask the governor to make the decision. Once he's made up his mind, you will naturally get your verdict. For now, all you can do is wait for the news to come." The other party's words made the current situation very clear. As such, being the hot-headed one, Sikong Wuwei couldn't contain his anger and spoke out resentfully, "It sure must be nice to have a good background." Magistrate Pu was not fond of these words at all. He cast an icy glance at Sikong Wuwei and asked, "Are you trying to suggest that the martial manor is biased? If you have some background, you are free to use that influence to your advantage as well. Who knows? Maybe you'll even get to change the martial manor's verdict." "Shut up!" Uncle Hua immediately snapped at Sikong Wuwei furiously. Zhao Fei also pulled him aside, transmitting a voice message over to the latter and reminding him that now was not the time to lose his temper. Uncle Hua then smiled at Magistrate Pu and said, "All right, stop giving us that nasty attitude of yours already. Aren't you going to consult the governor? Hurry along then. We'll wait here for you." High Magistrate Pu chuckled and lifted his cup to his lips. Casting a suspicious smile towards Miao Yi and the others, he asked, "These people are all the ones that came back from the Sea of Constellations, right?" Uncle Hua rolled his eyes in disdain. He seemed to have caught on to what Pui Gong was implying. He quickly turned around and asked Miao Yi and the others, "Normal folk will never be able to set foot in this place. You youngsters are lucky to be here and have Magistrate Pu personally clearing your doubts for you. Didn't you guys just come back from the Sea of Constellations? Isn't there something you can show to Magistrate Pu?" Anyone who wasn't a fool would understand what Uncle Hua was trying to say. This man was openly demanding bribes. Miao Yi immediately took out a storage ring and handed it over to High Magistrate Pu. "I have a tiny trinket inside here. Feel free to admire it as long as you please, High Magistrate." Pui Gong took the storage ring and examined it to find a set of second-grade armor artifacts inside. This was something that was worth quite the fortune. He smiled and tucked it away, then nodded and said, "Since you're being this sincere about it, I'll keep it with me for now then." Miao Yi smiled and added, "The Hall Master of Moon Traversing Palaces Suppressing Second Hall is this junior's sworn big brother. Big brother has always thought of the girls as his own younger sisters. They've never experienced the hardship of prison before, so I wish to trouble High Magistrate to help keep an eye on them for me. Afterward, I will be sure to bring Big Brother along to thank you personally." Miao Yi didn't care if Wu Lingxiao's name was effective here or not. He had to use any connection at his disposal right now so that the girls wouldn't suffer too much in prison. He was even thinking of ways to drag Wu Lingxiao here if all else failed. Since the latter had been a hall master for so many years, Miao Yi was confident that he had some degree of influence in the capital city. Pui Gong was somewhat surprised. He asked curiously, "Wu Lingxiao is your sworn big brother?" He wasn't the only one taken aback. Even Uncle Hua and the others were just as shocked by this revelation. "Yes." Miao Yi smiled and nodded. "I'm quite close to Wu Lingxiao. We even drank together on several occasions." Pui Gong stood up and continued, "Just wait here for now. I'll go look for the governor right away." Surprisingly, the other party was acquainted with Wu Lingxiao. Miao Yi immediately cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, High Magistrate." Outside of the martial manor rested a quiet pavilion, and inscribed on the overhead plaque were the words, "Transient Life." There was one man seated within the Transient Life Pavilion. His hair was neatly tied up, and he wore a golden-purple diadem on his head. His body was garbed in a broad purple robe beautifully decorated with gold embroidery, and around his waist hung a jade belt. His face exuded an aura of solemnity. Below his sharp eyebrows shone a pair of deep, piercing eyes brimming with clarity. His facial features were sharp and delicate, and his complexion was flawless like jade. Like a hawk, his gaze was cold and sharp, and his presence was strong and commanding. With his natural good looks, it was easy to tell that this man was not your average cultivator. This man was none other than Governor Lan Ho. He had both sleeves pulled back as he vigorously brushed black ink across a sheet of white paper that was being held down by several paperweights. Mountains and rivers came alive upon the sheet of paper under the stroke of his brush. He was painting the scenery of the capital city under Jade Capital Peak. His masterful strokes belied a profoundness that few would comprehend. Two beautiful handmaidens were by his side. One of them was grinding up an inkstone, while the other was focused on Lan Ho's brushwork. High Magistrate Pu arrived and was just about to greet Lan Ho, but one of his handmaidens quickly turned around and gestured for him to keep quiet. He immediately stopped outside the pavilion and patiently waited. Lan Ho didn't even turn his head around as he asked, "What is it?" Pui Gong finally entered the pavilion and greeted Lan Ho, then reported, "There's a bit of a problem down the mountain. Several cultivators just killed a few of Hu Yanshou's subordinates." Hu Yanshou? That good-for-nothing descendant from the Hu Yan family? Lan Ho asked. For even someone like Lan Ho to know of Hu Yanshou's name, it was evident that his infamy had preceded the person himself. "That's the one," Pui Gong replied. "Who are the ones bold enough to attack people from the Hu Yan family? They're just a few handmaidens. However, these handmaidens coincidentally belong to those returnees from the Sea of Constellations who are waiting for the Overlord's summons. Gong briefly described the situation at the time of the incident, then continued, eyewitness accounts from the scene of the crime prove that Hu Yanshou was indeed the one who sexually harassed the other party first. However, those witnesses soon changed their statements and simply said that they didn't see what happened clearly. As such, the situation is looking rather unfavorable for those handmaidens. And as it involves the Hu Yan family, I dare not make a decision on my own. Thus, I implore you to make the verdict instead, Governor. Lan Ho said indifferently, all they did was kill a bunch of ruffians. It's not like anyone's expecting these loafers to contribute any willpower to begin with. If they're dead, then so be it. It saves everyone else the hassle of dealing with a bunch of troublemakers. As for those handmaidens, just let them go. Try not to complicate their master's meeting with the overlord if you can. As for Hu Yanshou, lock him up for 10 years for the time being. Since his family is rich anyway, you can think about whether to release him or not after you've profited enough from them. Lan Ho never stopped his subordinates from taking in bribes, but he had one rule: you are free to take in as many bribes as you please, but once you do, you must make sure to fulfill your responsibility to the person who bribed you. I will not forgive anyone who abuses their authority for personal gain. Lock him up for 10 years? Gong couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Mortals were different from cultivators after all. They could only live for a handful of decades. He asked cautiously, Hu Yan Taibao is the one standing behind the Hu Yan family. Won't we be upsetting him by doing this? Lan Ho's brush didn't even stop for a moment as he scoffed. Hu Yan Taibao has thousands upon thousands of descendants all over the capital cities of every earthly branch in the celestial nation. Does he even have the luxury to be concerned about every single one of them? I'm spending effort to properly educate his descendant here. He should be thanking me instead. Don't worry. He won't be too concerned about the well-being of some descendant from God knows how many generations away. Just do as I say. If Hu Yan Taibu does step forward, I will report to the overlord and let him take care of it. Understood. Gong cupped his fists and acknowledged the order. As he was about to turn around and leave, Lan Ho's voice suddenly came from behind, questioning, to give me such a quick report on something that happened not too long ago. The ones meeting the overlord must have some connections of their own, yes? For Lan Ho to wield such high authority in a place like the capital city, he was clearly no fool. His subordinate had swiftly sought him out for a verdict despite knowing full well the influence that the Hu Yan family possessed. This was undoubtedly a slap to their face. As such, Lan Ho was sure that the other party must have had someone step forward for them as well. Gong's figure instantly froze. Since Lan Ho was already asking him so bluntly about it, he didn't dare conceal the truth any longer. With an awkward smile, he replied, Governor is perceptive indeed. Truth be told, it wasn't anyone special. They simply asked that drunkard Hua from the Chamber of Commerce to look for me. You know him as well, sir. He and I drink together quite often. Besides him, there's also the one from the rankings, Miao Yi. His sworn big brother is the hall master from Traversing Moon Palace's suppressing second hall. Your subordinate is rather well acquainted with him, and I suppose you can consider us friends. I must say, sir, even though your subordinate might have acted a little biased towards these people, I have not lost my professionalism on this matter. Traversing Moon Palace's suppressing second hall? The brush in Lan Ho's hand finally stopped. He slowly turned his head to Gong and asked, You mean Huo Lingxiao? Gong was surprised to hear that the governor was familiar with Huo Lingxiao as well. He immediately replied, Yes, it's him. Lan Ho turned back to the painting, then dipped his brush on the inkstone. As he slowly lathered the brush with ink, he mildly instructed, Continue to keep those handmaidens under lockdown for now. Also, I want you to detain those 3 subjugation crusade rank holders. Gong was taken aback. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way, and he couldn't help asking, Governor, may I ask on what charges are we to detain them? With an indifferent expression on his face, Lan Ho replied, allowing their servants to commit murder. Besides that, I want you to send a message to Traversing Moon Palace's suppressing second hall. Tell Hua Lingsha to come look for me himself if he wants me to let these people go. Pu Gong was completely lost for words. He could only cup his fists and acknowledge the order, then take his leave. By the time he returned to the judiciary office, there were already several other people following behind him. When he saw Pu Gong returning, Uncle Hua noticed the peculiar expression on his face. He stood up and asked, "How did it go?" Suddenly, with a deadpan expression on his face, Pu Gong pointed towards Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu and then commanded, "Apprehend them." The people behind him immediately rushed over and restrained the trio by the wrists, completely subduing them before they even had a chance to react to the sudden development. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, A Different Mastermind. Chapter 461, A Different Mastermind. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Uncle Hua asked, "Pu Gong, what is the meaning of this?" Pu Gong shook his head and replied, "This was not my intention, I've been instructed by the governor. He said that the three of them are guilty of allowing their subordinates to commit murder. I'm just following orders." Uncle Hua was completely dumbstruck when he heard that this was Lan Ho's instruction. Perhaps in the entire fifth earthly branch, only the Overlord would be able to change his mind now. Having his movements restrained, Sikong Wu snapped out of pure rage. The Hudian family must be pulling the strings behind this. One who intends to accuse others will never be afraid of running out of excuses. He wasn't the only one who believed this, even Miao Yi and Uncle Hua thought the same. Ignorant child. How dare you make such baseless accusations? Pu Gong glared at Sikong Wu and barked, "Slap his mouth." "Please wait." Miao Yi suddenly yelled, "High Magistrate Pu, I wish to see the governor." Pu Gong scoffed, "You really are ignorant. Do you think the governor is someone the likes of you can meet just because you want to? I see." Before he could finish his sentence, Miao Yi's voice transmission suddenly rang in his ear, "I have a message from Fairy Hongchen for the governor." Given how bad the situation was, Miao Yi was completely out of any other ideas. Against such powerful individuals, there was no way he could take them on by himself. He finally understood how laughable he was back when he stood up to Fairy Hongchen. At the time, he had crushed the jade archive that she had given him. He never thought that at this moment, he would still need to use her name to save himself. He didn't know how he could still face Fairy Hongchen if he were to meet her again. To think that he even wished to make her his woman. What a joke of an idea. Fairy Hongchen would surely laugh at him when she finds out about this later on. Pu Gong raised his hand and signaled for his subordinate to stop from slapping Sikong Wu. Everyone wondered why Pu Gong suddenly decided to change his mind mid-sentence. Pu Gong transmitted his voice back to Miao Yi, warning, "Why didn't you bring up Fairy Hongchen right from the start? Kid, you must be careful of what you say. Right now, you're only guilty of allowing your subordinates to commit murder. This isn't a crime that warrants death. Are you aware of the consequences of making false claims?" Miao Yi replied, "If I'm really lying, the governor will know immediately once he asks Fairy Hongchen. Why would I dig my own grave like this?" Pu Gong had to agree with Miao Yi's words. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Lock them up for now." The trio was then taken away and immediately placed behind the sturdy bars of a prison cell. As they entered the prison, they soon heard the screams of one of their fellow prisoners. When said prisoner heard the sound of someone coming in, he fiercely bellowed, "Let me out! Hurry up and let me out! My ancestor is Huyan Taibao. How dare you imprison me? My ancestor definitely won't forgive you all for this. Hurry up and let me out." The prisoner's voice was a little hoarse, most likely from a long period of yelling. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei's expressions instantly darkened as they exchanged glances with one another. There was no need to guess. This prisoner must be that Hu Yanshou. Unfortunately, he was being held in the innermost cell in the prison, so they couldn't see his face. May I ask where those handmaidens are being held? As the jailer locked the cell, Zhao Fei hurriedly took the opportunity to ask a question. However, the jailer didn't reply. Zhao Fei then took out 2 pearl-sized mid-grade orbs of will and stuffed it in the jailer's hands. With a plain expression, the jailer tucked the orbs of will away, then pointed towards the wall behind Zhao Fei and the others and said, "They're in the women's prison next door." "What handmaidens?" Hu Yanshou's voice resounded from the end of the corridor. "Who is it? Who just came in?" Sikong Wuwei wanted to snap back at Hu Yanshou, but Miao Yi raised a hand and stopped him. He transmitted his voice over to Sikong, saying, "Try not to cause a scene for now. We should be focused on getting ourselves out of here. After that, I will definitely have this scumbag's life." "Who is it? Why aren't you saying anything?" Hu Yanshou continued to scream. The 3 of them completely ignored him and simply sat down cross-legged on the floor. Soon, Pui Gong appeared alongside a jailer. Standing behind the cell doors, he cast a glance at the trio, then gestured for the jailer to open the doors. After which, he turned to Miao Yi and said, "Come with me." Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were shocked. Miao Yi stood up and said, "I'll be fine." The prison doors were then closed back up, and Miao Yi left with Pui Gong. Meanwhile, Hu Yanshou's hoarse screeches continued to echo throughout the prison walls. Outside of the transient life pavilion, Pui Gong and Miao Yi stood waiting. Inside the pavilion, Lan Ho dipped his brush in red ink, then painted vibrant flowers around the side of the mountain in the painting. He continued to paint across the other similar areas in the painting, then handed the red-tipped brush to one of his handmaidens, who then continued painting on his behalf. After which, he grabbed a wet towel from the other handmaiden, and wiped his hands as he slowly turned around. He glanced at the 2 people waiting outside the pavilion, then said to Pui Gong, "Wait down below." "Understood." Pui Gong immediately departed. Lan Ho handed the wet towel back to his handmaiden, then sized up Miao Yi. Similarly, Miao Yi examined Lan Ho. He had long heard stories about this governor, and today he was finally able to meet him in person. "Didn't you say that Fairy Hongchen asked you to pass a message to me?" "Say it then," commanded Lan Ho as he stood at the top of the steps. His presence was absolutely overbearing, and even Miao Yi felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. The aura coming from a person that had long stood over the shoulders of many was simply too intense to ignore. Miao Yi cupped his fists and replied, "Governor, to be honest, Fairy Hongchen didn't ask me to pass any message at all. However, she did tell me that I can come look for you if I ever encounter any trouble." Lan Ho replied with a simple "oh," then asked, "How do I know you're not lying to me?" Miao Yi answered, "I have no means to prove myself. However, just a few months ago, I have had the honor of meeting Fairy Hongchen in the Western Constellations Palace. This was something she said to me personally at the time. I dare not make any false claims before you, Governor. You will immediately know the truth if you just ask Fairy Hongchen." Lan Ho said, "I doubt very much that Hongchen would allow a measly nobody like you to come find me." Miao Yi replied, "During the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, I was able to provide some help to Fairy Yu Yao in her endeavors. Hence, Fairy Hongchen decided to tell me this. As for why she told me to look for you specifically should I ever encounter any trouble, that I do not know." Although Miao Yi didn't understand why Fairy Hongchen had asked him to look for Lan Ho did. Hongchen herself didn't have many friends, but Lan Ho was definitely one of the few she had. She didn't have many acquaintances after all. Actually, Lan Ho already knew that Miao Yi was telling the truth right from the start. If he had been lying, he could have named any of the other influential people instead of just randomly mentioning Hongchen. Lan Ho then asked, "In that case, why didn't you look for me from the start? If I wasn't out of options, Would I need to embarrass myself in front of Fairy Hongchen like this? Miao Yi felt helpless deep inside. He smiled bitterly and answered, Governor, if I had any other choice, I wouldn't trouble you like this. Alright then. I already understand where you're coming from. Go back to prison and wait obediently for now. Lan Ho waved his hand and gestured for Miao Yi to leave. I still have to go back to prison? Miao Yi was startled, and he hastily asked, Governor, do you not believe my words? That's not something for you to decide. I still need to confirm whether what you say is true or not. Lan Ho dismissed Miao Yi's pleas with a simple excuse. Miao Yi was completely unable to retort. Soon, Pui Gong returned, then brought Miao Yi back to his cell. When he returned to the cell, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei immediately asked what happened. Miao Yi simply shook his head helplessly. All he could do now was hope that Lan Ho would contact Fairy Hongchen as soon as possible. If even his sworn big brother's name had no effect, then out of all the people he knew, only Fairy Hongchen would be able to save him now. Not long after, a well-dressed old man walked into the prison, accompanied by 2 jailers. He passed by Miao Yi and the other's cell and headed straight towards the edge of the prison. Father! Hu Yanshou's terrified screams resounded once again. Father! Save me quickly, please. Suddenly, a loud slapping sound could be heard. Hu Yanshou screeched, Father! Why did you hit me? You damned bastard! Are you trying to anger me to death? How dare you publicly take advantage of an immortal? Are you tired of living? The furious bellow of the old man could be heard. Hu Yanshou said in indignation, What immortal? Aren't they just a bunch of female cultivators? I can't even count with both hands how many I've fooled around with already. It's not like you don't know what it's like either, Father. You? The old man was quaking with anger. He pointed at Hu Yanshou from behind the cell doors and barked, Come here this instant. Hu Yanshou had backed far away. He didn't dare walk up to the old man just to be slapped, and he shook his head and said, I'm not going there if you're not going to get me out. The old man bellowed, You still think you can get out? The governor himself commanded that you be locked up for 10 years. You'll only get to see the light of day again after 10 years. 10 years! Hu Yanshou exclaimed in terror. He immediately rushed to the prison bars and got to his knees, pulling on his father's robes as he cried anxiously, Father! I don't want to be locked up for 10 years. I'll die. There are so many disciples from prestigious families who ended up dead in the governor's hands already. He'll surely kill me. Father! You have to look for ancestor to come save me. Pa! Pa! In his anger, the old man gave Hu Yanshou a couple more slaps. There were some things that he simply couldn't say in front of strangers. What kind of person was their ancestor? Was he someone that anybody could just meet because they wanted to? There was a reason why no one dared to bully any of Huyan Taibao's countless descendants and even allowed them to live in fame and fortune. It was precisely because of the awe that this ancestor of theirs commanded. Are they still not satisfied with that? Did they also wish to trouble their ancestor with the problems of a single descendant? This was an impossible favor to ask. Huyan Taibao would not step out unless it was a truly major issue. Otherwise, given the number of his descendants, where would he find the time to take care of every single one of them? I can't save you. The old man pointed at his own robes and roared, Let go of me, Father! You can't leave me here. This incident has nothing to do with me actually. I'm just a victim as well. There's a different mastermind. He's the one who instigated me into provoking those female cultivators. He should be the one who's locked up, not me. Hu Yanshou desperately pulled on his father's robes and was unwilling to let go. Already in tears, he cried desperately for help. Mastermind? The old man's eyes immediately widened. He yelled, Who is the one manipulating our Huyan family? You better tell me the truth. There's a different mastermind? In the other prison cell, Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu's ears immediately perked up. His name is Ren Xianming, a teller from the capital city's Chamber of Commerce. He was the one who came to me and told me to humiliate those women. He said that the moment they show even the slightest disrespect, that I shouldn't let them off and immediately reveal my identity as a member of the Huyan family to intimidate them and their masters. After which, Ren Xianming would step forward as the savior of the day and settle the dispute for them, and at the same time, use this as leverage to force their masters to trade with him. Ren Xianming told me that their masters are subjugation crusade survivors or something, and they possess a ludicrous amount of wealth. He said that this would be a major transaction, and told me that once the deed is done, I'll get 60% of the profits, while he takes 40%. I was blinded by greed at the time and did as he told me to. I never thought that those women would be crazy enough to kill people so openly in the capital city, which then caught the attention of the martial manners enforcers. Hu Yanshou was so terrified that he spilled the beans on this entire incident immediately. He bawled, "Father, I didn't want it to be like this either. I was just tricked by someone else. I'm not the one at fault here. Father, you have to save me. I'll die if I'm locked up in here." Outrageous! How dare a measly teller try to set up my Huyan family? The old man was furious. He forcefully tried to pull his robes away from his son's grasp. However, Hu Yanshou simply wouldn't let go. The old man then immediately took off his robes, allowing his son to pull on it as much as he wanted, and then stormed off. "Father, you can't leave your son like this." Hu Yanshou's desperate cries echoed within the prison walls. "Ren Xianming!" Miao Yi muttered with a dark expression on his face. He remembered that Luo Ping had told him this Ren Xianming liked to use underhanded methods to conduct his business. At the time, he thought that Luo Ping was simply scorning a fellow colleague. He never thought that his words were actually true. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462, My Man Sworn Brother. Chapter 462, My Man Sworn Brother. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu have been apprehended by the martial manner? Yi Xin gasped. Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xin were currently gathered in Gu Sanjiang's mansion. They had sent their fellow disciples away and invited Luo Ping over to ask about what happened. Why were they apprehended? Gu Sanjiang asked. For allowing their servants to commit murder, apparently. Luo Ping sighed. Tan Lao scoffed. These people would really use all sorts of excuses to pin the blame on someone. Their handmaidens only retaliated because they were being humiliated. Not to mention, it was nothing more than an accident. How did it end up with Miao Yi and the others being charged with the crime of allowing their servants to commit murder? Luo Ping helplessly replied, "It's a direct order from the governor." The trio couldn't help frowning at this. Their three major sects might have been able to help with the situation, but the person in question just had to be Miao Yi of all people. It would already be good enough if they didn't relish in his suffering. How could they possibly be willing to help him out? Suppressing Second Hall, traversing Moon Palace. Master! There's a letter from the capital city's martial manor. Lu Xing rushed into Huo Lingxiao's room. The martial manor? Seated in cultivation, Huo Lingxiao's eyes instantly shot open. Slightly puzzled, he took the jade archive from Lu Xing and examined it. Everything seemed in order until Huo Lingxiao read through the letter and was absolutely shocked by its contents. The letter came from the Judiciary Office of the Martial Manor, written by his old acquaintance, Pui Gong. It explained how Miao Yi was caught up in an incident and had been apprehended by the Martial Manor. However, Huo Lingxiao wasn't too disturbed by this. His distress came from the part where Puigong mentioned that Governor Lan Ho wished him to go personally to get Miao Yi and the others out of prison. Son of AB*TCH. I just knew that this little brother would bring me nothing but trouble once I revealed my identity. This time, he's even gone as far as wreaking havoc in the capital city. Huo Lingxiao bellowed as he jumped straight to his feet. Hands behind his back, he began pacing back and forth around the room like an enraged beast. Lu Xing asked, "Master, are you going to meet Governor Lan Ho?" Huo Lingxiao stopped, his expression twisted in dismay. He had absolutely no idea what Lan Ho was trying to do at all. If Miao Yi committed a crime, you can just punish him accordingly. Why do you want me to go fetch him personally? Isn't this a little beneath me? This is just too strange. Huo Lingxiao was thoroughly confused by Lan Ho's intentions. However, he did once hear from a certain someone that Lan Ho and the Traversing Moon Palace Lord, Zheng Tianxiao, were originally husband and wife. However, on the very night they were married, Lan Ho took advantage of the Zheng family's moment of carelessness and murdered Zheng Tianxiao's parents in cold blood. After which, he continued to massacre the entire Zhang family as well. Not a single person survived besides Lan Ho's newly wedded wife, Zheng Tianxiao. And because of this, it was naturally no longer possible to continue with their marriage. And now, Huo Lingxiao was in a secret relationship with that same Lan Ho's ex-wife. He originally thought that it would be fine considering the two of them had already become enemies. However, now that Lan Ho was arbitrarily calling him out, Huo Lingxiao couldn't help growing anxious. How could he possibly have the guts to go then? He wouldn't step foot in the martial manner even if he was beaten to death. That said, he couldn't pretend like he didn't know what happened either. Huo Lingxiao continued to pace back and forth, then suddenly said, "I'm heading to Traversing Moon Palace." He hurried out the house and immediately took to the skies. Huo Lingxiao flew like the wind, not slowing down for even a second, and quickly reached the outskirts of the majestic Traversing Moon Palace. He then immediately asked the guard stationed outside the palace gates to report his arrival to the palace lord. Huo Lingxiao was soon granted entry into the palace. As he hastily made his way to the harem and into the palace lord's sleeping quarters, he finally caught sight of the person he was looking for. Her lush hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall and her complexion fair like snow. The alluring woman was lying on her side, sucking in plumes of blue smoke from the incense burner beside her. Her voluptuous figure was only half covered by a thin set of robes, enough to drive any man mad with lust. Two men were kneeling next to the bed, softly massaging the woman's legs at the top. Another man was slightly bent over at the head of the bed, and from time to time he would grab a piece of freshly cut fruit from the fruit bowl and feed it to her lips. Lastly, there was one man seated on his knees at the head of the bed, gently massaging her shoulders. Meanwhile, the one relishing all this pleasure was none other than the highly seductive and voluptuous palace lord Zheng Tianxiao. As for the four men fighting for her affection, they were all beautiful beyond belief, and each person had his own charms. One was gallant and handsome, one was devilishly beautiful, one was cheery and energetic, and one was elegant and debonair. These men were personally handpicked by Zheng Tianxiao from tens of thousands of men to be her male servants, and they were changed once every 20 years. Even though they were mere mortals, Huo Lingxiao still couldn't help the gloom from creeping up on his face as he watched the scene before him. In this world, men might be allowed to have a bunch of women by their side, but for it to be the other way around was somewhat unsettling for most people. That said, the palace lord of Traversing Moon Palace was not your average woman. If she wished to do something like this, no one could stop her. And even if there were such a person, there wasn't a need to do such a thing either. Huo Lingxiao wasn't sure if it was because he was feeling jealous, but whenever he saw these four male servants, he couldn't help but see himself as one of them as well, and this made him feel a sense of humiliation. The four beautiful men turned to look at him with eyes filled with hostility, as though Huo Lingxiao was also another contender for this beautiful woman's affection. When he met their gazes, Huo Lingxiao gnashed his teeth in hatred. How dare these mortals look at him in such a way? Her face in rapture, the traversing Moon Palace Lord breathed in the blue smoke and lazily opened her eyes as she blankly asked, "What is it?" "My lord." Wu Lingxiao immediately walked up to the bed and presented a jade archive to her. Zhang Tianxiao slowly extended her arm and sucked the jade archive into her grasp. As she read through it with her transcendence energy, her eyes immediately widened, the laziness in them instantly replaced by a powerful sharpness. The four male servants were trembling in fear from the overbearing aura she was suddenly exuding. Wu Lingxiao also lowered his head, afraid to meet her gaze. However, he soon noticed a pair of bare feet walking up to him. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed a pair of half-exposed, heaving breasts in front of him. Without even realizing it, Zhang Tianxiao was already standing before him, coldly asking, "Do you normally cross paths with Lan Ho?" Wu Lingxiao cupped his fists and replied, "I've only seen him from afar. We've never even had a conversation before, much less cross paths with one another. That's why I'm a little confused by this issue. I don't dare to act recklessly on this, so I decided to come to you for advice, Palace Lord." Allowing their servants to commit murder, I see. Humph. I sure would like to see what that Lan Ho dares to do to my people. Leave this matter to me. The melodious, yet scornful voice quickly trailed off. Before Wu Lingxiao even realized what was happening, the palace lord had already drifted outside, the hems of her robes trailing behind her. That alluring figure didn't even touch the ground once and just flew off into the distance. There was no describing the elegance of that silhouette. Seeing this, Wu Lingxiao heaved a sigh of relief. He never thought that the palace lord would step forward without him having to coax her into it first. He was even getting ready to cut Miao Yi off completely if all else failed, and tell Pu Yigong to just handle this matter professionally. In short, Wu Lingxiao just didn't want to meet that Governor Lan Ho. Jade Capital Peak. Lan Ho was standing beside a pond. He had one hand behind his back, while the other hand grabbed some feed from a bowl his handmaiden was carrying and tossed it into the water. A school of koi fish quickly began fighting for the feed, stirring up ripples across the otherwise tranquil pond. Suddenly, Lan Ho turned to the horizon, noticing a streak of light flitting past the skies of the capital city. In the next instant, the figure of a woman floated above him. The woman gracefully descended, her flawless, bare feet gently touching the railings of white jade along the edge of the pond as she landed. With a cold expression on her face, the woman looked down at Lan Ho. Lan Ho frowned. "Why are you here?" Zhang Tianxiao raised her hand and tossed something out, which shot towards Lan Ho in a streak of light. Immediately, the air surrounding Lan Ho began to ripple, and the jade archive that was hurled at him was stopped in midair. Lan Ho flipped his palm over and let the jade archive land in his grasp. As he looked it over, he asked solemnly, "You came just for this?" The figure on the railings hovered past his face, and the hems of her light yellow robes slapped across his cheeks with complete disregard for his presence. Lan Ho soon detected a familiar fragrance. It was as though Zhang Tianxiao was trying to tell him, "So what if I'm mistreating you?" Standing motionlessly, Lan Ho slowly turned his head around to see that Zhang Tianxiao had already flown into his room. He then looked to the side and commanded, "Leave us." Understood. The two handmaidens acknowledged the order and swiftly departed. After which, Lan Ho entered the room. As he entered the room, he was greeted with Zhang Tianxiao's alluring back. The curves on her figure were highly seductive when she stood upright. Lan Ho walked to the side and poured a cup of tea, then brought it to her face as he asked, "Did you really have to come here personally for such a small issue?" Her hand holding onto a handkerchief, Zhang Tianxiao swung her arm and blatantly knocked the teacup to the ground, smashing it to pieces. She scoffed, "Allowing their servants to commit murder? What a good excuse you thought up there. Is this how the fair and just Governor Lan Ho does things? You're holding my man's sworn brother captive. Did you really think I wouldn't come after something like that? Your man?" Lan Ho tightly clenched his fists under his sleeves. He sucked in a deep breath, then relaxed his grip, saying, "Xiao xiao. Xiao xiao." Zhang Tianxiao abruptly turned around, puffing her chest out as she took a step forward. What right does a two-faced bastard like you have to call me by that name? As the other party's bust was almost pressed against him, Lan Ho took a step back. He sighed, I didn't mean anything by it. I simply wanted to use this opportunity to test whether or not that man is suitable for you. If he really cares for you, I won't object to your relationship. But if he's just trying to use you to better his own position, I will not forgive him. Foo. Zhang Tianxiao burst into uncontrollable laughter as though she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. It even seemed like she was close to tears from laughing too hard. Then, as her slender finger repeatedly jabbed at Lan Ho's chest, she said in a commanding tone, even if he's just using me, he's still better than you. Anyone else in the world can say these words to me, but not you. Who are you to me? What right do you have to control my life? We are both equal in status and position. I don't need you telling me what to do. I'll only ask you one thing, are you going to free my man's sworn brother or not? Not long after, the prison doors were opened. Pui Gong unlocked them himself, smiling as he said, the governor has pardoned all of you. You are free to go. The three people inside the cell exchanged glances with one another, and Miao Yi heaved a sigh of relief, assuming that Lan Ho must have contacted Fairy Hong Chan and confirmed with her what he told him. This time, he had really embarrassed himself in front of Fairy Hong Chan. Miao Yi didn't know how he could face her from now on. As they walked out to the corridor, Miao Yi cupped his fists and asked, High Magistrate, what about our handmaidens? Pui Gong smiled and said, the governor said they are to be released as well. Let's go. His attitude had taken an abrupt turn, becoming much more courteous than before. In truth, Pui Gong also believed that the governor had only changed his mind because of his conversation with Miao Yi. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei cupped their fists and thanked Pui Gong, and everyone then proceeded out the prison. Within its halls, Huyan Shou's hoarse screeching continued to echo, It's not my fault. Let me out of here. Father! Save me! No one bothered paying any attention to him, and no one noticed that hidden within the corner of the cell that Miao Yi and the others were in, was the figure of a tiny mantid. After Miao Yi and the others exited the prison, they continued to wait outside. Several jailers proceeded into the women's prison, and not long after, they brought out the 6 ladies, who looked slightly weakened after being locked up. When they saw their masters, the 6 ladies immediately knelt down. They knew that they had caused great trouble for their masters this time. Everything is all right now. Stand up, all of you, the 3 masters said. The group then proceeded to leave the judiciary office. Waiting anxiously outside the mountain gates, Lin Pingping and the other subordinates heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Miao Yi and the others coming out. Not long after everyone returned to Miao Yi's mansion, Luo Ping rushed over. When he saw that they were all right, he heaved deeply in relief and said, Uncle Hua told me that High Magistrate Pu has already released all of you. Thank the heavens that you're all right. He continued to laugh and said, Anyway, you all came out just in the nick of time. You almost missed something interesting. Come with me, quickly. I have something nice to show you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463. Chapter 463, Forefather Chops the Wood. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi and the others had no idea what Luo Ping meant by a nice show. The latter simply dragged them along to the forest behind the Chamber of Commerce and even specifically requested them to bring along their mounts. Brother Luo, what do you mean by a nice show? Being the impatient one, Sikong Wuwei couldn't help asking. Luo Ping pointed to the Chamber of Commerce's backyard in the distance and said, It should be starting soon. You'll find out soon enough. Miao Yi and the others were speechless, wondering why Luo Ping was acting so mysterious. In the end, they could only be patient and wait. After an hour or so, they finally caught sight of the rear gates of the Chamber of Commerce opening. A bunch of people both old and young walked out, and walking unsteadily within the crowd was a downcast young man. This young man was none other than Ren Xianming. However, he was no longer wearing his Chamber of Commerce uniform. So it's this weasel. He really caused us a great deal of trouble. Sikong Wuwei snarled, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Luo Ping was somewhat surprised as he asked, "Don't tell me you guys knew about this already?" Miao Yi lightly nodded and recounted the conversation that happened in the prison to Luo Ping, who then finally understood everything. Meanwhile, the ladies were clenching their jaws in hatred when they discovered that this was all just a ploy of some nasty scoundrel. Zhao Fei asked, "This is what you meant by an ice show?" Luo Ping laughed and replied, "Of course it is. I think everyone here only knows one side of the story." While Ren Xuanming's methods are indeed ingenious in a sense, he messed with the wrong people this time and ended up provoking Huyan Shou's old man, Huyan Kangen. Everyone knows that the Celestial Nation's Chamber of Commerce is under the management of Huyan Taibao of the realm beyond heaven. He'd held it firmly in his grasp from the day of its inception. You can say that Huyan Taibao single-handedly founded the Chamber of Commerce. As a result, since these bountiful resources are easily accessible to Huyan Taibao, any familiarity with the local nobility and the prestigious clan members could be easily construed in a suspicious light. That's precisely why he actively maintains his distance from them. And because of this, the Huyan family doesn't hold too much influence over the local nobility either. You can see this from the way that Lan Ho dares to offend them without even batting an eye. That said, because of their ancestry, the Huyan family still possesses a significant amount of power over the Chamber of Commerce. Huyan Shou's old man, Huyan Kangen, brought his complaints straight to the director of the Fifth Earthly Branch's Chamber of Commerce, and after an internal investigation, Ren Xianming was supposed to be given a death sentence. However, because Vice Director Long Maosen stuck his neck out to protect him, Ren Xianming ended up being spared. Long Maosen pleaded for his life by bringing up one of Ren Xuanming's ancestors, citing his past achievements and the fact that he died in battle for the sake of the celestial sage. Nonetheless, while death can be avoided, some form of punishment needs to be handed down regardless. Ren Xianming has already been sacked from the Chamber of Commerce and is now reduced to a mere loose cultivator. What's more, he is not to be employed by the administration in any way for the next 500 years. Sikong Wuwei immediately cursed, "God damn it! To think this weasel actually managed to escape with his life. Ai. There's no helping it." Vice Director Long Maosen used to be a subordinate of Ren Xuanming's ancestor, and he received much support from the latter when he was still alive. Long Maosen would be disloyal if he didn't step forward now. Luo Ping sighed, sounding a little rueful. However, he soon smiled and said, "But it might be even better to die than to live at this point." Zhao Fei asked, "How so?" Simple. By protecting Ren Xianming, the vice director is already pitting himself directly against Huyan Kangen's interests. There's no way he can continue to ruffle up the latter's feathers just for Ren Xuanming's sake. Given how much influence the Huyan family wields within the capital city, Ren Xianming will inevitably be heavily targeted by the Huyan family should he choose to stay. As such, he will surely think about running as far away as he can from here. However, the Chamber of Commerce has branches all over the entire Celestial Nation, meaning that the Huyan family's influence extends across the entire nation as well. Thus, Ren Xianming will not have a place to call home within the whole Celestial Nation. As soon as he leaves the capital city, he will likely have to go on the run. God knows if he'll be able to escape the Huyan family's clutches. Luo Ping was feeling a little delighted at Ren Xuanming's misfortune, and as he spoke, he couldn't help tilting his head towards Qianer, who was silently biting her lips. If Qianer's actions hadn't gone completely beyond Ren Xuanming's expectations, daring to commit murder in the capital city, which attracted the attention of the martial manners enforcers, Ren Xianming might not have ended up in such a miserable state. Perhaps his little scheme would have even succeeded. Ren Xianming had sorely underestimated his opponents this time, and he was now paying the price. As the saying goes, when you play with fire, you will get burned. So that's why. Everyone revealed a look of understanding. At the Chamber of Commerce's backyard, the despondent Ren Xianming mumbled something to the crowd, and after making a deep bow, he proceeded to draw out a dragon steed and leaped onto it. With a pitiful expression, he dashed out of the backyard and headed straight towards the city gates. Everyone, shall we send him off? Luo Ping smiled and asked the crowd. Miao Yi and the others immediately understood why Luo Ping had them bring along their mounts as well. It seemed he wished to give them the opportunity to pay Ren Xianming back for what he did. Miao Yi wasn't particularly interested, but he told Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu nonetheless, "We'll go have a look. The rest of you, go back." The two of them immediately exchanged knowing looks. Then, with Luo Ping tagging along, the four riders swiftly departed. Within the city, Luo Ping was about to rush straight towards Ren Xianming, but Miao Yi raised a hand to stop him, asking, "Brother Luo, why must you be so hasty?" Luo Ping was somewhat confused at first. However, he soon realized that while he had never personally been involved with fighting and killing as a Chamber of Commerce employee, what about the three people before him? Any one of them was a lord in his own right, as well as an overseer of his respective territory. Not to mention, they had come out alive from the subjugation crusade, their success paved with the blood of 180,000 participants. It was impossible to put a number on the number of lives these three had already taken. They probably didn't intend to let Ren Xianming leave with his life to begin with. Luo Ping couldn't help feeling a little nervous. But at the same time, he was a little expectant as well. Ren Xianming had Vice Director Long Maosen backing him up, and because of that, Luo Ping was always bossed around. That's why he wanted Ren Xianming dead as well. However, he'd never taken part in anything involving murder and plunder before, so he was inevitably a little nervous. Luo Ping turned to look at the other three and noticed their expressions were completely calm, a stark difference from his own. The four riders followed behind Ren Xianming from a distance. They didn't want to startle the latter, and just quietly followed along, all the way until he exited the city's boundaries. After going several kilometers away from the capital city, Miao Yi suddenly waved his hand, and together with Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu, they quickly accelerated forward. Utterly flustered by the sudden signal, Luo Ping hurriedly followed behind them. Soon, Ren Xianming noticed the sound of movement behind him. When he saw it was Miao Yi and the others, his expression twisted in horror, and he immediately bolted for his life. Draconic roars soon began to echo as Miao Yi brandished the inversed scale spear. Underneath him, charcoal burst forth in a spurt of energy and pulled away from the four-man formation, rapidly drawing closer to Ren Xianming. Luo Ping's heart was beating wildly as he watched this. These people were indeed planning to take Ren Xianming's life. As he thought, these lords were all ruthless characters. Not a single one of them should be easily offended, as things could turn to a life-or-death situation at the drop of a hat. When he saw Miao Yi pulling in close from behind, Ren Xianming was completely struck by terror. He drew his sword and pricked his mount's rump repeatedly as he tried to make it run faster. However, Miao Yi continued to shorten the distance between them, not allowing Ren Xianming to throw him off at all. The latter's face was already white as a sheet. After closing the distance to about 10 meters apart from Ren Xianming, Miao Yi tilted his spear at an angle and was about to strike out. Suddenly, a purple streak of light flitted across the skies, rapidly descending and fleeting past Miao Yi's line of sight as it dragged Ren Xianming away from his impending peril and up to the skies. In the blink of an eye, the purple light disappeared into the horizon. Its speed was extremely fast, and not something that charcoal could catch up to at all. But even if he could, Miao Yi wouldn't dare give chase to that purple streak of light. After all, that was a purple lotus cultivator. Charcoal slowly stopped by the side of the road. As he held onto his spear, Miao Yi's face was gloomy as he stared in the direction the purple light had disappeared off to. Zhao Fei and the others came to a stop behind him, asking, "Who could have saved that bastard?" Luo Ping pursed his lips and replied solemnly, "It's probably the vice director." Since we were able to guess that the Huyan family wouldn't let Ren Xianming off so easily, the vice director probably had the same idea as well and knew that he would be in danger. That Ren family's ancestor must have really accumulated some good karma for Vice Director Long to protect his descendants to this extent. But I wonder where he could have taken Ren Xianming. He spoiled our fun. Sikong Wuwei tucked his poleaxe away in dissatisfaction. They had wanted to take revenge but unexpectedly had to return in disappointment. Once they returned to the capital city, Miao Yi asked Luo Ping to bring them to Uncle Hua. Regardless of whether or not the other party had been of any help, he did put in the effort for their sakes after all. Now that Miao Yi and the others were free, they naturally needed to go thank him in person. If they didn't even understand such a basic moral courtesy, they could forget about finding success in life. The location was at a small mountain near to Jade Capital Peak. This piece of land belonged to the Chamber of Commerce, and almost all its members resided here. It seemed Uncle Hua had quite a high position within the Chamber of Commerce as he owned a very decent courtyard for his own use. This was pretty good considering the scarcity of land within the capital city. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei wanted to leave Uncle Hua with a good impression, so they handed him a few gifts as a token of their appreciation. Uncle Hua didn't hold back either and just accepted their gifts lightheartedly. After which, he invited them inside to have a seat and had the servants offer them some tea. Miao Yi and the others thanked Uncle Hua for the gesture, then brought up the matter of Ren Xuanming's escape. However, Miao Yi didn't mention they were hunting him down to kill him, just that they wished to get payback for what he did. He slowly asked, "Does Uncle Hua know where Vice Director Long might have taken Ren Xianming?" At this, Luo Ping secretly cast a sideways glance at the other two and saw that they were listening very intently. From the looks of it, these people still had no intention of letting Ren Xianming off. Their ruthlessness was not something that cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce, who lived their days in peace and quiet, could compete with. They were the type who would not hesitate to kill as long as they had the chance. The forefather chops the wood for his descendants to bear the cold. It is understandable that Long Maosen wishes to ensure Ren Xuanming's safety. From what I've heard, Ren Xuanming's ancestor saved Long Maosen's life on multiple occasions and was a tremendous benefactor to him. You can say that Long Maosen wouldn't be living the peaceful days he has now if not for Ren Xuanming's ancestor. Long Maosen has survived in the cultivation realm for many years, so it shouldn't be surprising for him to have a few connections. I'm positive that he sent Ren Xianming to a safe location. As for its exact whereabouts, that's no longer something I can pry into. Uncle Hua seemed to have guessed what Miao Yi and the others were thinking. He didn't wish to stir up any trouble and immediately changed the subject, pointing right at Miao Yi's nose as he sighed. "Speaking of that matter a few days ago, kid, you really screwed yourself over on that one. You were originally about to go scot-free, but you just had to mention that sworn big brother of yours, Wu Liang Fan. You practically brought this whole mess onto yourself." The trio was shocked by Uncle Hua's words. Miao Yi immediately cupped his fists and asked, "How so?" Uncle Hua lifted the wine flask to his lips and took a gulp, swallowing a couple of mouthfuls as he leaned back on his chair. He then explained, "At first, I didn't quite understand it either. Pui Gong received your gift, so logically speaking, everything should have been alright. That's why, after they took the three of you away, I dragged him over for a drink, and while we were drinking, I took the opportunity to ask about you. I then found out that when Pui Gong sought Lan Ho for a verdict, the latter had already decided to release your handmaidens and imprison Huyan Shou for an entire decade as punishment. However, Pui Gong spoke a little too much and mentioned that you were Wu Liang Fan's sworn brother, causing Lan Ho to immediately change his stance on the matter. Not only did he decide not to release your handmaidens anymore, he even slapped you three with the crime of allowing your servants to commit murder, and demanded that Wu Liang Fan come get you himself. Let me ask you this. Does your sworn big brother have some kind of personal grievance against Lan Ho?" Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei exchanged glances with one another, so that's why they were imprisoned. If they hadn't been respectful and visited Uncle Hua to show their gratitude, they probably would have never known about the truth of the matter. This was the power of having connections. At the very least, Miao Yi and the others would know better next time, and wouldn't suffer from the same mistake again. Miao Yi was speechless, and he awkwardly replied, "Uncle Hua, I really didn't know that they had a vendetta against each other. If I did, why would I mention my big brother in the first place? Wouldn't I just be digging a grave for myself by doing that?" "I think so too." Uncle Hua nodded in a carefree manner, then gulped down another mouthful of wine. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 464. Chapter 464, The Overlord Summons. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. After leaving Uncle Hua's place, Miao Yi and the others had just returned to Miao Yi's mansion on Jade Capital Peak when Shui'er and the others informed them that the people from the Martial Manor had stopped by. They informed them that the Overlord wished to meet them tomorrow morning, and reminded them to not be tardy. Then, just as they were discussing what time they should leave tomorrow, one of the guards stationed at the gates outside came in and reported that Huyan Kangen was requesting an audience. The trio exchanged glances, wondering what the old man wanted. Miao Yi frowned and said, "Let him in." Not long afterward, the old man that they had previously met in prison walked in. As both parties exchanged glances, Huyan Kangen repeatedly cupped his fists towards Miao Yi and the others and apologized. "It is all this old one's fault for not properly teaching my own child. I humbly ask that you forgive his transgressions, O great immortals." Miao Yi and the others felt a little strange hearing the words "great immortal" come out of this person's mouth. One should know that there were countless great immortals in the cultivation realm who couldn't even measure up to the mortal standing before them right now. Miao Yi smiled and replied, "We already know about this matter. Hu Yanshou only did what he did because he was tricked by someone else. He isn't completely at fault." Behind him, Shen quietly bit her lips and lowered her head when she heard this. Huyan Kangen humbly waved his hand, as though saying, "I know full well what kind of person my son is." He then turned around and beckoned for his 3 attendants to come in. Upon his signal, the attendants revealed 6 palm-sized decorative gift boxes, then placed 2 of them on the teepoi closest to Miao Yi and Zhao Fei. "O great immortals, you are magnanimous indeed. Thank you for not holding it against us mere mortals. This might not be much, but here is a simple token of my apology." Huyan Kangen greatly humbled himself, to the point that it was hard to believe that he was a descendant of the great Huyan Taibao. Miao Yi didn't know what gifts Huyan Kangen had brought over to redeem himself, but he put up a smile nonetheless and said, "Your ancestor Huyan Taibao is someone we deeply respect. Since you've humbled yourself to deliver these gifts to us personally, there is not much for us to say. Consider it all water under the bridge. However, I still need to remind you of something." Huyan Kangen cupped his fists and replied, "Please enlighten this old one, O great immortal." Miao Yi replied solemnly, "We can spare your child. However, a certain someone might not share our goodwill, because you ruined his life." Huyan Kangen's eyes immediately brightened. Despite fully understanding what Miao Yi was implying, he still asked, "Do tell me more, O great immortal." To be frank with you, not too long after we found out that Ren Xianming was exiled from the Celestial Nations Chamber of Commerce, we immediately trailed after him out the capital city, in hopes of getting payback for what he did. Speaking up to here, Miao Yi shook his head and sighed. Huyan Kangen was evidently quite interested in the outcome and asked, "Then what happened?" Miao Yi waved his hand and said, regretfully, "Even with the 3 of us working together, that Ren Xianming wasn't even the least bit scared. Instead, he made blasphemous claims, saying that he will have his revenge on you and your son for ruining his life. He also warned the 3 of us that our time will come too. At first, we didn't think too much about his ravings and had only planned on teaching him a little lesson. However, in that crucial moment, a purple lotus expert suddenly appeared and rescued him." Huyan Kangen's eyes instantly narrowed as he mumbled to himself, "A purple lotus expert." We then realized that Ren Xianming wasn't simply being full of himself, he really had a card up his sleeve. Miao Yi smiled and continued, this might sound a little harsh, but we cultivators can at least defend ourselves. It's best if you and your son prepare yourselves while you still can. That Ren Xianming is definitely not the forgiving type. Huyan Kang'an chuckled. He cupped his fists, replying, "Thank you for the reminder, O great immortal. This old one has already lived a long life. It matters not whether I live or die. And my son is already sentenced to a decade of imprisonment by Governor Lan Ho. You can say that he reaped what he sowed. Whatever happens to him, that shall be his penance." Huyan Kang'an thought that Miao Yi was only giving him this reminder because the latter wished to borrow the strength of his Huyan family to eliminate Ren Xianming, or perhaps he was just trying to curry favor with him. Huyan Kang'an believed he had seen too many of these kinds of cultivators. After all, even though he may be mortal, Huyan Kang'an had quite the number of cultivators sucking up to him. After both parties peacefully resolved their grievances, Huyan Kang'an excused himself. Surprisingly, Miao Yi personally walked him out the door. Both parties were very polite towards one another. As he watched Huyan Kang'an leave, Miao Yi returned to the living room and noticed that Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei had already opened their boxes. They each took out a fruit the size of a quail's egg, which bore an appearance similar to that of black jade. Zhao Fei and Sikong were clicking their tongues at the fruit, which was emanating a soothing fragrance. Miao Yi opened both his boxes as well and found 2 pieces of the same fruit inside. He held one of them up and asked curiously, "What did that old man give us?" Zhao Fei smiled wryly and replied, "Fretless fruits. Many cultivators can only dream of obtaining even one. For a mortal family to give us 6 in one go, as expected of the number 1 family within the celestial nation, but this is a fretless fruit?" Miao Yi was somewhat taken aback, and he held the fruit up to his nose to take another whiff. Even though he had never seen it before, he'd heard tales of it. When a cultivator used up too many orbs of will, he would, to some degree, be affected by the turbulent emotions and desires within the orb. The more orbs of will one used, the more frequently one would have distracting thoughts from the various emotions and desires accumulated deep inside his body. Normally, a cultivator would be able to suppress these wild thoughts and retain his composure with his cultivation. However, whenever a cultivator had to go through a major breakthrough, like from Blue Lotus Realm to Red Lotus Realm, or from Purple Lotus Realm to Golden Lotus Realm, he would be highly susceptible to the disruption from all these muddled emotions. In other words, this was a tribulation. This situation fell in line with Lao Bai's theory of the 4 major realms, which was from the first art of traversing to the second art of levitation, then to the third art of soaring the heavens, and finally, to the 4th art of infinity. As his cultivation grew stronger, Miao Yi made an unsettling discovery. In the eyes of lowly cultivators like themselves, there was meaning in the segregation of the realms of cultivation into the various grades, such as White Lotus 1st grade or 2nd grade, or Blue Lotus 1st grade or 2nd grade and the like. However, for experts with a powerful cultivation, such a division was practically pointless. To them, there was probably only a difference between White Lotus, Blue Lotus, Red Lotus, and so on and so forth. And for people with an even higher cultivation, it was likely that Lao Bai's theory of the 4 major realms alone was of any significance to them. Take for example the individuals who are on the same level as the 6 sages. Regardless of whatever grade your White Lotus or Blue Lotus cultivation was in, it was nothing but a joke to them. Perhaps even for Red Lotus 5th or 6th grade cultivators, in their eyes, was there really a difference? When it came to such major breakthroughs, it was easy for a cultivator to enter an uncontrollable frenzy after being taken over by all those chaotic desires. Should he be unable to suppress his inner demons, that would be where the fretless fruit would come in handy. Once the spiritual fruit was ingested, it would, to some degree, quell the turbulent emotions inside the cultivator. Miao Yi had also heard that for OL III who had the phoenix form, her innately pure body made her highly resistant to the various chaotic emotions that plague normal cultivators, which also meant that she wouldn't be easily disrupted by her inner demons. In this aspect alone, she was much more capable than the average cultivator already. This was the power of an inborn cultivation aptitude. And because it made cultivation smoother and faster, the cultivators all coined it with the term phoenix form. A single fretless fruit is worth at least as much as 100,000 low-grade orbs of will. That old man sure is generous. Zhao Fei, this thing is useful to us for when we break through to the Red Lotus realm. That old man sure sent these gifts over at the right time, Sikong Wu said with a chuckle. Zhao Fei nodded and said, with his background, he actually didn't even need to go this far. For him to willingly humble himself and spend so much money just to resolve this grievance, I can see that not all who come from an affluent family are layabouts. It is clear that the Huyan family wasn't solely relying on their background to remain an influential family for so long. Zhao Fei and Sikong soon took their leave after a brief discussion amongst themselves. Miao Yi then handed the 2 gift boxes containing the fretless fruits over to Qian and Shui. This was clearly what the old man intended by bringing 6 of these gifts, as his son had taken advantage of 6 ladies. However, Miao Yi soon noticed that Qian had silently kept her head lowered this entire time, biting her lips fretfully. Actually, he already noticed this when she came out of prison. He just didn't have the time to ask her about it with so many things happening. Finally, Miao Yi couldn't help asking, Qian, what's wrong? Beside her, Shui timidly asked, elder sister was taken advantage of by that scoundrel. Master, are you going to abandon elder sister? When she heard this, Qian bit even harder on her lips, almost causing them to bleed, as 2 teardrops rolled down her cheeks. Miao Yi was taken aback at first, but he soon understood everything. This was how society worked. Ever since ancient times, it was acceptable for a man to take in multiple wives. However, if a respectable woman was even slightly touched by another man, it would mean that her purity was tainted, and the outcome of that was terrible indeed. Silly girl, you're overthinking things. This isn't your fault to begin with. I'm not such an intractable man. Miao Yi lifted Qian's chin up, then wiped away her tears for her. But then Master, Shui continued to stutter as she said, You accepted their gifts, and said that it's all water under the bridge. Even though her words were all over the place, Miao Yi understood what she was trying to say. He shook his head and replied, just because I accepted his gifts, it doesn't mean that I plan to let this matter rest. Qian had to go through such a terrible experience. How can I just forget about it so easily? You are both my women. If either of you were humiliated, that means I'm being humiliated as well. However, the incident this time has taught us how feeble we really are. If we go head-to-head against our foes, the ones to suffer will still be us. Don't you two worry about it. Before we leave the capital city, I will definitely have that scoundrel's life. Hearing Miao Yi's assurance, Qian finally felt a sense of relief. At the same time, she broke out in tears, and dove straight into Miao Yi's embrace, her shoulders quivering uncontrollably. She was really worried that Miao Yi would abandon her. Morning the next day. The light of dawn was just barely peeking out from the horizon, but Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, Sikong Wu, Gu Sanjian, Tan Lao, and Exan had already begun their ascent to the summit of the lofty jade capital peak. At the summit, there weren't many clouds, only the wide expanse of the clear, blue sky surrounding a lofty tower. The tower was massive, ancient, and most importantly, solemn. Arriving ahead of time, Miao Yi and the others patiently waited at the foot of the steps leading up to the tower. They couldn't help feeling a little pensive about climbing up to the top of Jade Capital Peak for the first time. Within the cultivation realm, there weren't many who could make it up to this place. This was something that the 6 of them had risked their lives for in the subjugation crusade. It was an honor they deserved. Meanwhile, along the mountain, within the prison walls of the Martial Manners Judiciary Office, Hu Yanshou had already lost all sense of time after being held behind bars for so long without seeing the light of day. He continued to mumble incoherent sentences, as though he had already gone insane. Suddenly, a peculiar-looking mantid propped up against the bars of the prison cell started to beat its wings. It flew over to Hu Yanshou and landed on his head. Hu Yanshou then lifted his hand and touched his head out of reflex, but his body suddenly froze the next second, and he was instantly covered by a layer of white frost. And as his body fell stiffly to the ground, the tiny mantid flew off and disappeared. The strange noise that came from the prison cell startled the jailer, who quickly ran over to check what happened. When he found the peculiar state that Hu Yanshou's body was in, he immediately dashed inside to examine him. How could a mere mortal possibly withstand the powerful frost venom of the tiny mantid? Hu Yanshou had instantly died on the spot. As the first golden rays of light rose above the horizon, Miao Yi and the others noticed about a dozen purple streaks of light flying overhead and descending upon the summit. The 6 of them were standing at the bottom of the steps, and because of the difference in height, they couldn't make out the faces of the people who had just arrived. Nonetheless, they couldn't help their astonishment when they noticed the appearance of so many purple lotus experts. As the golden light of dawn dyed the ancient tower in a bright, shimmering yellow, a beautiful woman dressed in elegant attire appeared at the top of the steps. She cast a gentle smile at Miao Yi and the others, and said, "The 6 of you who have returned from the Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade, you have proven the might of our 5th earthly branch. You have done the Overlord a great service, and he has specially granted you an audience. We humbly accept the order." The 6 of them stood in a line and cupped their fists in acknowledgement of the order. After which, they ascended the steps. In the distance, the rolling clouds cast a beautiful contrast against the rising sun, creating an extraordinarily dreamlike sight to behold. And right beside them was a scenic garden like that of paradise. Along the way, they could see a group of beautiful women dressed in noble attire, carrying a jade pot in their hands as they collected the dew that dripped from the various flowers that surrounded the area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465. Chapter 465, Choosing Their Own Manners. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi and the others separated themselves into 2 lines, based on their rankings in the Subjugation Crusade. They followed behind the woman in the elegant robes who read them the Overlord's decree. Soon, they made their way to the massive, open gates of the tower. The woman walked up to the gates and stood to the side, extending her arm towards the tower in a beckoning gesture for Miao Yi and the others to enter. As the 6 of them entered, they immediately noticed the majesty of the inner halls of the tower. It was as though the whole place could naturally inspire people with a sense of awe. 5 people stood on either side of the hall. There were men and women, and they were all either middle-aged or an elder. These 10 people were the palace lords of the 5th earthly branch. Situated high within the hall was a shimmering golden throne, and seated above it was a plain-looking, middle-aged man dressed in thin, peach-colored robes. The man had a calm expression, and despite not moving a single muscle, his overbearing dominance could be clearly felt by everyone in the room. As one could imagine, the only person able to sit on this very seat was none other than the 5th earthly branch overlord, Yu Tianbo. Next to Yu Tianbo were 2 astonishingly beautiful women, and 1 step below them stood 2 men, followed by 2 other men another step further down. Between the pair standing on the 3rd step was a familiar face to Miao Yi. It was the governor of the martial manor, Lan Ho. The 4 men stood along the staircase in an 8 formation. The most powerful people within the entire 5th earthly branch were gathered here today, and they were all staring at the 6 Subjugation Crusade returnees. Even though Miao Yi and the others had already conquered the Subjugation Crusade, they still couldn't help feeling nervous before the powerful aura these people exuded. The pressure that came from them was many times stronger than what Miao Yi and the others felt when they faced Yun Guang and the others back in the Western Constellations Palace. One could say that they were 2 entirely different feelings. The pressure that came from Yun Guang and the others was that of someone with a noble status, whereas the awe that these people commanded was an oppressive one that the strong possessed. It was an aura that was naturally born through the taking of countless lives. One type of pressure was that of an undefiable authority, whereas the other was that of an indomitable killing intent. It was evident that the latter was the more terrifying of the 2. Miao Yi and the other returnees didn't know why they felt such pressure from these people. They had no idea that the people before them also had to step on countless corpses before they could reach their current statuses and positions. On the other hand, Yun Guang and the others were people who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Given their background, there weren't many people who would dare lay a hand on them, and thus, they naturally lacked the oppressiveness that this group had. For Miao Yi and the others to be able to meet these people with their current cultivation levels, it was indeed a great honor. Naturally, they wouldn't let such an opportunity go to waste, and every one of them etched the faces of these top cultivators within the fifth earthly branch into their heads. When Miao Yi noticed the alluring woman in the thin garments standing in between the 10 palace lords, his mouth nearly fell open with shock. It was Xiao Xiao, the one he met back on Jade Lake. He confirmed again that his eyes didn't deceive him. Xiao Xiao's looks and attire were simply too easy to recognize, and even now, she clearly stood out among the rest. Not to mention, she even secretly casted him a playful wink. This was even greater proof that Miao Yi was not mistaken. To think the woman that bastard Wu Liang Fan was fooling around with was actually one of the 10 palace lords of the fifth earthly branch. Dear God! Wu Liang Fan sure has some balls. Miao Yi finally understood why Wu Menglan held such contempt for Wu Liang Fan back then. It seemed she suspected that miserly big brother of his was sponging off of a woman. It also finally made sense to Miao Yi why Wu Menglan was so hesitant to bring up Xiao Xiao. She was definitely not someone Wu Menglan should trifle with. The 6 returnees walked up to a suitable distance and stopped. They then bowed and said in unison, "We respectfully greet the overlord." High on his throne, Yu Tianbo replied with a simple then said in a calm voice, "The 6 of you have returned after enduring much hardship, your names shaking the entire sea of constellations. And more importantly, you showcased the might of our fifth earthly branch. As a sign of my appreciation, I have called for all those who are palace lords and above to welcome you." The 6 returnees immediately replied with the response they previously agreed on, once again bowing in unison as they said, "We thank the overlord for this prestigious honor." Yu Tianbo then called out, "Feng Zhe." As his name was called out, the man standing next to Lan Ho turned towards Yu Tianbo and gave a light bow, then turned back to Miao Yi and the others and said, "It is by the overlord's benevolent grace that you will all be rewarded according to your merits. Of the 1,000 manors under the command of the 10 palace lords of the fifth earthly branch, the 6 of you are free to take your pick from any one of them." The 6 returnees bowed once again and said, "We thank the overlord for his benevolent grace." Feng Zhe continued, "The privilege of choosing first shall go in tandem with your respective rankings in the subjugation crusade." Gu Sanzheng. Gu Sanzheng immediately cupped his fists and answered, "Present." Feng Zhe said, "You are free to take your pick from 1,000 manors. The overlord shall grant to you whichever place you decide to go. I thank the overlord for his benevolent grace." Gu Sanzheng clearly had his sights set on a certain place right from the start, or it could be said that the Sword Deviate sect had already decided one for him right from the beginning. Without any hesitation, he answered, "On behalf of the overlord, this subordinate is willing to oversee the Traversing Heavens Palace's Bright Pearl Manor." As its name implied, Bright Pearl Manor was the pearl of the fifth earthly branch, and the absolute best place that these returnees could choose. It was to no one's surprise that the first one to choose, Gu Sanzheng, would set his sights on this place. Feng Zhe then asked, "Does the Traversing Heavens Palace Lord have any objections?" The stout man standing at the front of the line to the left cupped his fists towards Yu Tianbo and replied, "As the overlord commands." He then proceeded to take out a jade archive and personally wrote down a decree of appointment for a manor head's position, then tossed it over to Gu Sanzheng. After making sure that there was no error in the jade archive, Gu Sanzheng bowed thankfully to overlord, then paid his greetings to his new palace lord. After him, Tan Lao and Yi Xian pretty much followed the same sequence as well. Needless to say, the places they picked were only second to Gu Sanzheng's. Fourth in line was Miao Yi. In a well-rehearsed manner, Feng Zhe called out, "Miao Yi, you are free to take your pick from 1,000 manors. The overlord shall grant to you whichever place you decide to go." This was obviously just a figure of speech. The best places were already taken by those before him. Even if Miao Yi were to choose the place that Gu Sanzheng had picked, the overlord would not grant him that request. Naturally, Miao Yi wouldn't be so bored that he would make things difficult for the overlord. Not unless he was tired of living, that is. I thank the overlord for his benevolent grace. Miao Yi cupped his fists and answered calmly, on behalf of the overlord, this subordinate is willing to oversee the traversing water palace's raincloud manor. The entire hall immediately fell silent. The traversing water palace lord was the old woman holding onto a golden dragon-head cane, Tao Yulin. Within the cultivation realm, she was more commonly known as Grandma Tao, and at the moment, the weary eyes on her wrinkly face had widened, a clear indicator of the surprise she felt inside. She looked around, wondering if in her old age she had misheard what Miao Yi just said. She even transmitted her voice over to one of the palace lords to confirm her doubts. Consequently, the palace lord shook his head to confirm that she was not mistaken. Grandma Tao was utterly speechless, and she looked at Miao Yi in confusion. Even though there was some distance between her vassal manors and her own palace, she had been the palace lord of Traversing Water Palace for quite some time after all. She was fully aware what kind of place Raincloud Manor was. There was nothing but a fisherman's village over there. Besides its somewhat fresher seafood, all it had was a slightly more exotic scenery. Grandma Tao recalled that there didn't seem to be many lucrative opportunities there. While its local seafood was indeed a delicacy, she didn't think that would be a relevant factor to cultivators at all. Not even mortals would think of eating seafood 3 meals a day for the rest of their lives, yes? Overlord Yu Tianbo quickly examined Miao Yi. He had been overseeing the entire Fifth Earthly Branch for over 10,000 years. Even if he were a lazy person through and through, he couldn't possibly be ignorant of the circumstances relating to the 1,000 manors under his jurisdiction. As such, he couldn't help feeling a bit surprised by Miao Yi's choice as well. All the palace lords were equally confused for this very reason. In their long years governing their respective territories, even if they weren't all that familiar with every single manor in the Fifth Earthly Branch, they could still make out which places were better than others. What was so good about this Raincloud Manor? The seductive and provocatively dressed Traversing Moon Palace lord's lips twitched as she glared at Miao Yi. It seemed she was a little resentful for this sudden slap to her face. Meanwhile, standing in front of Miao Yi, the Gu Sanzheng trio seemed to have figured something out. There was a wistfulness in their eyes as they all disregarded the absolute authority of their surroundings just to turn around and look at Miao Yi. Their emotions were in utter turmoil. Standing at the furthermost end of the line, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei exchanged glances with one another. Their expressions seemed to say that Miao Yi's choice was within their expectations. Even Feng Zhe, who was in charge of the entire procession, was taken aback. He stared at Miao Yi for a bit, wondering if his own ears had heard wrongly. To avoid making a fool of himself, he transmitted his voice over to the person standing next to him. Lan Ho, did I mishear what he just said? I heard him mention the Traversing Water Palace as Raincloud Manor, Lan Ho replied in kind. How could he possibly know what Feng Zhe heard? Nonetheless, it seemed even Lan Ho didn't dare assume whether Feng Zhe had heard wrongly or not, so he simply told the latter what he heard for him to confirm his own doubts himself. After receiving Lan Ho's answer and confirming that he didn't mishear, Feng Zhe asked, Does the Traversing Water Palace Lord have any objections? Grandma Tao's lips curled into a smile as she replied, It's up to him to decide where to go. What objections can I possibly have? This old one will simply do as the overlord commands. She then wrote down a decree of appointment on the spot and tossed the Jade Archive over to Miao Yi. As Miao Yi received the Jade Archive, he confirmed that there were no issues with it. After which, he bowed in thanks to the overlord, then cupped his fists towards Grandma Tao and said, This subordinate respectfully greets the palace lord. Grandma Tao casually waved her hand to signal for Miao Yi to be at ease. However, there was still a sense of curiosity in her eyes as she looked at the latter. Seeing that Miao Yi was actually choosing that place, Feng Zhe didn't dally on and continued to call out, Zhao Fei. You are free to take your pick from 1,000 manors. The Overlord shall grant to you whichever place you decide to go. Zhao Fei cupped his fists and replied, on behalf of the Overlord, this subordinate is willing to oversee the traversing water palace's Thousand Lake Manor. When Zhao Fei's words came out, Miao Yi abruptly turned to look at him, a little hesitant to speak. The other palace lords all exchanged glances with one another, and Grandma Tao was even more dumbfounded. However, given how Miao Yi had already given them quite the shock before this, it didn't take too long for them to regain their composure the second time around. And because of this, Feng Zhe no longer doubted his own ears, and simply asked Grandma Tao, does the traversing water palace lord have any objections? Stop teasing an old woman like me already. Grandma Tao sighed, then continued, this old one will do as the Overlord commands. She then wrote down another decree of appointment and tossed it over to Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei made the necessary confirmations, thanked the Overlord, then paid his respects to Grandma Tao. Feng Zhe called out again, Sikong Wu Wei. You are free to take your pick from 1,000 manors. The Overlord shall grant to you whichever place you decide to go. Sikong Wu Wei cupped his fists and answered, on behalf of the Overlord, this subordinate is willing to oversee the traversing water palace's Mulberry Cloud Manor. Again. All the palace lords were confused. 3 out of the 6 returnees had chosen Grandma Tao's territory. What was going on here? Today's events within the golden halls of the Overlord's palace were quite puzzling indeed. Miao Yi pursed his lips as he stood in place. Meanwhile, Gu Sanjian, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian turned back to look at the other 3 once again. There were looks of sheepishness on their faces as they finally confirmed the reason Miao Yi and the other 2 had chosen such a place. Back in Skyfire Mountain, when Miao Yi acted as bait to lure away the enemy, Gu Sanjiang and the others had managed to escape in one piece. At the time, they weren't sure if Miao Yi would be able to survive, so after finding a suitable hiding spot, the group discussed if Miao Yi had any unfinished business left to resolve. When they mentioned taking revenge for a certain someone, Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao and Yi Xian had promised that they would help Miao Yi fulfill this wish of his. But right now, only Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei were standing alongside Miao Yi. The Gu Sanjing trio wasn't given much choice from their sects, so they had to go back on their words, and thus, they felt immensely remorseful deep down. Feng Zhe asked again, does the traversing water palace lord have any objections? As the Overlord commands. Ai. Youngsters nowadays sure have some spunk. How can this old one not respect that? That said, I do have a couple of good spots in my territory, but these youngsters just had to go and take their picks so recklessly. I don't understand at all what they're trying to do. I just hope that they're not trying to pull a prank on me. Grandma Tao shook her head helplessly, then tossed out another jade archive. The other palace lords couldn't help chuckling at her comical attitude. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466. Chapter 466, The Power of Seniority. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Sikong Wu Wei acknowledged the order and thanked the Overlord. Feng Zhe turned back and cupped his fists towards Yu Tianbo to indicate that the procession had been successfully finished. Yu Tianbo didn't have much else to say to Miao Yi and the others. There was simply too wide of a difference in status between the two parties after all. Even the gap between heaven and earth wasn't an apt enough description for their rift. Not to mention, these 6 returnees were not worth him meeting them in the first place. Yu Tianbo was only complying with the formalities of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade as dictated by the 6 sages. It was nothing more than a performance made to flaunt the prestige of the subjugation crusade survivors. Yu Tianbo delivered a brief speech out of decorum, then got up from his throne, walked down, and left. Following which, the palace lords gradually left the golden pavilion of the tower as well. Miao Yi and the others didn't dare walk in front of these people, so they waited for them to leave. After all the other palace lords had left, the traversing moon palace lord was the only one remaining behind, standing in place as she smiled at Miao Yi. If she wasn't leaving, then Miao Yi and the others couldn't leave either. Suddenly, the traversing Moon Palace Lord began striding forward, placing one bare, beautiful foot over the other as she walked straight up to Miao Yi. Her figure was absolutely enticing to behold. She lightly waved her arm and said to the other returnees, "The rest of you can go ahead and leave now." Gu Sanjiang and the others didn't know what was happening, but they didn't dare disobey her command. They secretly glanced at Miao Yi, feeling a little curious and worried at the same time. In the end, they cupped their fists and bowed to the traversing Moon Palace Lord, then left. Even after all the others had left, the traversing Moon Palace Lord, Zheng Tianxiao, still didn't speak, and just smiled at Miao Yi. There was something deep within that smile of hers that made Miao Yi feel greatly uneasy. Ultimately, Miao Yi decided to take a leap of faith, tossing the other party a smile as he cupped his fists and greeted, "Sister-in-law." He had no other cards to play besides this relationship. Sister-in-law, Zheng Tianxiao was momentarily dazed. However, she soon covered her lips and began to chuckle. As she burst into hearty, yet charming laughter, she lightly patted her half-exposed chest and teased, "What a nice title to have. Miao Yi, you just publicly gave a slap to your sister-in-law's face." Miao Yi was surprised by her statement. He plucked up his courage and asked carefully, "Sister-in-law, why do you say such a thing?" Zhang Tianxiao sighed and replied, "Did Wu Lingsha not tell you anything? I was willing to let you manage the most profitable area within traversing Moon Palace, but you completely disregarded my sentiments, choosing to go to some backwater place instead. Wouldn't you call that a slap to my face? And to think I even stepped forward personally to get Lan Ho to release you, yet you don't know how to appreciate the favor at all. Is my traversing Moon Palace so unworthy in your eyes? How do you expect me to feel about this?" Miao Yi's eyes were already widened in shock. "You are the traversing Moon Palace Lord." Then, you and his words stopped halfway. "So that bastard Wu Lingsha really is spooning off a woman. No wonder he sent me off all the way to the Sea of Constellations." Zhang Tianxiao seemed to have guessed what Miao Yi was thinking. Smiling, she spread her arms and turned around charmingly as she asked, "Do I not look like the traversing Moon Palace Lord? This subordinate respectfully greets the Palace Lord." Miao Yi cupped his fists bashfully. Secretly, he cursed that bastard Wu Lingsha. He was really too good at keeping this relationship a secret. Miao Yi then tried to confirm Zhang Tianxiao's words, asking, "Palace Lord was the one who had Governor Lan Ho release me?" Zhang Tianxiao lightly smiled, as though saying, "Do you think I need to lie to you?" She then changed the topic and asked, "I wish to know why you're so unwilling to remain in my traversing Moon Palace? Is it because Wu Lingsha sent you off to the Sea of Constellations?" Miao Yi hurriedly waved his hands and said, "That isn't the case. Big Brother Hu already explained to me that he didn't know that I'd been sent to the Sea of Constellations. The truth is, if I may, Palace Lord, I wasn't supposed to be locked up originally. However, Governor Lan Ho suddenly decided to throw my comrades and me into prison after finding out that I am Big Brother Hu's sworn brother. This is something I discovered after getting out of prison. Even now, I have no clue why he would do such a thing. I do not wish to suffer such an injustice a second time, and at the same time, I do not wish to cause any more trouble to Big Brother Hu. That is why I decided to go someplace else." This was the excuse Miao Yi had originally prepared for Wu Lingsha. Little did he know that it would be put to use so quickly. Zhang Tianxiao immediately understood everything. If it were someone else, they might not necessarily believe Miao Yi's words. However, she knew full well why Lan Ho had chosen to imprison Miao Yi because of Wu Lingsha. "Lan Ho, that despicable bastard. Why do you have to lower yourself to his standards? Forget it. You're not to blame for this." The smile on Zhang Tianxiao's face seemed to immediately turn sour the moment Lan Ho's name was mentioned. She no longer continued talking to Miao Yi, and simply huffed coldly and left. Her actions made Miao Yi wonder whether she was angry at him or at Lan Ho. After all, he knew nothing about the relationship between Lan Ho and Zhang Tianxiao. He was simply curious why Lan Ho didn't release him even after he had mentioned Fairy Hong Chen's name. If the latter didn't even have this much influence, why did she tell him to use her name back then? As he glanced around the spacious golden pavilion, Miao Yi noticed that he was finally alone, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He closely examined the golden pavilion for a while, then started walking towards the exit. Outside, within the beautiful garden, the palace lords were all conversing amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei stood in the corner, waiting for Miao Yi to come out. Surprisingly, Gu Sanjiang and the others didn't leave either and were patiently waiting alongside Zhao Fei and the others. Miao Yi walked up to the five of them. Facing their worried gazes, he gently shook his head to show that he was all right. After which, the group decided to leave together. Miao Yi and the others made their way to the edge of the steps and were about to descend the mountain. Off to the side, Lan Ho was listening to Pu Gong's report with furrowed brows. Following which, his eyes gleamed, and he suddenly barked towards Miao Yi and the others, "Hold it!" Miao Yi and the others turned their heads and saw that Lan Ho was staring right at them. Clearly, he was talking to them. While the rest of them were confused, Miao Yi had a hunch why Lan Ho wanted to talk to them, so he wasn't too perturbed by the sudden development. Lan Ho's voice startled the palace lords as well. They all turned to look and saw Lan Ho leading Pu Gong towards Miao Yi's group. He then waved his hand at the Gu Sanjing trio and said, "This has nothing to do with the three of you. You may leave. As for you three, stay behind." Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xin exchanged glances with one another. They were afraid to disobey Lan Ho's command, so they cupped their fists in acknowledgement. After which, they looked at Miao Yi and the others for a while, then began their descent down the mountain ahead of them. Along the way, they couldn't help thinking to themselves, why do these three like to get into trouble so often? "Do you know why I had the three of you stay behind?" Lan Ho asked coldly. Miao Yi and the others exchanged glances with one another, then cupped their fists as a gesture for Lan Ho to enlighten them. "You will find out soon enough." Lan Ho turned his head to look at Grandma Tao standing nearby, then shouted, "Take them away!" But the three of them were utterly flabbergasted. Pu Gong extended his arm and said, "If you will." "Hold it!" An old voice suddenly resounded, and Grandma Tao started to slowly walk towards Lan Ho, the golden dragon head cane in her hands tapping on the ground as she approached. The other palace lords looked at one another, then out of curiosity, started walking towards Miao Yi and the others as well. They were simply being nosy. Her face was heavily wrinkled and her eyelids were drooping. Grandma Tao walked up to Lan Ho, chuckling as she said, "Governor Lan Ho, would you care to explain what you're doing right now? You're taking my subordinates away right in front of me. Don't you think you need to give me a proper explanation first?" Lan Ho creased his brows, but he knew that it wouldn't be right to take these three away without giving Grandma Tao a proper explanation, so he nodded to Pu Gong. After paying his respects to all the palace lords in the vicinity, Pu Gong then recounted the recent events involving Miao Yi and the others, the most important one being the one that just happened. Hu Yanshou had just died in his prison cell. Not to mention, the way he died was a little too mind-boggling. It was clearly done by a cultivator. The palace lords couldn't help feeling a little astonished. They never thought that such a thing had happened so recently. "I see." Grandma Tao sighed, then asked curiously, "According to you, that person has just died not too long ago." However, these three subordinates of mine were in an audience with the overlord this whole time. They weren't anywhere near the prison at all. Everyone here can vouch for this, even you yourself, Governor Lan Ho. What makes you think that they're the ones responsible for the murder of Hu Yanshou? Do you have some kind of reasoning to convince me with? Beside them, Zhang Tianxiao let out a chuckle and remarked, "Someone's clearly just trying to abuse his authority to get payback." Lan Ho ignored her and replied to Grandma Tao, "If a cultivator wishes to attack a mortal, the number of methods at his disposal are simply too many to count. I'm not saying that they're responsible for this crime. However, they are involved in some way, and thus, they warrant my suspicion. I naturally need to take them back to do a proper investigation. Innocent or no, all will be proven in time. Holding onto her cane, Grandma Tao shook her head gently and asked, meaning you don't have any evidence? Am I right to look at it that way, Lan Ho? Lan Ho frowned and asked, does Grandma Tao plan to obstruct my investigation? Grandma Tao waved her hand and said, I didn't say that. But what right do you have to arrest my subordinates if you don't have any proof? Do you really think I'm easy to push around because of my old age? Even the overlord himself has seen the three of them and can prove that their alibi is solid. If I allowed you to take my men away so easily, how could I show my old face to the world? Governor Lan Ho, all I have to say is this, if you have evidence, then even if you come all the way to my traversing water palace to arrest my men later on, I won't make so much as a peep. As for now, though, since you don't have any proof. She turned to Miao Yi and the others and said, you can excuse yourselves for now. Run along to your new posts. If something does happen, you will be summoned once again. When that time comes, you won't be able to run either way. Miao Yi and the others cupped their fists in acknowledgement. However, Lan Ho's face instantly darkened, and he held out his hand to stop them. Wait. You can leave after the investigation is over. It won't take too much time anyway. I have long heard stories of how Governor Lan Ho is a stickler when it comes to enforcing the law. But I see that mere hearsay doesn't do your reputation any justice. Grandma Tao giggled menacingly and said, Lan Ho, are you planning to use force against me? Do you really think I'm that easy to bully just because I'm old? The other palace lords were all smiling expectantly. Especially the traversing moon palace lord. Her face literally screamed, show me what you can do against Grandma Tao. Lan Ho said solemnly, the one who died isn't just any normal riffraff. This incident involves the Huyan family as well. If I let the suspects go so easily, the Huyan family could use this as an excuse to exacerbate the situation. Who will handle this issue then? So what if it's the Huyan family? Grandma Tao continued to chuckle and said, Lan Ho, don't try to use Huyan Taibao to intimidate me. When I was still a young woman fighting alongside Mu Fanjun for dominance of the realm, Yu Tianhua's position was still lower than mine, and Huyan Taibao himself was but a child. They would even bow their heads whenever they saw me. God knows where you were at the time. You're right. I am useless. After so many years in the cultivation realm, I watched as one youngster after another climb above my head, and every single one of them dared to bark at this old lady. I do regret it. But Lan Ho, even if I'm old and useless, I still very much have the right to speak. I'd sure like to see who dares to arrest my men without any evidence. Forget about you, Lan Ho, even if Huyan Taibao himself were to dare come to my traversing water palace and take my men away without any proof, I will go straight to the realm beyond heaven and report this matter straight to Mu Fanjun myself. I'll ask her how can she possibly treat an old, loyal subordinate in such a way. I'll ask her if it's because this sisterhood from a bygone age is no longer of any value to her that she wishes to kick me aside like this. She then slammed her cane into the ground, creating a loud, deep sound, much like the tone of her voice, If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467. Chapter 467, henceforth, our paths diverge. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Grandma Tao's words were a little harsh. Some of the younger palace lords couldn't help scratching their noses bashfully, wondering if the arrogant youngsters that Grandma Tao mentioned included them as well. Miao Yi and the others were a little taken aback. This palace lord of theirs just called the overlord by name. Hold on. She was even casually calling out the celestial sage as well. What fearlessness! This was way past being bold. And from the sound of it, she must be quite old indeed. She just referred to Mu Fanjun as her sister. The three of them finally realized that not a single one of these people were pushovers. As expected of someone who oversaw a massive domain on the celestial sage's behalf. A normal person would not be able to shoulder such a task. Well, it was to be expected. If Grandma Tao really had so many years of experience under her belt, there was no way she would let someone else take her men away so easily. Grandma Tao seemed very angry at Lan Ho's forceful methods. After venting her frustration out on him, she started chastising Miao Yi and the others as well. What are you three still standing in a daze for? Hurry along to your new posts already. Or do you three whippersnappers think my words are unimportant as well? Everyone knew what she was trying to say. It was pretty much the same as what she boldly announced before. I'd like to see who dares stop me. Miao Yi and the others immediately bowed their heads and excused themselves. At the same time, they snuck a glance at Lan Ho. While his expression was as dark as it could be, he didn't dare to try and stop them. Miao Yi and the others couldn't help their astonishment at Grandma Tao's influence when they saw this. Standing by Lan Ho's side, Pui Gong had his head timidly lowered and just kept perfectly silent. There was no place for him to speak here. Since Lan Ho didn't say anything, he wouldn't dare to stop Miao Yi and the others either. Otherwise, that grandma's cane could very easily send him straight to his grave. This old one is getting on in years, so I won't be sticking around with you scamps any longer. Grandma Tao turned to the crowd and nodded her head in farewell, then flew off into the distance in a streak of light. The other palace lords were completely speechless. There were some among them who were rather old as well, and these people couldn't help smiling bitterly at Grandma Tao's words. For someone at their age to still be called a scamp. How could this make sense? But alas, the other party was indeed much older, and thus had the right to call them that. This was why none of them could make a single rebuttal. Ai. Even though Grandma Tao's cultivation isn't high, her attitude is completely overbearing. Zhang Tianxiao covered her lips and smiled coyly. It seemed she was very pleased to see Lan Ho suffering a setback. She teased, Governor Lan, why did you have to put yourself through such misery? Grandma Tao is a very proud individual. For someone of her age to still be equal in position to us, it's evident that her greatest fear is being looked down upon by others. And you just had to try and seize her men right in front of her face. If she let you act it as you pleased, how could she possibly live with the shame? Governor Lan, why don't you ask the overlord to lend you a hand instead? Humph. With a flutter of his sleeves, Lan Ho turned around, crossing his arms behind his back as he gazed down the mountain. However, contrary to his actions beforehand, there was an almost undetectable look of slyness in his eyes. How could he possibly not understand what kind of person Grandma Tao was? If he had truly intended to take Miao Yi and the others away, he wouldn't have done it right in front of her face. The reason he did so was precisely because he knew she would try to stop him. If he had let things be, he wouldn't be able to give a satisfactory explanation to the Huyan family, given that there was a dead body involved. Now that someone else had forcibly taken the suspects away, he wouldn't be blamed for not doing his job properly. If Huyan Taibao had the guts, he was more than welcome to take his complaints straight to Grandma Tao's face. It didn't matter who killed Huyan Shou while he was in prison. It was likely that the Huyan family wouldn't let a single suspect go. Now that Grandma Tao was there as a deterrent, things would turn out just as she said. Even Huyan Taibao, the Huyan family's ancestor, had to walk on eggshells in front of her, much less the normal members of the Huyan family. Even though Lan Ho put up a grim face, he was sighing in relief deep inside. It didn't matter if he lost a bit of face. The most important thing was fulfilling his obligation to his friend without sacrificing his principles. On the way down the mountain, Miao Yi and the others bumped into the Gu Sanjing trio. Since none of the other three major sect disciples were around, they were able to speak freely. Gu Sanjing asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Miao Yi replied calmly, "Huyan Shou is dead." Gu Sanjing and the others were astonished. Yi Xian asked, "Who killed him?" Miao Yi shook his head and answered, "I don't know." Then why the heck did Lan Ho have the three of you stay behind? The Gu Sanjing trio looked at Miao Yi and the others suspiciously. Meanwhile, Sikong Wu chuckled and said, "Who cares who killed him? God knows how many people that good-for-nothing guy has already offended. It's not surprising for someone to want to kill him. Well, the guy's already dead now. Not like it matters much to begin with though. More importantly, that palace lord was so freaking cool. I'm thoroughly impressed." "Which palace lord?" Tan Lao asked curiously. Miao Yi and the others smiled at one another, then simply shook their heads, refraining from revealing any more about the topic. Grandma Tao had helped them out after all. Not to mention, she was also their direct superior. It would be inappropriate for them to talk behind her back like this. Since Miao Yi and the others were unwilling to divulge anything further, the Gu Sanjiang trio didn't bother prying for more details. After all. In the end, Gu Sanjiang still decided to speak up. "Brother Zhao, I know why you guys chose to take up your new posts in Traversing Water Palace. The three of us are ashamed for not being able to do the same." Hearing Gu Sanjiang mention this, Tan Lao and Exian felt a little awkward as well. Compared to the camaraderie between Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu, the three of them felt terrible at having to go back on their promise. It should be known that Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu were manor heads to begin with, and their original territories were likely not any worse off than what they'd chosen. Not to mention, they had been overseeing their places for many years. But now, they had given it all up just to follow Miao Yi and fulfill a single promise. The Gu Sanjiang trio couldn't help cursing their own situations when they saw what Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu did. Zhao Fei smiled and said, "We understand. The three of you have an obligation to ensure the benefit of your respective sections. The choices you made were not entirely your own. Not to mention, given the relationship between Miao Yi and your three major sects, you guys don't really have to beat yourself up about it." But as they approached the Chamber of Commerce's sector, the six of them split into two groups and went their separate ways as though they were mortal enemies. The meeting with the Overlord was finally over, and with danger lurking in every corner of the capital city, Miao Yi and the others had no intention of staying for another second, especially when they had just gotten out of a sticky situation themselves. After handing down several instructions to Lin Pingping, Miao Yi and the others went to bid farewell to Uncle Hua and Luo Ping before going on their way. And as there were many acquaintances of the three major sects within the capital city, the Gu Sanjiang trio had to visit them one by one before they could leave. Hence, their departure could only take place a little later. Nevertheless, even if they could leave at the same time as Miao Yi, they could not be seen together. Once again, Luo Ping escorted Miao Yi and the others out the city, insisting on sending them off 5 kilometers out the gates. "Brother Luo, this is far enough," declared Miao Yi, turning charcoal around. "No matter how far one wishes to see a friend off, the moment of parting will eventually come." Luo Ping cupped his fists and smiled, "Take care, everyone. The verdant mountains never wither, and the turquoise rivers shall continue to flow. We shall meet again." Zhao Fei cupped his fists as well. "We shall meet again." Sikong Wu replied, cupping his fists. He then let out a hearty laugh, turned his dragon steed around and chased after Miao Yi and the others. More than 20 riders galloped off, stirring up a streak of dust as they disappeared into the horizon. Standing between the mountain and river, Luo Ping cast a longing gaze towards the departing figures. Those three were each the master of their own manors and would oversee massive plots of land. With over 10 million followers under their feet, they had vast armies under their command. It was no exaggeration to say they were all little lords of their respective areas. Luo Ping believed that such a life, where one could fall into a beautiful woman's lap when drunk, and wield an unquestionable authority when sober, was an exciting one worth living. Little did he know that he was the one truly fortunate. There were countless cultivators out there who wished to have the peace and quiet of working in the Chamber of Commerce. About 50 kilometers out of the city, the party stopped for a brief moment as Miao Yi suddenly dove into a nearby forest on his own. No one knew what he was trying to do. Inside the forest, a group of tiny mantids that had been hiding in the trees flew into Miao Yi's storage bangle. When he was making his move on Huyanshou, Miao Yi was worried that someone would investigate him, so he had the tiny mantids take a different path out of the city right from the start. That way, even if he were caught, he could still deny all claims against him. After making his way back out the forest, Miao Yi continued to lead the troops along the journey. More than 20 riders galloped unabated by the wind and rain, crossing numerous mountains and rivers, only stopping to rest once every 5 days. In the middle of their journey, they passed by suppressing Second Hall. As they entered the area, the troops stopped at the foot of the mountain. Miao Yi continued up the mountain alone to bid farewell to Wu Liang Fan. Regardless of what happened, Miao Yi didn't wish to be at odds with Wu Liang Fan any longer. Consider it a gesture of respect for the palace lord who stood behind him. Not to mention, who could say that Miao Yi wouldn't have a use for this relationship in the future, Truthfully speaking, after the incident in the capital city, Miao Yi realized that he could no longer afford to offend powerful individuals so carelessly. To be able to climb up to his current status with just strength alone was already the best result he could ask for. From now on, the people that he would cross paths with would only get stronger and stronger. At the very least, they would be individuals at the level of a hall master. These people were an entire major realm stronger than he was. There was no way he could defeat any of them on his own. From now on, he needed to become a turtle, hiding in his shell. As such, regardless of how much he hated Wu Liang Fan, he needed to preserve this relationship, even if just in form alone. He had to continue to feign ignorance regarding the Sea of Constellations incident. The two brothers soon met one another. Wu Liang Fan wore a dark expression, evidently aware that Miao Yi had chosen a different path than what he originally assumed. However, when the latter answered him with the same reasoning he had told the traversing Moon Palace master, Wu Liang Fan couldn't help growing a little anxious. To think that Governor Lan really did imprison Miao Yi just because of him. It seems that person has really been looking at him quite unfavorably for some time now. As Wu Liang Fan pondered over Miao Yi's reason, he realized it wasn't such a bad idea to send this miserly little brother of his as far away from him as he could. Not only would he be able to avoid having that loose tongue spouting nonsense wherever he went, but it would also save him quite a bit of trouble as well. He wouldn't have to continue cleaning up Miao Yi's messes for him all the time. Things were all the better since the palace lord herself wasn't entirely against Miao Yi's decision to begin with. The color of Wu Liang Fan's face switched in the blink of an eye. After thinking things through, his mood was as jovial as it could get. He even wanted to invite Miao Yi to stay for a few more days so he could give him a proper send-off. Miao Yi politely refused, saying that his men were still waiting for him down the mountain and that the traversing water palace lord herself had ordered him to report to his post immediately. Wu Liang Fan didn't really want him to stay, but he didn't try to keep this brotherhood a secret any longer either. There was no need to anyway. After all, the entire suppressing Second Hall was already aware that Miao Yi was his sworn brother. As such, he took it upon himself to personally escort Miao Yi out the door. Once they were at the front gates, Wu Liang Fan cupped his fists and said, "Safe travels, dear brother. Take care, big brother. If the opportunity arises, I will be sure to pay you a visit." Miao Yi cupped his fists in farewell. Yes, of course. Wu Liang Fan let out a dry laugh as he thought, please don't ever come back here again. Just think of it as me being scared of you, alright? Safe travels, Lord Miao. Tian Yu and Lu Xing curtsied as they bade farewell. Send my regards to sister-in-law for me. If I get the chance, I'll be sure to visit. Miao Yi said as he climbed on to his mount. Wu Liang Fan's expression instantly froze, the smile on his face twitching under Tian Yu's and Lu Xing's curious gazes. After leaving suppressing Second Hall, the party marched onwards to South Edict Manor without rest, where Miao Yi went to say his goodbyes to Yang Qing. Miao Yi's current status was already equal to Yang Qing's at this point, and both parties addressed each other as manor head when they met. This was the perfect example of returning to one's roots after obtaining fame and fortune. After hearing that Tian Qingfeng had been promoted to be the mountain chieftain of Mount Comingxi, effectively taking up his previous position. Miao Yi simply smiled and gestured. Yang Qing was an unfathomable person through and through, and Miao Yi had no idea what he was plotting this time around. Nonetheless, this was no longer something he should be concerned with. From this day forth, their paths would no longer cross with one another, so he didn't question Yang Qing too deeply on the subject. Yang Qing was also a little confused as to why Miao Yi would choose somewhere as remote as Raincloud Manor for his new post, but sensing that Miao Yi was intentionally avoiding the topic, he didn't dwell on it for too long either. The two of them would probably never get to see one another ever again. As a token of goodwill, Yang Qing invited Miao Yi to stay for a few more days. It wasn't too much trouble for him anyway, and at the very least, it would help leave a more favorable final impression of him in Miao Yi's heart. However, the latter politely refused the same way he had denied Huo Lingxiao. Yang Qing personally escorted Miao Yi all the way down the mountain, then bade his farewell. As this sight fell upon the cold gazes of the three major sect disciples, they couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration and jealousy. In just a few short decades, Miao Yi had gone from cave master to mountain chieftain, and now he was making the leap to manor head. The speed of his promotions was enough to cause their eyes to stir with envy. That said, they were aware that Miao Yi had only managed to reach his current position by risking his life in the Sea of Constellations. Even if they themselves had the chance to join in the next subjugation crusade, they might not necessarily be willing to go. After all, only 100 participants would be able to survive out of a staggering 180,000 cultivators. These odds were a little too terrifying. Looking back to Transient Light Cave all those years ago, Yang Qing mused to himself as he saw Miao Yi and his party off from the mountain gates. He then shook his head and laughed bitterly. How time flies. Beside him, Cheng Mei and Cheng Zhu looked on at the departing figures with mixed feelings as well. They still remembered when they first met Miao Yi, and how he'd awkwardly presented them with gifts. But now, he had used just a few short decades to cross a distance that normal cultivators required hundreds, maybe thousands of years to reach. Cheng Zhu seemed to have thought of something else, and gently sighed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468. Chapter 468, Once Upon a Place, and an Old Acquaintance. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. His next destination was Mount Shaotai, but before that, Miao Yi decided to take a detour and pay Changfeng City, his birthplace, as well as the home he grew up in, a visit. Changfeng City was situated within South Edict Manor's domain, so it wasn't too much of a detour for Miao Yi and his party. Back when Miao Yi had assumed his duties at South Edict Manor, he didn't really feel much about it. However, as he would be leaving to a place far away from his hometown this time, Miao Yi couldn't help feeling a sense of melancholy, and thus decided to pay this city a visit. It was unlikely for him to come back without any reason, so this could very well be the last time he would visit Changfeng City. Miao Yi had the troops looking after the mounts in the forest outside the city. There was no need to bring such a large force inside. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei casually went in alongside their handmaidens. The city was just as he remembered. Perhaps the thing that changed the least in this place would be the slightly weathered city walls. As for what changed the most, it would definitely be the new generation replacing the old one. Miao Yi didn't see a single familiar face anywhere in the street. Besides which, there was also the buildings that were constantly being erected or renewed, regardless of rain or shine. The people residing in this world lived their lives one day at a time, never craving for too much change. And as for the cultivators who controlled this vast land, they too had no desire for these people to change, they only needed their faith and belief. Miao Yi stood at the edge of the street, gazing towards the silk shop on the other side, his home from a bygone age. There wasn't the slightest sense of familiarity in it anymore. Compared to when he first visited several decades ago, it seemed that business had been good for the silk shop these past few years. It was even bigger than before and had taken in several of the neighboring lots now. Zhao Fei and the others didn't know why Miao Yi was looking at the silk shop in a daze, so he asked, "Brother Miao, have you been here before? Miao Yi snapped out of it and briefly glanced at Shen and Shui, pointing to the silk shop as he smiled and told them, if I remember correctly, there used to be an old house right above that front gate. That was the place I grew up in. Everyone couldn't help musing at his words. They finally understood why Miao Yi decided to come here. All the passers-by circled around the group as they walked along the street, casting curious gazes at Miao Yi and the others as they did so. The men in the group had a lordly presence, while the women were as beautiful as fairies. The passers-by found it a little difficult to get too close to them. Suddenly, Miao Yi reached out and stopped a young man on the street, cupping his fists and asking, "Excuse me, brother, but do you know where City Lord Huang's family lives?" "City Lord Huang? What's City Lord Huang?" The young man was a little confused. He added, "I've never heard of any City Lord Huang in this city before." "Mister, could you be mistaken?" Miao Yi was surprised, but he soon revealed a smile, cupping his fists again in response and said, "Sorry to bother you, but..." Sometime after, Miao Yi asked a much older person the same question. The old man replied with a couple Os at first, then proceeded to laugh as he shook his head and said, "Oh, the Huang family. They've already fallen on hard times a long time ago." The old man didn't disappoint Miao Yi at all and even offered to lead him personally to the Huang family. The group made their way down several streets, eventually coming to a stop in front of a butcher's shop. There, they saw a middle-aged man covered in grease. As he watched the middle-aged man bark out orders, Miao Yi couldn't help giggling as he realized that the man was actually the child that he saw back when he snuck into the city lord's manor all those years ago. To think that after marrying a much younger woman, Headguard Huang's child would actually be in the same line of work as him from back then. What goes around truly does comes back around indeed. An old lady came out from behind the butcher's stall, carrying a basket of vegetables. Although her attire was plain, her expression seemed vibrant enough for her age. Her posture still looked rather robust as well. The old guide immediately walked over and grabbed the old lady's hand, pointing to Miao Yi and the others as he said, "Old sister, you have a guest." After being zealously pulled over by the old man, the old lady turned to look at Miao Yi curiously. She was a little hesitant to speak as she didn't recognize him at all, and had no idea where he'd come from. It had been far too long since she had guests with such an exalted presence. "This is Headguard Huang's wife, the daughter of Old Li who ran the tofu shop," the old man explained to Miao Yi. His voice was a little loud, possibly a result of his failing ears. Miao Yi was a little surprised. He never thought that the daughter of Old Li from the tofu shop would still be alive, and from the looks of it, she seemed rather healthy for someone her age. For a mortal, she had lived for quite a long time already. Miao Yi just couldn't recognize her at first because she was so old. Miao Yi casually took out a gold crystal and stuffed it in the old man's palms, then sent him off. After which, he placed another gold crystal in the old lady's vegetable basket. He didn't say a single word, and simply turned and led the rest of the group away. The old lady was completely stunned, and a little frightened even. Why did this stranger give her so much money for no reason? She took small, but hurried steps and stopped in front of Miao Yi, stammering as she asked, "Esteemed one, for what reason are you giving this old one so much money? This is simply too much for me to bear. Are you a relative of the Huang family or?" There was no way she wouldn't recognize this person if he was a relative of her Li family. He was most likely a relative of the Huang family whom she had never met before. Miao Yi pondered for a bit, then asked, "Do you really wish to know who I am?" The old lady asked cautiously, "Is it something you can't say?" Miao Yi hesitated for a while, but soon smiled and asked, "Sisterly, do you still remember the young butcher from the butcher shop opposite your tofu shop, Miao Yi?" The old lady was instantly thunderstruck, and she widened her eyes at Miao Yi. After Headguard Huang died, his daughter had told her that the young butcher boy all those years ago had become an immortal. This was a very distant memory for the old lady, but it immediately resurfaced in her mind this very moment. Disbelievingly, she stuttered, "See, could you be?" Miao Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm that Miao Yi. He then cupped his fists and said, sisterly, take care. After which, he turned around and led the rest of his group away. The old lady didn't know that Miao Yi was the one who killed head guard Huang. She only stared dazedly at his youthful figure, as well as the beautiful women accompanying him by his side. She couldn't help thinking back to the time that same young man was kicked out of her house when he came asking for her hand in marriage. But that was a very long time ago, and the old lady was left speechless for quite some time. Mother! Who was that? After he was done dealing with a customer, the old lady's son quickly came over and asked his mother, hurriedly hiding away the money in the vegetable basket. It was dangerous to be holding on to so much money so openly in the middle of the street. The old lady awkwardly turned around, reaching out her hands to help fix her son's clothes. She had already experienced much of life's ups and downs in her age and was no stranger to the vicissitudes of fate. With a calm smile, she said, I don't remember. He should be an old acquaintance to the Huang family and decided to lend us a helping hand after seeing our situation. Hold on to that money. It's getting late. I'm going to go buy some groceries and get started on dinner. As he left the city, Miao Yi's mood was bright and cheery. He never thought he would still be able to meet an old acquaintance. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he had managed to fulfill a long-time wish. Miao Yi and the others proceeded into the forest and mounted their steeds. Miao Yi cast a distant gaze towards Changfeng City, then resolutely turned his head, bringing the rest of the party to ride towards their next destination. Mount Shaotai. This was not Miao Yi's first visit to the place. Back when he was fighting Xiong Xiao, he had assaulted this area in full force, driving Xiong Xiao to abandon his handmaidens to save himself. Mount Shaotai had already been informed by South Edict Manor that Miao Yi would be arriving, and they had scouts keeping a lookout right from the start. Before Miao Yi and the others had even reached the mountain gates, Qin Weiwei, garbed in her usual white dress, was already standing by with the rest of her men. And as always, her expression was as staunch as ever. This time, Miao Yi only brought a few of his subordinates along. It wasn't something that would take long after all. There was no need to have Zhao Fei and the others go back and forth as well. At the same time, Miao Yi didn't want to pressure Qin Weiwei by having so many manor heads dropping in. As he approached the mountain gates and got off his mount, Qin Weiwei immediately stepped forward and bowed. I respectfully greet Manor Head Miao. At ease. Miao Yi raised his arm and gestured for Qin Weiwei to rise. His gaze swept past Qin Weiwei to Hong Mian and Lulu standing behind her, then to Chen Fei, who he had not seen for quite a while. He nodded and tossed a smile towards the latter. After several decades of cultivation, Chen Fei was now at the White Lotus 6th grade and a cave master under Qin Weiwei's care. Facing Miao Yi's friendly gesture, Chen Fei acknowledged him with a somewhat restrained smile. After all, there was a huge difference in status between the two of them now. It wouldn't be appropriate of him to address Miao Yi as his brother anymore. The reason Miao Yi came here this time was precisely because of Chen Fei, and the person himself knew about it as well. This was also why he was so urgently called over to Mount Shaotai from his own territory. Qin Weiwei couldn't act too friendly with Miao Yi in front of outsiders. She turned her body to the side and extended an arm, inviting Miao Yi politely, Manor Head Miao, please come inside. Miao Yi respectfully rejected her, saying, I won't be staying long. I still have a few friends waiting for me outside. I came here for Chen Fei. Even though he would be leaving South Edict Manor to take up his new post in Raincloud Manor, Miao Yi didn't bring a single South Edict Manor subordinate along with him. He only asked for Yin Xiu and Chen Fei. Naturally, Yang Cheng wouldn't deny him such a small request. He wouldn't hold on to these two men just to spite Miao Yi. Chen Fei. Will you come with me? Miao Yi grabbed Chen Fei's arm and asked. Chen Fei laughed bitterly as he thought, your relationship with the three major sects has already worsened to such a terrifying extent. And now that you're doing something like this in public, everyone will know that I'm close to you. It looks like I can't stay even if I wanted to. He cupped his fists and replied, "This subordinate is willing to serve the manor head." Meanwhile, Xin Weiwei's eyes brightened as she asked, "I see that the ones waiting outside are your friends. Then does manor head Miao think my status is too lowly to be your friend, that you won't even spare the time to have a cup of tea with me?" Since she put it that way, what else could Miao Yi say? He had no choice but to trouble her for a little while longer. Once they were inside the living room, Xin Weiwei cast Hong Mian and Lulu a glance, to which they acknowledged secretly. The two girls then invited Miao Yi's subordinates to rest in a different area. Now, Hong Mian and Lulu could no longer address Miao Yi as Lord Miao anymore, simply because his status had become higher than Xin Weiwei's. Thus, they could only address him as manor head. Xin Weiwei personally prepared the tea, then sat down beside Miao Yi, smiling as she asked, "I see that manor head Miao remembers to take care of Qin Fei, but not me. Even coming in for a short while seemed to be a difficult request to ask of you. It looks like I really am too lowly for you." Miao Yi raised his cup and smiled bitterly. "There are no outsiders here. You can spare me the sarcasm. The way you're calling out manor head just sounds way too prickly. I owe Qin Fei a debt of gratitude, so it's only right that I take care of him. You, on the other hand, have manor head Yang looking after you. You don't need me." "That's not necessarily true. I actually wish to break free from my father's shadow and learn to get by on my own. I'm sure everyone knows it as well. No matter what is it I do in South Edict Manor, everyone simply obeys because of my father. I'm nothing more than a decoration. If you really think of me as a friend, why don't you ask to take me under your wing too?" Xin Weiwei asked in a somewhat playful manner. Miao Yi shook his head and remarked, "Do you think manor head Yang will be able to rest easy letting you come along with me? Ever since that time I brought up marrying you, he's been on full alert against me. It looks as though he's scared I'll eat you up or something. So, even if I'm willing to take you with me, manor head Yang will surely oppose it." Xin Weiwei fell silent. She obviously knew that it wouldn't be possible, but still. She then forced a smile and asked, "Do you really think of me as a friend? You're not just saying that because of my father?" Miao Yi was puzzled, and replied, "Why wouldn't I? If I didn't think of you as a friend, why would I entrust my friend to you?" Xin Weiwei stared into his eyes and asked, "If I can get my father's permission one day, and he's willing to let me go, will you take me in?" Miao Yi teased, "If he's willing to let you go, then I'd be more than happy to take you in." Xin Weiwei then brought up a palm to Miao Yi's face. Miao Yi was a little confused at first, but he soon caught on. It was this thing again. As he saw the expectant gaze in Xin Weiwei's eyes, he raised his own palm helplessly and clapped hands with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469. Chapter 469, Traversing Water Palace, Suppressing 10th Hall. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Since he was here just to have a cup of tea, that was exactly what he did. Miao Yi soon attempted to excuse himself. "I told my friends that I won't be long. I should get going now." Xin Weiwei ordered Hong Mian and Lulu to bring the mounts over. After which, the three women proceeded to send off Miao Yi and his subordinates. And since they had even brought the dragon steeds out for them, they naturally wouldn't just stop at the mountain gates. Miao Yi told Xin Weiwei that it was far enough, but the latter was adamant in sending him all the way out, saying, "All who come here are my guests. Since you and I are friends, that makes your friends my friends too. And since they're already at my doorstep, I naturally need to show my face." The group continued out the gates of Mount Kamingsi, riding on their dragon steeds through the nearby forest, eventually coming to a stop at the entrance of a major road. More than 20 riders soon showed up from the surrounding forest. Xin Weiwei didn't think that Miao Yi's friends would turn out to be Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei. She'd met the two of them before back at Mount Kamingsi. She immediately stepped forward to greet them. Safe travels. Take care. Miao Yi didn't say anything much and simply smiled as he cupped his fists towards Qin Weiwei, bidding farewell. He then led the rest of his group to a charge, resuming their journey. Qin Weiwei brought her own mount to gallop up the top of a nearby mountain. The surrounding mountains were lonely and desolate, and standing at the peak was a girl, her white dress fluttering like a daisy flower in the wind. Her face was of astounding beauty, but as she gazed towards the distance, her expression was forlorn and downcast. The person that had risked his life to save her, protected her in his embrace, was now gone, off to a faraway place. Hong Mian and Lu Lu stood quietly behind her. He's really changed ever since he came back from the Sea of Constellations. His whole aura seems different now. Even the people accompanying him are manor heads. I still remember the time back in Transient Light Cave when he was beaten to a pulp by the young miss. Who would have thought that he'd become a person equal in status to the manor head after a few short decades? His position now is even higher than the young miss. Talk about a speedy promotion. If one day his position becomes even higher than the manor head's, maybe. Lulu stopped inside. Hong Mian sighed as well. Traversing Water Palace, huh? That's really far. There are quite a few palaces between that place and our Traversing Moon Palace. And I think Raincloud Manor is almost at the border of the Boundless Nation itself. Even if we were to ride non-stop on our dragon steeds, it would take at least half a month to go that far. Who would possibly make such a trip without a viable reason? I wonder if we'll ever get the chance to meet again in the future. The two girls glanced at the lonely figure seated atop the dragon steed in front of them, then looked back at each other inside. Traversing Water Palace, suppressing 10th Hall. Once again, more than 20 riders galloped through the wind and rain, sheltered by the blazing sun and the starry night sky, trekking over mountains and rivers, only stopping to rest once every 5 days. Halfway through the journey, a spirit eagle from the capital city came and landed on top of Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu proceeded to take out the jade archive tucked away in the small tube by the spirit eagle's feet and handed it over to Miao Yi. After Miao Yi read through the document, he passed it to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei so that they could make their own copies. Naturally, the jade archive came from Lin Pingping, containing information regarding the situation in Traversing Water Palace and its suppressing 10th Hall, all gathered with the help of Luo Ping, of course. There were no two ways about it. The place was indeed much too far this time, to the point that none of Miao Yi's acquaintances had any idea what it was like down there. He didn't even know what kind of person the Hall Master of Suppressing 10th Hall was like, much less the other manor heads that he would soon be working with. Miao Yi couldn't just sit like a helpless duck before this pitch-black road before him. That said, during his time in the capital city, Miao Yi didn't inform Luo Ping beforehand that he would be coming here, causing the latter some difficulty in fulfilling his request on such short notice. All Luo Ping could do was gather as much information as he could after Miao Yi had left. It was only now that he'd managed to send the documents over. Miao Yi then wrote a reply to Lin Pingping, and after feeding the spirit eagle, Yan Xiu placed the jade archive into the hollow cylinder by its legs, then sent it off. Suppressing 10th Hall Master Xin Huaixin. TSK. A cultivator at the Red Lotus 7th grade. After reading Lin Pingping's letter, Sikong Wuwei clicked his tongue a few times, then chuckled and remarked, "It seems that Brother Luo can be rather useful in this aspect as well. Zhao Fei, since we're not short of money anyway, it looks like we should also begin cultivating some people of our own in the capital city. Things will be a lot easier with someone like Lin Pingping working for us there." Zhao Fei nodded in full agreement. After traveling on horseback for almost an entire month, the party finally entered Suppressing 10th Hall territory. As none of them had been there before, no one knew the directions at all. Amidst the thundering hoofbeats of the dragon steeds, Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei each held a map as they led the way ahead. Soon, they reached a fork in the road, the path to the side leading up towards the mountain. Zhao Fei confidently pointed to said path, and the rest of the party hastily followed, their mounts making such an abrupt turn that they were almost skidding across the ground. Their balance was quickly regained, and without a drop in momentum, rushed up the mountain path. The birds that soared overhead and the beasts that hid amongst the shrubbery cast cautious gazes as the party charged their way into the mountain depths. The surrounding forest was full of greenery, vines dangled from the trees and a rich assortment of flowers and plants blanketed the landscape, accompanied by the rushing torrent of waterfalls. The path was heavily uneven, but under the powerful legs of the dragon steeds, a towering mountain soon came into view, upon which sat a colossal structure. As the party made their way to the mountain gates, two men suddenly appeared before them with hands raised, asking in a cold, commanding tone, "Who goes there?" Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Siko Muwei raised their hands and called for their men to stop. Heeding their lord's order, the rest of the party immediately came to a halt just in front of the mountain gates. Zhao Fei, Miao Yi, Siko Muwei. The trio reported their names, then Siko Muwei announced, in his gruff voice, "By the orders of the Traversing Water Palace Lord, we have come to Suppressing 10th Hall to take up our new posts." The two gatekeepers looked at each other. They had already received news from Traversing Water Palace that there would be 3 subjugation crusade survivors coming here to their Suppressing 10th Hall. Because of this, they had to free up 3 manor head positions, which, unsurprisingly, caused quite the commotion over the past few weeks. The manor heads of Thousand Lake Manor, Raincloud Manor, and Mulberry Cloud Manor had already received instructions regarding their transferal. As soon as the new manor heads arrived, the 3 of them would have to cede all authority and take up new posts within Suppressing 10th Hall. Naturally, they would no longer be treated as well as they were before. To put it lightly, those 3 manor heads were clearly not enthused about the idea. The 3 of them were unlucky, even for normal standards. This incident had already become a running joke within Suppressing 10th Hall, and as for those who disliked these 3 manor heads, their stomachs were practically cramping from laughing too hard. It would still have been acceptable if only one of them came, but for 3 to swoop down here in one go? This surprise was a little too much, but the people of Suppressing 10th Hall couldn't help wondering whether these subjugation crusade survivors were sick in the head or something. The fact that they could have chosen any territory they pleased within the 5th earthly branch had already become public knowledge at this point. And those 3 unfortunate manor heads never even dreamed that their territories would be chosen. You people could have chosen somewhere even better. Why did you have to come here and make life hard for us? How unlucky must one be to bump into something like this? And for 3 fellows to appear in one go was even more inconceivable. However, there was no room for discussion. Even the Traversing Water Palace Lord had to accept this decree, much less her subordinates. The people who could make it back from the subjugation crusade were a symbol of strength to begin with, making it easy to instill a sense of respect in others. And this was true for Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Siko Muwei as well. The 3 of them commanded an indomitable presence. There wasn't a single shred of uneasiness in their eyes, which was so common among first-time visitors. When the 2 gatekeepers witnessed the aura coming off of them, the sharpness of their expressions immediately gave way to humility, and one of them hurriedly, but cautiously, approached. After checking through their official decrees of appointment, the gatekeeper smiled and said, "Please wait for a moment, manor heads. I will report this immediately." Zhao Fei nodded expressionlessly, and the gatekeeper hastily departed. After a while, several streaks of light could be seen zooming in from the surrounding mountains and congregating on the palace at the peak of the highest mountain. Soon, the gatekeeper that had left came back and allowed Miao Yi and the others passage into the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Miao Yi's, Zhao Fei's, and Siko Muwei's subordinates halted, and only the 3 of them proceeded up the mountain. Once they were at the palace gates, the 3 of them alighted from their steeds. Of the Suppressing 10th Hall Master Shen Huaixin's 2 handmaidens, Ru Meng and Ru Huan was already standing by the palace gates, ready to welcome them. Miao Yi and the others were only able to receive such treatment because it was their first time visiting. It was unlikely that they'd enjoy this same pleasure all the time in the future. As both parties had already been informed beforehand, Miao Yi and the others immediately cupped their fists and said, "We respectfully greet little auntie. Please come in, manor heads." Ru Huan turned and guided Miao Yi and the others inside, heading straight for the assembly hall. The throne within the hall was still empty, indicating that Hall Master Shan Huixin had yet to arrive. However, there were 9 other people presently waiting to the side. Needless to say, these must be the 3 advisors and 6 deacons of suppressing 10th Hall. Ru Huan received Miao Yi and the others' decrees of appointment and proceeded to the back of the palace to inform the hall master. Meanwhile, the 9 people in the hall carefully eyed the 3 newcomers and acquainted themselves with one another. Shortly after, Shan Huixin strode out, accompanied by his 2 handmaidens. Garbed in black from head to toe, Shan Huixin's appearance was rather ordinary for someone of his status. The most prominent feature on his face would probably just be his distinctly crooked nose. As he swept a cold glance past Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu, he sat down on his throne and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." The 12 people below him immediately bowed and called out in unison, "We respectfully greet the hall master, but Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, Sikong Wu." Shan Huixin called out the 3 newcomers' names, receiving a response from each person as his name was called. Shan Huixin now knew which one was which, and wouldn't likely mistake them for one another. These 3 people simply dropped in too abruptly. Not to mention, Shan Huixin was also meeting them for the first time, so he didn't have any other choice but to use such a method to figure out who was who. He would end up a laughingstock if he couldn't even differentiate the manor heads under his command. The 3 of you have survived the onslaught of 180,000 cultivators that is the subjugation crusade, and you are without a doubt the elites of our 5th earthly branch. However, there is something that I can't quite figure out. You 3 had the chance to pick a better place, but instead, you all chose to come here to my suppressing 10th Hall. Why? Even though I may not be a capable man, I do know my own strengths. Nonetheless, I can't think of a single thing that could have attracted the 3 of you to this place. Shan Huixin was dying to ask this question. Standing shoulder to shoulder in the center of the hall, Miao, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu exchanged glances with one another. Miao Yi then cupped his fists and replied on everyone's behalf, "If I may, Hall Master, the 3 of us are loose cultivators by origin, and have no background to speak of. The places that are typically well regarded tend to have powerful forces working in the background. Even if we force ourselves into them, it is likely that we won't be able to enjoy any of the benefits." Yes, this is a logical reason. Powerful forces do like to stick their fingers in places like those. It is indeed questionable whether or not you would be able to enjoy any of the benefits there. At the very least, establishing your footing will be a relatively arduous task. However, while I do agree that this is a valid reason, I believe it only applies to the 2 of them. As for you, I think it's a little far-fetched. Wouldn't you say? Shan Huixin's expression was cold as he continued, "As far as I know, Hall Master Huo Lingxiao of the Traversing Moon Palace's suppressing 2nd Hall is your sworn brother. And you say you don't have a background? I meet up with Huo Lingxiao almost every year whenever I have to accompany the palace lord to the capital city to hand over the tributes, and we tend to share a drink quite regularly. I guess you can say we're close acquaintances. For you to not work under your sworn brother, and instead come over to my place, this reason just seems a little forced to me." The people in the hall exchanged looks of surprise when Shan Huixin revealed that Miao Yi's sworn brother was actually a hall master. Miao Yi was rather speechless. It seemed this hall master had done his homework on them already. Miao Yi cursed inwardly, "Huo Lingxiao, you bastard. You didn't mention that you were close to this guy. Would it kill you to help me drop a message at least? Fine. You'd better watch your back. I swear, if I get the chance, I'll give you hell." The hall master is well informed. It is precisely because I do not wish to stay under my big brother's wing that I decided to go off on my own. Otherwise, why would I have personally asked to take part in the subjugation crusade? Otherwise, I would have surely asked my big brother to write you a letter of recommendation for me as well. At this point, Miao Yi could only grit his teeth and play along. It would do him no good to say that he had a poor relationship with Huo Lingxiao. That two-faced bastard could still be of use to him someday. I see. I was wondering why Huo Lingxiao let you join the subjugation crusade when he was your sworn brother. Shen Huaishan nodded in understanding. However, he was no fool, and he continued to probe. This still doesn't explain why all three of you decided to come to my territory though. It all just feels like a dream to me, and even now, I can't make heads or tails regarding your motives, no matter how hard I think about it. Miao Yi thought to himself, why do you need to ask so many questions? The palace lord has already given the order. It's not like you can chase us away anyway. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470. Chapter 470, Await the Day. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. All Miao Yi could do was curse Shan Huaishan deep down. Since the hall master himself was planning to get to the bottom of this, then as a manor head, it wouldn't be appropriate to tell him to shut up. Seeing the reluctance on the three newcomers' faces, Shan Huaishan's expression darkened as he asked, should I not have asked that question? Miao Yi drew in a sharp breath. With what he planned to do, he would eventually have to face Shan Huaishan anyway. In that case, why not just tell him the truth, and save him the trouble of worrying about this problem in the future? Since he was already in this hall, Miao Yi knew what he had to do. He quickly took off a storage ring from his finger and offered it up as he said, the three of us came here for only one reason, her. Everyone else in the hall was confused by his actions, wondering what was being kept inside that storage ring. Shan Huaishan was naturally intrigued as well. He tilted his head to the side, and his handmaiden Ru Huan soon walked down to receive the storage ring. As soon as she examined its contents, she was utterly shocked and she looked to the three newcomers in surprise. There was even a hint of sorrow on her face as she handed the storage ring over to Shan Huaishan. When Shan Huaishan noticed the corpse inside the storage ring, he was quite surprised as well. Seeing the discomposure on Ru Huan's face, he asked, you know her too, but... When she saw the corpse inside the storage ring, and after remembering the three locations that Miao Yi and the others had chosen for their new posts, Ru Huan immediately understood what they planned to do. It was safe to say that Ru Huan was completely touched by their decision. Women did like this sort of thing after all. Ru Huan glanced down at the three newcomers, then to everyone else in the hall. She nodded her head and told Shan Huaishan through voice transmission, Master, the manors that these three have chosen creates a triangle formation around Tranquil Sun Manor, of which the cultivator inside this storage ring came from. I've been on several excursions to Tranquil Sun Manor, and during those visits, this girl had complained to me that her manor head had unscrupulous intentions towards her. However, it is not my place to interfere with the manor head's authority, so I couldn't help her at all. After which, I mentioned it to you, Master, but you said that it would be going overboard to control a manor head's authority to such an extent. I believe you should have some recollection of this girl as well. She's the White Lotus cultivator that our suppressing 10th Hall sent to join the subjugation crusade, Qi Shouhong. Shan Huaishan had really forgotten that Ru Huan had discussed this matter to him. After all, it was only about a single, lowly cultivator. However, when she mentioned that his suppressing 10th Hall had sent this person to join the subjugation crusade, it instantly jogged his memory. Shan Huaishan narrowed his eyes at the three newcomers down below. He knew what they planned to do now. Shan Huaishan turned back to Ru Huan, who continued to speak via voice transmission on Miao Yi and the others' behalf. After some thought, he waved his hand and commanded, I want everyone unrelated to leave this instant. The three advisors and 6 deacons couldn't help exchanging glances. What could warrant such secrecy? Even though they were even more intrigued now, they couldn't afford to go against the hall master's orders, and stepped down immediately. When all 9 of them had left, Shan Huaishan tossed the storage ring back to Miao Yi. Miao Yi grabbed it then quietly put it back on his finger. I can't believe that Qi Shouhong actually befriended the 3 of you in the Sea of Constellations. Shan Huaishan stared at the 3 of them and continued, will the three of you insist on going this far? Miao Yi cupped his fists and replied, whatever the cost. Well said. Shan Huixin smiled coldly and continued, you three were even willing to give up the opportunity to go to a better place just so you could come here. It seems you are quite adamant indeed. But, what if I'm against your plan? Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sicom Wu fell silent. After a while, Zhao Fei said solemnly, the three of us could have kept this matter to ourselves originally, and report to you only once the deed was done. Hallmaster, if you're willing to let us do this, then the three of us will immediately swear a commandment of conformity to never attempt to take the suppressing 10th Hallmaster's seat from you. When he heard Zhao Fei's words, Miao Yi immediately turned to look at him, then turned the other way to Sicom Wu, who was also cupping his fists in agreement. Ru Huan was even more moved by their actions, her eyes already turning a little hazy. On the other hand, Ru Meng was completely lost as to what was happening. Shan Huixin's eyes brightened for an instant. Truth be told, he wasn't too enthused about the arrival of these three newcomers. After all, once they broke through to the Red Lotus realm and managed to catch the Palace Lord's eye, his position would be in danger. At the same time, he couldn't do anything to the three of them with the Palace Lord looking over his shoulder. If the three of them were willing to swear a commandment of conformity to never try and take his position away, not only would his seat be secure, he would even gain three capable subordinates. To Shan Huixin, this would be the best possible outcome. To ensure the stability of his position for the long term, or to go against these three newcomers, this wasn't a hard choice to make at all. Shan Huixin didn't respond to Zhao Fei's offer and simply chuckled. It would be inappropriate for him to show his true intentions with regards to such an offer. After all, he would end up a laughingstock if people found out that he had forced his subordinates to swear such a commandment of conformity. However, for him not to respond meant that it was time for the other party to take the initiative. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sicom Wu exchanged glances. Miao Yi was hesitating whether or not he should speak up, but Zhao Fei quickly said via voice transmission, brother. It's not like the three of us can share this suppressing 10th hall anyway. There's no need for us to be at odds just because of this. There are so many other places in traversing Water Palace. Why be so fixated on a single suppressing 10th hall? Miao Yi didn't mind, but Zhao Fei and Sicom Wu were already close to breaking through to the Red Lotus realm. Once they were done discussing between themselves, Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sicom Wu each took out a jade archive and immediately wrote down a commandment of conformity and presented it up to Shan Huixin. Having an intuitive understanding of the situation, Ru Meng immediately walked over and received the three commandments of conformity, then handed them over to Shan Huixin. After reading through them, Shan Huixin was greatly relieved. He immediately tucked them away, then took out several jade archives and wrote down 3 decrees of appointment. He then handed them over to his handmaiden to pass to the 3 newcomers down below. Rules were rules after all. The decrees of appointment written by the Palace Lord were meant for Shan Huixin and his eyes alone. Not even Mu Fan Jian from the realm beyond heaven would write down an official decree directly appointing a mere manor head. If she really did something like that, what use would there be for all her overlords, palace lords, and hallmasters? Her subordinates would surely bear some resentment if she made a move like that. By then, no matter Mu Fan Jian's strength, with no one willing to work for her, she would be nothing but an empty husk. After receiving the decree of appointment from the suppressing 10th hallmaster, only then were Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sicom Wu the official manor lords of their new territories. The 3 of them thanked Shan Huixin. The latter no longer mentioned their discussion from just moments ago, as though nothing had happened at all. Instead, he warned in a somber tone, whatever you do, remember to follow the rules. If you break them, not even the Palace Lord will be able to protect you. You are here to take control on our behalf, not wreak havoc. If you cause any disturbances to the mortals that could affect the tributes of willpower, you will be severely punished. Since it's your first time here, whatever you don't know, feel free to ask the 3 advisors. Rules weren't meant to be applied to a single person. A system that only a single person adhered to could not be considered a system. Only when everyone followed the rules could it be called a system. If everyone said you broke the rules, then there was no refuting it. However, if everyone said you didn't break any rules, then even if you sowed utter chaos, you would still be considered innocent. It was evident what Shan Huaixin was implying: make sure you tie all the loose ends properly. I won't be covering for you if anything happens. If you really go and make a mess of things, I will punish you without hesitation. Basically, his words were nothing but a shallow reminder. There was no point to it whatsoever. This meant that even if something were to happen, Miao Yi and the others would not be able to argue that Shan Huaixin had promised them anything. Standing down below, the three newcomers sniggered to themselves as they immediately branded a title to this new hall master of theirs: coward. However, the three of them each took out a storage ring as a welcoming gift for their new hall master. There was no helping it. Everyone knew that subjugation crusade survivors like them were loaded. Towards the end, Shan Huaixin gave Miao Yi and the others a few encouraging words. After which, the latter excused themselves. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei soon left the assembly hall and descended the mountain, heading to pay their respects to the three advisors: Su Jinsong, Ji Zhe, and Huang Jizhan. The gift that Shan Huaixin had received was a set of second-grade armor artifacts that the three of them had pulled together. The three advisors received pretty extravagant gifts themselves. Miao Yi and the others had pulled together a set of first-grade armor artifacts for each of them. This caused the three advisors to burst with joy. Inevitably, the three advisors tried to pull the three newcomers into their own factions. On the other hand, as Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei didn't want to offend any one of them, they promised each advisor that they would heed his instructions. This meant that the three of them would need to prepare a gift for all three advisors every single year from now on. It was no easy task to have one's finger in every pie. A normal manor head would not be able to sustain such an expenditure. After the incident in the capital city, Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei promised one another on the way here that they would tuck their heads in and hide in their shells from now on. They had to avoid confrontation as much as possible. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures they possessed, they wouldn't be able to stay safe. Right now, all they could do was wait. Wait until the day their cultivation had grown strong and powerful. Powerful enough to call the shots. Naturally, the three advisors tried asking them why they chose to come to suppressing 10th Hall. And after successfully dealing with Shan Huaixin, Miao Yi and the others already had their excuses prepared. They told the advisors that Shan Huaixin had ordered them to keep it a secret. Shan Huaixin would never divulge that he had secretly approved of their plans anyway. In the end, the advisors merely laughed it off. After taking their leave from the three advisors, Miao Yi and the others proceeded to visit the 6 deacons. As these people were the same rank as them, they were significantly much easier to deal with. All they did was get to know each other a little better. And after stuffing a few storage rings into the other party's hands, Miao Yi and the others were good to go. The three of them were not short of things like this anyway, having just come back from the subjugation crusade. The sky had already darkened by the time Miao Yi and the others were done paying their respects to everyone. They didn't tarry on in suppressing 10th Hall, leaving in the dead of the night. They split up along the way, each person heading towards their respective new territories. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, the black sky of the night was accompanied by a thunderous storm, and on the muddied road, a lone dragon steed galloped. One girl was riding through the darkness, alone and hurried. It was dangerous for a girl to ride alone, especially on such a long journey. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any vile scoundrels along the way. As a precautionary measure, and in order to save as much transcendence energy as she could, the girl didn't even try to shield herself from the rain. Her entire body was already soaking wet, but still, she raced through the night, constantly having to wipe the water off her face. This girl was none other than Wen Fong, the Celestial Nation Chamber of Commerce's employee from the South Edict Manor branch. And her destination was none other than the Raincloud Manor that Miao Yi had just taken up a post in. She too was heading there to take up a new post. With the major deals that she managed to close while in South Edict Manor, Wen Fang had undoubtedly become one of the most prospective competitors for the manager's position in South Edict City. However, when she heard that Miao Yi had decided to go all the way to Raincloud Manor to take up post, Wen Fang was as confused as anyone else. That said, her connections weren't strong enough to be reassigned to such a faraway place. As such, Wen Fang found another competitor and promised the other party that if they could figure out a way to have her reassigned to Raincloud Manor, she would step down from the competition for the manager's seat. In the end, Wen Fang got what she wanted, and was reassigned to Raincloud Manor as a common teller. When she got the news, Wen Fang left without a moment's hesitation. Who was she kidding? She wasn't a fool. She clearly knew which place had better prospects for her. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei were all headed to the same place. That meant that these three big customers were all gathered in a single location. How could Wen Fang let someone else take advantage of this, after all the effort she had put in to establish a relationship with them? She had to go there as well, even if she had to crawl her way there. And with the support of those three big customers, it would only be a matter of time before she could contend for the manager's seat again. At her generation, her family had already lost much of its original influence in the Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to spare so much effort just to get herself reassigned, and to be a common teller, no less. However, Wen Fang believed that as long as she worked hard, she would eventually be successful. This was also why she wanted to reach Raincloud Manor as fast as she could. She needed to let those three see her sincerity. As long as she could appear before Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei on time, Wen Fang believed that no one would be able to compete with her for them. Thus, forget this tiny drizzle, even if it were raining blades, Wen Fang would still move forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471. Chapter 471, Strange New Land. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Dawn was breaking, and along the path that one would normally take to enter Raincloud Manor territory, 10 mountain chieftains, as well as all their subordinate cave masters, were waiting by the side. They had been informed beforehand that their new manor head would soon be arriving, and thus waited under a long pavilion that they had built on the spot. Even Qian'er and Shui'er were completely awed by the grandeur of such an envoy. Looking back, Miao Yi had been nothing but a mere cave master a few short decades ago. But now, he was the master of 10 mountain chieftains and over 100 cave masters. Surrounded by a lush forest and tranquil waters, Miao Yi's identity was confirmed by the other party. After which, the 100 over cultivators bowed and shouted in unison, "We respectfully greet the manor head." Miao Yi sat quietly on his mount and received their bows. Meanwhile, Yan Xiu and Shan Fei couldn't help the sparkle in their eyes. The crowd then proceeded to invite Miao Yi into the long pavilion to take a short break. Inside, the 10 mountain chieftains each stepped forward and introduced themselves. As for the 100 over cave masters, they could only stand guard outside. They had no qualifications to speak in such a setting. And even if they could talk to Miao Yi, he wouldn't be able to remember so many names anyway. While Miao Yi was busy talking to the mountain chieftains, Qian'er and Shui'er were equally occupied, surrounded by the handmaidens that the mountain chieftains had brought over. These handmaidens continuously gave praise to the two young ladies, attempting to establish an amicable relationship between their own respective masters and the manor head. As for those cave masters, they didn't have the qualifications to bring their own handmaidens to try and steal the show from the mountain chieftains' handmaidens. Elder Auntie, is this hairpin a present from the manor head? It's very beautiful. A certain handmaiden finally hit the sweet spot. The hairpin that Qian'er was wearing was something she bought while shopping by herself. Immediately, her initially reserved demeanor turned into excitement. She subsequently took down her hairpin and began talking enthusiastically about how she got it. All hell broke loose after that. Those 20 handmaidens started taking turns borrowing the hairpin and offering compliments one after the other. This chain reaction was triggered by a single hairpin. The group of women immediately started exchanging shopping tips, each person recommending certain items in their respective vassal cities and inviting the two aunties to pay them a visit sometime. Some also promised that they would send Xian and Shui presents if they saw something nice in the future. As the tide rises, so too does the ship. This adage had effectively manifested itself on Xian and Shui. Miao Yi cast a sideways glance at the two young ladies being surrounded by a group of women, and couldn't help being amused. The style of conduct in this raincloud manor was quite intriguing indeed. Yan Qing's South Edict manor didn't seem to favor such dealings too well. Inside the pavilion, having acquainted himself with the 10 mountain chieftains, Miao Yi felt like something was missing, and couldn't help asking, "Are any of the main troops of Raincloud Manor present?" The 10 mountain chieftains exchanged glances with one another, all looking a little awkward. Finally, someone replied in a low voice, "Manor Head Son is currently waiting for you to finish the handover procedure. As such, the main troops can't make it all the way out here." Miao Yi immediately understood everything after hearing this. He initially thought that Manor Head Son Lianping had sent these people over to receive him, but it turns out they had come here of their own accord to try and get into his good books. And because Sun Lianping was still inside Raincloud Manor, the main troops were unable to come out this far. Miao Yi finally understood what was going on with the group of handmaidens outside. When the master was already acting like this, the servants would naturally behave the same way. "Everyone! We shouldn't keep Manor Head Son waiting. Let us be on our way then." Miao Yi stood up and walked out as he said this. The mountain chieftains immediately followed after him in an obsequious manner. As he got onto his mount, Miao Yi looked back at the crowd behind him. Figuring he should be a little considerate towards Manor Head Son's feelings, he immediately commanded, "I don't need so many of you with me. All cave masters, return to your own territories." The mountain chieftains immediately ordered their respective cave masters to return. Soon after, the remaining crowd set off towards Raincloud Manor. True to its name, there were lakes of all sizes along the road towards Raincloud Manor. Various fishing boats could be seen on the surface of the lakes, and as it was still quite early in the morning, there was a layer of mist enveloping the surroundings. Miao Yi soon reached the outskirts of Manor, and what lay before him was an even wider expanse of water, as though he was facing the ocean. A stone bridge about several kilometers long extended towards the center of the lake, its width large enough for 10 dragon steeds to walk side by side. God knows how much effort it took to construct such a bridge. Miao Yi led the group across the bridge towards the island at the center of the lake. The island itself was surrounded by several other islands, both big and small, and each linked by the stone bridge. The architecture of the place was indeed beautiful, and at the same time, awe-inspiring. Once they reached the mountain gates, Miao Yi raised his hand and called for everyone to stop. He didn't charge straight in just because the gatekeepers were already informed of his identity, and instead waited for them to report his arrival to Manor Head Sunday. Not long after, Manor Head Son Lianping appeared with a somewhat forced smile on his face, heartily laughing as he personally stepped forward to welcome Miao Yi. "Manor Head Miao, I have been waiting for your arrival." I have long heard tales of Manor Head Son. It troubles me to have you personally receive me like this," Miao Yi said, cupping his fists. Holding each other by the shoulder as though they were brothers, both the new and old manor heads proceeded towards the manor heads' quarters, and simply left the mountain chieftains standing outside. Manor Head Son clearly didn't wish to see their annoying faces either. Sitting down with a teapoy between them, Miao Yi and Sun Lianping exchanged a few pleasantries, and before long, started discussing the handover procedure. After they talked everything out, Manor Head Son received the handover documents from Miao Yi and was about to take his leave. He didn't wish to stay and dampen everyone's mood. However, Miao Yi insisted that he stay so he could throw him a proper send-off banquet. When the rest of the troops realized that the handover procedures were completed, they immediately revealed their true colors. The mountain chieftains and the main Raincloud Manor troops all fought to offer a toast to Miao Yi's name. Sun Lianping was completely given the cold shoulder by these former subordinates of his. These people had almost turned Sun Lianping's farewell banquet into Miao Yi's welcoming banquet. Miao Yi's expression turned grim at this. He smashed a jade cup and coldly asked the crowd, "If I were to leave my post one day, would all of you treat me in the same way as well?" Only then did the crowd start paying more attention to Sun Lianping. However, Sun Lianping was no longer in the mood for drinks after their earlier behavior. He didn't even wish to stay for formality's sake anymore, and quickly excused himself. Miao Yi gathered all the troops to send him on his way. No one was allowed to be absent. As they reached the bridge, Sun Lianping politely remarked that this was far enough. However, Miao Yi insisted on having 5 mountain chieftains send him all the way to Suppressing Tent Hall. Sun Lianping gently tapped on Miao Yi's arm, declining, "Thank you for your consideration, Brother Miao. The world is a cold place, but at the same time, there is also the warmth of human kindness to be found. This, I know well enough. You don't have to force them to do such a thing. It'll only make them unhappy. I can go on my own. It's more relaxing for me that way as well." Miao Yi fell silent. These subordinates no longer held Sun Lianping in any regard. Figuring the other party probably didn't wish to worry about them on the road ahead, he didn't force things anymore. Taking out a storage ring and stuffing it in Sun Lianping's hand, Miao Yi said, "This is a small gift from me. Please accept it, Brother Sun." There was a first-grade armor artifact inside. Miao Yi wasn't expecting Sun Lianping to be grateful because of it. No, it was merely a token of his apology, as he was the main cause for all this to begin with. Sun Lianping happily accepted it, then got on his mount and left. The sun set upon the lake, casting an orange hue over its gentle surface. Amidst the reddish-yellow hue, Sun Lianping departed, accompanied by his 2 handmaidens. It was truly a lonely sight to behold. He only had 2 handmaidens by his side. There wasn't a single person here who was willing to leave with him. They didn't even wish to escort him all the way out. Miao Yi looked back coldly at the crowd. However, he didn't feel any sympathy for Sun Lianping. The guy had been in charge of Raincloud Manor for over 200 years, yet still ended up in such a state. There was a high chance that Sun Lianping himself had played a major role in there being so many apple polishers here. To someone like Miao Yi, who had been used to living in the deep mountains, the sunset at Raincloud Manor was indeed an exotic sight. The orange glow on the surface of the lake perfectly reflected the color of the vast sky, giving a soothing feeling to all those who beheld it. Back on the stone bridge, Miao Yi slowly led his troops away, so as to fully take in the beautiful sight around him. Once they were back at the manor head's quarters, Miao Yi ordered for 2 of the Spirit Eagle's rainbow feathers to be sent to Thousand Lake Manor and Mulberry Cloud Manor respectively. These were to be handed to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu for ease of communications in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Er and Shui Er instructed the other handmaidens in Raincloud Manor to clean up the place. Not everyone liked the things that their predecessor had left behind. Under Chen Er's and Shui Er's instructions, whatever needed to be changed was either moved, replaced, or washed anew. After all, this would be their home from now on. Naturally, everything had to fit their tastes. And since Miao Yi never bothered with such things, the 2 young ladies were in charge of the refurbishing. Not to mention, they just so happened to have a bunch of helpers in this place right now. Hence, the manor head's quarters was quickly bustling with activity. Chen Er and Shui Er kept walking around, examining the place and handing out orders to the other handmaidens, who continuously scuttled back and forth the mansion. Not a single one of them dared to slow down the pace. The most basic display of a manor head's authority was the complete command of almost all cultivators under the Red Lotus realm. The hall master would rarely ever step in unless their subordinates caused some kind of major trouble. And in accordance to the manor head's authority, their handmaiden's prestige was also not to be easily challenged. Thus, how could the other handmaidens possibly dare to slacken their duties? In the dead of the night, Miao Yi led Yan Xiu and Shan Fei up to Raincloud Pavilion, situated at the highest point of Raincloud Manor. Here, they began discussing the state of things within the Raincloud Manor's territory. It would be foolish of them to act haphazardly without first assessing the situation. However, their discussion was soon disrupted by the incessant reports from the mountain chieftains, deacons, and advisors, each denouncing one another for the heinous crimes that they had helped Sun Lianping commit before. This guy blamed that guy, and so on and so forth. It seemed there wasn't a single decent person in this entire Raincloud Manor. All in all, they were trying to use these reports to draw the line between themselves and Sun Lianping in an effort to prove to Miao Yi their loyalty. Besides those, there were also some who noted down recommendations on places to visit around Raincloud Manor, as well as the beautiful women in their vassal cities, who, as per their words, were quite exquisite and absolutely alluring. Yan Xiu and Shan Fei looked at each other. They had never heard of such a situation happening between Yang Qing's subordinates back in South Edict Manor. Wasn't this Raincloud Manor a little too strange? Miao Yi felt a terrible ache in his head. He had never encountered such a situation before. This Raincloud Manor was a little too messy for him to handle. Miao Yi didn't know how to reply to these people at all. He then asked the main troops of Raincloud Manor, who explained to him that the situation here was completely different than that of South Edict Manor. Here, they did not engage in war to take another person's territory. Instead, they employed the use of flattery. How did things turn out this way? The reason was simple. For these people to climb up the career ladder, they had to win the favor of their superiors. After all, to them, no matter how hard and how brutally one fought for a particular territory, in the end, they would still have to spit everything back out if their superiors commanded them to. The use of force did not hold any ground here. The only time it would be employed was when the superiors needed to quell their subordinates by pure strength. What a joke! From the dawn of civilization, the strong and powerful were the ones who had the last say in any situation. In Miao Yi's perspective, if one truly had the strength, who could stop them? Even the hall master would have to make himself scarce, lest he wished to suffer the consequences. After which, a few of his subordinates secretly revealed to him that this was the way things were run in the entire Traversing Water Palace and not just Raincloud Manor alone. As for why such a culture came to be, they had no idea. They just noted that this practice had existed ever since they had entered the cultivation realm. In a nutshell, it was not common practice to solve problems by force here in Traversing Water Palace. Instead, they preferred to talk things out peacefully instead. No one had heard of anyone who had earned their territories here through battle before. Miao Yi, Shan Fei, and Yan Xiu suddenly felt like they had stumbled upon another world. What kind of situation was this? This place was completely out of line with the culture of the entire cultivation realm. By this time, Miao Yi understood a little better why Shan Huaixin had acted so irresponsibly and even hinted for them to properly tie up all loose ends. As it turns out, this situation pervaded throughout the entire Traversing Water Palace. Much like its name, it was indeed soft like water. What a strange place to be in this dog-eat-dog world that was the cultivation realm. And for it to be so peaceful all this while, no less. It was as if he was seeing a ghost in broad daylight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 472. Chapter 472, Wu Menglan Strikes. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. It seems Miao Yi had misunderstood Sun Lianping. This was not his own personal issue, but a mindset instilled upon the entire Traversing Water Palace. Miao Yi could even understand why the bastard that sent Qi Shouhong to the subjugation crusade was able to do so easily, when even Huo Lingxiao, as powerful a hall master as he was, had to cover up the fact that he had sent him to the subjugation crusade. For a mere manor head to be able to publicly do such a thing just because he coveted his subordinate's body, without fear of repercussions of any sort, it was easy to imagine how preposterous the rules around this place were. Miao Yi continued pondering all the way till dawn, but he still couldn't figure out what to do with this situation. He pushed open the window and stood by it, gazing out into the distance from within Raincloud Manor as he helplessly released a sigh. Hearing him, Yan Xiu and Chen Fei, who had also racked their brains the entire night, walked towards the window. Outside, they could see a seemingly borderless and tranquil lake, shrouded in a layer of white mist. This scenery gave the entire Raincloud Manor a mystical air, as though it were a place of legend, where only fairies resided. It was a truly breathtaking view. The view was all the more enchanting at the break of dawn. Within the Raincloud Manor Assembly Hall, the 10 mountain chieftains, 3 advisors, and 6 deacons were all gathered together. This was the first assembly meeting hosted by their new manor head. After everyone had reported on the current status within their respective territories, they awaited Miao Yi's response to the reports they had sent him last night, but to no avail. Miao Yi decided to completely ignore everything he saw last night. It was all such a mess that he couldn't make heads or tails as to who was right and who was wrong, so he decided to turn a blind eye to it completely. Most importantly, he still had no grasp on the state of affairs around this place. As the saying goes, the new boss would always crack the whip thrice. Yet oddly enough, Miao Yi didn't crack the whip even once. He merely increased the number of officers in the main troops. This new officer was naturally Yan Xiu, who wasn't too keen on the idea of being in charge of an entire mountain. As such, he was tasked with managing the 1 million followers within the manor head's personal vassal city, Raincloud City. Miao Yi barely changed anything else within Raincloud Manor. But just before everyone was about to take their leave, he tossed out a little spark to the crowd, pointing down to Chen Fei as he said, "Chen Fei is a close subordinate of mine from my previous position, and he shall be granted a seat within my 10 mountains. I will decide who to replace in a month." Clearly, Miao Yi intended to promote Chen Fei to be a mountain chieftain. Although he didn't seem too surprised by it, Chen Fei was feeling quite excited deep down. The 3 advisors and 6 deacons of Raincloud Manor immediately heaved a sigh of relief. For the time being, their positions were still secure. However, the 10 mountain chieftains couldn't help looking at one another. One of them would be replaced. They were all contemplating who they should offer up to be this unfortunate scapegoat so that they could save themselves. That will be all for now. Return to your respective mountains and manage your territories well. If I find out there's someone who dares to cause a ruckus when I have just stepped into office, I will make them pay. Miao Yi stood up and waved his hand, then took his leave. We acknowledge the manor head's decree. The crowd shouted in unison. After the 10 mountain chieftains had left, Miao Yi figured he needed to better understand the situation around these parts, and thus went patrolling with Qian Er and Shui Er. As he patrolled the area, Miao Yi was close to losing sight of himself in this paradise. This was a truly relaxing place. Whatever his gaze fell upon, whatever he needed to ask, someone would immediately come forward and explain it to him without him even needing to open his mouth. If he wished to admire the scenery, someone would immediately place a chair behind him. If he was even the slightest bit thirsty, someone would instantly appear with a cup of tea in hand, and no matter what he said, someone would always be there to shower him with praises. His mind couldn't help feeling incredibly relaxed as he basked in this wondrous feeling. All in all, Miao Yi was given the most attentive treatment possible, making him feel as though he was one of those ancient kings from the age before cultivation started to prosper. This feeling was simply too soothing, to the point that Miao Yi contemplated whether or not he should just enjoy this moment as long as he could. Why must he put himself through all these bloody struggles? However, Miao Yi snapped himself out of it the moment he thought about it. How long had it been since he set foot here? How could he harbor such thoughts already? The laxness in this place really did have a way of seeping into one's bones. Miao Yi was no longer in any mood to look around. He pointed to the furthest island connected by the stone bridge and commanded, "Clear away all the people on that island. From this day forth, no one is allowed to set foot on that place without my permission." After which, Miao Yi returned to his quarters. He wrote down a report describing the situation here and sent it to Lin Pingping in the capital city, instructing that she request Luo Ping's help in figuring out what the hell was up with this place. Soon, Miao Yi received news from Zhao Fei's Thousand Lake Manor and Sikong Wuwei's Mulberry Cloud Manor. The two wrote that they were in a similar situation, and were racking their brains on the state of affairs in their respective areas. They both remarked that this place was a little too strange, and for the time being, they didn't dare to recklessly bring in any of their old subordinates here, wondering if Miao Yi had any idea about what was going on in this place. How could Miao Yi possibly know? He was the one who was seeking answers. Miao Yi quickly replied, saying that he had sent people to investigate and that the two of them shouldn't make any reckless moves for the time being. First and foremost, they needed to at least wait until they had some information on the Tranquil Sun Manor which the three of their manors surrounded. For the three of them, who had planned to launch their attack on Tranquil Sun Manor without a moment's delay, the peculiar state of affairs around this place left them no choice but to sit around and twiddle their thumbs. To make matters worse, the three suppressing 10th Hall advisors, Su Jinsong, Jizhe, and Huang Jizheng each sent Miao Yi a list of names, noting that these were the people in their factions, and requested Miao Yi to arrange a mountain chieftain's seat for each of them. Miao Yi was utterly enraged by this, realizing that these superiors of his didn't follow any rules at all in the way they operate. They didn't even bother discussing with him before deciding to slide all these people in under his wing. Yet, there was no point in throwing a tantrum. This was their culture, and this was the way things were handled in these parts. After all, it was his mistake for trying to curry favor with all three of them in the first place. Miao Yi would never let such a thing happen in his own territory. If he really paid heed to these unreasonable requests from his superiors, then how was he different than all those apple polishers out there? If he allowed his manor head's authority to slip away so easily, then he would really end up the same kind of person as all these scum. However, much to his dismay, this kind of thing was actually common practice in these parts. It was probably useless to complain to Shan Huaixin as well. Fortunately for Miao Yi, he had just stepped into office, and thus had a valid reason to delay these instructions. He simply needed to reply saying that he was still unfamiliar with the situation in his manor and requested for more time. Miao Yi needed to buy himself some time. He would only make up his mind when he could grasp the situation before him clearly. He immediately sent word to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei, asking that they reply in the same manner he did. He suspected the two of them were in the same predicament he was in as well. After all, there was no reason for the three advisors to ask merely him to do such a thing. On a certain night, Miao Yi was in the middle of cultivation in his silent quarters. Suddenly, he felt a gentle breeze on his face. Something's not right, he thought. How can there be wind inside my silent quarters? Besides which, Miao Yi also caught a whiff of a fragrant scent in the air. It felt as though there was someone beside him. His eyes shot open, and much to his surprise, there really was someone next to him. The other person was standing just by his bed, and he had absolutely no idea how they had managed to get so close to him in the first place. Shen Er and Shui Er wouldn't creep up on him like this, and neither would Chen Fei or Yan Xiu. Miao Yi instinctively jumped away and struck back with the inversed scale spear at the same time. A slender hand was quickly raised, grabbing onto the shaft of the spear and immediately stopping it in its tracks. The other hand pressed down on Miao Yi's shoulder, sealing his movements entirely. Miao Yi was utterly shocked. When he saw who the other person was, he was immediately dazed. With a cold smile on her face, Wu Menglan stood in front of him, saying sarcastically, "Your skills really aren't half bad." As she raised her hand, Miao Yi immediately slid backward, taking a few steps back to regain his balance. Completely caught off guard by the sudden visit, he asked, "Hall Master Wu, what brings you here?" "What brings me here, you ask?" Wu Menglan smiled coldly and continued, "You ran all the way here after tricking me, but did you think you could really escape me?" But Miao Yi felt a little guilty, and grumbled inwardly, "Did you really have to chase me all the way here?" Tucking his inversed scale spear away, he laughed drily and said, "Surely you jest, Sister Meng. How could I dare to trick you?" "Is that so?" Wu Menglan raised an eyebrow and said, "Then tell me, in what way is this Raincloud Manor better than any of the 10 manors under my care? I even offered to let you be in charge of 2 manors, yet still, you chose to come here. What do you mean by that? And you dare say you're not playing me for a fool?" Back when she realized that Miao Yi wasn't going to live up to his promise, Wu Menglan was utterly enraged. It would have been somewhat more acceptable had he chosen to go to a better place than what she had offered. However, the bastard ended up coming to this dump instead. Adding insult to injury, by the time she realized all this, Miao Yi was already gone with the wind, journeying all the way to Traversing Water Palace. Wu Menglan's hands were completely tied. She didn't dare travel to Traversing Water Palace just to cause a scene. If anyone were to find out that she did, then her career would come to an end on the spot. As such, she couldn't do anything to Miao Yi. However, she then discovered that Miao Yi was not the only one that chose this place. Even Zhao Fei and Xikong Luwei, the two whom she met back in Mount Comingxi, had chosen to come here as well. This piqued Wu Menglan's interest. The thriving 10,000 manor under her command had tasted many defeats against Miao Yi, so she was fully aware that this guy was not someone to accept any injustices without a fight. Wu Menglan heavily suspected that Miao Yi had come here with ulterior motives, especially when he had given up such a great opportunity to do so. She couldn't help wondering to herself, can there possibly be an even greater treasure hidden here? As such, using the fact that Miao Yi didn't live up to his promise as an excuse, she came all the way here to get to the bottom of it. Suddenly, Qian Er and Shui Er, who had been cultivating just outside the door, came inside. Obviously, it was because they noticed the commotion coming from inside the room. When they noticed the figure of a woman inside Miao Yi's silent quarters, they were utterly shocked. There was no other entrance to the silent quarters other than the door that they were just guarding. How did this person sneak inside without them noticing? Miao Yi waved his hand to the two young ladies to indicate that he was fine and that they should leave for now. After the two young ladies left, Miao Yi sighed and said, "Sister Meng, your little brother really didn't cheat you. It's not that I didn't want to go to your place. I just didn't wish to drag you into my mess, so I came all the way here to avoid a calamity." Avoid a calamity? Wu Menglan's eyes brightened as she asked, "What kind of calamity are you trying to avoid by running all the way here, but?" Miao Yi laughed bitterly and answered, "I found out the relationship between Huo Lingxiao and the Traversing Moon Palace Lord. How is this not a calamity? You already found out that she's the Traversing Moon Palace Lord?" Wu Menglan said playfully. After which, she continued to scoff, "But according to what I know, your relationship to Huo Lingxiao has already become public knowledge. I am more familiar with that bastard's character than you are. He's the type of guy who cherishes his pride more than anything else. It isn't likely for him to lay a finger on you, especially considering what you know now. Besides, don't tell me Zhao Fei and Xikong Luwei also came all this way to avoid this calamity of yours? Stop trying to trick me, Miao Yi sighed with lament and said, "Sister Meng, you only know part of the story. To tell you the truth, Governor Lan Ho of the capital city's martial manor is involved in this affair as well. I have no idea what sort of relationship there is between Lan Ho, Zheng Tianxiao, and Huo Lingxiao, but Lan Ho had us detained in the capital city's prison precisely because my relationship to Huo Lingxiao was revealed to him. In the end, one of Hu Yan Taibao's descendants even died. This whole incident was becoming more serious by the second, so the three of us had no choice but to run away." Wu Menglan furrowed her brows. She had heard a little about the incident in the capital city, and asked suspiciously, "It isn't because your handmaidens were taken advantage of, Miao Yi shook his head and replied, "Things weren't that simple. Initially, that incident was supposed to be concluded at that. Lan Ho had even decided to release our handmaidens and sentence Hu Yanshou to 10 years in prison. However, right after he found out about my relationship to Huo Lingxiao, Lan Ho personally sent out a decree for the three of us to be detained as well. After which, Hu Yanshou even ended up dying a mysterious death inside the capital city's prison. This entire incident was utterly baffling. Even now, I don't have the slightest clue about what happened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 473. Chapter 473, Granny Tao's intentions. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Why did Lan Ho detain this guy just because of his relationship to Huo Lingxiao? Wu Menglan couldn't figure out the reason at all. However, as she frequented the capital city quite often, she did notice that there seemed to be a mysterious connection between Zhang Tianxiao and Lan Ho. That said, she didn't fully know the details. She asked Miao Yi, if that's true, then why did you guys have to run all the way here, specifically? To be honest with you, things were simply too hectic at the time. We didn't have any other choice. We happened to find out that Granny Tao, the Traversing Water Palace Lord, was capable of offering us protection. That's why we told the Overlord we wished to come here. But even then, right as we were walking out of the Golden Pavilion of Jade Capital Peak, Lan Ho immediately passed down a decree to capture us. He had no intentions of letting us go. Fortunately, Granny Tao stepped in, forcing Lan Ho to back off, thereby ensuring that we made it out in one piece. You can go ask around if you don't believe me. All the palace lords saw what happened with their own eyes. Sister Meng, do you really think you can offer us protection when even Zhang Tianxiao couldn't? Miao Yi asked. Miao Yi was just trying to patronize Wu Menglan with lies and half-truths. So that's what happened. I can't believe so much has happened during your short trip to the capital city. I have to hand it to you. It looks like interesting things tend to happen to you no matter where you go. Wu Menglan clicked her tongue and scrutinized Miao Yi. She suddenly curled her lips into a smile, saying, Granny Tao is the oldest cultivator in the entire Fifth Earthly Branch, and indeed possesses the ability to shelter you three. Even the Overlord has to give her some face. That said, given your restless disposition, I doubt you'll be able to get used to life here in the laid-back Traversing Water Palace. Miao Yi was a little surprised. His eyes brightened a little as he thought, it looks like this woman knows something. Cupping his fists, he said, no one knows me better than you, Sister Meng. I just so happen to have something I'd like to ask you. Wu Menglan immediately put up an annoyed look, but in the end, she couldn't help her curiosity, and asked, what is it? I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I was able to grow accustomed to a place as dangerous as the Sea of Constellations. Yet, the moment I came here, I couldn't help but notice the situation is a little bit peculiar. It feels like I'm in another world, and I'm a little lost about what to make of this. Now he didn't hide anything and explained to Wu Menglan the entire situation here. This time, he was earnestly seeking answers, and not just trying to patronize the other party. And I thought it would be something major. Wu Menglan couldn't help laughing when she heard Miao Yi's story, and said, the situation in Traversing Water Palace is indeed a little different. I've heard about it as well. Normal cultivators tend to find it difficult to grow accustomed to the culture here, especially those who clawed their way up through bloodshed and carnage like you. Simply put, it's because. Are you aware of Granny Tao's cultivation level? I heard that it's at the Purple Lotus 4th grade, Miao Yi answered. This was what he learned from Luo Ping. When he heard this, Miao Yi even wondered if Luo Ping had made a mistake somewhere, or if Granny Tao had the same habit he did of hiding her own cultivation. Otherwise, there was no way someone who came out of the same era as the Celestial Sage could have such a low cultivation. Wu Menglan laughed and said, that's where the problem lies. Granny Tao is someone who can be considered an elder in the entire Celestial Nation. When the Celestial Sage was fighting for dominance over the realm, Granny Tao was already by her side, and I heard that she had a pretty close relationship with the Celestial Sage as well. After the realm was split into the 6 nations you see today, all those trusted subordinates of the Celestial Sage were granted their own domains according to their merits in the war. Originally, given Granny Tao's cultivation at the time, she couldn't have sat on the Palace Lord's seat. Back then, her cultivation was only at the Red Lotus 6th grade. However, because of her relationship with the Celestial Sage, no one dared to refute that order. Thus, ever since the birth of the 6 nations, Granny Tao has been a Palace Lord. And over the years that passed, many new powerhouses emerged and replaced the older generation. Yet, only Granny Tao's position remains unchallenged. Perhaps it is because of her relationship to the celestial sage. Some also say that it is because her cultivation progress is slow and doesn't pose a threat, which is why a certain someone has allowed her to live peacefully until now, as an act of honoring an old subordinate. But something stirred deep down inside of Miao Yi as he listened to Wu Menglan's story, and he cut her off, asking, "Is that certain someone the celestial sage?" "Those are your words, not mine," said Wu Menglan as she rolled her eyes at him. Miao Yi asked curiously, "How can she only be at the Purple Lotus 4th grade after so many years of cultivation? Could it be a problem with her cultivation arts?" Wu Menglan shook her head and said, "I don't know. Some rumors say that Granny Tao's cultivation art is something quite extraordinary and that it's a lost art taken from the boundless secular world. However, it seems that the art she obtained was incomplete, thus allowing for a speedy cultivation progress in the early stages, but becoming dreadfully slow during the advanced phases." Miao Yi continued to ask, "Given her status and relationship to the celestial sage, couldn't she have gotten a better cultivation art then?" Wu Menglan raised an eyebrow and said, "There's also another rumor that says that the lost art Granny Tao obtained wasn't incomplete at all. She simply destroyed the other half right in front of a certain someone when she obtained it." "A certain someone again?" Growing a little anxious to know the truth, Miao Yi asked, "If the rumors are true, why did she destroy it then?" Wu Menglan rolled her eyes again. Seeing how he was so oblivious to it, she decided to change the topic and said, "It seems that Granny Tao knows her limits, and willingly stays in her place upon the palace lord's seat. If no one comes and offends her, then she wouldn't go around picking fights either. Otherwise, all she needs to do is complain to the realm beyond heaven. This is also the reason why Granny Tao is able to shelter the three of you." "I see." Miao Yi nodded, but he was still confused, and asked, "What does this have to do with what I just asked you?" Wu Menglan asked in response, "Are you aware that Granny Tao adopted a granddaughter in her later years?" Miao Yi had read about this from Luo Ping's report. That granddaughter was now one of the advisors of Traversing Water Palace. Nodding his head, he said, "Yes, I heard about her. I think her name was Tao Qingli, and her cultivation seems to be at the Red Lotus 6th grade. "Wow! It seems you're quite well informed. Are you sure you don't already know all the answers then?" Wu Menglan smiled and said, "It's not like I don't have anything better to do. Why would I ask you if I already know the answer? All I'm aware of is the structure of the people here in Traversing Water Palace." He shrugged and continued, "I'm clueless about the rest." Wu Menglan figured he had a point, and said, "It was only after Granny Tao adopted this Tao Qingli that things started to change in Traversing Water Palace. This air of laxness that you see around Traversing Water Palace today is precisely the handiwork of Tao Qingli. And because she holds this granddaughter of hers very dearly, Granny Tao simply turns a blind eye to all this and allows her to do as she pleases." Miao Yi laughed coldly and said, "So that's why. And here I was wondering why the rules of the system are so different here than it is outside. In the end, it seems like the root of the problem lies with Granny Tao herself. It's no wonder why the subordinates can't enforce any change. She's someone who fought alongside the celestial sage all those years ago. Doesn't she know it's dangerous to destroy her own cultivation arts like that? If someone wishes to seize her territory, how will she defend it? This isn't an act of love for her granddaughter. It's pushing her to her death. If someday, someone else decides to launch an attack, subordinates like us will end up suffering as well." Wu Menglan narrowed her eyes at him and said, "With the celestial sage behind her, who in the celestial nation would dare touch her territory?" Miao Yi laughed coldly and said, "No one will be bold enough to do so while Granny Tao is alive, yes, but given her cultivation speed, I believe the day of her passing shouldn't be too far away." Wu Menglan nodded, saying, "I heard that Granny Tao is indeed reaching the end of her lifespan, but I don't know approximately how long that will take. To sum things up, if she's unable to break through the Purple Lotus 5th grade in time, the outcome would be disastrous. However, your concern is a little unnecessary. Granny Tao brings her granddaughter, Tao Qingli, to visit the celestial sage in the realm beyond heaven every year. Supposedly, the celestial sage is quite fond of the girl as well. Word goes that once Granny Tao passes away, the celestial sage will allow her granddaughter to take her place as the Traversing Water Palace Lord. When that happens, you can be sure that everything will remain the same here in Traversing Water Palace. Basically, as long as you guys don't go around causing any trouble, no one will dare pick a fight with Traversing Water Palace, not with the celestial sage behind the Palace Lord's back. And you three can continue enjoying your privileges without a need to worry about anything else. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Something like this can be passed down as well? If that happens, then the others will. As he helplessly groaned about the situation, Miao Yi suddenly stopped, as though he'd caught on to something from Wu Minglan's words. His eyes darted about anxiously for a second, and he asked cautiously, "Are you saying?" "I didn't say anything. I just spouted out a little more than necessary on account of you calling me your sister." "Well then, you take care now. And don't you dare pin your imaginations on my head." Wu Minglan scoffed. She flicked her sleeve and turned that alluring body of hers away, then left immediately. "Wait, Sister Meng. I still have something to ask." Miao Yi chased after her all the way out of his quarters, startling Qian and Shui. "It's not like I have all the answers. Stop asking me for every single thing." Within the courtyard, Wu Minglan curtly told him off, then flew away in a streak of light. Her trip here ended up being a fruitless one. Not only was she unable to get any information out of Miao Yi, she even ended up telling him a lot more than needed. "Master!" Qian and Shui called out. Miao Yi waved his hand at them as a gesture that he wished to be left alone for a while. He then placed his hands behind his back and stared up at the starry sky. He continued standing in the courtyard all the way until morning. Throughout the night, Qian and Shui had come to check on him a few times but didn't wish to interrupt his thoughts. The island in the middle of the lake was very humid. After standing outside for the entire night, Miao Yi's clothes were soaking wet. Finally, as the sun rose over the horizon, he snapped back from his thoughts and quickly paced around the courtyard. After what Wu Minglan told him, if his conjecture on Granny Tao's intentions were correct, then he must make haste in attacking Tranquil Sun Manor. If he did it now, he could still make up an excuse saying that he was still unaware of the rules around these parts, and nothing would happen to him. After all, he had just been recently appointed after receiving the decree from Granny Tao back in the capital city. Not to mention, this position was offered to him as a reward from the 6 sages for surviving the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Granny Tao wouldn't be so brash as to slap the celestial sage's face so soon. If he waited to act until he made clear of the whole situation, it was likely that Granny Tao wouldn't forgive him for wrecking the long-standing rules in her Traversing Water Palace. If that happened, then he would really be in trouble. As his legs came to a halt, Miao Yi quickly took out 2 jade archives, writing to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei and telling them to wait no more. They must immediately plan a time to attack and launch a collective assault on Tranquil Sun Manor with the forces of their 3 manors. All the cultivators in Tranquil Sun Manor must be eliminated for Qi Shouhong's revenge. If Miao Yi hadn't come here, then he would have wanted to kill the Tranquil Sun Manor head alone. However, after coming here, his heart was filled with nothing but the word hate. But these people could even treat a retiring manor head like Sun Lianping so coldly. Miao Yi couldn't imagine how the entire Tranquil Sun Manor must have treated Qi Shouhong after she offended the manor head. How many people must have humiliated her? His heart felt pain every time he thought about the time they were trapped in the demon refining gourd. The feeling of helplessness when she was just right in front of him, the 2 drops of tears that fell on his face. He couldn't forget this for even a second. Within the courtyard, Miao Yi's heart was soon filled with the word kill. Like an agitated beast, he shouted up to the sky, "By Ziliang! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 474. Chapter 474, Do You Still Recognize Her? Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. A place that had plenty of water was sure to have plenty of rain as well. The sky was overcast above suppressing 10th Hall, as droplets of rain poured down in a torrent. Dark clouds stretched as far as the eye could see. No one knows when it would be sunny again, or if it would come again at all. The troops of every single cave from Raincloud Manor, Thousand Lake Manor, and Mulberry Cloud Manor rallied out, totaling a force of over 3,000 riders. They marched from 3 separate directions, and their destination, Tranquil Sun Manor. Shan Hai Pavilion, the mountain chieftain of Raincloud Manor's Mount Hondong, galloped across the muddy road, circling back and forth beside his marching army. Formation. Formation. Stay in formation, bellowed Shan Hai Pavilion as he waved his sword towards the areas where the troops were slightly out of formation. He then galloped to the rear end of the formation and continued to yell out, "Stay in line! Stay in line! Lu Gue! Are your Yellowgate cave men incapable of walking? They can't even stay in a proper formation. Why do I still need a cave master like you then? Just tell me if you don't want the job. I've got a whole line of people waiting to take your place." After being called out like that, Lu Gue immediately turned around and barked, "All of you, look alive! You bastards, stop looking around like idiots already. If you dimwits can't even walk properly, I'll have you crying when you get your pay at the end of the year. What the hell is up with this? Why do we have to go through such torture on such a rainy day?" One of the cultivators couldn't help grumbling to himself. The uncannily sharp hearing of Shan Hai Pavilion naturally noticed this little complaint. He immediately turned his steed around, pointing back towards the source of the voice, and shouted, "Who was talking just now? I want everyone to be silent while we're marching. No whispering amongst yourselves. I'm warning all of you, the manor head will be personally examining the forces under all the mountain chieftains today." What kind of person is the manor head? He's someone who cut his way out of that dreaded Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. In short, a battle expert. In contrast, look at your sloppy selves. You'll never catch the manor head's eye this way. Damn it! If one of you causes me to lose face in front of the manor head and I lose my position, I'll make sure you suffer too. We'll all go to hell together. This situation didn't just occur in Mount Hondong but in every single one of the mountain chieftains' forces within Raincloud Manor. Manor head Miao Yi already told them that one person would be replaced from the 10. Fearing that this whole thing was a test of sorts, all the mountain chieftains didn't dare to be careless. They spared absolutely no effort in making sure everything was perfect. Similar situations were happening amongst the forces of Thousand Lake Manor and Mulberry Lake Manor as well. Within the main forces of Raincloud Manor, Xian'er and Shui'er sat, garbed in armor, on their black-scaled drake beasts. The 2 of them were right beside Miao Yi, and behind them were the 3 advisors, 6 deacons, and the rest of the main troops. They all galloped in the rain towards the stone bridge upon the lake. Staying behind to look after the place, Yan Xiu saw them off from outside the assembly hall. As Miao Yi and his forces made it onto the other side of the lake, he noticed someone galloping towards them. This person was none other than Wen Fong, who braved the rain and came all this way to see him. "Big brother!" Wen Fong hastily stopped her steed and shouted. Her face lit up with glee. Sadly, Miao Yi simply nodded at her before leading his men to charge right past her. He didn't slow down for even a second. Wen Fong's smile immediately froze. Her body entirely drenched, she pouted her lips, and her eyes looked dispirited. However, she soon gave herself an encouraging smile and brought her steed to a gallop towards the other side of the stone bridge. Braving the storm and charging relentlessly through the muddy roads, Miao Yi led his troops to the rendezvous point for his Raincloud Manor forces. However, when he arrived, he was met with a surprise. The 10 mountain chieftains stepped forward to greet him. Coming to a halt before Miao Yi, they alighted their mounts and bowed deeply. "We respectfully greet the manor head." Miao Yi forgot to reply, still staring in a daze at the flatlands between the two mountains nearby. There, over 1,000 troops stood at the ready. Both solemn and orderly, there was not a single person who stood out of line. Miao Yi had never seen nor heard of an army that could be so well trained and organized. The shock had him completely tongue-tied for a second. He wasn't the only one. Shan Hai, Shui, and Shen Fei were also in awe. Miao Yi turned back to look at his own troops. Compared to them, his group was an absolute hot mess, causing Miao Yi to feel a little ashamed of himself. "Thank you for coming all this way, everyone." Miao Yi raised his hand and signaled for everyone to be at ease. He then rode alone towards the massive army. The 10 mountain chieftains immediately followed behind him. Miao Yi circled around that unbelievably organized army a couple times, then tried shouting out a command for them to be at attention. However, not a single one of them paid him, the manor head, any heed. Their eyes didn't so much as dart towards his direction, they all just stood incredibly still. Miao Yi couldn't hide his surprise as he turned around and asked, "Are these the forces of our rain-cloud manor?" "Yes," said the 10 mountain chieftains. They continued, "We are all at your command, manor head." "Good, good, good," said Miao Yi as he nodded repeatedly. He then offered them a heartfelt compliment, "It looks like I have underestimated you all." Miao Yi's compliment had the 10 mountain chieftains behind him bursting with delight deep down. They cupped their fists and replied, "You flatter us, manor head. We are merely doing our duties." Miao Yi suddenly felt more motivated to do this. Initially, he was worried about what to do with these people and even considered making an example out of some of them. However, from the looks of things, it seems that these people were not only good at kissing their superiors' butts. He had completely underestimated them. After another bout of compliments, Miao Yi handed down the necessary instructions to the 10 mountain chieftains, then proceeded to call out one of his advisors named Mu Tai Lai. He commanded Mu Tai Lai to lead some of the men from the Raincloud Manor's main division and follow after him to Tranquil Sun Manor. Shan Hai, Shui, and Shen Fei were to wait here on standby. Miao Yi was still not completely sure he could trust these people, so he decided to leave his trusted subordinates to monitor the ones left behind. However, it seemed as though the heavens were not on their side. There was no sign of the rain stopping, rather, it seemed as though it was getting heavier instead. As Miao Yi and his forces reached the border of Tranquil Sun Manor territory, he bumped into Zhao Fei and Sicong Wu Wei. Their 3 forces numbered over 100 people in total. At this moment, both Zhao Fei and Sicong Wu Wei were riding atop the spiritual beasts they had brought back from the Sea of Constellations, courtesy of Tan Lao, of course. One was a steelhead panther, and the other was a 6-eyed vampiric fox. Both looked incredibly ferocious, with bodies as tough as an ox, and a set of incredibly sharp fangs. "Damn this stupid weather!" Sicong Wu Wei barked at the clouds. "Let's not waste time. Begin the attack!" Zhao Fei shouted. The rest of the troops couldn't believe their ears. "Didn't we come here to attend a banquet? What do you mean, begin the attack?" Miao Yi and Sicong Wu Wei nodded. The 3 manor heads each wrote down a decree, placed it inside the messenger tube of the spirit eagles they brought along with them, then released the birds from their cages and into the sky. They then handed down the jade archives that they'd prepared beforehand down to their respective subordinates. "The defenses here are hopelessly weak. There is no need to fear them at all. I want all of you to head down to your assigned locations and lay in wait. Once you hear the signal coming from Tranquil Sun Manor, attack immediately." Miao Yi barked out his orders coldly. Not only were his men utterly aghast by the sudden command, but the advisor Mu Tai Lai that he had brought along was also horrified. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "My lord, what are you doing? Are you thinking of attacking Tranquil Sun Manor?" "My lord, I must advise against it." "Shut up. Do I need you to teach me what to do?" Miao Yi pointed to his face and yelled, "If I catch you letting even a single person slip, I will have your head." That goes for the rest of you as well. Whichever one of our enemies manages to survive, your life will be used to replace theirs. I'm a man of my word. There's no use asking for someone else's help to save you either. I don't give a damn about that. Today is the day for you all to prove your worth. The mountain chieftain's seat is up for grabs. But which among you have what it takes to seize it? Mu Tai Lai was speechless in his horror, and so were the rest of them. You heard him. Sikong Wu pointed at Miao Yi and barked towards his own men, those are the rules. Zhao Fei also yelled, if any of our enemies manages to escape, one of you will be chosen to take their place. If you wish to be mountain chieftain, then fight for it with your actions. Suddenly, someone from Mulberry Cloud Manor cupped his fists towards Sikong Wu and said, Manor Head, you mustn't take such a risk alone. I am willing to follow you and ensure your safety. Sikong Wu rolled his eyes in disdain and scoffed, stop trying to kiss ass. I can come and go as I please in the Sea of Constellations. Do you think I need your protection for a little tranquil sun manor? Zhao Fei barked, what are you hesitating for? Do you intend to defy my orders? The trusted aide that Zhao Fei had brought with him to Thousand Lake Manor immediately waved his hand and shouted, let's go. After their forces split into three directions and headed into the forest, Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu exchanged glances, then immediately charged up the mountain. When they reached the mountain gates, they were stopped by two umbrella-carrying gatekeepers. They asked, who goes there? Miao Yi and the others didn't force their way in. Instead, they showed the other party their decree of appointment from Hall Master Shin Huaixin. Zhao Fei then said, the three of us are Manor Head Chang's new neighbors, and we specifically arranged to pay him a visit together today. Please wait for a moment, Manor Heads. The gatekeepers nodded humbly and immediately tucked his umbrella away before running off to report to the people inside. Within the Manor Head's quarters, Chang Zijiu had received the report and was presently standing in the hall. He was a rather burly man and had a prominent amount of stubble on his face. He mused, and here I was wondering when to find the time to visit them. I can't believe they're even more anxious than I am, and came all the way here in the rain, He turned to his handmaiden and said, we have some rather important guests today. I shall go and meet them. Tell the men to ready the main hall for a feast. His handmaiden acknowledged the order and left. Chang Zijiu then strode out the door, where a servant was already waiting for him with an umbrella. However, he pushed the servant aside. Since his guests had braved the rain to come here, then naturally he had to welcome them in a similar fashion as well. Soon, Manor Head Chang Zijiu arrived before the mountain gates, braving the pouring rain. He cupped his fists from afar and smiled, I am truly sorry for making you come all this way, Manor Heads. Miao Yi and the others jumped off their mounts and exchanged pleasantries with Chang Zijiu. Highly impressed with Zhao Fei's and Sikong Wu's mounts, Chang Zijiu couldn't resist complimenting them. As they all possessed a similar status, the four of them walked side by side, talking amicably as they made their way to the Manor Head's quarters. Naturally, they had servants tending to their needs. Once Chang Zijiu's handmaiden informed them that the feast was ready, he rose from his seat and extended his arm, please, after you. As they entered the main hall, dozens of tray tables with gorgeous-looking dishes of food were spread out before them in rows of two. Tranquil Sun Manor's 3 advisors and 6 deacons were already here waiting for them. Chang Zijiu introduced Miao Yi and the others to his subordinates, then sat down upon his seat. After the crowd mingled around for a while, they also went to their assigned seats. The atmosphere within the main hall was quite festive, with beautiful women serving wine, the fervent hospitality from the host, and even a wondrous dance performance from several handmaidens in the center. After everyone had a few drinks, Chang Zijiu took the initiative and asked for stories about the Sea of Constellations. My friends, my subordinates and I have never been to the Sea of Constellations before. I wonder what kind of place it is. Can you share with us some tales? The crowd immediately cheered in agreement. With a faint smile on his face, Miao Yi stood up and said, speaking of the Sea of Constellations, it just so happens that I have a friend I'd like you all to meet. Chang Zijiu asked curiously, could there still be a guest waiting outside in the rain? Miao Yi stood up from his seat and walked towards the center of the hall, waving his hand to dismiss the group of dancers in his way. The dancers stopped and looked towards Chang Zijiu, who also waved his hand for them to be dismissed. Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei sat quietly behind their tables and watched as Miao Yi spread his arms out before the crowd. Then, Qi Xiuhong's body suddenly appeared out of thin air and was held in Miao Yi's embrace. The hall instantly fell silent. Miao Yi slowly spun around the hall, eventually stopping before Chang Zijiu. His voice as cold as ice, he asked, I brought her back all the way from the Sea of Constellations, just so I can ask everyone in this very hall this question, do you still recognize her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 475. Chapter 475, Hollow Strength. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. When the people from Tranquil Sun Manor were able to see clearly who it was in Miao Yi's embrace, they were all stupefied. Chang Zijiu immediately froze in the middle of taking a sip of wine, and his eyes widened in shock. His gaze landed on Qi Xiuhong's fair face, then slowly shifted towards Miao Yi, where he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding coming from the killing intent that was faintly showing on the latter's face. Qi Xiuhong! Someone exclaimed. Another person quickly turned to Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei. However, when he saw that one of them was just looking on expressionlessly, while the other was giving out a cold chuckle, the wine cup in his hand immediately dropped to the table. Evidently, this person also felt an imminent threat coming from these three guests. Chang Zijiu glanced towards the man who dropped his cup sitting at the end of the row and noticed he was slowly getting up from his seat. Clearly, he was trying to get away. Chang Zijiu didn't say anything against this, and simply looked towards Miao Yi and asked, Brother Miao, what is the meaning of this? Suddenly, Miao Yi held Qi Xiuhong with one hand, while the other readied the Mysticine mirror. Sweeping it towards the back, a violent gust of colding energy quickly burst out, before retreating back into the mirror the next instant. However, the cultivator who had reached the door was already covered in frost, and he fell to the ground like a statue. The temperature within the hall fell rapidly, and the crowd was beginning to shiver from the cold. Many of them had looks of shock on their faces as they wondered, what sort of transcendent artifact is this? They were all so terrified that none of them dared to move a muscle. When had such a situation ever happened in their Tranquil Sun Manor before? Having experienced the terrible effects of the Mysticine mirror himself, Xikong Wuwei seemed to be still rather traumatized by it, and couldn't help trembling a little as well. He brandished a hammer in his hand, which rapidly expanded to humongous proportions. With a powerful swing of his arms, the massive hammer cracked through the air with a sonorous boom and instantly smashed the front door wide open, before crashing onto the ground right outside. The people in the hall shook with horror, utterly terrified by the scene they just witnessed. The massive hammer then shrunk back to miniature size and flew back into Xikong Wuwei's hands. With the loud commotion coming from the manor, the thunderous hoofbeats of dragon steeds quickly erupted forth from the outside. And soon, amidst the pouring rain, the sounds of people yelling and screaming could be heard as well. Have you all gone mad? Chang Zijiu shouted in horror. Splurt! A person's head suddenly flew off. With a bloodied halberd in hand, Zhao Fei slowly rose from his seat. The person sitting beside him screamed and collapsed to the ground, and Chang Zijiu immediately fell silent. Nothing but a bunch of incompetent fools. Today is the day we shall avenge Miss Qi. Remember not to let any of them escape. Xikong, let's head outside. Zhao Fei said disdainfully as he raised his halberd, then left the hall. Xikong Wuwei also had a look of mocking contempt on his face as he lifted his hammer and followed behind Zhao Fei. The two of them proceeded to arrogantly walk out of the hall, where the rest of the crowd was so aghast that they didn't even have the strength to stand. Once outside, Zhao Fei and Xikong summoned their spiritual beasts and rode off, leaving Miao Yi to deal with the people remaining inside the hall. They weren't worried in the slightest about him. "Brother Miao, there's no point going this far for a woman." Before Chang Zijiu could finish, Miao Yi barked out, "Kneel." The crowd looked at one another in fear. Miao Yi then raised his hand and shot out another wave of colding energy, freezing one of the advisors sitting on the side instantly and causing him to fall backward to the ground. Miao Yi then pointed the mystic Yin mirror towards Chang Zijiu. "I'll kneel." Chang Zijiu hurriedly shouted and rose to his feet, circling around his tray table to kneel on the ground. Since their master was kneeling, the two handmaidens immediately prostrated themselves as well. After which, the rest of the crowd as well as their respective handmaidens anxiously stepped forward and knelt on the ground. Miao Yi looked around him, but he felt no satisfaction at finally being able to avenge Qi Shouhong. He turned to look at her, her eyes shut forevermore, and shook his head in sorrow as he said, "To think that even a bunch of useless idiots like you could commit such a heinous deed. Killing you will only dirty my hands." The crowd suddenly felt a glimmer of hope and thought that Miao Yi would spare their lives. Some of them were even planning to lodge a complaint to the top brass about this act of tyranny later on. However, contrary to their expectations, the colding energy suddenly erupted forth from the mirror in Miao Yi's hands, sweeping through the crowd encircling him. Soon, the crowd was frozen on their knees, their bodies covered entirely in frost. As Miao Yi tucked away the mystic Yin mirror, he brandished the inversed scale spear and swept through the entire hall like a hurricane. The sound of grating steel echoed through the hall as Miao Yi dragged the inversed scale spear across the floor. One hand held the spear, dragging it across the floor, as the other held onto Qi Shouhong. Within the hall, Miao Yi said softly, "We're leaving." It seemed like he was talking to another person, but there was not a single living soul beside him left inside the hall. There was a slew of shattered remains of heads on the ground, along with the fallen corpses to which those heads previously belonged to. From start to finish, not a single one of them put up any resistance. They didn't even try to escape. They were all simply too intimidated, not just by the power of the mystic Yin mirror, but by the fame behind Miao Yi's name of being a subjugation crusade survivor. Outside, under the looming, dark clouds, and braving the violent storm, one man stood atop a platform. He had one hand on the spear, while the other wrapped around a person's waist, as though he wished to let the dead woman in his arms witness the fruit of his labors. Suddenly, from the mountains at the back, the hoarse sound of Sikong Wuwei's voice resounded, "Don't leave a single survivor. Anyone who disobeys will be beheaded." Like so. Following which was a wail of agony. Sikong Wuwei continued, "Listen up, men. It's first come, first serve here. So take whatever you want, . Not long after, the sounds of clashing steel in the rain subsided, and Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei led the rest of their troops towards the main hall. The men were either pale with horror or suffering from battle wounds. They cast respectful gazes towards the man standing atop the platform, wondering at the identity of the woman in Miao Yi's embrace. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei leaped atop the platform. Zhao Fei coldly remarked, "To think that a group like this was able to peacefully enjoy their lives here. I could send any of my former subordinate mountain chieftains here and they would sweep the entire tranquil Sun Manor clean. These people deserve to die, but their treasures are not at fault. We shouldn't waste them." As he said this, Sikong Wuwei rushed inside the hall and scoured the place clean. By the time he came out, he had ignited a red blaze resin with the handle of his poleaxe and tossed it back inside the hall. However, elsewhere things were not as simple as Zhao Fei had described. The scenario where a single mountain chieftain and his forces were enough to sweep through the entire tranquil Sun Manor did not occur. At the gathering place for the forces of Raincloud Manor, Thousand Lake Manor, and Mulberry Cloud Manor, the crowd was utterly shocked when they had received the decree. They never thought that they were actually here for battle. What a joke! Not a single one of them in all three manors had ever even seen what an actual battle looked like from the moment they set foot in the cultivation realm. The other two manors aside, the 2 advisors, 6 deacons, and 10 mountain chieftains from Raincloud Manor all voiced their disagreement with this plan and tried to advise against it. Shan Hai immediately pulled out the decree that Miao Yi had prepared beforehand and read it to the crowd. There, he clearly stated, "By the time you all receive this decree, the head of the Tranquil Sun Manor head will have fallen to the ground. Chen Fei, the 2 advisors, and 6 deacons will each hold a troop inspector title. Xian Er and Shui Er will also share a single troop inspector title. Anyone who disobeys the order will be punished accordingly. If cave masters disobey, then off with their heads. If mountain chieftains disobey, then off with their heads. If troop inspectors disobey, then off with their heads. There will be no exceptions. Those who fight valiantly in battle will not only be heavily rewarded, but the position of cave master and mountain chieftain is also up for the taking to those who deserve it. Trample Tranquil Sun Manor to the ground. Don't leave a single survivor." When they heard the decree, the crowd was utterly terrified and felt helpless at the same time. However, after Qian Er and Shui Er laid out the attack formations for the mountain chieftains and troop inspectors to see, they gasped in relief. They hadn't thought that all 3 manors would be joining forces for this attack. In that case, things didn't seem so dangerous after all. The 10 mountain chieftains and their forces formed divisions of 3, with the remaining group joining together with 2 other mountain chieftains' forces from Mulberry Cloud Manor. The army split into 4 and proceeded towards their designated routes. Initially, in order to secure their own positions, the troops were very eager to prove themselves and marched onwards with zeal. After all, even if things went south, their superiors would be the one to take the blame. However, after the battles began, even Xian Er and Shui Er began to realize things were not as simple as they thought it would be. The 2 young ladies were in charge of one group of soldiers, along with another 2 troop inspectors and their respective groups, meaning they had 3 mountains worth of men. Their troops were tasked with attacking a single mountain, Mount Huiyan. And in order to cut off communications between Mount Huiyan and its subordinate caves, the 2 young ladies personally led the charge straight to its headquarters. There weren't too many people within Mount Huiyan's main forces. Logically speaking, the 2 young ladies should be able to triumph easily with the Mount Hongdong forces they led. However, much to their dismay, Mount Hongdong mountain chieftain Chang Hailiang wanted to charge right through Mount Huiyan with their overwhelming numbers. In the end, he was promptly stopped by Qian Er and Shui Er. Even though they hadn't participated in that many battles, the 2 young ladies could see that these people had no clue how to fight a war at all. It was precisely because they had overwhelming numbers on their side that Qian Er and Shui Er couldn't help wondering how these people didn't even think of surrounding the enemy at all, and instead wanted to plow right through them. Wouldn't that mean they would be allowing the enemy a path to retreat? How would they ensure that there would be no survivors then? Before the 2 aunties, Cheng Hailiang behaved very obediently, and quickly changed his attack strategy to that of surrounding the enemy force. As soon as the battle began, the main troops of Mount Huiyan crumbled before the opposition, completely horrified by the sudden assault. However, because they were completely surrounded on all sides, they soon realized that surrender was not an option, and quickly turned desperate in their retaliation. "Brothers! Since we're going to die either way, then let us fight to our last breaths," shouted the mountain chieftain of Mount Huiyan, as he led what remained of his troops in a violent retaliation against their enemies. A person is always most frightening when they're desperate. Even though there were only around a dozen of them left from Mount Huiyan, they actually managed to cut open a path of blood from an encirclement of more than 100 people. In the blink of an eye, over 30 had died from their counterattack, causing so much distress amongst the forces of Mount Hongdong that they even tried to avoid fighting the Mount Huiyan troops altogether, thereby creating an opening in the formation. As they witnessed the battle, Chen Er and Shui Er immediately grew anxious. Even though they were naturally nervous about fighting such a large battle for the first time, they were more worried about not being able to fulfill their master's wishes. As the manor head's personal handmaidens, how could they look him in the eye if they failed in their task? Attack! The 2 young ladies shouted. Raising their spears, they quickly charged out on their black-scaled drake beasts. With the speed of their 2 spiritual beasts, they were able to fill the opening in the formation on time. The 2 young ladies rode side by side as they faced the remnants of Mount Huiyan's forces. However, once the battle erupted, they found that it wasn't as scary as they thought it would be. There was hardly anyone who could contend against their powerful spear art. Not to mention, they each had a set of second-grade armor artifacts and the black-scaled drake beasts on their side. With the two young ladies working together, they were able to take down the Mount Huiyin mountain chieftain in a single confrontation. Like cleaving through a tidal wave, the two young ladies swept through the remaining Mount Huiyin members with ease, killing most of them in the process. Almost none could fight against the two of them working together. When they saw the two aunties fighting so valiantly, the rest of the troops quickly regained their morale. They were no longer afraid of the remaining forces that had managed to escape Qin Er and Shui Er's combined attack, and quickly surrounded and decimated them into a bloody pulp. More importantly, they were also afraid of anything happening to the manor head's handmaidens. That said, with Qin Er's and Shui Er's cultivation, it was truly difficult for them to properly utilize a set of second-grade armor artifacts. In just a short while, the two of them were already running low on their transcendence energy reserves. Qin Er and Shui Er ordered the rest of the troops to quickly clean up the battlefield. Even though they noticed that some of them were secretly taking the spoils of the battle for themselves, there was little the two young ladies could do but feign ignorance. One of the people they saw doing this was the mountain chieftain of Mount Hongdong himself. After which, the two young ladies quickly led their troops to assist the other two groups. Along the way, they each tossed an orb of will into their mouths to speed up the recovery of their transcendence energy. Throughout the journey, Qin Er and Shui Er couldn't help worrying about the situation on the other side as they realized that these people behind them only seemed impressive in their formation. In truth, their strength was nothing but a shallow facade. They were practically as weak as tofu, causing Qin Er and Shui Er much distress. When they finally got in contact with the other two groups, Qin Er and Shui Er couldn't help sighing in resignation at these Raincloud Manor troops. The forces of the other two mountains were actually utilizing their overwhelming numbers to attack each cave one by one. They had split their forces in two, with each group going after a single cave at a time. It was fortunate that Qin Er and Shui Er had crippled Mount Huiyin, the center of communication between these caves. Otherwise, wouldn't the forces from the other caves have made their escape by now? That said, dumb methods did have their uses, after all. It was precisely because they had such absolutely overwhelming numbers on their side that these otherwise useless troops could fight with such high morale. Not to mention, there wasn't much risk involved for them either. With their numbers, they could quite easily drown their enemies with their spit alone. As a result, the troops of Mount Huiyin were completely eliminated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476. Chapter 476, Quelling the Chaos. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The forces of all three groups soon met up with one another. Besides Qin Er and Shui Er's forces sustaining about 40 casualties, the other two groups barely suffered any damage to their troops. No surprise there, given the way they had been fighting. When the three mountain chieftains met one another, they were filled with excitement. Not only did they successfully finish the manor head's commands, they even completely eliminated all their enemies. "Brothers, we've won!" shouted Mount Spiritual Longevity's mountain chieftain Xiang Donglu. Naturally, he didn't miss the chance to offer some shallow flattery as well. This is all thanks to the manor head's brilliant strategy. All hail the manor head! The crowd cheered fervently. Everyone was in high spirits and even felt a little full of themselves. After all, no one knew how many years it had been since a battle was last fought in the entire suppressing 10th Hall domain, much less Raincloud Manor alone. They could totally boast to the others after this, "We've actually participated in a full-scale war. And one where we completely eliminated all our enemies, at that." As for the consequences, none of them were too worried about that. After all, the manor head would be the one to take responsibility if anything were to happen. They were just following orders. No matter what happened, they would not be blamed for it. In short, this experience alone was significant enough as bragging material to last them a long time in the suppressing 10th hall. However, Chen Er and Shui Er couldn't find it in themselves to rejoice. They were extremely worried about the situation in the other groups, and immediately assembled the remaining mountain chieftains and troop inspectors, requesting that they go forward to assist the others. Since the two aunties had spoken, and them realizing that the war wasn't actually as scary as they thought it would be, the crowd quickly cheered on in agreement without any hesitation. Right as Shui Er released the spirit eagle to send a message to Miao Yi, the mountain chieftain of Mount Spiritual Longevity raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers! Let us go assist the other groups. If things don't look too good, we'll give them a hand." The crowd immediately cheered in response. And thus, the massive army hastily galloped towards their next destination. When they met up with the forces of Chen Fei and the other two troop inspectors, Chen Er and Shui Er found out that the other party had met with the same situation they had when they were attacking Mount Huiyan earlier on. The enemies became desperate as Chen Fei and the others surrounded them, and around a dozen of them managed to escape. Chen Fei himself had sustained severe injuries as well. He was not as well equipped as Chen Er and Shui Er were, and had almost lost his life fighting against a Blue Lotus cultivator on the enemy side. Had the enemy not been frantic about escaping, and the other troops had not been worried about something happening to the manor head's trusted aide and thus risked their lives to save him, Chen Fei would have lain permanently to rest in this place. However, Chen Fei could not accept this failure. He was Miao Yi's trusted aide who carried his master's expectations. How could he allow himself to suffer such a setback? He immediately rallied the troops and gave chase to the enemy. Worried that something would happen to Chen Fei, Chen Er, and Shui Er immediately commanded Mountain Chieftain Xiang Donglu from Mount Spiritual Longevity to gather all the troops under his command and assist him. Meanwhile, the two young ladies led the remaining forces and rushed to meet up with the other groups. When they met up with another group, they found that the other party had committed the same mistake that Mount Hongdong's mountain chieftain Chen Hailiang had almost made earlier on. Troop inspector and advisor Hu Difu had ordered his troops to charge straight into the enemy lines and thus were only able to eliminate some of them. The enemy mountain chieftain was able to lead around several dozen men away in an escape. Perhaps he thought the enemy could be easily defeated, or just simply afraid of failing in the manor head's task. Advisor Hu Difu also rallied a significant portion of his troops to chase after the ones that had escaped. When Chen Er and Shui Er had finally reached the battlefield of a different advisor, Advisor Han Chunfeng, they found that the other party wasn't engaged in battle at all. The two young ladies bumped into several of the Raincloud Manor troops and asked what happened. The answer shocked them greatly. Even the other Raincloud Manor troops under the two young ladies couldn't help their shock. After Advisor Han Chunfeng had met up with the other two groups from Mulberry Cloud Manor, which also had two advisors as their troop inspectors, the three of them shared the same detestable notion of escaping. They believed that there wasn't any point to winning to such a battle, and were worried that the top brass would pin the blame on them for this incident, so they thought, why should we risk our lives for such a thing? Thus, after some discussion between themselves, the advisors from both manors decided to encourage their troops to run away. Of course, by running away, they didn't mean to run back to Raincloud Manor. They were not that stupid. They would just be delivering themselves into Miao Yi's grasp if they did such a thing. Naturally, they weren't intending on escaping to Mulberry Cloud Manor either. Instead, they planned to circle around Raincloud Manor and escape to the neighboring Pure Dream Manor. Once suppressing 10th Hall was done settling this troublesome affair, it would be safe for them to come back out again. Furthermore, out of the 3 mountains worth of forces the 3 advisors had brought along with them, almost 200 of them agreed with their plans of escape. Meanwhile, the remaining forces decided to head back to their own respective factions. After all, it was rather dangerous to fight with their numbers alone. It was already good enough of them not to have escaped along with the others, However, this subsequently caused the members of the entire Mount Iron Bar, which was their supposed attack target, along with the forces of their subordinate caves, to rally together to defend themselves. It was likely that they had already gone and requested help from Tranquil Sun Manor as well. Coincidentally, Miao Yi and his Raincloud Manor troops were rushing towards the battlefield here as well. When he caught wind of the shocking news, Miao Yi bellowed furiously, "Deserters!" He turned his head and continued, "Mu Tai Lai. Here!" Advisor Mu Tai Lai hurriedly stepped forward with cupped fists. The manor head's inconceivably speedy subjugation of the entire Tranquil Sun Manor already had him trembling at his feet. Miao Yi quickly wrote down a letter and tossed it to him, instructing coldly, "I command you to lead the troops of our Raincloud Manor headquarters, and bestow upon you the authority to command 5 mountains worth of soldiers. Chase after those traitors this instant. Head straight into pure Dream Manor territory. Regardless of where Han Chunfeng and the others choose to hide, surround them immediately. Don't let them escape. At the same time, present this letter to the party harboring them, and command them to hand over those traitors immediately. Otherwise, the next one to suffer my wrath after Tranquil Sun Manor will be them. I will personally lead my forces to trample all over their pure Dream Manor and give them hell. Go now. I will join you after taking care of the remaining enemies. Remember to leave signs along the way." Understood. Mu Tai Lai immediately acknowledged the order, swiftly departing after taking command of the troops. Miao Yi swept a cold gaze across the ones left behind. He pointed forward with his hand and yelled, "The rest of you, surround Mount Iron Bar this instant. Those who disobey will be shown no mercy." With around 200 members remaining, Miao Yi galloped towards Mount Iron Bar. Once there, his forces immediately surrounded the 100 people bundled up together. They still had no idea why all this was happening, primarily because there still hadn't been any word from Tranquil Sun Manor after their request for support. "Our Tranquil Sun Manor has never done anything to offend your Raincloud Manor. Why are you doing such a thing?" The Mount Iron Bar mountain chieftain, who had gathered about 100 of his subordinates together, shouted in bewilderment. Miao Yi completely ignored him, and commanded his troops, "Make sure you don't leave any gaps in the formation. If any one of them makes it past, I'll kill you. Same goes to those who shirk away from battle. Your manor head will be joining in the struggle, so you idiots better open your eyes wide and watch how a battle should actually be fought." As he said this, the inversed scale spear danced in his arms and roared like a dragon. Miao Yi pointed the spear forward, and charcoal neighed excitedly before charging out like a storm. Neither man nor steed was wearing a single piece of armor as they bolted straight into enemy lines. My God, he's going in alone. The troops from Raincloud Manor were actually wide-eyed with shock. When he noticed there was only one person charging towards them, even though he had heard that the other party was a subjugation crusade survivor, the Mount Iron Bar felt a surge of confidence as he shouted, "How dare you underestimate our Tranquil Sun Manor? All of you, attack! The one who takes Miao Yi's head shall be heavily rewarded." Immediately, his forces charged out. However, Miao Yi was already upon them. The spear in his hand flickered coldly, the powerful momentum behind it comparable to a fierce dragon. As though a mighty wave had crashed onto a pillar, agonizing screams echoed forth as one person after another was overturned from their steeds wherever the cold glint passed. It was as though the vast sea had been split with a single stroke of the sword. A single rider charged headfirst into the enemy lines, with not a single person being able to stop him in his path. The Mount Iron Bar mountain chieftain didn't even have time to be astonished, not when Miao Yi was already in front of him the next instant. Despite how he anxiously tried to defend himself with a reckless swing of his sword, Miao Yi's spear struck through, piercing through his skull in a single breath and killing him instantly. Miao Yi didn't stop there. He continued to thrash his way through the crowd, killing from one end of the group to the other. If there were any dragon steeds that dared to stand in his way, they were either knocked flying by charcoal or sent tumbling across the ground. In a single gallop, almost 30 people had died to Miao Yi's inversed scale spear. Those still alive were utterly horrified, and not a single one of them was brave enough to try and stop Miao Yi. The troops from Raincloud Manor couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air as they watched what was happening before them. This manor head is too ferocious. No wonder he managed to cut his way through the other 180,000 cultivators in the subjugation crusade and make it back alive. Even Xin Er and Shui Er couldn't help looking at one another in surprise, their eyes gleaming with admiration. As expected of their master. It was nothing but a piece of cake for him to deal with these people. There was no need to worry at all. Soon, Miao Yi turned his dragon steed around and chased after those that were trying to escape. Both his steed and spear were so impeccably fast that all who stood before it perished almost instantly. In just a few moments, the battlefield was filled with the screams of people dying here and there. Miao Yi constantly went back and forth on his dragon steed, the spear in his hand utterly cold and merciless. In the blink of an eye, over 70% of the 100-strong army had died. As for the rest, they threw caution to the wind and charged straight up against the forces surrounding them, no longer caring whether there were enemies in their path or not. It was simply because they couldn't withstand Miao Yi's assault at all. After all, they didn't see a single person survive a single strike of his spear. Thus, they grew incredibly desperate, running frantically against the encirclement in an attempt to break free. Meanwhile, with Miao Yi's strength so vividly displayed before them, none of the people encircling the Mount Iron Bar troops dared to dally in their duties, and they immediately cut off all possible paths of retreat for the enemy. In a little under an hour, the entire battle had ended. The ground was littered with corpses, their blood seeping into the earth along with the pouring rain. Miao Yi stood in the center of the encirclement. Seeing that the battle was over, he hastily charged out. He didn't slow down in the slightest as he passed everyone by, and simply said, "I want 10 of you to stay behind and clean up the battlefield. The others will follow me to Pure Dream Manor and take care of those traitors." He then continued charging off into the distance. Still in trepidation over the scene that their manor head had just shown them, the forces of Raincloud Manor didn't dare to drag their feet, and they quickly followed after Miao Yi. If they spared the time to look at the situation before them at the moment, they would realize that when faced with an actual battle, it didn't matter how nice their formation looked. The gray clouds soon parted and made way for the radiant sun. Miao Yi rode in front, leading his troops across the muddied plains. They didn't stop for anything, charging day in and day out as they galloped all the way across Raincloud Manor, heading straight for Pure Dream Manor. Miao Yi needed time. He had already cut communications between Tranquil Sun Manor and Suppressing 10th Hall. And for Pure Dream Manor to get in touch with Suppressing 10th Hall evidently required a little bit of time as well. As such, he needed to deal with all these traitorous bastards before Suppressing 10th Hall could even react to this incident. Those bastards must not be let off. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to establish dominance over his subordinates later on. Little did Miao Yi know that Sikong Wuwei was also stomping his feet in rage when he met up with his own troops. It was bad enough that these new subordinates were utterly useless. To think they were traitorous on top of that as well. Without any hesitation, Sikong Wuwei immediately led some of his troops in the direction of Pure Dream Manor as well. He too intended to clear out these seeds of discord and treason from his camp. Meanwhile, the battles had gone quite smoothly on Thousand Lake Manor's side. After all, Zhao Fei had brought quite a number of his old subordinates along with him, and each of them had strong leadership abilities. However, presently, Zhao Fei was still wearing a cold expression on his face. It was because one of his subordinates had actually done something ridiculous simply because none of his trusted aides acted as troop inspectors for that particular group. His decree clearly stated that all their enemies must die. However, even though those idiots did manage to win in the end, and almost effortlessly at that, they had the bright idea of convincing their enemies to surrender. As a result, there wasn't a single casualty on either side of the battle. Rather, their troops had managed to easily obtain over 100 prisoners of war. When Zhao Fei arrived on the battlefield, he asked, atop his mount, "Troop Inspector, Mountain Chieftain, are you too aware of the decree I passed down?" The troop inspector replied, "Yes, my lord." "Repeat it again for me," Zhao Fei said coldly. After the other party repeated his decree word for word, Zhao Fei said blankly, "Seize them." The trusted aides that he brought along with him immediately charged over and restrained the troop inspector along with the mountain chieftain. The two of them were still wondering whether it was wrong of them to have won the battle, when Zhao Fei commanded coldly, "Death awaits those who disobey my orders." Before the troop inspector and mountain chieftain could even react, Zhao Fei's trusted aides already chopped down with their swords. Two heads then rolled on the ground, shocking all the other troops from Thousand Lake Manor. Shortly after he had killed those two idiotic subordinates of his, Zhao Fei pointed towards the bound captives they had taken and shouted, "I said not to leave a single survivor. Kill them!" His trusted aides immediately dashed forward to execute his command. They weren't fazed in the slightest by the other party's pleas at all. No matter how hard they begged, all of them were quickly dispatched. Soon, the battlefield was filled with bloodied corpses. Zhao Fei turned back to the Thousand Lake Manor troops and said plainly, "On the battlefield, if any of you make the same mistake of disobeying my commands, you will suffer the same consequences. I will kill all of you if I must. There shall be no mercy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 477. Chapter 477, Surrounding Pure Dream Manor. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. The enemies must die. The captives must die. Even allies would not be shown any mercy. As they looked at the corpses lying on the ground, the forces from Thousand Lake Manor all felt their hairs standing on end, their faces as pale as a sheet. They finally understood what it meant for someone to view human life as though it were an insignificant weed. What it meant to kill without even batting an eye. What it meant to be shown no mercy for those who disobeyed their superiors' commands. However, the worst of their fears were far from over. Zhao Fei coldly ordered, "I want to ask all of you if there was anyone who shied away from battle or did not perform their duties properly. Was there anyone who caused unrest amongst our troops? Give me their names." There were too many people who fit those criteria. Zhao Fei's trusted aides each wrote down a list of names on a jade archive, and those they named all stepped forward with deathly pale faces. There were also some who immediately turned their steeds around and tried to escape the second their name was called. With a swing of his arm, Zhao Fei tossed the spirit illusion greatsword, and immediately, a flurry of greatswords erupted forth. When those running away noticed the swirling mass of greatswords surrounding them, they were completely filled with despair. They screamed out like madmen and frantically waved their spears around. Splurt! Hot blood gushed skyward as one person's head was sent flying, his body subsequently falling off from his galloping steed. The spirit illusion greatsword quickly reverted into a single sword and shot back into Zhao Fei's storage ring. The scene just now had the rest of the crowd trembling in fear, and none of those that were called out dared to run away anymore. They all obediently stepped forward and awaited their punishment. Soon, over 200 people stepped forward. Moreover, these were simply the ones whom the troop inspectors believed to have committed the more serious crimes. Otherwise, the number of offenders would have been even greater. After all, they couldn't really sentence everyone to death. Bind them! Zhao Fei barked. The 200 offenders felt relieved at this command. Naturally, they would much rather be tied up than dead. Soon, they were all stripped off their mounts and weapons and then bound tightly in place. However, Zhao Fei's following command caused all of them to be thunderstruck. He mercilessly shouted, "Off with their heads!" This time, Zhao Fei didn't have his trusted aides act upon his order. Instead, he ordered all the other subordinates to do it. Those tied up cried and begged for forgiveness. Some were groveling on their knees, while others were already in tears. Some were even cursing Zhao Fei out loud. Seeing the troops hesitating to enforce his command, Zhao Fei asked coldly, "Are you going to disobey my orders as well? Better someone else dies than me." A group of them gritted their teeth and rushed out, raising their swords against those bound and helpless comrades of theirs. Soon, the area was filled with cries of agony. It didn't take too long for the ground to be filled with even more dead bodies than before, and the air was all the more putrid with the stench of blood. Over 200 people from Thousand Lake Manor were tied up, and not a single one of them was spared. Even the number of enemies they had just killed was less than this. The Thousand Lake Manor troops were all pale as a ghost, seeming so terrified as though they just had their souls sucked out of them. They finally came to understand the consequences of disobeying their superiors' orders. They finally realized that on the battlefield, the commander's orders were not to be made light of. It finally dawned on them that they were currently engaged in war. Zhao Fei narrowed his eyes and shot a cold gaze across the crowd, carefully watching their reaction. Evidently, regardless of whether it was Zhao Fei, Miao Yi or Sikong Wu Wei, they had long found these subordinates an eyesore. Previously, they didn't have a valid reason to do anything against them, and could only hold in their displeasure. Now that Zhao Fei had the opportunity to properly educate them, he didn't hesitate in the slightest, taking advantage of this situation to massacre a great portion of them and set these useless fools straight. In truth, back when the three manors had deployed their troops, Miao Yi and the others already made up their minds that this wouldn't be as simple as just killing Chang Zijiu and avenging Qi Xiuhong. The three of them felt it was unforgivable for these people to continue their lives peacefully in the cultivation realm. They had fought tooth and nail to survive the subjugation crusade, and this helped them develop a sense of intuition towards danger. They didn't believe that such peaceful days could go on without any consequences and didn't wish to one day leave their lives in the hands of such useless subordinates. The wounded Chen Fei continued chasing after the enemy troops all the way to the border of Raincloud Manor and Pure Dream Manor before inevitably coming to a stop. Without an official decree, he didn't dare trespass into someone else's territory with such a large force in tow. As such, he could only sigh in resignation as he watched the enemy forces escape his grasp. Coincidentally, just as he was about to head back, Chen Fei bumped into advisor Han Shunfeng and the other two advisors from Mulberry Cloud Manor, as well as the 200 people they were currently leading in their escape. As Raincloud Manor had plenty of rivers and lakes in its domain, there weren't many routes one could take in and out of the area. As such, it was not surprising that these two parties managed to bump into one another. Chen Fei had no idea why these people had come this way and thus was easily tricked by Han Shunfeng into allowing them passage. After a while, Chen Fei met up with Mu Tai Lai and his forces and finally realized that he had been lied to. Chen Fei was instantly outraged. He joined Mu Tai Lai and his troops, and together with a force 700 strong charged straight into Pure Dream Manor territory. Han Shunfeng and the others didn't dare to make any stops in their escape. They just ran, and eventually met up with the remnants from Tranquil Sun Manor who had also escaped into Pure Dream Manor. Suddenly, the mountain gates of Pure Dream Manor was filled with people. It was only then that Han Shunfeng and the others realized that none of the mountains nor caves they previously crossed over had sent word of their coming. Evidently, this was how lax security was in these parts. Moreover, the gatekeepers didn't seem anxious in the slightest when faced against such a large crowd. The two of them stepped forward boldly and stood up against a crowd of over 200 people without any hesitation, shouting coldly, "Who goes there?" Han Shunfeng and the others hastily reported the situation and requested the gatekeepers to send word to their manor head. The gatekeepers looked at them suspiciously and asked that they wait here before they went inside to make their report. Later on, inside Pure Dream Manor's main assembly hall, in front of Manor Head Su Huihuang and his advisors and deacons, Han Shunfeng and the others immediately complained about Miao Yi and his comrades' misdeeds. Initially, the members of Pure Dream Manor were slightly dubious of the report. However, they were soon greatly shocked by what they heard. Slam! Manor Head Su Huihuang slapped on the armrest of his seat and stood up, bellowing furiously, "Preposterous! What do those three think they're doing? Do they really think that no one would challenge them just because they survived the subjugation crusade?" One advisor stepped forward and said solemnly, "Manor Head, we should report this incident to the hall master immediately and punish these hooligans." Another advisor quickly followed suit, cupping his fists as he said, "Manor Head, our Pure Dream Manor lies right next to his Raincloud Manor. If we allow him to do things as he pleases like this, we will only be feeding his arrogance. I suggest we rally our Pure Dream Manor forces and head over to Raincloud Manor's border immediately to give them a little scare. We must show these brutes that our Pure Dream Manor is not so easily pushed around like Tranquil Sun Manor." The final advisor also stepped forward with cupped fists and added on, "I agree wholeheartedly. We cannot allow Miao Yi to act so insolently." Su Huihuang nodded and said, "Very well. Then it's decided." However, right as he was about to write down a jade archive to rally his forces, Su Huihuang heard the sound of hoofbeats quickly approaching. And judging from the sound of it, there was quite a number of them. Su Huihuang and the others were greatly astonished, and they quickly rushed outside to take a look, only to find a large army encroaching on their doorstep. They didn't slow down at all, dividing into two as they promptly surrounded the entire Pure Dream Manor. When Han Chunfeng saw who the other party was, he was immediately filled with dread. He never thought that the forces from Raincloud Manor would actually dare to come all this way to Pure Dream Manor's doorstep. When he saw Chen Fei retreating from Pure Dream Manor's border earlier on, Han Chunfeng thought it would be safe here. However, it seemed his assumptions had turned out false in the end. He anxiously yelled, "Manor Head Su! Miao Yi and his forces are upon us." Even a fool could tell that these people did not come in peace. Su Huihuang immediately imbued his voice with transcendence energy and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The whole Pure Dream Manor instantly fell into chaos, as its members frantically ran around searching for their mounts. And by the time they readied themselves, the enemy troops had already completely surrounded the place, immediately forcing all of them to bundle up into a small corner. Even though the more than 700 members from Raincloud Manor didn't have much experience in battle, but after all the things they had seen earlier on, they were no longer behaving as stupidly as they did before. They now possessed some degree of awareness that they were in a war. And it was that very realization that further boosted the ferocity they now carried, making them appear more overwhelming than the forces of Pure Dream Manor. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers, allowing them to continuously back the frightened enemy troops into a corner. Even Su Huihuang himself felt a little bit scared, much less the others. All he sensed from the other party was a terrifying viciousness. He bunched up together with his troops, the fugitives that escaped here, as well as a group of terrified handmaidens. Altogether, nearly 400 people were crowded together. As the space gradually became more and more cramped, Su Huihuang ultimately raised his sword and shouted, "Why are you trespassing on my Pure Dream Manor's territory? Answer me!" The surrounding forces immediately parted, as Mu Tailai and Chen Fei stepped forward. By order of position, Mu Tailai was currently the person in charge, while Chen Fei was second in command. As it was his first time leading such a large force, Mu Tailai proudly sat upon his mount with his head held high and his chest pumped out. Not only did he feel a little bit more confident after personally killing several people back in Tranquil Sun Manor, when he saw how a manor head was actually quaking in fear against the mighty force behind him, Mu Tailai felt a surge of arrogance coming through. He even started to think that doing something like this was much more worthwhile than all that shallow flattery and bullshit he had to deal with in the past. It felt as though he could walk on with his back straight now. Mu Tailai cast a disdainful look at the ones being surrounded, and said, "We have come on orders from Raincloud Manor's manor head to apprehend a group of traitorous deserters. Manor Head Su, we do not wish to trespass on your domain either. However, you'd best hand over those traitors to us. Otherwise, once Manor Head Miao arrives, things will not end so smoothly for you." He then tossed over a jade archive to Su Huihuang. As the other party read through the jade archive, he found that it was nothing more than a blatant threat from Miao Yi, stating that Tranquil Sun Manor had been housing traitors from Raincloud Manor and that he had already decimated the entire Tranquil Sun Manor and taken Chang Zizhou's head because they refused to hand those individuals over. He also warned that if Pure Dream Manor wished to house these traitors as well, then they would be meeting the same end as Tranquil Sun Manor. Having already heard Han Xuanfeng's side of the story, Su Huihuang naturally knew that all that was written on the Jade Archive was a lie. Clearly, Thousand Lake Manor, Raincloud Manor, and Mulberry Cloud Manor were the ones who joined forces to attack Tranquil Sun Manor. All this talk about housing traitors was nothing but a lie. Obviously, Miao Yi was only trying to use this as an excuse to intimidate him into handing those people over. Su Huihuang didn't want to deal with such a troublesome affair either. If only the people from Raincloud Manor had come to him secretly, then he would gladly chase Han Chunfeng and the others out for them to deal with it themselves. But now, they were on his doorstep with a massive army in tow, demanding that he hand those people over. How would the public look at him if he were to obediently surrender them? However, this was nothing but an unrealistic wish on his part at this point in time. Had Miao Yi not threatened him with brute force, Su Huihuang probably wouldn't be willing to hand over Han Chunfeng and the others, as he was quite repulsed by the way Miao Yi had rallied his army and assaulted a fellow manor head. As such, it was quite possible that he would have sent Han Chunfeng and the others to suppressing 10th Hall instead. Meanwhile, Miao Yi was trying to buy himself as much time as he could before suppressing 10th Hall made their move. Why would he waste time with Su Huihuang using such a roundabout method? Are you fully aware of the consequences of doing such a thing? Su Huihuang asked angrily. Mu Tailai replied, this is not something I should be worried about. All I know is that if Manor Head Su does not hand those people over, then you must be prepared to accept the outcome. Suddenly, another wave of thundering hoofbeats was heard coming from the distance. Miao Yi had arrived, along with Qian and Shui a few steps earlier than the remaining troops. In order to save himself some time, Miao Yi and the two girls used the powerful speed of their mounts to their advantage and left everyone else behind, thus arriving here earlier than the rest. The troops immediately made way for Miao Yi and the two aunties to pass. Miao Yi swept a glance across the ones being surrounded, then turned his head to the side and asked, what happened? Mu Tailai immediately reported the situation. Miao Yi then pointed a finger over and barked, Su Huihuang. What are you planning by housing those traitors? Are you perhaps the one secretly sowing discord in my Raincloud Manor? Su Huihuang yelled back, by any chance, are you Manor Head Miao Yi? You can't simply make these baseless accusations. Your men were the ones who ran to me. How can you accuse me of sowing discord? Do you think I'm easy to push around because I'm new here? Why didn't they run anywhere else then? Why did they only choose to seek help from you? And you dare say you're innocent? Miao Yi turned around and shouted, listen up, all of you. If Pure Dream Manor doesn't hand over those traitors within the hour, attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478. Chapter 478, Off with Their Heads. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Those that were surrounded were in a state of unease to begin with. When they heard Miao Yi's threat, some of them completely lost hope for survival. Naturally, the ones most anxious were none other than Han Chunfeng and the others. They stared at the frustrated Su Huihuang, hoping that he could show some spine. One advisor cupped his fists towards Su Huihuang and said, my lord, this is ultimately Raincloud Manor's internal affair. It's not in our best interests to involve ourselves. Another advisor also voiced out, my lord, Manor Head Miao is accusing us of sowing discord behind his back. I suggest we hand these people over and prove the innocence of our Pure Dream Manor. Then, the advisor that previously suggested they rally their troops at the border of Raincloud Manor and scare Miao Yi's forces also cupped his fists and said, my lord, we don't even know how this whole thing happened. Why should we put our foot in such a troublesome affair? The deacons too suggested that they should send these people, whom they had nothing to do with, away. Su Huihuang knew his subordinates were trying to give him a valid excuse to back away from this troublesome affair. However, the problem was, how were they going to send these people out there? They had over 200 cultivators on their side. In contrast, how many men did they have in Pure Dream Manor's headquarters? And with everyone bundled up together, how were they going to send these people away? Talk them into leaving? When he heard how these people were dead set on chasing them off, Han Chunfeng immediately grew desperate. He cupped his fists, bluntly threatening, "Manor Head Su, please give us a chance to live. Otherwise, we won't go down without a fight." Suddenly, one of the advisors from Mulberry Cloud Manor voiced out, "Brother Han, since your manor head has already come all this way, you should go back to him. Don't drag us down with you." They didn't wish to suffer the same fate as Han Chunfeng. They were only hoping for Miao Yi and his forces to retreat as soon as possible, then they would leave Pure Dream Manor and rush to suppressing 10th Hall immediately. There was simply no sense of security in staying in Pure Dream Manor. If even Miao Yi could come all this way, then their own brute of a manor head Sikong Wu Wei was likely to do the same for them as well. Han Chunfeng and the others were greatly shocked to hear this. There were only a few dozen people under him. Most of the forces here belonged to Mulberry Cloud Manor. If all of them were to stand on Su Huiwan's side, then what could he possibly change even if he fought to the end? He immediately yelled, "Tong Chang! What are you saying? Trying to burn the bridge now that you've crossed it?" Suddenly, Tong Chang pointed his spear towards the other party and shouted, "Listen up, brothers! We shall join forces with Manor Head Su and chase these people away." The forces of Mulberry Cloud Manor immediately understood what Tong Chen was suggesting. They quickly brandished their weapons, pointing them at Han Chunfeng and the rest of the Rain Cloud Manor forces, while the latter also hurriedly drew their blades in response. Both sides started hurling threats at one another, but none of them dared to make the first move. Su Huihuan cast a sideways glance at Tong Chang, who continued to yell threateningly at Han Chunfeng. He was not an idiot. Since he had already decided to hand them all over to Miao Yi, why would he involve himself in their scuffle any further? Originally, he was worried because they had the advantage in numbers, but now that there was a rift between them. Su Huihuang said, "I'll go talk things over with Manor Head Miao." He secretly called for his handmaidens using voice transmission, and the three of them rode over on their dragon steeds. When they reached the other side, Su Huihuang cupped his fists and said to Miao Yi in a low voice, "Manor Head Miao, I never wanted to involve myself in your affairs, but you saw it for yourself. I'm not the one refusing to hand those people over to you. They're the ones who are using their overwhelming numbers to oppress us and refuse to come out. It's obvious that they're quite desperate. Why don't you compromise a little, and let my men escape first? You can deal with the rest of them as you please after that. I assure you my Pure Dream Manor will not interfere." Miao Yi was a little lost for words as he thought, how useless are your troops? However, he soon remembered that all the cultivators here seemed to suffer from this godforsaken condition, and was able to somewhat understand Su Huiwan's predicament. He then turned towards Mu Tai Lai and nodded. After which, Mu Tai Lai waved his hand and gestured for the men to make way. Standing beside Miao Yi, Su Huihuang immediately shouted, "Pure Dream Manor troops, listen up. You can come out now." Miao Yi looked at him speechlessly as he thought, how can a person like you be a manor head? I don't think you've ever even fought an actual battle before. Do you think that all those other guys are idiots? Why did you have to say it like that? My brother, do you not want your men to make it out alive? Naturally, the Pure Dream Manor troops were all ecstatic at the news. We've got nothing to do with this anymore. You guys can go and do whatever the hell you want. We'll be making our move now. Once this is over, we can go back to our own lives again. All of them could be seen pulling their handmaidens onto their mounts and were getting ready to leave all this chaos. Tong Chang and Han Chunfeng were still going at each other's throats when Su Huihuang's words struck them like a bolt out of the blue. That son of a bitch Su Huihuang is trying to cut us off. The two of them bellowed almost simultaneously, "No one leaves." The others weren't that dumb either. Upon Tong Chang and Han Chunfeng's command, they immediately blocked the way to prevent the Pure Dream Manor forces from leaving, effectively surrounding them. Noticing their predicament, the Pure Dream Manor forces were absolutely thunderstruck. The two forces that were at each other's throats just seconds ago had suddenly joined forces, perfectly establishing an alliance without so much as a verbal cue beforehand. The decisiveness and reaction speed they were showing now were on a whole other level compared to what they displayed when they were ordered to attack Tranquil Sun Manor. Miao Yi was utterly speechless at this sight. If you lot had this kind of courage to kill in the first place, then why did you have to run all the way here and cause me so much trouble? Do you think dying here is somehow a more glamorous way to go? I don't understand these guys at all. Meanwhile, Su Huihuang was fuming with rage at the sight. He pointed towards the other side and bellowed, "What do you traitorous bastards think you're doing? How dare you surround my pure dream manor forces? I command you to stand aside this instant." Han Chunfeng shouted back, "Manor head Su, either we all leave together, or no one does. How dare you threaten me? You must be tired of living." Su Huihuang shouted furiously. Now that he was out of danger, his confidence had greatly soared. On the other hand, his subordinates on the other side were all looking at him nervously. "My lord, you mustn't be hasty." Standing beside Su Huihuang, Miao Yi's eyes inadvertently brightened. He never thought that things would develop into such a peculiar situation. Indeed, a place as bizarre as this would naturally give birth to equally strange characters. He turned his head to Su Huihuang and said, "Manor head Su, now do you see that I was speaking the truth? These people are nothing but a bunch of traitors." "Indeed they are." Su Huihuang furiously nodded. However, he couldn't help commenting inwardly, if you hadn't surrounded them with your army, how could the situation have developed to such a state? Miao Yi then tossed him a sudden question, "Manor head Su, I wonder if you have reported this situation to suppressing 10th Hall?" "I haven't." Su Huihuang immediately denied having made any reports. When he noticed Miao Yi raising an eyebrow at his reply, he couldn't help feeling a chill in his soul, and quickly added, "I did plan to report it initially. However, I didn't expect your forces to arrive so soon. I didn't even have the chance to write down the report. You can look at this if you don't believe me." He immediately handed his half-finished jade archive over to Miao Yi. Miao Yi took the jade archive and read it through, sighing in relief after he was finished. Crack, he then crushed the jade archive into pieces, as though he was just shattering one of his own belongings. He asked, "Manor head Su, I plan to storm the place and rescue your subordinates. What say you?" Su Huihuang looked at his surroundings and thought, "Do I even have a choice? You're the boss here." Though I guess things won't end well for my subordinates, however, he soon realized, well, at least I'll be fine. Even if I lose my old subordinates, I can still get new ones. I won't really lose anything, to be honest. He then made up his mind and said, "Very well, then I'd like to trouble Manor head Su to prepare a report to suppressing 10th Hall about our current predicament," said Miao Yi. Su Huihuang was somewhat puzzled as he thought, "Are you serious? Aren't you afraid I'll lodge a complaint against you?" He said in an insinuating manner, "The situation is a little bit complicated here. How should I write it?" "It's indeed quite complicated." Miao Yi honestly agreed. However, as for the nature of the complication itself, that didn't need to be said out loud. He then instructed Su Huihuang, "Just say that Tranquil Sun Manor had ulterior motives and incited a rebellion within Thousand Lake Manor, Raincloud Manor, and Mulberry Cloud Manor. Some of the traitors then escaped into your Pure Dream Manor and surrounded your forces. As such, you asked me to help you take out the trash. A rebellion, you say? Can't you come up with a more believable excuse? A rebellion is practically the stuff of legends in the entire suppressing 10th Hall." However, Su Huihuang still smiled drily and said, "Very well. Once this whole incident is over, I will immediately make a report to suppressing 10th Hall." "Oh, you can just write the report down and send it now. That way, I can give my hard-working subordinates some peace of mind as well. But I don't have a spirit eagle with me right now, so I can't send it through." "No worries, Manor head Su. When I was still in traversing Moon Palace, I constantly had to take part in battles. And with how often I had to be away from my own territory, how could I not be prepared to always keep my communication channels active? I have a spirit eagle for communicating with suppressing 10th hall right here. You can use it to send your report. Heh, alright then. Su Huihuang immediately wrote down the report. However, after he was done writing, Miao Yi took it over and read it through. After making sure that the contents were okay, he handed it to his subordinate to send to suppressing 10th hall. At the same time, given how things had deviated from their original plan, Miao Yi wrote down 2 letters to send to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei, telling the 2 of them to match his story in their reports and push all the blame onto that dead bastard Chang Zizhou. As for whether or not the top brass would believe them, that was not their concern. After all, there was no harm in having a few more excuses up their sleeves. After which, Miao Yi whispered a few things to Su Huihuang, to which the latter nodded in understanding. Su Huihuang then shouted to the other side, "Pure Dream Manor forces, heed my command. Hold out for 1 hour. That's all you need to do. I have already asked Manor Head Miao and his Raincloud Manor troops to rescue you. All they need is for you to hold out for 1 hour, and work alongside their army to force those traitors out from the inside. We'll be able to exterminate these traitors in just 1 hour." The Pure Dream Manor troops grew anxious as they heard what their manor head just said. Are we really going into battle? They're going to work together and force us out from the inside? The group of traitors also turned restless. Miao Yi waved his hand and shouted, "Attack!" His voice echoed across the mountain. Miao Yi and his forces once again pressed in from the outside, while the Pure Dream Manor troops all brandished their weapons from within. The traitors trapped in between both sides were instantly thrown into disarray. In the presence of such a major battle, Han Shunfeng and the others felt an immense pressure weighing down on them. They were truly frantic now. They never wanted to battle in the first place. If they really had such boldness, they wouldn't have tried to run away. Meanwhile, the forces attacking them were also feeling terribly anxious. I surrender. I surrender. Eventually, one of the traitors caved in from the fear and shouted, "We'll surrender! We'll surrender!" Similar cries immediately began to echo across the crowd as the traitors jumped down from their mounts and threw down their weapons one after another. Seeing their forces crumble under the pressure, Han Shunfeng, Tong Cheng as well as the other advisor were completely dismayed. They too threw down their weapons, and slowly got down from their steeds. In the blink of an eye, all the traitors from the 2 manors as well as the runaways from Tranquil Sun Manor dismounted themselves and surrendered. Su Huihuang was completely dazed. It resolved itself that easily? The Pure Dream Manor troops that were surrounded immediately cheered excitedly, "A brilliant move, Manor Head. Bind them!" Miao Yi gave out a new command. Soon, over 200 people were restrained in the plaza right outside the Pure Dream Manor's main assembly hall. Every single one of them was on their knees, oblivious to the punishment they were about to face. Chen Fei stepped forward and reported, "My lord, they have all been restrained." Standing at the top of the steps before the entrance to the main assembly hall, Miao Yi was in the middle of making light conversation with Su Huihuang, when Chen Fei's report came in, and the 2 manor heads walked over side by side. At this point, Su Huihuang had regained the aura of a manor head. And after interacting with Miao Yi, he realized that the other party wasn't such a difficult person to talk to at all. He walked alongside Miao over to Han Shunfeng, where Miao Yi pointed towards the latter and smiled, "I'm sorry for making you see such an unsightly scene, Brother Su. To think that one of my own advisors would actually stoop to becoming a traitor. Ha!" Su Huihuang shook his head and sighed as he looked at Han Shunfeng, as though he was pitying the latter on Miao Yi's behalf. He then asked, "Brother Miao, how do you intend to punish them?" Miao Yi then coldly waved his hand and commanded, "Off with their heads. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 479. Chapter 479, Old Habits. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The area soon trembled with the sound of thundering hoofbeats as another 200 riders arrived. These were all the Raincloud Manor forces that Miao Yi had left behind previously. When they saw this, the members of Pure Dream Manor mused to themselves, they actually came in full force. What kind of place do they think Pure Dream Manor is to come as they please like this? Once again, hoofbeats echoed across the area as Miao Yi finally departed with his large army in tow. Behind them, Su Huihuang was waving goodbye with a forced smile on his face as he saw them off. The reason for the awkward look on Manor Head Su's face was because Miao Yi had left him with over 200 decapitated heads and blood-soaked bodies at the plaza right outside his main assembly hall. He actually killed them. The whole crowd consisted of Raincloud Manor's troops, Mulberry Cloud Manor's troops, as well as the remnant forces from Tranquil Sun Manor. And not a single one of them was spared, they were all killed without exception. The members of Pure Dream Manor couldn't help quivering in fear at the sight of such brutality. After all, they had never witnessed anything like this before. It was quite likely that most of them would be having nightmares tonight. As he watched the large army leave, the awkwardly smiling Manor Head Su couldn't help gnashing his teeth in hatred. He wanted to go and lodge a complaint against Miao Yi after this. However, he soon thought, hold on, what if I'm unable to take this bastard down? He lives just right next to me. God knows what this madman can do. Tranquil Sun Manor is the perfect example of what will happen if that guy gets offended. Forget it, let's just see how suppressing 10th Hall is going to handle the situation in Tranquil Sun Manor for now. If they plan to pin the blame on Miao Yi, then I can still give him the final nail in the coffin. As Manor Head Su breathed in the stench of blood in the air, he suddenly felt a little disgusted, turning around and barking, "Stop standing around and clean up this mess already." Meanwhile, along their journey back, the Raincloud Manor troops had completely lost the orderly formation they previously had, and simply galloped onwards without a thought. Many of them were still thinking about the helplessness they felt back in that massacre. Their gazes occasionally landed on that manor head of theirs riding in front, and were filled with an unconcealable sense of terror. Within their pack of sheep, a fierce wolf had suddenly emerged as the leader. Along the way, Miao Yi bumped into Sikong Wuwei, who was also rushing to take care of the traitorous bastards within his camp. Miao Yi informed the latter, "You don't have to trouble yourself anymore. I've already helped you take care of those bastards. I also left their heads to Su Huihuang as a gift. Those bastards should count themselves lucky then." Sikong Wuwei cursed. Deserting a battle was something he showed absolutely no tolerance for. Both forces then went back together, separating again not too long after. After such a large battle, Sikong Wuwei was in no mood to tarry in one place for too long. He still needed to clean up things on his side. Along the way back, Miao Yi tallied his forces. He had lost 100 men in the battle, consisting of those that died fighting as well as the ones that he had beheaded. Once he was back in Raincloud Manor territory, Miao Yi gathered all 9 mountain chieftains together. The missing mountain chieftain was among Han Xuanfeng's band of traitors and had already been beheaded. Miao Yi instructed the remaining mountain chieftains on how they should explain this whole incident should anyone ever ask them, that way they could match their accounts with his. After which, he commanded them to return to their own forces and tell them the same thing. The troops began to disperse as each mountain chieftain led their respective forces back to their own territories. Chen Fei immediately took the spot of the guy who was beheaded, and left directly to take up his new post. Big brother. Once Miao Yi and his forces had returned to Raincloud Manor itself, he was greeted by Wen Fong, who had been waiting here all along. Naturally, Miao Yi was curious as to why this woman had come all the way here. When he found out that Wen Fong actually gave up the chance to sit in the manager's seat back in South Edict City just to come here and be a normal teller, Miao Yi felt completely speechless at this woman's tenacity. Meanwhile, the only reason why Wen Fong had waited all this time was just so she could meet up with Miao Yi. She still had to pay Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei a visit after this, so she quickly left without staying too long. Recognizing her efforts, Miao Yi told Wen Fong that after she was done visiting Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei, She could come back here if she had the time, as Qian'er and Shui'er had some things they needed her to settle. Wen Fang's lips immediately curled into a wide smile at the sound of this. It was as though someone had smeared honey on the edges of her mouth. The glee on her face didn't weaken in the slightest as she excused herself and left. After he saw Wen Fang off, Miao Yi led Qian'er and Shui'er to the island that was furthest away from the manor head's quarters. This island had become a forbidden sight. Yao Ruoxian, who had come to Raincloud Manor from Mount Calming Sea on his own, was currently staying here. The island had a decent environment, with quiet pavilions surrounded by lush forests. One could even take a boat out onto the lake if one felt like it. The island was a quiet place to begin with, and now that no one could set foot on this island, Yao Ruoxian had the entire area to himself. This was much better than his previous living arrangements, where he had to coop himself up in a cave and avoid being seen all the time. Yao Ruoxian was lying on a chair under a tree's shade, lazily rocking back and forth, when he saw Miao Yi and the two young ladies approaching. He quickly scoffed, well, kid, aren't you a busy one? It's hard for me to even meet up with you, what with you constantly running around here and there like this. I say, you're not intentionally avoiding me, are you, but? Miao Yi smiled wryly and said, I'm not avoiding you. If I was, I wouldn't have told you I was coming here. I just came back from a battle. I've just finished decimating the neighboring Tranquil Sun Manor. You can ask the girls if you don't believe me. Yao Ruoxian's expression froze as he asked, did he really decimate the neighboring Tranquil Sun Manor? Qian'er and Shui'er repeatedly nodded their heads. Turning back to look at Miao Yi, Yao Ruoxian was a little speechless as he thought, looks like the brat has indeed grown up quite a bit. For him to decimate an entire manor just like that, how many people must he have killed to do such a thing? However, Yao Ruoxian wasn't really too concerned with that. He cast a sideways glance at Qian'er and Shui'er. Seeing the two young ladies were fine, he stood up and extended his arm before Miao Yi, asking, I heard you got 10th place in the Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade. Surely you brought plenty of treasure back with you. Let me have a look at them. If his daughters weren't around, he wouldn't have asked so politely like this, he would have straight out used force to take them. Miao Yi revealed a faint smile and took a few light steps to an empty space nearby. He extended his arms, and Qi Shouhuang's body emerged in his embrace. Yao Ruoxian and the two young ladies looked on in confusion as Miao Yi slowly placed Qi Shouhuang on the ground, then tossed out a red blaze resin, enveloping her body within a violent flame. Miao Yi slowly backed away from the flame, smiling faintly as he watched the person within the fire gradually disappear into ashes. After which, he placed his hands behind his back and turned around, heading back to where Yao Ruoxian and the others were. Yao Ruoxian gestured towards the flame with his lips, asking curiously, Kid, who was that girl? Why did you bring her around all this while just to cremate her here? Miao Yi pointed to his surroundings and answered, Normally, as a subjugation crusade survivor, I could have chosen to take up my new post at a place much better than this. The reason why I chose this place was primarily because I wanted to avenge her. She was the trigger for my decision to decimate Tranquil Sun Manor. Yao Ruoxian was puzzled. What do you mean? The two young ladies were equally confused. I met her aboard the ship to the Sea of Constellations. She had come from Tranquil Sun Manor, and at the time, her cultivation was even lower than mine, only at the White Lotus 5th grade. Miao Yi turned to the rumbling flame, telling the story of how he became acquainted with Qi Shouhuang, and even how he forced himself onto her during one stormy night. He also talked about how they bumped into Yao Sage Ji Huan's grandson, Bai Ziliang, then finally to how Qi Shouhuang lost her life within the demon refining gourd. It was as though he was pouring his heart out completely. Qian'er and Shui'er were already in tears as they stared at the billowing flames. This woman was really too pitiful. The two of them couldn't imagine how tough life must have been for her back in Tranquil Sun Manor. And in the end, she still died. They were even more touched when they heard of how she kept her distance from Miao Yi, from fear that he might look down on her, and how she asked if he liked her right before she died. Qian'er and Shui'er couldn't help crying their hearts out. As he remembered that final moment, Miao Yi's face was full of wrath. He turned his head to the side and slowly closed his eyes. Then, 2 droplets gently rolled down his cheeks. In the past, he was merely living for the sake of living, and didn't know what love truly meant. However, when he understood its significance, he realized that it was actually such a painful feeling, so much so that it felt like his heart was being ripped apart. It was a feeling he would never forget for the rest of his life. No matter how many lives he took, he would never be able to get that person back, nor could he atone for his mistakes in any way. Ha! Since time immemorial, love has always been such a perplexing thing. Yao Ruoxian released a gentle sigh as he turned his head to gaze at the vast lake in the distance. There was some haziness in his eyes, as a certain memory resurfaced in his mind. When he snapped back to reality, he asked, "How did you escape the demon refining gourd, Ut?" Miao Yi opened his eyes, the tear streaks on his face instantly evaporating as he flipped his palm and 35 tiny mantids flew out into the open. He pointed to the little fellows and explained, "Luckily, I brought them with me. The little fellows helped me gnaw open a hole from inside the demon refining gourd and break it, thereby allowing me to escape with my life." Seeing all 35 of the tiny mantids intact, Yao Ruoxian sighed in relief. He then released the other tiny mantids that had been hibernating inside his storage bangle. With Miao Yi being away for so long, he had no way of controlling them, so he simply kept them inside the storage bangle. As he issued a mental command to the tiny mantids to perch themselves onto a tree, Miao Yi said in a low voice, "It's a pity they were much too small at the time. If only they were a little bigger then, I might have saved Qi Shouhong in time." He then tossed over a storage bangle to Yao Ruoxian, saying, "Didn't you always say you wanted to raise them? The things you told me to get before I left, I have them right here. There are 500,000 first-grade Yao cores inside. I'm placing the other things here with you as well. It's not safe for me to carry them around since I'm always on the move. I'm scared something might happen and I'll end up losing them to someone else." As Yao Ruoxian caught the storage bangle and peered inside, his mouth was instantly agape in shock. With his mouth wide open, he tallied the contents inside the storage bangle. After which, he couldn't help drawing a sharp breath and clicked his tongue repeatedly. Within the storage bangle, besides the 500,000 first-grade Yao cores that Miao Yi mentioned, there were also 100,000 low-grade orbs of will as well as 3,000 second-grade armor artifacts, with the armor artifacts being the most valuable in the bunch. Yao Ruoxian was utterly surprised, raising his head to the sky and remarking, "I never thought there was so much fortune to be found in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Kid, how much stuff did you bring back exactly? I'm sure this is just a small portion. You definitely have even more of these on you, but..." Miao Yi smiled wryly and said, "I told you it's not safe for me to carry around these things with me. I've already given you most of them. I also handed some over to the girls. I'm only keeping the scraps for myself. Don't you try to trick me. Do you think I don't know how much of a cunning brat you are?" Yao Ruoxian immediately reverted to his old ways and abruptly grabbed Miao Yi by the hand. However, he soon realized something and turned around, and as expected, he was met with the displeased gazes of Qianer and Shui'er. Yao Ruoxian immediately chuckled drily and said, Now, girls. Be good. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to take a look. Just a look." After explaining himself, Yao Ruoxian immediately scanned through Miao Yi's belongings. He found that the other party still carried with him 100,000 low-grade orbs of will, approximately 40,000 first-grade Yao cores, a little over 100 first-grade transcendent artifacts, and about 500 second-grade transcendent artifacts. These were indeed much fewer than the things he had just given him. Besides these, Miao Yi also carried a few miscellaneous items. It seems the kid really did give him the larger portion of his treasure. However, as a highly renowned artisan of the artifact refining world, Yao Ruoxian possessed a viciously keen eye for treasures. He immediately locked in on the Mysticine mirror, a black cane, as well as a beaded necklace formed by 18 egg-sized pearls. Taking them out, he asked, "What about these 3? Just 3 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts. Miao Yi immediately warned, "You old coot, I'm keeping these to protect myself. You're not going to take them as well, are you?" Hearing this, Shan Hai and Shui immediately protested, "Father, what are you doing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 480. Chapter 480, A Transcendent Artifacts Formation Core. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. You girls are really misunderstanding me. I'm just going to take a look. Yao Ruoxian chuckled and released his grip on Miao Yi. He then took the Mystic Yin mirror and wiped away the Transcendence energy signature inside, intending to try his hand at the artifact. Miao Yi slightly raised his eyebrow and looked on with anticipation. As expected, Yao Ruoxian froze up on the spot, his body quickly covered with a layer of frost, greatly shocking Shan Hai and Shui Hai. Soon, Yao Ruoxian gave his body a shake, and the frost around him cracked and fell onto the ground. It then turned into a black mist and disappeared. Seeing he was alright, the two girls sighed in relief. On the other hand, Miao Yi felt it was somewhat a pity. Once again, it proved that weapons of this grade had very little effect on Red Lotus cultivators. What a shame. After a light shiver, Yao Ruoxian looked at Miao Yi suspiciously and said, "Kid, don't you dare tell me you know how to use this transcendent artifact. Under the Red Lotus realm, only ghost cultivators are able to do such a thing. No wonder this old coot is an expert at refining artifacts." Miao Yi nodded and answered, "Why would I be holding on to it if I can't use it? There's a trick to using this Mystic Yin mirror. You just don't know about it." Mystic Yin mirror, eh? The name isn't bad at least. Yao Ruoxian scoffed, "I can figure out everything there is to know about this simple little transcendent artifact with just a single look. There is no trick to speak of. Stop trying to patronize me." His eyes suddenly flashed as though he just thought of something, then he continued to fumble around with the Mystic Yin mirror. After which, Yao Ruoxian was frozen in place yet again. Miao Yi couldn't help musing to himself how easily duped this old man was. However, Yao Ruoxian suddenly turned the Mystic Yin mirror in his direction, and a powerful Yin energy erupted in his face. With such a short distance between them, Miao Yi couldn't even dodge in time and was helplessly frozen on the spot, his body encased in frost. "Father! What are you doing?" the two young ladies exclaimed. Whoosh! The frost covering Miao Yi's body instantly transformed into a black mist and evaporated into thin air, and he was normal again. At this point, Yao Ruoxian had also shaken off the frost on him. He lifted a hand to stroke that slovenly beard of his, narrowing his eyes at Miao Yi as he chuckled and said, "No wonder. So you practice a fire-type cultivation art. Any single one of the 5 elemental arts is highly exceptional. I never thought you actually had the chance to learn one of them. Those that practice fire-type cultivation arts are all highly renowned in the cultivation realm. Kid, just who is your master?" Miao Yi finally realized that the old coot was simply testing him out. He shook his head and replied, "That's private and confidential." Yao Ruoxian simply huffed in response. He also knew that asking such a thing was taboo in the cultivation realm. Since the other party was unwilling to divulge this information, it would be inappropriate of him to pry any further. It was similar to how he himself had never shared his past with anyone else. He tossed the Mystic Yin mirror back to Miao Yi, then said, "And I thought it was some kind of powerful treasure. The only thing worth noting is the powerful Yin energy stored inside. There isn't much technique involved at all." Miao Yi tucked away the Mystic Yin mirror, then watched as Yao Ruoxian held up the black cane. The cane in his grasp abruptly transformed, lengthening itself at times, then shortening back down, changing its width and size accordingly with each transformation. "So the smallest size is only this big. Not that impressive," Yao Ruoxian said disdainfully as he waved the cane in his hand around, then tossed it back to Miao Yi. After which, the beaded necklace in Yao Ruoxian's hand abruptly separated themselves into 18 individual parts, and each pearl started hovering about him in a circle. These pearls could also change their sizes, growing to about the size of a round table. It was quite impressive to see 18 table-sized orbs circling about him in midair like that. Aha! Out of these 3 items, it seems this is the only one that requires some level of skill. Interesting. These are indeed quite suitable for someone of your cultivation to use to protect yourself. As he gave his appraisal, Yao Ruoxian opened his hand, and the 18 giant orbs circling around him instantly shrunk back into his grasp. He then tossed it back to Miao Yi, turning to the 2 girls and smiled, "I'll let the kid use these for now. It's simply because your cultivations are not high enough, so even if I gave them to you, you wouldn't be able to use them." Suddenly, Yao Ruoxian let out a shout. It seemed the crazy old man had just thought of something again. He abruptly shot over to Miao Yi and grabbed him by the wrist, scanning through his belongings a second time. He then let go of Miao Yi's hand and said coldly, "I knew you were still keeping something for me. You must have hidden away the actual good stuff. What happened to that precious immortal herb of yours?" Miao Yi sighed and said, "I'm really not hiding anything. Back when the subjugation crusade was at its most dangerous, I almost died. With the last of my strength, I used that immortal herb to save myself." Yao Ruoxian asked suspiciously, "Given that thing's capabilities, it wouldn't be wrong to say that it could reshape one's body entirely. How badly injured were you to use it up completely?" Miao Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head, waving his hand to indicate that he didn't wish to talk about the matter. Even now, his body still couldn't help shaking whenever he remembered the pain he had experienced at that time. Yao Ruoxian noticed the fleeting dread in Miao Yi's gaze. That wasn't something that could be feigned. The old man guessed that the other party had indeed been in quite a bit of danger at the time. Well, then again, it wasn't surprising for someone to experience danger in that godforsaken sea of constellations. Seeing the anxious looks on Qian Er and Shui Er's faces, Yao Ruoxian was afraid of letting the 2 girls worry, so he didn't pry further. However, he still couldn't help asking, "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with your belongings if you hand such a large portion over to me? If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you adopt Qian Er and Shui Er as your daughters. Whether or not you choose to believe me, I have long seen you as a member of my family. Because I know you'll keep an eye on the 2 girls, I'm able to rest easy and go off on my own. However, let me make things clear. I'm only keeping the things with you for the time being. If I have any use for them, I'll ask Qian Er and Shui Er to retrieve them from you," Miao Yi explained. Hearing how the other party saw him as a family member, Yao Ruoxian's eyes flashed with warmth. However, he quickly shot back with a glare and said, "Bullshit. Doesn't that mean I'm just your personal storage keeper then?" Miao Yi nodded and said, "You can use them too if you need to. If you don't have enough orbs of will when you're cultivating, you can have Qian Er and Shui Er get some more from Wenfeng. As long as you're using them to raise your own cultivation, you can use as many orbs of will as you want. Don't worry about using them all up. I won't mind a single bit. I've already handed you my belongings. Isn't that solid enough proof of my sincerity?" Hearing these words, Yao Ruoxian's heart couldn't help feeling a little conflicted. It was indeed quite a show of trust for the kid to hand such a vast fortune to him. No one had ever treated him this nicely before. Yao Ruoxian looked at the 2 girls, then turned his gaze to Miao Yi. His heart was filled with a sense of warmth, and he even felt a little sniffle in his nose. However, he simply huffed and said, "I guess you have some conscience after all, brat." Suddenly, Miao Yi coughed drily and asked, "Hey old man, can you help refine a high-grade storage ring for me? I got my hands on several thousand storage rings back in the Sea of Constellations, but I can't stack their effects onto one another. They're a little too conspicuous to be carrying around with me all the time. I'm scared I'll get robbed." Yao Ruoxian immediately scoffed, "I just knew this sudden politeness meant you wanted to ask me for something. To refine a high-grade storage ring, I'll need crystalline gold or at least highly purified crystalline obsidian. We can talk about this once the two girls have the items prepared. That means he's agreeing to it. Miao Yi was absolutely ecstatic. Making full use of this opportunity, he quickly asked, "Then can you refine a top-tier second-grade transcendent artifact for me as well?" He had witnessed the might of the flowing cloud killer before. That artifact was incredibly powerful, with its ability to transform into all kinds of shapes and sizes. He didn't even stand a chance when he fought against it. And apparently, the old man was its creator. While he was still in the Sea of Constellations, Miao Yi kept reminding himself that he must get the old man to make him something similar once he returned. The guy was living right next to him, so how could he let such a perfect opportunity slip away? How greedy can you get, you brat? Yao Ruoxian waved his hand and continued, "Buzz off." Naturally, Miao Yi had his methods of dealing with Yao Ruoxian. He quickly threw Qian and Shui a glance, and the two girls immediately scurried over. They each grabbed Yao Ruoxian by the arm and pleaded, "Father." Yao Ruoxian's face immediately contorted with dismay. He ultimately gave up, and sighed, "Girls. It's not that I don't want to refine one for him, but it's really out of my capabilities. You can't expect me to give him this old life of mine, can you?" Hearing how pitiful he sounded, Chen and Shui slowly let him go and turned to look at Miao Yi. "How is that possible?" Miao Yi said dejectedly. He was close to mentioning the incident with the flowing cloud killer, but out of fear that the old man would overthink things and run away, he quickly changed his approach, saying, "Don't you always boast about how skilled you are with refining artifacts? Don't tell me you can't even refine a single top-tier second-grade transcendent artifact?" Hearing the lack of faith in his artifact refining skills, Yao Ruoxian was obviously unhappy. He pointed at Miao Yi's nose and said, "All right, listen closely, you brat. Anyone capable of refining a high-grade storage ring can refine a top-tier second-grade transcendent artifact without a problem. It's not that I can't refine one for you. However, in order to create a transcendent artifact with transformative abilities like that, it needs something to act as a keystone. You didn't give me anything like that, and I don't have any with me either. If I did, I wouldn't have to depend on those two damn maces to protect myself. I would have just made myself a powerful artifact right from the start." Miao Yi asked curiously, "A keystone? What's that? You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Why waste the effort?" Yao Ruoxian huffed. However, when he saw the pleading gaze in both his daughter's eyes, he quickly gave in and sighed, "Fine. I really don't know what to do with you girls. I'll just think of it as explaining to you two and imparting some knowledge." He then turned to Miao Yi and explained, "Within any transforming transcendent artifact, there must always be a transcendent formation of some kind. And the so-called keystone of a transcendent artifact refers to the formation core within. Take that mystic Yin mirror of yours for example. Its formation core is none other than the Yin energy that's stored within. The person who made it must have gathered a large amount of Yin energy and arranged it so that it works as the formation core for the mystic Yin mirror. If it didn't have that Yin energy, your mystic Yin mirror would be nothing but a piece of scrap metal. Understand?" Miao Yi and the girls immediately understood. Yao Ruoxian's informative method of explaining had indeed helped them gain some knowledge. Qian asked, "Where can we find something that can be used as a formation core then?" "You can use all sorts of things to create a formation core. It's just that if you use materials that are subpar, you're essentially wasting your time and resources just to create a garbage transcendent artifact, so it's pretty pointless to do such a thing. Of course, you can always buy high-quality materials from the Chamber of Commerce, but those never come cheap." "Girl, why are you looking at me like that? Don't you dare make me use the things that he just gave me to create a formation core. He already has 3 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts to protect himself. That's more than enough unless he bumps into a Red Lotus expert. However, even then, it'd still just be a waste of resources to refine one more top-tier second-grade transcendent artifact for him. The gap in cultivation cannot be overcome so easily, so why waste that money?" Yao Ruoxian turned around and started walking away as he said this. He even tried to change the topic, pointing to the 2 stone lion statues outside the gates of his courtyard as he asked, I must say, girls, where did you get such an ugly-looking piece of rock? How lousy do you want my front door to look? Shan Hai had bought those lion statues during her big shopping spree in the capital city previously. Seeing her father questioning her tastes, Shan Hai felt as though her goodwill was just spat on. Displeased, she immediately dashed over to one of the lion statues, then placed a giant crystalline head on top of it, and snapped brusquely, There, I changed it to a qilin for you. It looks better now, right? Yao Ruoxian simply chuckled in response and refrained from arguing with her any further. Just as he was about to step inside his courtyard, his body suddenly froze up. Slowly, he turned his head around as his eyes started to widen in shock, and even his nostrils began flaring up from his deep breaths. With shrunken pupils, he glared straight at the crystalline qilin head atop the lion statue, looking as if he had seen a ghost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481. Chapter 481, Supreme Fire Crystal. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi and Shui Er couldn't see Yao Ruoxian's expression from their angle, and they simply thought that Qian Er's reaction was a little funny. It seemed she was a little agitated. Originally, Qian Er had placed those lion statues in front of Miao Yi's sleeping quarters. She seemed to think that they looked mighty and impressive. However, not only did Charcoal feel annoyed at these stone statues for taking up his sleeping spot, even Miao Yi himself complained that they looked terrible. Of course, he didn't know that it was Qian Er who placed them there at first, and as he walked in and out of his sleeping quarters, he casually commented, It looks like all these butt-kissers in Raincloud Manor have a problem with their taste as well. I can't believe they don't feel ashamed about sending me something that looks so lousy. As such, Qian Er hurriedly, but quietly shifted those lion statues away. After which, Shui Er secretly informed Miao Yi that it was actually Qian Er who bought them. Realizing that he had misspoken, Miao Yi hastily praised the lion statues in an effort to get Qian Er to place them back, but she never did. He never thought that she had actually shifted them to Yao Ruoxian's front door. She was probably trying to regain some dignity through Yao Ruoxian. Unexpectedly, Yao Ruoxian also complained that it looked terrible. If even a slovenly old man like Yao Ruoxian said it looked lousy, then evidently everyone shared the same belief that Qian Er's tastes were bad. Charcoal the animal thought it looked bad, Miao Yi also thought it looked horrible, and now even the slovenly old man Yao Ruoxian was complaining. How did they expect a woman to feel about this? Of course, she would be agitated. Yao Ruoxian didn't notice this at all. He simply walked over to the lion statue with widened eyes, touching the crystalline qilin head on top of it. He even climbed on top and took a few whiffs. Astonished, he asked, My daughter, where did you get this from? Was it a gift from a subordinate? Qian Er simply looked at the clouds and kept quiet. Seeing how concerned Yao Ruoxian was, Miao Yi seemed to realize that this could be something serious. He walked over and explained, I was the one who gave it to her. Is something wrong? Among the massive heap of stuff he brought back from the subjugation crusade, he gave all those that were inconvenient to carry around to the 2 young ladies, like the several thousand storage rings. Besides those, there was also the unbelievably plentiful stash of living necessities, which he had Qian Er and Shui Er pass to Yanshou to distribute to the impoverished civilians of his vassal city. It's from you? Yao Ruoxian turned to Miao Yi and asked, Kid, don't you know what this thing is? Miao Yi touched the crystal qilin head and said, This thing is actually pretty amazing because it can repel fire. I had Qian Er take it to some artisans and got them to make a few fire-repelling accessories to carry around. After all, you never know when you might need something like this. At least this way, the girls will be safer. Yao Ruoxian waited for Miao Yi to continue explaining. However, that was already the extent of his knowledge. There was no further explanation. Hearing the casualness in the other party's tone, Yao Ruoxian's expression twitched slightly, and he asked, "Where did you get it from?" "From the Sea of Constellations." Miao Yi stopped for a moment, before continuing, "It was from a decoration in front of the Supreme Fire Palace's gates. I chopped its head off and brought it back." "Supreme Fire Palace?" Yao Ruoxian asked curiously, "What kind of place is that? Even you don't know about the Supreme Fire Palace?" Miao Yi was surprised. Yao Ruoxian rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do you think I know every little thing there is to know? The world is a big place. There are plenty of things that I have no knowledge about." "Cut the chatter. Where did you get it from exactly? This is just the head of the statue. After this, I'll figure out a way to bring back the whole thing." Miao Yi suddenly sized up the old man with a surprised look on his face. He clicked his tongue and said, "Old man, are you sure you can bring the whole statue back?" Yao Ruoxian scoffed, "If it's somewhere even you can venture into, then obviously I can do it too. Judging by the size of the head, it shouldn't be too difficult to carry the whole statue back." "That's true. Your cultivation is much higher than mine, after all." Miao Yi nodded repeatedly, then egged on the other party as he fervently continued, "Go then. The Western Constellation's Master Fu Qing has 9 Supreme Yao Lords under his command, one of which is called Lai Huan, who stays in Skyfire Mountain. Within Skyfire Mountain, there's a place called the Supreme Fire Palace. That's where Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan resides. I'll let you in on a little something as well. He has more than one Qilin statue. It's actually one half of a pair that's placed in front of the palace gates of Lai Huan's private residence. Oh, also, the entire Supreme Fire Palace is made out of this material. It'll be too easy for you to just carry 1 or 2 Qilin statues back. You should just take the entire Supreme Fire Palace with you instead." Yao Ruoxian was a little dazed by what he heard, and his mouth had involuntarily fallen agape for quite a while. He mumbled, "Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan," his body inadvertently shivered as he said the name. Clearly, he was quaking from fear. It seemed he had heard stories of Lai Huan's might as well. As he snapped back to reality, Yao Ruoxian looked a little embarrassed, and he barked at Miao Yi, "Are you kidding me, brat? Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan is someone who can cross fists with Ghost Sage Sidishao and still be able to retreat in one piece. He's a genuine Golden Lotus cultivator. You're asking me to go steal from his palace? Any one of his subordinates can utterly destroy me. Are you trying to kill me?" Miao Yi teased, "You were the one who said you wanted to bring the whole statue back. Why are you blaming me now?" Yao Ruoxian had no words to refute. He waved his hand and continued, "Stop talking nonsense. How did you manage to enter Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan's palace?" Miao Yi sighed and answered, "Through the subjugation crusade, of course." Yao Ruoxian was stupefied. However, realization soon struck as he said, "Of course. They had to be shifted out during that period of time." "No, that's not right. Even if there wasn't anyone there, there's no way that Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan's home is someplace that anyone can just waltz into. There must be some kind of major protection array placed upon the area. How did you manage to venture inside with your cultivation?" I didn't want to talk about this, yet it still managed to make its way back into the conversation. Miao Yi turned his head around with a pained expression on his face, then answered, "I didn't want to go inside either. However, at the time, I was being chased by my enemies and was forced to run to Skyfire Mountain. You have no idea how miserable the state I was in back then. I even had to chop off one of my own legs. As I was slowly backed into a corner, with no way of retreat, I had no choice but to jump into the mouth of the volcano that is Skyfire Mountain. Back then, I didn't know there was a major array within the sea of flames underneath, and I lost consciousness soon after I jumped in. When I came to, I realized that I'd already fallen down to the Supreme Fire Palace, and my whole body was burnt to a blackened crisp. It was then that I used up the immortal herb. That feeling of clawing your way back to life. Even now, my skin crawls whenever I think about it." As they listened to Miao Yi's story, Chen Er and Shui Er couldn't help covering their mouths as tears streamed down their cheeks. They didn't need to imagine to know how painful that must have been. Yao Ruoxian couldn't help sighing either, and said, "It looks like you endured some hardship in the Sea of Constellations indeed." It was so much more than just enduring some hardship. With Miao Yi's cultivation at the time, it was out of sheer luck that he managed to survive through to the end. Back then, if he hadn't calmly dealt with the situation and recruited a large number of people back on the ship, he would have died at the hands of the three major sects the moment he set foot on dry land. Moreover, if he hadn't carried the tiny mantids around with him, and broken through the demon refining gourd, he would have been killed by Ziliang. Miao Yi smiled bitterly and said, "It's not all bad that I fell into the Supreme Fire Palace. At least no one could come in from the outside. I managed to spend most of the subjugation crusade hiding inside the Supreme Fire Palace and cultivating. If I had been outside, who knows what kind of danger I would get into. After all, bumping into another person usually ended up being a fight to the death in that damned place. If I got myself wrapped up in something like that, I really might have died in the Sea of Constellations." Truth be told, Miao Yi sometimes felt a little grateful that the six sages had sent representatives to participate in the subjugation crusade. Otherwise, even if he did get through the early stages safely, he'd still have to fight against the remaining experts in the later stages. He probably wouldn't survive the whole ordeal even if he joined forces with Gu Sanjing and the others. Regardless of how skilled he was with the spear, with transcendent artifacts flying around in the chaos, the outcome was easy to figure out. Miao Yi could imagine how bloody it must have been during the final stretch of previous subjugation crusades. All the participants would be assembled together, with no way of backing out, and they would all be forced to fight to the death. And for the sake of survival, they would use any and every method in their arsenal, no matter how underhanded it may be. Undoubtedly, that would be a terrifying place indeed. This time, however, because the representatives of the six sages had changed the rules slightly, he was able to narrowly escape with his life. The Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade was a terrifying sight of carnage and bloodshed to begin with. This much was public knowledge. Yao Ruoxian shook his head, refraining from dwelling on the topic any further. Otherwise, the girls probably wouldn't stop crying. He turned around and removed the giant qilin head that was over the stone lion statue. As he flipped it over, he suddenly widened his eyes at the hollow qilin head and exclaimed in shock. He then asked, "Why is the carving on the inside so crude?" Miao Yi answered, "It's not that the carving is crude. It was originally solid all the way through, but I dug out the insides." What? Yao Ruoxian immediately stomped his feet in anger and asked, "You're saying you hollowed out so much of the insides? What happened to the pieces you scraped out then?" Miao Yi casually replied, "I just tossed them away." Yao Ruoxian felt a sudden urge to smack this kid in the head and send him to his grave on the spot. He quickly placed the qilin head back on the lion statue, then pointed a finger at Miao Yi's nose and scolded, "Kid, do you have any idea what this thing is? It's the rare supreme fire crystal that one can only dream of getting. You rotten child. You managed to obtain this after almost losing your life, and you're telling me you tossed most of it away just like that? You bastard, why didn't you just get burned to death in the Supreme Fire Palace?" Seeing how Yao Ruoxian was flaring up, Shui Er hastily walked forward to mediate, asking, "Father, what is a Supreme Fire Crystal?" Still feeling incredibly irritated, Yao Ruoxian explained, "It's the crystallized essence of a flame." "Flames can turn into solid crystals?" Astonished, Shui Er placed a hand on the crystalline qilin head and asked, "Then why does it feel so cold to the touch? It's almost like a block of ice." "Oh, my daughter. Have you not heard that the elements take contrasting forms when pushed to their extremities? This thing is the product from a site of exceedingly high heat, thus it's called the Supreme Fire Crystal. Meanwhile, an example of something on the other side of the spectrum would be the frost flame." "Frost flame? Ice can turn into fire as well." "My daughter, I told you that the elements take contrasting forms when pushed to their extremities. Since a site of intense heat is able to form ice, a site of absolute frost can naturally give birth to flames as well. However, this type of flame is quite different than most flames. The common flames that we usually see are known as yang fire, whereas flames such as the frost flame or ghost fire are called yin fire. Miao Yi's interest was immediately piqued by this. If I could absorb the spiritual essence from yang fire to increase my cultivation speed, I wonder if I could do the same with yin fire. If it's possible, then what would happen if I put these spiritual essences of contrasting natures together? He couldn't help asking, what would happen if you combine yang fire and yin fire together? Yao Ruoxian replied with an annoyed tone, obviously, yin and yang would counteract one another and kill a fire-type cultivation art practitioner like you. Miao sheepishly rubbed his own nose, knowing that the old man still resented him for throwing away the supreme fire crystal. He couldn't help wondering how much it cost. However, at the time, with the supreme fire palace looking like it was about to collapse, there was simply no room for hesitation in order to save himself. The two young ladies couldn't bear to see Miao Yi being reprimanded. Shen Hai hastily jumped in and tried to change the topic, asking, "Father, what can this supreme fire crystal be used for? It's got plenty of uses. Didn't you hear the kids say it can repel flames? Do you know about the fire-repelling pearl? It's made of the same material as this qilin head, only carved into the shape of a bead." Yao Ruoxian pointed to the crystalline qilin head and explained. Shui'er smiled and said, "Yes, I do know about the fire-repelling pearl. I've also heard of the water-repelling pearl and dust-repelling pearl." Yao Ruoxian rolled his eyes and said, "Those are another two types out of the 5 elemental attributes. Naturally, the supreme fire crystal falls under the fire element. Meanwhile, the water-repelling pearl is made from the supreme water crystal, whereas the dust-repelling pearl is made from the supreme earth crystal. There is also the supreme wood crystal and supreme metal crystal. All 5 of these are very suitable to be used as the formation core of a transcendent artifact. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 482. Chapter 482, We Have More Than Enough Yao Cores. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Shen Hai and Shui'er couldn't help looking at each other at the sound of this. Miao Yi asked in astonishment, "This thing can act as the formation core of a transcendent artifact too, With a flick of his wrist, Yao Ruoxian grabbed the qilin head and raised it up. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed forth as the entire qilin head burst into flames. The fire billowed violently, and the qilin looked as if it had instantly come to life, casting a furious gaze at the crowd through the roaring flames. The temperature immediately skyrocketed to jaw-dropping heights, and was already much hotter than the flames produced by blaze resins. Terrified, Shen Hai and Shui'er quickly backed away. Meanwhile, Miao Yi found a sense of familiarity within the powerful blaze, as though he was back in the sea of flames of the Supreme Fire Palace. However, this fire did not possess the menacing attack capabilities that the sea of flames around the Supreme Fire Palace did. Miao Yi was able to quickly repel the heat through his heat-controlling technique. Outside the gate, the 2 lion statues instantly exploded from the intense heat. The stone tiles on the ground started to fracture, while the grass around the area quickly withered and went up in flames. Cracks also appeared on the courtyard walls, and the large wooden gates that were pushed to the side were already set ablaze. It seemed that Yao Ruoxian couldn't take such a powerful heat for too long either. After a while, he quickly tossed the burning qilin head over to Miao Yi. Strangely enough, the second it left Yao Ruoxian's grasp, the terrifying flames instantly vanished, and an icy qilin head statue fell into Miao Yi's hands instead. Yao Ruoxian then quickly turned around, and with a flick of his sleeves, he activated his transcendence energy and immediately put out the burning grass in the area. The flames on the door swiftly subsided, and plumes of gray smoke rose from its blackened husk. Holding onto the icy qilin head, Miao Yi asked, "Did this flame come from the qilin head?" "No shit." Yao Ruoxian turned back and said sarcastically, "Do you think my body can generate flames?" Miao Yi clicked his tongue in astonishment as he fumbled around with the qilin head. He asked, "Old man, how did you do it?" "Simple. Just imbue it with your transcendence energy," Yao Ruoxian replied in an irritated manner. As Miao Yi messed around with the qilin head, a rumbling sound soon echoed forth, and it erupted with a violent flame once again. Moreover, the intensity of the flame was quickly rising, as though it was going to reduce everything to cinders. Yao Ruoxian immediately cried out, "Are you trying to burn down my house?" The moment Miao Yi stopped channeling his transcendence energy, the rumbling fire instantly vanished. Yao Ruoxian then hurriedly put out the surrounding flames, while Miao Yi hugged the qilin head excitedly. It was just as the old man had said, only by channeling transcendence energy would this supreme fire crystal be ignited. If the supply of transcendence energy was stopped, then the fire would instantly die out. Moreover, the intensity of the flames was entirely dependent on the amount of transcendence energy being channeled into the qilin statue. This meant that even without any refining, this thing was practically a natural transcendence artifact. Miao Yi lovingly fumbled around the qilin head in his grasp. However, when he noticed its hollowed insides, his expression immediately froze as he felt a terrible pang in his heart. He finally understood how significant the material he had scooped out and tossed away was, and also why Yao Ruoxian was so frustrated over it. "Now do you feel the pain?" Yao Ruoxian scoffed, "You rotten child. Other people could normally only dream about entering a place like the Supreme Fire Palace, and you bastard, after painstakingly making your way inside, you actually overlooked such an important thing. Not only did you neglect to take as much of this precious material as you could back with you, worse yet, but you also threw it all away. Do you know how much the thing you threw away is worth, how many orbs of wool it can be exchanged for? I've never seen anyone as big an idiot like you. Don't say it anymore." Miao Yi groaned. He had one hand on the qilin head, while he raised the other one with its palm facing Yao Ruoxian. His heart wouldn't be able to take it if the other party continued scolding him like this. With a pained expression, he said, "You have no idea how bad the situation was back then. The entire Supreme Fire Palace actually hovers within a giant fire array, and I didn't know why, but something must have happened at the time, causing the place to be on the verge of collapse. I was too scared to spend another second there. Besides that, I didn't want to wreck the Supreme Fire Palace. After all, I was still in the Sea of Constellations. Out of fear of offending Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan, I didn't dare to go overboard with my actions." Yao Ruoxian stomped his feet angrily and barked, "Then why did you have to hollow out the insides of the qilin head? Did you have nothing better to do? How bored must you be to go this far, you pig-brained idiot, dut?" Miao Yi replied helplessly, "Do you think I had that much free time on my hands? I had to come up with a way to save myself, you know. You have no idea how terrifying that giant fire array was. I nearly lost my life trying to pass through it, and even now, I have no clue how I managed to do it. I had to empty out this qilin head and hide inside to go through the fire array the second time. If I didn't, I probably wouldn't have brought it out in the first place. Shit, that was the palace of Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan, I tell you. How many people would dare to go inside and tear the place apart? Old man, even if you were inside, I doubt you'd have the guts to lay a finger on a single piece of rock. It's good enough that I managed to chop down such a giant head and bring it back. Not to mention, it's not like I knew what this qilin head was made of. Who would have guessed that the stones used to construct that massive palace was actually such a precious material? Back then, I thought that it could only repel fire. Even so, you didn't have to throw away the pieces you scraped out. Would it kill you to bring them back? I told you, there was too much stuff to take back then. I didn't have time to pick up the more valuable things that were right beside me. What kind of person would go and pick up the shattered chunks of rock he dug out and tossed on the ground? Even if I did dig up a couple of pieces of brick from the floor, I wouldn't bother cleaning up any stone fragments lying around, Damn it, I'm so angry. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Yao Ruoxian quickly went over and grabbed the qilin head, then tucked it away into his storage bangle. He then flicked his sleeves and started walking away. Wait up! Say, old coot, now that you have the necessary material to act as a formation core, aren't you going to refine a top-tier second-grade transcendent artifact for me? Miao Yi quickly followed behind and asked. Stop bugging me. I get annoyed every time I look at you and your rotten face, Yao Ruoxian said curtly, before disappearing into thin air. Miao Yi halted his footsteps, and without even turning around, he made a beckoning gesture to the two girls standing at the back. Both Qianer and Shui'er then immediately walked over, ready to receive his orders. Just as Miao Yi was about to instruct the two young ladies to work their magic, the sound of rushing winds suddenly resounded, and Yao Ruoxian reappeared before the three of them. What are the three of you sneakily talking about? Yao Ruoxian swept a cautious gaze at Miao Yi and the girls, then warned, You girls. You can't always help the outsider, understand? Ha. You're overthinking things, Miao Yi laughed drily as if nothing happened. Yao Ruoxian placed his hands behind his back, then said plainly, Well, I don't mind helping refine one for you. However, you have to stop bringing that fatso around with you from now on. You already have 3 treasured artifacts on you, and after this, I'll be making another for you as well, so even without the damned fatso's legs, I doubt you'll be in too much danger. Have the fatso stay here for the time being so that I can deepen our relationship. I get pretty bored staying here on my own anyway. Miao Yi gave the proposition some thought. He guessed that the old man was probably itching to use up some of those Yao cores now that he had plenty of them to burn. Well, the other party did have a point. As long as he didn't bump into any Red Lotus experts, he'd be able to handle the situation well enough with the treasures he had at hand. Not to mention, if he did end up having to fight a Red Lotus expert, chances were he'd be dragging Charcoal down as well. In that case, why not have Charcoal stay here? At least that way, the damned fatso would be able to eat his fill of Yao cores and improve his strength. Miao Yi had already confirmed that Charcoal grew stronger after eating Yao cores. However, back then, he didn't have enough of them to feed the damned fatso. Now that he did, he wouldn't be skimping out any longer. Miao Yi turned around and blew a sharp whistle. In the distance, the surface of the lake immediately started rippling, and amidst the tossing waves, Charcoal popped his head out from under the water as he swiftly swam over to shore. Ever since he arrived, Charcoal was as happy as he could be. This place had plenty of water in the area, which to him meant seafood galore. This was practically his heaven. Whenever he didn't have to go out with Miao Yi, his daily cycle consisted of purely eating and sleeping. After filling his appetite, he would go to sleep. Then after waking up, he would jump into the water and eat some fish. When he saw Charcoal swimming over, Yao Ruoxian looked like he'd already forgotten his frustration from before. His eyes started gleaming as if he was looking at some sort of treasure, and he quickly walked over to the edge of the lake to welcome Charcoal. He even held out a bunch of Yao cores in an enticing manner and said, Hey fatso, over here, over here. On the other hand, it seemed Charcoal was still a little afraid of Yao Ruoxian. When he saw the old man, he immediately remembered the time he was buried alive by the latter, and couldn't help thinking of Yao Ruoxian as a bad man. Charcoal immediately swam away, going ashore from a different area, then quickly strutted over to Miao Yi. Seeing his warm welcome being received so coldly, Yao Ruoxian was a little lost for words. He couldn't help grumbling, It's already been so many years. How can you still be holding a grudge against me? Seeing that his ploy didn't work, Yao Ruoxian coughed drily, then walked over to Miao Yi with his hands behind his back. However, his eyes quickly widened in shock when his gaze fell upon Charcoal's body. Pointing at the horrifying scars all over Charcoal's skin, he asked, "How the hell did this happen?" How else could it have happened? How many dragon steeds do you think could survive the entire Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade? He's already very fortunate. Miao Yi sighed and replied. Back then, he never thought he'd have the chance to see Charcoal again after being separated for so many years. You scoundrel! Back then, I told you not to take him with you, but you never listened. If anything were to happen to him, you'd definitely regret it. Yao Ruoxian pointed a finger at Miao Yi's nose and scolded him as though the other party had done something incredibly infuriating. Unwilling to continue further on this subject, Miao Yi waved his hand and said, "There, I've already called the fatso over for you. You can refine the transcendent artifact for me now, right?" Yao Ruoxian paid no attention to him at all and simply focused on charcoal. Grabbing a bunch of Yao cores, he raised them up to the side of Charcoal's mouth. However, Charcoal simply avoided his hand, unwilling to eat the things that he was offering. What if he got buried again after eating this old guy's stuff? Who doesn't know what a big glutton you are? Stop pretending like you're innocent. Miao Yi immediately walked over and kicked Charcoal right in the rump. He then pulled Charcoal by the ear and pointed over to Yao Ruoxian, saying in a commanding tone, "He was only joking with you before. He actually treats you better than I do. From now on, you're going to stay here obediently." Charcoal seemed to understand what Miao Yi was telling him. His expression looked a little dejected as he finally stopped hiding behind Miao Yi. "Why do you always have to be so violent to him?" Yao Ruoxian said with a chuckle. He played the role of a harmless old man perfectly as he offered the Yao cores back up to Charcoal's mouth to feed him. Charcoal turned his head away again, afraid of eating whatever Yao Ruoxian was giving to him. He still felt a deep sense of rejection towards this old man. However, Miao Yi quickly gave a resounding slap to his head and said, "If you don't want to eat it, then stop drooling whenever you see Yao cores from now on." Charcoal immediately turned his head back and cautiously rolled out his tongue, sweeping up the 5 to 6 Yao cores in Yao Ruoxian's hand in a single breath. As he swallowed them down his throat, he couldn't help licking his lips, and his eyes looked a little brighter than before. It seemed those Yao cores tasted quite well indeed. Yao Ruoxian then suddenly raised both hands up to Charcoal, holding another 2 batches of Yao cores in them. Charcoal's tongue swiftly whipped back and forth, sweeping up all the Yao cores in the blink of an eye. After which, Yao Ruoxian took out another 2 batches again. Seeing this, Miao Yi started to grow anxious, and he hurriedly raised his hand to stop the other party. He asked, "Old man, are you sure it'll be alright to feed him so many in one go? He can even digest second-grade Yao cores. What can a few first-grade Yao cores possibly do to him?" Yao Ruoxian replied as he brushed Miao Yi's hand aside. He continued to take out more and more Yao cores, as though they didn't cost a single dime. On the other hand, Charcoal looked like he'd completely forgotten about his dissatisfaction from before, and he quickly cozied up to Yao Ruoxian while swishing his tail excitedly. Seeing that the rift between him and Charcoal had been effectively healed, Yao Ruoxian burst out with joy. With a swing of his arm, he tossed out a pile of Yao cores on the ground as though he was just throwing out some candy, and had Charcoal eat them on his own. Miao Yi and the 2 girls couldn't help their astonishment at the sight of this. Stroking his beard with one hand, Yao Ruoxian rubbed Charcoal's mane with the other and chuckled, "Don't worry, no one is going to take them from you. Take your time and eat. We have more than enough Yao cores for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 483. Chapter 483, You Killed My Men. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi and the 2 girls instantly felt uncomfortable chills run up their spines. It was because Yao Ruoxian's behavior was simply too repulsive to watch. "Hey old man, when are you going to refine my transcendent artifact?" Miao Yi asked. Yao Ruoxian was in a great mood for once. He cheerfully waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. Since I already agreed to do it, I will definitely get it done. Besides, it's not like I can finish something like that overnight. What's the rush?" As Yao Ruoxian said this, Charcoal suddenly let out a yawn, and his eyes looked a little glazed over. Against his best efforts to keep them open, his eyelids felt heavier and heavier, and his body started staggering around as if he was drunk. Fortunately, everyone had seen this happen before, so they weren't too surprised by the situation. They all understood that this was Charcoal's usual reaction after eating Yao cores. Everyone watched as Charcoal slowly wobbled to a nearby pavilion. Finally, his legs gave in, and he curled himself up on the ground. Soon, a heavy nasal breath started echoing throughout the area. There was still a large pile of Yao cores left over on the ground. With a flick of his sleeves, Yao Ruoxian tucked all of them away, then walked inside the pavilion with hands behind his back. He began circling around the sleeping Charcoal, looking on as though he would never get sick of the sight. Suddenly, atop the bridge leading to this island, Yan Xiu was hastily rushing over. Within the entire Raincloud Manor, he was pretty much the only one besides Miao Yi and the two aunties who could step foot on this island. Yan Xiu had met Yao Ruoxian before as well, and he cupped his fists from afar when he noticed the latter. He then quickly walked over to Miao Yi and presented a jade archive to him. "Master, there's a message from Suppressing 10th Hall." Miao Yi took the jade archive and read it through. As expected, he was being summoned to leave for Suppressing 10th Hall immediately. Miao Yi didn't even need to guess why he was being summoned. He scoffed, "It's finally here. That was rather quick. I'm sure Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei have received one as well. Yan Xiu, inform Mu Tai Lai and Hu Difu to escort me on this journey." He then glanced at the sleeping Charcoal inside the pavilion. After eating several hundred first-grade Yao cores in a single sitting, God knows how long the fatso would be sleeping for this time. Miao Yi added, "Oh, and prepare a mount for me as well." "Understood." Yan Xiu acknowledged the order and departed. "Master, let us come with you," Shen Er and Shui Er requested. "No need." Miao Yi waved his hand and said. He knew what the two of them were worried about, so he smiled and added, "It'll be fine. Since I dared to do such a thing, I already know what's coming. The three of us were sent here by Granny Tao on the Overlord's orders just recently. It's understandable for us to be a little ignorant of the rules. We're the three manor heads whose positions were personally promised by Mu Fanjun herself. If the top brass is so quick to punish us without even giving us a chance to prove ourselves, then it will inevitably raise the question on whether these people are suitable to be in charge. Don't worry. We can easily gloss over this incident with some kind of excuse. At most, we'll just need to fork out a little treasure. I don't think we'll be this lucky next time though, but that doesn't matter since we're going to hide in our shells after this anyway." As he said this, Miao Yi waved his hand, causing the tiny mantids perched on the tree in the distance to immediately fly over. They proceeded to fly around him in circles, but soon after, they shot straight towards the pavilion and started beating their wings around Yao Ruoxian instead. Yao Ruoxian was a little dazed at first, but he soon burst with joy as he hurriedly took out a pile of Yao cores. He was then able to soothe the tiny mantids. Miao Yi was already leaving in strides. When he reached the bridge over the lake, he turned back and gazed at the fire by the lakeside. A sense of determination flashed in his eyes before he resolutely turned his head and continued to walk away. Once he was outside the manor, his two advisors, Mu Tai Lai and Hu Difu, were already waiting for him on their dragon steeds. Yan Xiu was also awaiting his arrival with a mount already prepared. Miao Yi proceeded to leap onto the dragon steed that Yan Xiu had readied for him. This dragon steed was evidently not used to its new master. Miao Yi had to pull on its feelers quite a bit before he got it to move the way he wanted it to. When he finally broke into a gallop, Mu Tai Lai and Hu Difu also got on their steeds and hurriedly chased after him. The three of them rode in a triangle formation, with Miao Yi taking the lead, as they galloped full speed towards their destination. Somewhere along the journey, Miao Yi called for the other two to ride next to him and started asking about their situation. Miao Yi and his two advisors rode continuously across Raincloud Manor's domain, eventually crossing its borders and reaching Mulberry Cloud Manor's territory. However, they still showed no signs of stopping. Shortly after exiting Mulberry Cloud Manor's territory, along the crossroads that one needed to pass through to reach Suppressing 10th Hall, the three of them bumped into Sikong Wuwei, who was also accompanied by two of his subordinates. As expected, Xikong Wuwei had also received a decree of summons. Guessing that both Miao Yi and Zhao Fei had received one as well, he decided to wait here for their arrival. Zhao Fei had yet to arrive, but Miao Yi and Xikong Wuwei were in no rush and continued to wait for their comrade. Around half a day later, the two of them finally saw Zhao Fei approaching with two of his subordinates. The three manor heads then continued on their journey to suppressing 10th Hall. The sun soon fell, and the moon took its place. However, that eventually gave way to the radiance of dawn as well. Finally, around noon the next day, the three manor heads had reached suppressing 10th Hall. However, they were in no rush to meet the hall master. Instead, they went to pay their respects to advisor Su Jinsong. At the moment, Su Jinsong was sitting on his chair with a terrible expression on his face. Both his handmaidens were standing to the side, but it didn't seem like they were going to prepare any tea, nor did they show any intention of asking the three manor heads present to take a seat. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Xikong Wuwei stood shoulder to shoulder in the center of the hall, as Su Jinsong slowly swept a cold gaze across each of their faces. Bang! Su Jinsong suddenly slapped on his teapoy and stood up, bellowing, "The three of you are very bold indeed. Do you hold me in any regard at all?" The three manor heads cupped their fists and said, "Please calm down, advisor." Calm down? Su Jinsong said coldly, "Let me ask you three. Did you or did you not join forces and kill every single person in Tranquil Sun Manor? Zhao Fei cupped his fists and replied, "If I may, advisor, we had no choice but to do so. Chang Zizhou took advantage of our recent initiation to sow discord amongst our troops and incite a rebellion. As such, we were forced to rally our troops and fight back. Pure Dream Manor head Su Huihuan can vouch for us as well. Nothing but lies and fabrications. Do you take me for a fool?" Su Jinsong shouted angrily, "I finally understand why the three of you chose places that so conveniently sealed off Tranquil Sun Manor back then. You were planning this all along. Ever since Chang Zizhou entered the cultivation realm, he has never left traversing Water Palace's domain. The people here are not the type to go around stirring up trouble either. If my guess is correct, Chang Zizhou probably never even met you three before. Let me ask you then, what sort of grudge do you bear against him that would make you take his life like this?" Miao Yi cupped his fists and replied, "We bear no grudge against him. I suppose now that things have gone this far, there's no need to keep it a secret any longer. If I may be blunt, advisor, the only thing that caught our eye was his territory. The three of us were already prepared to divide his domain amongst ourselves. Regardless of who it was in charge of Tranquil Sun Manor, Chang Zizhou or otherwise, we would have still done the same thing." Su Jinsong's expression instantly froze as he stared wide-eyed at the three of them. Then, Xikong Wuwei cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, advisor. The gifts you receive from Tranquil Sun Manor will not be affected in any way. However, we would like it if you could help put in a few good words for us in front of the hall master." "Screw your gifts!" Su Jinsong bellowed furiously, "Chang Zizhou is one of my men. You killed one of my men." The implications in his words were obvious. Even if the three of you didn't attack Tranquil Sun Manor, the gifts I receive won't be affected in any way. However, you actually laid waste to one of the people under my protection. How can I accept such a humiliation? If we didn't already know that he was one of your men, we wouldn't have come looking for you first." Miao Yi and the others thought to themselves. Zhao Fei said in surprise, we really didn't know. We're still quite new here." Miao Yi continued, "Rest assured, advisor. Attacking Tranquil Sun Manor is just the first step of our plan. The truth is, we've actually noticed how severely lacking the defenses of the surrounding manors are. After this, the three of us plan to take over all the other manors as well. Once we've accomplished that, you can expect gifts from all of the manors under suppressing 10th Hall." He was trying to say that the loss of Tranquil Sun Manor was just the tip of the iceberg. Heavens! Su Jinsong was absolutely horrified as he thought, are these three bastards mad? It seems the decimating Tranquil Sun manor is nothing more than a warm-up to them. Taking over the remaining 6 manors is the main show. Both his handmaidens were also in shock. To them, things like war and bloodshed were something completely out of their reach. They were already quite disturbed for one incident to pop up after so many years of peace and quiet. To think there was still more to come. Sikong Wuwei said solemnly, "My lord, if you're willing, then once our cultivations are stronger, the 3 of us are willing to assist you in stealing the hallmaster's seat." Sikong Wuwei's voice was both hoarse and loud. However, how could such a thing be mentioned so casually, and in such a loud volume, no less? Things would be disastrous if rumors started to spread. Su Jinsong was scared witless by the thought of this, and hurriedly yelled, "Shut up! Shut up!" He then waved his hand to his handmaidens and said, "You two, go outside and stand watch." When both handmaidens passed by Miao Yi and the others, they cast a sideways glance at the 3 of them as though they were looking at freaks. Naturally, Su Jinsong was looking at Miao Yi and the others in the same manner as well. He was then reminded that these 3 imbeciles had come from beyond the borders of Traversing Water Palace. He also recalled that the world outside was different, and was always in a state of carnage. Holy shit! They've only just arrived and they already plan on decimating suppressing 10th Hall and all its subordinate manors. Aren't the cultivators from the other palaces a little too terrifying? Su Jinsong gnashed his teeth and said, "I will pretend that I didn't hear the insolent statement you just said. And the 3 of you better take it to your graves as well. Don't mention something like that ever again. I'm warning you, forceful takeovers don't work here in suppressing 10th Hall. No matter how many places you seize control of, you will have to spit them all back out eventually." Zhao Fei asked in surprise, "Why is that so? Doesn't the rule of might makes right apply to the entire celestial nation when it comes to the management of a domain? The 3 of us specifically chose this place because we heard that the Traversing Water Palace cultivators are not skilled in battle." Su Jinsong's expression twisted as he thought, "I was wondering why these 3 didn't choose to go to someplace better and wanted to come here instead. So it's because they think the people here are easy to push around, so they specifically picked this place as a shortcut for their career paths. What insolence! They will eventually realize the strength." As Su Jinsong thought about this, he realized that no one else throughout the 10 manors of suppressing 10th Hall could possibly fight against these 3 anymore. The incident with Tranquil Sun Manor likely had all of them quaking in fear already. It would be fortunate enough for these 3 to not go around picking fights. Who would dare challenge them? Where would he find an opponent that could show these 3 the strength of suppressing 10th Hall? That's enough chatter. I don't need to explain this to you. You will eventually come to understand the situation on your own. If the 3 of you still have the guts to spout such nonsense after that, then I'll really be impressed." Su Jinsong cut the topic short and suddenly scoffed, "I heard that the 3 of you went to pay a visit to advisor Ji Zhe and advisor Huang Zhizhang after leaving my place last time. It seemed the conversation went quite well?" Miao Yi and the others couldn't help musing to themselves, so forceful methods are a no-go, but when it comes to playing politics, he's as sharp as a whistle. Problem is, who would be intimidated by you if your fists aren't hard enough? As far as the other 2 advisors are concerned, we're just showing our respects for formality's sake. Otherwise, why would we visit you first every time, my lord? It's clear to see who is the one we truly prioritize first and foremost. I'm sure the others are aware of this deep down as well." Miao Yi said sincerely. "Humph, well he does have a point. The 3 of them always visit me first. Isn't it already obvious who they truly belong to?" Su Jinsong's expression slightly improved as he said, "It's impossible for the 3 of you to divide Tranquil Sun Manor amongst yourselves. Even if I agree with it, the others will surely be against it. I don't blame you for being new and thus unfamiliar with how things are done in these parts. However, with the mess you caused, there's no telling whose hands Tranquil Sun Manor will end up falling into after this. Who's going to make this up to me?" Miao Yi had survived this long despite his weak cultivation, while Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were able to climb up to the manor head seat even before they joined the subjugation crusade. This naturally meant the three of them weren't fools. They could already tell that Su Jinsong was trying to get something from them again. It was because he knew that these three subjugation crusade survivors were loaded as hell, and intended to use every opportunity he had to gain something from them. However, the three of them still feigned ignorance. Sikong Wuwei yelled in his hoarse voice, "The three of us are your men, my lord. The places that we take over are naturally yours as well." Su Jinsong laughed coldly and said, "That's easy for you to say. Do you think that the hall master and the other two advisors are just there for show? There are plenty of people vying for a bite of the pie." Miao Yi cupped his fists and said, "So what if that's true? It doesn't matter who gets sent to take over Tranquil Sun Manor after this. With the three of us paving the way for you, my lord, then even if the new manor head isn't one of ours initially, he will eventually have to obey you. If he dares to fight back, we will immediately bring our forces right up to his borders. Let's see if he dares to go against us then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 484. Chapter 484, I Dare Not Say. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi's words were completely overbearing. Su Jinsong was so shocked he didn't know how to reply. However, it did seem that the other party had a point. Why did it seem like problems start to become simpler in front of these three imbeciles? Su Jinsong quickly found an answer. These three only knew how to act, not think. So they simply plowed through all their problems with brute force. Miao Yi and the others knew it was pointless to mince words. Talking was just so they could give themselves an excuse, and to give the other party some peace of mind. They still needed to hand over the gifts that were due. After all, once someone is used to receiving gifts from you, if you fail to deliver even once, they would feel upset. It was as though you owe them the gifts. In short, it was easier to get someone to do things for you after providing them the necessary incentive. The concept of trust and friendship did not exist in this equation. As such, the three manor heads once again offered up a set of first-grade armor artifacts, which they had already prepared beforehand. After receiving the gift, Su Jinsong's expression immediately brightened up quite a bit. However, he still gave a reminder, "Given how serious this incident is, I can't overly vouch for the three of you on my own. You'll still have to seek help from Jizai and Huang Jizhang. Remember, don't be so hard-headed and clench onto your treasures so tightly. If you die, then even if you had all the treasures in the world, you won't be able to keep a single one of them." This was more like the attitude of someone trying to solve a problem for Miao Yi and the others. The three of them acknowledged Su Jinsong's instructions, then started discussing how they should deal with the hall master. After a while, Su Jinsong called for his two handmaidens to send the three of them off. Following which, he slowly walked out with hands behind his back, staring down at Miao Yi and the others as they descended the mountain. His two handmaidens walked to his side and asked, "Master, the three of them caused such a major incident. Can you really help them get past this predicament? Even without my help, they'll be able to get through this. They simply don't know the rules here because they just arrived, and thus assumed that they could do things here in the same way they did in the outside world. Regardless, traversing Water Palace won't be so quick to disrespect the Overlord and the Celestial Sage. At most, these guys will only be punished lightly." As he said this, he rubbed the storage ring on his finger with the set of first-grade armor artifacts stored inside. Su Jinsong was in a good mood. After all, how many years would it take the other manor heads within his camp to come up with such an expensive gift? To think he got it so easily just by scaring those three a little. Su Jinsong scoffed, "Humph. Just three brainless idiots who only know how to solve their problems with brute force, After their visit to Su Jinsong, Miao Yi and the others went to look for advisors Jizai and Huang Jizhang, where they received yet another bout of scolding. They then went to see the hall master, who gathered the 3 advisors and 6 deacons to the main assembly hall shortly after they arrived. There was no avoiding the public reprimanding of their actions. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu stood in the center of the hall, while the people from both sides chastised their deeds one after the other. However, even though they berated the 3 new manor heads, the 3 advisors still put in a few good words for them. As for the 6 deacons, they each belonged to their respective advisors' camps. But since all 3 advisors were already trying to help Miao Yi and the others, the 6 deacons naturally showed their support as well. In the end, the lie became the truth, and all the blame was pushed onto Chang Zizhou. It was then decided that Tranquil Sun Manor was guilty of sowing discord and the one who started this whole incident. And since Chang Zizhou was already dead, he had no way of arguing his case. Nothing could be done even if he was painted completely black with sin. As for Hall Master Shan Huaixin, he was already aware that Tranquil Sun Manor would be in trouble the moment these 3 set foot here. And since his subordinates were all already pinning the blame on Chang Zizhou, he had a solid excuse to let this matter rest as well. Truth be told, it wouldn't be wrong to say that he had silently given his permission for Miao Yi and the others to attack Chang Zizhou. However, he never thought that the 3 of them would cause such a major incident and eliminate every single person in Tranquil Sun Manor. Although the blame was pinned onto Tranquil Sun Manor, there was no way Miao Yi and the others could be completely free of fault either. While they were able to avoid being held responsible for a major crime, they still needed to be given a light punishment for their misdeeds. In the end, it was decided that the 3 of them would be suspended from their share of the tribute for 10 whole years. After which, Shan Huaixin also commanded Miao Yi and the others to send some of their forces to look over Tranquil Sun Manor for the time being while he gathered new troops to take over. The place was completely empty after all. The assembly continued on as Shan Huaixin and the others discussed who they should appoint to take over Tranquil Sun Manor. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu were naturally kicked out of the hall in this discussion. These 3 heinous masterminds were not allowed to take part in the assembly any more than this. As they walked out of the suppressing 10th Hall's palace gates, Miao, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu exchanged glances with one another. Although they already knew that they wouldn't get into too much trouble this time, they still found it hard to believe that the punishment was so light. Evidently, this was a result the 3 of them had bought with their treasures. Otherwise, if they hadn't bribed the 3 advisors, they might not have spoken up on their behalf at all. However, Miao Yi and the others also knew that they couldn't continue concealing their allegiance to all 3 advisors. Su Jinsong and the others would find out about this eventually. There was simply no helping it. When Miao Yi and the others took up office, they never expected the state of affairs in this place to be like this. And despite not possessing any real authority, the 3 advisors each sent them a name list of the people they wanted to be promoted without even so much as a discussion beforehand. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu only had 10 mountain chieftain positions under each of them, but those 3 advisors actually listed more than 10 people in total in a single breath. No matter how capable Miao Yi and the others were, there was no way they could make the arrangements. Thus, it would come as no surprise for them to be found out. That said, Miao Yi and the others didn't really mind either way. When they launched their attack on Tranquil Sun Manor, they had already thought things through. If they find out about us, then so be it. Once we get past this incident, we're not planning to involve ourselves in meddlesome affairs any longer. We'll hide in our shells as long as we can. What can they do to us anyway? The only thing they have up their sleeves is to figure out ways to make things hard for us. But how can we possibly be troubled by such a soft and weak-spirited place? To Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu, who had long gotten used to the sight of bloodshed and carnage, as long as their lives weren't at risk, then all the problems in the world wouldn't prove to be a challenge at all. This place was different from the world outside, where their lives could be threatened upon a moment's carelessness. Those were the situations where they would have no choice but to deal with the looming predicament. The 3 of them already possessed more than enough cultivation resources on hand, so now was the perfect time to focus their efforts on their cultivation. They wouldn't have to worry about stealing cultivation resources for a long period of time. As such, even if the three of them ended up being alienated by the rest of suppressing 10th Hall, they weren't concerned in the least. They walked out the palace and got on their mounts, and as they continued their descent down the mountain, Sikong Wu suddenly chuckled and asked, "Have you guys realized that hiding out here has its perks too?" Zhao Fei smiled faintly and continued, "There's no fighting and no need to worry about our lives all the time. We can fully cultivate in peace here. Truth be told, it's not a bad place for us, but..." The three of them looked at one another, then immediately burst out in laughter. When they plotted out their revenge for Qi Xiuhong, they never thought that things would end up this way. After all, this peaceful environment wasn't something money could buy. And as for the other subjugation crusade survivors, even though they might have chosen the more thriving areas to take over, they would inevitably have to wrestle authority against the other local powerhouses as well, and battles would be just as unavoidable for them. Thinking about this, Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu couldn't help thinking it wasn't such a bad idea to come here after all. Perhaps this was Qi Xiuhong's way of repaying them from the beyond. Mu Tailai and the others were waiting at the foot of the mountain for Miao Yi and the others. When they saw the cheerful looks on their masters' faces, they knew that things must have ended well for them. However, they couldn't help musing to themselves in astonishment, they're completely fine even after causing such a huge mess? 9 riders proceeded to leave suppressing 10th Hall together, galloping at full speed back to their respective territories without rest. Along the way, they split up once again, as each group continued on their way back home separately. Back in Raincloud Manor, as Miao Yi was getting down from his mount, Yan Xiu hurriedly came over and told him that he had an important guest waiting for him. This guest was none other than the advisor of Traversing Water Palace, Tao Qingli. Granny Tao's granddaughter, Tao Qingli? Miao Yi was shocked by the news, but it didn't take him long to figure out why the other party had come. He understood that there was no way to keep such a huge incident under wraps from the higher-ups. After all, who could conceal the sudden demise of over 1,000 cultivators? However, he didn't think that suppressing 10th Hall wouldn't even give him a warning beforehand. There wasn't even enough time for him to make any preparations at all. That said, for Tao Qingli to have come here personally, it was evident how serious this incident was to her. And this also helped confirm Miao Yi's suspicions. After handing down several instructions to Yan Xiu, Miao Yi hurriedly entered the manor. As he stepped inside the main hall, he noticed a gentle-looking girl dressed in blue robes sitting on the high seat. She carried a certain elegance about her, and standing next to her were her 2 handmaidens. Meanwhile, Shen Er and Shui Er were obediently standing at the bottom and answering her questions. This subordinate is the manor head of Raincloud Manor, Miao Yi. I respectfully greet the advisor. Miao Yi quickly stepped forward and bowed. At the same time, he quietly cast a sideways glance at Shen Er and Shui Er, noticing that their foreheads were already beading with sweat. The 2 girls quickly transmitted their voices over to Miao Yi and informed him that the other party had indeed come for the incident relating to Tranquil Sun Manor. So you're the guy who took 10th place in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, Miao Yi? Tao Qingli shot him a cold gaze and asked. Yes, it is I. Miao Yi replied. Tao Qingli didn't mince words and cut straight to the point. Who gave you the audacity to attack Tranquil Sun Manor? Miao Yi answered, I was truly unaware of the situation here in Traversing Water Palace. When I was still working under Traversing Moon Palace, the rights to a single territory rested upon those who had the biggest fist. I never thought. I've just returned from suppressing 10th Hall, and have already been made aware of my mistakes. I will never do it again. Excuses. When you, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu chose your respective territories, I found it odd that the 3 of you picked areas that so coincidentally surrounded Tranquil Sun Manor in the center. Now I see that you've all been plotting this right from the start. Tao Qingli barked, what are you trying to achieve exactly? Answer honestly. Miao Yi smiled wryly and said, I really don't have any ulterior motives. We got into a bit of a sticky situation back in the capital city, so when the 3 of us picked this place, we were only thinking about hiding ourselves. At the time, We heard that the traversing water palace lord would be able to shelter us, so we decided on this place then and there. And it was also thanks to the palace lord that we were able to get out of the capital city unscathed. You can ask her yourself if you don't believe me. Tao Qingli stared daggers at him, asking, "Don't you think your story has a little too many holes? Previously, you said that you did it for the sake of taking over another territory. Now, you're telling me it was because you wanted to find a place to hide. Which excuse should I trust? Or is there still something you're not telling me?" Miao Yi cupped his fists and said, "If I may, advisor, I did come here seeking a place to hide. At first, I didn't plan on attacking Tranquil Sun Manor either. However, I was ultimately forced to do so. I wasn't given a choice." Tao Qingli smiled coldly. "I sure would like to know who would be bold enough to force you to attack Tranquil Sun Manor. Is it Xin Huaixin?" Miao Yi smiled wryly and said, "I dare not say. I'm afraid they will come after me if I do. If you don't, I'll come after you right now." Tao Qingli said coldly, "Don't make me do things the hard way. Even if I killed you right here right now, no one would dare say a thing against me. Since you insist, then I have no choice but to tell you the truth." Miao Yi placed his hands by the side and stood up straight, saying loudly, "Before I came to suppressing 10th Hall, I really had no idea how big of a mess this place is. Even for someone like me who's been to many different territories, I must say I've never seen a place as chaotic as this." What an eye-opener indeed. Tao Qingli was a little confused by Miao Yi's words, and asked, "Chaotic? How is this place chaotic? Do you think I have no idea what the outside world is like? In the entire celestial nation, where can you find a place more peaceful than traversing Water Palace? Out there, there's always a constant threat to one's life, and wars are a dime a dozen. The three of you are lucky to be able to come here. Normal cultivators can only dream of working under our banner. Had it not been out of respect for the celestial sage, do you think the three of you would be so lucky? It's bad enough that you don't know how to appreciate it. How dare you make such blasphemous claims on top of that, but peaceful?" Miao Yi suddenly burst out in laughter, nodding repeatedly as he said, "Yes, it is peaceful. So peaceful indeed. To the point that everything is thrown out of order. Jia Fei, Sikong Wuwei, and I have only just stepped into office not too long ago, but the three advisors of suppressing 10th Hall didn't even inform us or even start a proper discussion for that matter before sending a whole stack of names right up to our doorstep. Even with the three of us combined, we only have 30 mountain chieftain positions at our disposal. However, the three advisors want us to make preparations for over 40 mountain chieftains. And we can't even say no. Since the three of us have just recently arrived, we're still rather unfamiliar with the area, and thus didn't wish to offend anyone. If I may be so bold as to ask, Advisor Tao, do you have any tips you can share with the three of us on how to assign over 40 mountain chieftain positions without offending anyone? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 485. Chapter 485, Grasping the Opportunity. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Tao Qingli was utterly stupefied, and she simply stared at Miao Yi. Her handmaidens also couldn't help exchanging glances with one another. And down below, Xian'er and Shui'er simply lowered their heads and kept quiet. Miao Yi was the only one looking like he still had plenty to complain about. Tao Qingli was about to argue, but it seemed she was also aware of what type of people her subordinates were. Her tone instantly lost some of its sharpness as she said, "How absurd! How can our subordinate advisors be so careless with their conduct?" Absurd? Miao Yi couldn't help sneering at this. He then took out 3 jade archives and handed them directly to Tao Qingli. "Advisor Tao, you'd best not place a label on it so soon. It's not too late to decide after reading this." "Insolence!" Tao Qingli's handmaidens yelled. Tao Qingli raised her hand to indicate that it was all right. She then took the jade archives from Miao Yi and read them through. It would have been better had she not, because after reading everything, she couldn't help furrowing her brows in displeasure. With a look of contempt on his face, Miao Yi shook his head and continued, "Fortunately, I still kept the decrees from the 3 advisors with me. Otherwise, judging from your attitude, Advisor Tao, I doubt I would have been able to explain myself no matter how hard I tried. I should also mention that these are just the ones that I received. If you wish to look at Zhao Fei's and Sikong Wuwei's as well, I can let them know immediately and have them send theirs over. Moreover, these are only the instructions I received from the 3 advisors. I've gotten a few more from several other people as well, but those aren't worth mentioning since they're mostly verbal. More importantly, I'm scared I'll vomit blood in my fury if I do bring them up." His last sentence was a little exaggerated, but that was fine. He simply needed to show how angry he was regarding the matter. Insolence! Tao Qingli's handmaidens barked again. How dare this guy talk so rudely in front of their mistress? Tao Qingli raised her hand once again. With creased brows, she looked up from the jade archive and asked Miao Yi, "Is this the reason why the 3 of you chose to attack Tranquil Sun Manor?" As Miao Yi was the one standing up, he was able to look down on Tao Qingli. His saliva almost landed on her face as he said, "It's not like I had nothing better to do. Why would I go and attack Tranquil Sun Manor without fully understanding the situation first? What other reason could I possibly have besides this? With the 3 advisors dropping such a huge bombshell on the 3 of us, where else could we find empty spots to slot in their men? You don't expect us to let them have our manor head seats, do you? The problem is that even then we wouldn't have enough vacant positions." The 3 of us soon found ourselves at an impasse. Fortunately, there was a Tranquil Sun Manor right in the middle of our territories. Realizing this, we decided to join forces and wipe out every living soul there. And in the blink of an eye, we were able to get over 1,000 empty slots. Those advisors can now slot in their men however they like. What worries me is that I'm not even sure if that's enough for the 3 of them. If it's still not enough, then worst comes to worst, Zhao Fei, Sikong Wuwei, and I will just have to put in some more effort and take down another 2 manors for them. Don't you dare speak such nonsense. Even though Tao Qingli was reprimanding Miao Yi, her tone completely indicated otherwise. She furrowed her brows and continued, "To embark on a massacre just because of this, do the 3 of you honestly believe that you had done the right thing? You should have just talked it over with the 3 advisors and resolved the issue peacefully." I never said we did the right thing. If that were the case, then Advisor Tao wouldn't have come looking for me. And as for resolving the issue, I'd like to ask you, Advisor Tao, how do you propose this should be done? Miao Yi took a step back and bowed respectfully, then raised his index finger and said, "I'm pretty sure you're only going to say that we should talk to the 3 advisors about our problems. However, they already made it quite clear what their stance is on the matter. You only need to worry about making the arrangements for my men. No need to worry about the other 2 advisors. Simply put, you must figure out a way to slot in my men, and my men alone. Otherwise, I will hold you responsible for this incompetence." "Fine, then. In that case, the 3 of us have no choice but to free up some slots from Tranquil Sun Manor." We thought that the 3 advisors would be satisfied with that, but we were wrong yet again. In the end, we still had to go around presenting gifts. "Advisor Tao, how many days has it been since the 3 of us started working in suppressing 10th Hall? We've already had to go around handing gifts twice in a row. Do you honestly think that the treasures we fought tooth and nail to obtain back in the Sea of Constellations simply fell from the sky? It's fine if you want our treasures, but at least try to deliver your promises. All you lot do is take our things but don't do what's asked." And in the end, the problem still fell on our heads. We ended up having 10 years' supply of the annual tribute cut off from us. You want us to work for free for 10 years? Fine. However, we still have to offer up gifts to our superiors every year. And who can blame them? Everyone knows how rich subjugation crusade survivors like us are. Every time someone sees us, they'll be reaching their hands out to demand something. And if we refuse, they'll immediately start slamming tables and make things difficult for us. Do you really think we have an unlimited amount of treasures? Advisor Tao, me and the others have only just returned from suppressing 10th Hall. I haven't even had any time to rest, and I already found you waiting here. And even then, I'm not given any options and is forced to speak the truth. If I don't, you'll kill me. Okay, fine. Now, I'm telling you the truth. Then after this, you and the other higher-ups will be offended by the three of us for calling this place out for what it is. You'll find us an eyesore and come up with a way to make things hard on us again. How far do you want to back the three of us into a corner? I finally see it now, Advisor Tao. I understood everything after speaking to you. You're actually in cahoots with the others too. You all intend to make life miserable for the three of us just because we're new. If your traversing water palace is unwilling to take the three of us in, then please just give us the official decree already. We will find another path on our own. You don't have to keep pushing us around like this. Insolence! Tao Qingli's handmaidens barked a third time. How dare this man accuse their mistress of colluding with others? Can you stop saying insolence for once? Can't you come up with something new? Miao Yi immediately retorted. You. The two handmaidens were furious. What about me? It's not like I've never seen powerful individuals before. I've met all 10 palace lords of the 5th earthly branch, and I've even been in the presence of the overlord himself. And while I was in the Sea of Constellations, I didn't so much as bat an eye at the sight of bloodshed in every corner. I've slept upon a pile of corpses, bathed in a puddle of blood, fought side by side with the disciple of the celestial sage, swept the grounds of the Western Constellations Palace. Hell, I've even been in the capital city's prison. I've called the grandson of the devil sage my brother and fought against the grandchild of the Yao sage. Even the celestial sage's disciple Tang Jun once helped me in my time of need. The people that worked alongside each of the 6 sages, I've met almost every one of them. And even though I've met with certain people who were hard to deal with, I've never seen anyone as difficult as you lot. I can't even pretend to be humble. You're not going to give me the chance to survive anyway. Don't tell me you're going to force me to keep quiet and accept such treatment on top of all that? Miao Yi yelled furiously. Both Tao Qingli's handmaidens were rendered completely speechless, and everyone in the room couldn't help widening their eyes at Miao Yi. Tao Qingli was a little out of it for a while, but she soon realized her discomposure and quickly snapped out of it. She slowly stood up, staring at Miao Yi as she asked, "So you're blaming me, then?" Miao Yi cupped his fists and said, "No, I wouldn't dare." What strong resentment! You're already taking out your frustration on me, and you still say you don't dare? Tao Qingli laughed coldly and said, "Since the three of you are new, I will not hold this incident against you. However, if something like this happens again, I'll make an example out of the three of you by taking your heads. I'm eternally grateful for my lady's benevolence." Miao Yi continued with cupped fists. "However, I don't think the people from suppressing 10th Hall will feel the same way." Tao Qingli narrowed her eyes at him and said, "So long as the three of you follow Traversing Water Palace's rules, you can leave suppressing 10th Hall to me. Your subordinate shall do his utmost to live up to your expectations." Still looking a little resentful, Miao Yi continued, "However, there is something I'd like to ask of you, my lady." "Speak, Dot." "Since I've already been so blunt with you, I would like to ask, while you're in suppressing 10th Hall, could you help me tell those people to return my gifts to me? Since I'll inevitably offend them anyway, why should I let them have anything?" The hall instantly fell silent. Tao Qingli emphasized each word as she said, "If you want them back, get them yourself." Who was this guy kidding? There were certain under-the-table dealings that Tao Qingli simply turned a blind eye to, and this was one of them. Miao Yi said expressionlessly, "Since Advisor Tao is commanding me to do so, then I have no choice but to heed the order and take everything back from them." I doubt they would dare to go against your word. Tao Qingli was a little annoyed, and couldn't help mocking him. Manor head Miao, have you no shame asking someone to return something that you've already given to them? Miao Yi replied plainly, my life is almost forfeit anyway. What use do I have for shame? Tao Qingli said coldly, I've already told you that I won't be holding this incident against the three of you. Did you not hear me? What she meant was, if I said you're fine, you're fine. Miao Yi fell silent. Suddenly, he cupped his fists and said, if I may be so bold, I would like to ask you for a spirit feather, Advisor Tao. If any of the higher-ups continue to make things difficult for me, then it'll be easier for me to seek guidance from you. Give him one. Tao Qingli turned to the side and commanded. One of her handmaidens immediately walked over and gave the rainbow-colored feather of a spirit eagle to Miao Yi. Miao Yi hurriedly accepted, then turned back and said, Shan Hai, go bring us a spirit feather. Shan Hai quickly rushed outside and plucked a rainbow-colored feather off the neck of a spirit eagle resting under the eaves. She then went back inside and handed it over to Miao Yi, who presented it to Tao Qingli with both hands as he said, Advisor Tao, seeing how well you're treating me, I hereby swear my allegiance to you until death, and shall heed your every command. This was more like what a subordinate should be saying. What a melody to the ears. Tao Qingli tilted her head, and one of her handmaidens stepped forward to accept the spirit feather from Miao Yi. Take care of yourself, manor head Miao. Tao Qingli said curtly, then left with her two handmaidens in tow. Miao Yi hurriedly chased after her and said, Advisor Tao, since you've already come all this way, why not stay here for a few more days? That way, I'll have the chance to thank you properly. There's no need. You can thank me by obediently following the rules of our traversing water palace, said Tao Qingli as she continued walking off. Miao Yi immediately took out a storage ring and said, This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Advisor Tao. Tao Qingli's steps halted, and she said plainly, I wouldn't dare accept your gifts. What if you come looking for me to take them back afterward? Just because you can be shameless, it doesn't mean I can. Miao Yi was a little thrown off by Tao Qingli's response. He smiled dryly and said, How could I possibly do such a thing? This is a gift that I'm sincerely offering of my own accord, unlike the ones that those people forced me to hand over. Tao Qingli paid him no heed and simply leaped up to the roof with both her handmaidens. Suddenly, a giant bird with jade-like wings flew over from across the sky. Tao Qingli and her handmaidens jumped onto the bird, then swiftly disappeared into the sky. As the giant bird soared away, a powerful gale swept across the courtyard. As the wind beat against his body, Miao Yi cupped his fists and shouted, Have a safe trip, Advisor. Standing on the back of the giant bird, with her sleeves fluttering violently in the wind, Tao Qingli had a solemn expression on her face. She never expected the situation amongst the subordinates to be in such a state of chaos. However, when she heard the muffled voice of the person sending her off from down below, she suddenly came to a realization. Why does it feel like things didn't go exactly the way I planned them to? I came here demanding answers, yet somehow it feels as though I was the one who had to explain. Yan Xiu was standing guard by the gate, while Chen Er and Shui Er slowly walked over to Miao Yi's side. Looking at their master quietly standing in the courtyard, the three of them couldn't help thinking to themselves how hard it must be for him to lower his head and compromise like this. However, what they didn't see was the cunning smile on Miao Yi's lips. He raised the rainbow-colored feather between his fingers and stared intently at it. If Wu Menglan's words were correct, then this Tao Qingli would eventually become the traversing water palace lord. With the gap between their statuses, it was bound to be difficult for him to establish a connection with such a person through normal means. And since she'd already come all this way, how could he let the opportunity slip? From now on, he'd better look for this advisor Tao for guidance, regardless if he had any problems. He then passed the spirit feather in his hands to Chen Er. After which, he took out a couple of jade archives and started writing. Once he was done, he handed them to Chen Er and told her to send them to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei. Miao Yi then turned around and called Yan Xiu over, telling him, "Tomorrow morning, I want you to make a trip to suppressing 10th Hall and look for the 3 advisors. Tell them to hand over every single thing I gave them." "Ah!" shouted Yan Xiu, his eyes widening in shock. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 486. Chapter 486, Teaching Them a Lesson. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Yan Xiu thought he must have misheard. To get back the gifts that were already given, this was a little. "Why are you screaming?" Miao Yi said curiously, then continued, "I can't trust anyone else to do this. Once you get them back, you can go ahead and keep them. I'd much rather leave them with you than with those bastards." He didn't give a damn about how Su Jinsong and the others would think of him. They would eventually find out that he'd secretly allied himself to all 3 of them either way. When that happened, they sure as hell wouldn't treat him nicely. If Tao Qingli hadn't come looking for him, then he'd just let them have all those treasures. However, since she did, that meant that Miao Yi would be cutting ties with those advisors ahead of time. In that case, why wait for them to make things difficult for him? He should just be the one to make the first move. Otherwise, he would surely feel annoyed at having to suffer the advisor's tantrums and being unable to take back his stuff on top of that. If this were anywhere else, Miao Yi definitely wouldn't be bold enough to do such a thing. After all, the 3 advisors were already experts at the Red Lotus realm. Normally, the advisors of this rank wouldn't dare lay a hand on a subordinate manor head, but they could still manipulate one of their men to try and take away that manor head's territory. Just like how Zhang Decheng had attacked Yang Qing. Such methods would surely make one anxious about their next move. However, there was no need to worry about any of this here, precisely because battles were strictly forbidden. As such, why should Miao Yi be afraid of these guys at all? "Master, isn't it a little inappropriate to take back something that you've already given away?" Yan Xiu asked hesitantly. "It's too shameful to do such a thing. I can live without those gifts, and if word starts to spread, I don't want it to reflect badly on you, Master." "Yan Xiu, since when did you learn to disobey my commands as well? I haven't been treating you poorly, have I?" Miao Yi placed both hands behind his back, then continued in dissatisfaction. "If it wasn't shameful, then I would have already done the deed myself. It's precisely because it's shameful that I'm sending you over. Do you want me to go and bring dishonor upon myself, or are you going to do it for me?" Yan Xiu had no words to refute. He smiled bitterly and replied, "I will do as you say." However, the 3 of them are still Red Lotus cultivators. What if they refuse to hand the things over? "Yan Xiu, you've been my subordinate for so many years now. After listening in on the conversation just now, do you still not understand what I'm trying to do? Those 3 bastards are definitely going to cut all ties with me. It's not as simple as just getting back my things. I want you to also mention that advisor Tao's name. Just tell those 3 that she demanded I take everything back from them. They won't dare to disobey. If I keep quiet and just let them have all that treasure, they will surely use everything at their disposal to make life miserable for me. On the other hand, if I take my gifts back, they wouldn't dare to recklessly act against me. If they do, then people will start thinking they're doing it out of resentment. Didn't you see me ask for a spirit feather from Advisor Tao? If those 3 ever attempt to make the slightest transgression against me, I will lodge a complaint immediately. I will tell Advisor Tao that they're taking revenge against me for getting back my gifts. This is what you call an excuse. Understand?" Yan Xiu finally understood how important his mission was. He immediately cupped his fists and replied, "I understand. I will definitely get them to return the gifts. It's not enough to just get them to return the gifts. If they don't return them, then you must know how to throw a tantrum and exacerbate the situation at suppressing 10th Hall. Do the same if the gifts are any less than what I've already given to them. And even if they do return everything, you have to make sure news of this is known by every living person in suppressing 10th Hall. Seeing how Yan Xiu still had difficulty understanding his intentions, Miao Yi had no choice but to explain it clearly to him. He continued, "You won't be the only one going this time. I just sent a message to Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei and told them to send one of their trusted aides as well. However, there are some things that cannot be explicitly stated in the letter, out of fear that it will fall into the wrong hands. When you meet up with them, make sure to explain my intentions to them clearly. Otherwise, they won't have enough confidence to do this." "Understood." Yan Xiu nodded. Once he made sure there were no further instructions, he excused himself. After leaving Raincloud Manor, Tao Qingli headed straight for suppressing 10th Hall and gave Su Jinsong, Jizhe, and Huang Jizhang the scolding of a lifetime the moment she set foot there. It basically went as follows: "I've never seen anything so ridiculous in my entire career. How could you three imbeciles try to force so many of your men down to them in one go? How to expect them to make the arrangements? Are you trying to make them start a rebellion?" And with their personally written jade archives slapped right on their faces, the three advisors found it hard to dispute against Tao Qingli. Regardless of their reasoning, they were irrefutably in the wrong now that the superiors had caught wind of their involvement. It was pointless no matter what they said. The three of them could do little but curse to themselves, those bastards. It's bad enough to be colluding with multiple parties simultaneously, but those assholes actually tried to join all three of our camps. And they even had the gall to tattle on us on top of that. How frustrating. Worse still, that bastard from Raincloud Manor actually framed us for forcing them to attack Tranquil Sun Manor. That's not what he said when we were questioning them. Still, we can't talk about that openly either. Otherwise, Advisor Tao will surely blame us for not leading our case with that, and for even helping them escape their charges. You three bastards better look out for yourselves from now on. There's plenty of time for us to make you suffer after this." The three advisors couldn't complain no matter how badly they wanted to, and thus simply cursed deep down. Meanwhile, Xin Huaixin's position was a little more superior. After all, he was the hall master. The whole of suppressing 10th Hall was his domain. As such, he was not chastised as badly as the three advisors and was simply reprimanded for not managing his subordinates properly. However, even when she left suppressing 10th Hall, Tao Qingli made no mention of the incident with the three advisors receiving gifts from Miao Yi and the others, as there were some things she simply turned a blind eye to. If the three advisors hadn't made such a debacle this time, she probably wouldn't have said anything at all. Mulberry Cloud Manor. Xikong Wuwei was pacing around his courtyard with a jade archive in hand. He walked inside the pavilion, sat down, then opened up the jade archive and read through it. He scratched his head, then got up and returned to the hall. He sat down on his chair, then started scratching his head again. Seeing how puzzled he looked, his handmaidens, Yufang and Yulian, walked over and asked, "Master, is something the matter?" "I don't get it at all," exclaimed Xikong Wuwei as he shook his head. He clicked his tongue and gestured towards the jade archive. "I don't want to let those assholes keep my treasures either, but to take back something you've already given away. Wouldn't I end up a laughingstock once people hear about this? When have I, Xikong Wuwei, ever done something so shameful? What exactly is Brother Miao thinking?" Thousand Lake Manor. As he sat before the tray table, Zhao Fei also had a look of confusion on his face. He had one hand on the jade archive, while lightly tapping the fingers of his other hand against the table in thought. He also had no idea what Miao Yi was trying to achieve. However, as they both trusted Miao Yi, they knew that he must have some sort of plan in mind. In the end, they both did as he asked and sent out their trusted aides. Suppressing 10th Hall, inside Advisor Su's manor. A single cultivator walked inside the main hall and bowed. Su Jinsong raised his hand and said, "Lufan, sit down and talk." "I thank you, my lord." Lufan the cultivator said politely, then sat down on one of the lower chairs in the hall. Su Jinsong smiled and said, "Oh, Lu Fan. Didn't you tell me last time that you didn't wish to go to Raincloud Manor? I gave it some thought after that, and I have to agree. Raincloud Manor is much too disorganized. You should go to Tranquil Sun Manor instead. I've already helped secure a mountain chieftain's seat for you." Ha ha! Truth be told, with your cultivation level, you are definitely suitable to be manor head. However, just bear with it for now. You'll have plenty more chances in the future. As he said this, Su Jinsong waited for the other party's words of gratitude. Contrary to his expectations, however, Lu Fan looked rather hesitant instead. Su Jinsong's expression quickly darkened. "What? Are you not satisfied?" "No, not at all." Lu Fan hurriedly waved his hands and continued, "My lord, I'm in no rush. Why don't you make arrangements for the others first? I can wait." Deep down, Lu Fan was thinking, who would dare go to Tranquil Sun Manor? That place has just been swept clean of its members from top to bottom. And even now, the three masterminds are safe and sound, and still lurking around Tranquil Sun Manor like a predator waiting to strike. Even though they're already forbidden from dividing Tranquil Sun Manor amongst themselves, but what if one day the blood goes to their heads and they decide to paint the whole place red again? When that happens, there won't even be a chance to cry for mercy. No matter how good the benefits are, they don't weigh more than life itself. Su Jinsong's expression gradually worsened. Normally, these guys would be fawning over him to try and get a better position for themselves, but now they were all shirking away. This was already the second person to reject him. Su Jinsong was no fool. How could he not figure out the reason why? Just as he was about to scold this spineless subordinate of his, one of his handmaidens walked in and reported, "Master, Raincloud Manor, Thousand Lake Manor, and Mulberry Cloud Manor have sent people over, and they're requesting an audience with you. I haven't even begun to show them who's boss. To think they still have the gall to come and meet me." Su Jinsong was immediately infuriated. He vented out some of his frustration on Lu Fan and said, "You're excused. I'll have you know that an opportunity like this only comes around once. You'd best think it through." Lu Fan timidly stepped down. Soon, Yan Xiu, Lian Bai, and Zhang Yaocheng stepped in. The other two were Zhao Fei's and Sikong Wuwei's trusted aides respectively. Naturally, Su Jinsong wouldn't bother being polite with them at all. With a cold look on his face, he said, "State your business." The three of them each handed over a jade archive. As he read through them, Su Jinsong didn't really understand what they meant, so he asked, "What is this supposed to mean?" Yan Xiu cupped his fists and replied, "In accordance with the official decree of Traversing Water Palace's advisor Tao, the manor head has ordered the three of us to take back the gifts that were presented to you." Su Jinsong was completely wide-eyed in astonishment. He remained speechless for a while before his face quickly darkened like the bottom of a wok. His handmaidens were also lost for words. Where was the logic in taking back a gift you've already given out? As Yan Xiu and the others walked out, they turned back to look at Su Jinsong's manor. They then heard the sound of something shattering coming from inside. The three of them looked at each other weakly. Yan Xiu then raised his hand and said, "Let's move on. We still have to visit two more." After the three of them exited Advisor Ji's and Advisor Huang's manors, they proceeded to move around Suppressing 10th Hall for a while. When the three of them finally left Suppressing 10th Hall on their mounts, the whole place instantly erupted like a volcano. The gifts that were offered to the three advisors were taken back. It was easy to imagine how fast the news of such a major incident would spread. Suppressing 10th Hall's little Auntie Ru Huan hurriedly rushed into the hall master's silent quarters to report the situation. As he sat in cultivation, Shan Huixin was shocked by the news. He then asked, "Did they come looking for us to take back their things as well?" Ru Huan shook her head and said, "No, they've already left." Shan Huixin was slightly relieved, but his expression reflected his displeasure. He said, "Those three are getting more and more out of hand. Do they think I'm merely a piece of decoration? If I don't teach them a lesson and make them shape up a little, who knows what kind of mess they'll stir up in the future. 2 days later, Thousand Lake Manor, Mulberry Cloud Manor, and Rain Cloud Manor received an official decree at the same time, stating that the forces they had each sent to protect Tranquil Sun Manor did not have to return any longer, as those troops would be permanently stationed as Tranquil Sun Manor's new forces. This meant that the 3 manors were effectively stripped of 600 men in a single stroke. Miao Yi and the others could do little but accept the decree. After all, they were the ones who completely decimated Tranquil Sun Manor to begin with. They couldn't just let the place sit vacant for too long. What excuse could they possibly give to decline having their forces taken away? That was not the end of it either. A few days later, the forces in all the manors were forced to undergo restructuring. The reason given was that some members would easily develop a certain attachment to their daily lives after being stationed in a place for too long, and thus necessitated a periodic circulation of every manor's troops. Therefore, a total of 600 troops were taken away from the other 6 manors besides Miao Yi and the others to replenish Tranquil Sun Manor's forces. At first, Miao Yi and the others thought that they wouldn't be involved in all this. However, another decree came a few days later commanding each of the 3 manors to transfer 200 of their men respectively to make up for the 600 that were previously stationed away in the other 6 manors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487. Chapter 487, we will definitely count you in next time. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. On one particular day, 2 guests paid a visit to Raincloud Manor. It was Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei. The 2 of them headed straight for the manor head's quarters, while their subordinates were taken care of by the other servants. When they met up with Miao Yi, Sikong Wuwei chuckled and said, "Brother, do you see it already? It turns out they made up this whole thing about transferals just so they could make things harder on the 3 of us." The moment they ordered our forces to be permanently stationed in Tranquil Sun Manor, I knew this was suppressing 10th Hall's response to our actions. This payback is a little faster than I expected. Miao Yi waved his hand in a welcoming gesture, and the 3 of them proceeded to Raincloud Pavilion together. As they sat down, Shen Air and Shui Air opened up all the windows, revealing the vast lake that surrounded them. What serenity! One small round table was neatly placed inside the pavilion, furnished with 3 chairs. Tea was soon served, and one of the 2 young ladies excused herself to the side, while the other walked down the pavilion. The 3 manor heads sat together. Sikong Wuwei cast a glance at the other 2 sipping their tea and said, "Judging by the looks of things, I'm assuming those 600 men we're about to send out won't be coming back either. It's like trying to hit a dog with a meat bun. Periodic circulation, my ass. In the end, it's still up to them when to return our forces to us. Are we supposed to just quietly wait for danger to come knocking on our doors? If this keeps up, we won't have any troops at our disposal." With suppressing 10th Hall's actions, their 3 manors had effectively lost 400 troops each in a single breath. Not to mention the losses sustained when they took over Tranquil Sun Manor, along with the people they had personally sentenced to death. Each of them had lost at least 500 to 600 of their troops. Zhao Fei's situation was especially dire since he had ruthlessly laid to rest over 200 of his own subordinates. After suppressing 10th Hall's restructuring, their 3 manors' forces were practically reduced to almost half their original numbers. Among the 3 manor heads, Miao Yi was youthful and proud, while Sikong Wuwei was rambunctious and loud. Zhao Fei was the more elegant of the 3 in terms of both appearances and mannerisms, at least at first glance. Slowly placing down his cup of tea, he said, "Once the troops are sent out, we can assume that they won't be returning for a while. One of my subordinates has some connections to suppressing 10th Hall and managed to get some intel. Apparently, for a place like this that's overloaded with manpower, it isn't actually a bad thing for Tranquil Sun Manor to have so many vacant spots. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the 3 of us have indirectly helped solve a problem for suppressing 10th Hall." The problem is, after our massacre of Tranquil Sun Manor, the rest of the troops are too terrified to take over the place. Given how complicated interpersonal relationships are in this place, the troops are able to use their connections to ask for benefits, but at the same time, they can use them to avoid bringing trouble onto themselves too. That's why suppressing 10th Hall is finding it hard to get people to replenish the members of Tranquil Sun Manor, but... Listening to Zhao Fei's explanation, Miao Yi's lips curled into a disdainful smile, while Xikong Wuwei coldly chuckled. What a bunch of cowards! Zhao Fei continued, initially, the three advisors proposed to separate the three of us so that we wouldn't pose as big a threat to the others. However, the Hall Master disagreed, and it's pretty easy to understand why. It's because we aren't the real threat to his position, the three advisors are. The Hall Master clearly couldn't be happier to see the three of us continue to go against the three advisors. Moreover, it was also his idea to transfer our troops away, most likely to shackle our movements and make it harder for us to threaten the other manors. Naturally, the three advisors were all supportive of this proposition. And had there not been a surplus of troops in the other manors, I'm sure we would have suffered even more losses than what we do now. Miao Yi said calmly, let them take as many people as they want. We can do without such weaklings. Not to mention, we're not planning on stirring up any waves anymore. The battle with Tranquil Sun Manor alone has done enough to shake up the masses. Zhao Fei nodded. Besides, the cut in manpower has allowed us to save up on precious resources and made it easier to command the remaining forces. This saves us some trouble. Xikong Wuwei huffed, but they're clearly making an example out of us for everyone to see. I can't take this lying down. We've even taken back the gifts we gave them. It's not like we haven't already done something even more shameful, so why bother with this little slap to the face? Miao Yi slowly sipped his tea, then placed it down and said contemptuously, if they want more manpower, then let them have it. Advisors, deacons, mountain chieftains, cave masters, and even those useless subordinates. Whoever we don't find capable, we can just send to them and let them make all the arrangements. They can promote or demote them however they please. We won't interfere at all. These are their connections after all. Let them rack their brains about it. Don't they wish to keep our manpower low? Well, let's see how long they can do that. I want to make it so that they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I want them to taste hell. Don't let any of the subordinates know about this for now. I know that a lot of them aren't willing to work under us for long. Afterward, just announce the official decree to them directly and let them leave happy. Once they reach their new posts, I have no doubt they'll have plenty of topics to talk about. Since they're not willing to work under us, let's see how happy they can be then. Oh, Xikong Wuwei's eyes brightened as he imagined the scene of a bunch of mountain chieftains bumping into one another only to realize that there weren't enough vacant positions for them. How dumbfounded would those people look then? Xikong Wuwei almost burst out in laughter. However, his brows quickly creased. If the higher-ups complain that their positions aren't suitable to be transferred away, then what? Having already caught on to Miao Yi's plan, Zhao Fei shook his head and lightly smiled. Xikong, didn't the official decree from the higher-ups state that it was going to be a periodic circulation? It's not like the men won't be returned to us. They're just going to be used as normal subordinates in the other manors for the time being. We're not relieving them of their positions. They are still our forces, at least on paper. We're only waiting for the transferred people to be returned to us. Why would the higher-ups complain then? Miao Yi raised his cup toward Xikong Wuwei and asked, so, do you think the higher-ups are going to return them to us or not? Xikong Wuwei stroked his stubble and chuckled cunningly. At this point, everyone knows that the higher-ups are doing all this just to get back at the three of us. If they returned our troops to us, wouldn't they be slapping themselves in the face? Would they still return them then? Miao Yi chuckled. That's why I said I'd make it so that they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. After some thought, Xikong Wuwei said, but what if they still return them to us? Zhao Fei waved his hand. The higher-ups aren't going to be shameless to that extent. Even if they're just pretending, they won't be returning our forces to us in the foreseeable future. Once we've sorted out the remaining troops on our side, it will be hard for those that have been returned to take back their original positions. Simply put, the ones currently in position will be more useful to us than those who left. We won't use a bunch of incompetent fools. And once these people are returned to us, what else can they do but follow our command? Pa! Sikong Wu slapped his thigh. What a brilliant plan! We can use people with the right aptitude to take over the vacated positions in our domain, thus making it easier to take control of our respective territories. After all, why waste our time fooling around with those idiotic higher-ups? The three of them then burst into laughter and raised their cups to one another. As she listened in on the conversation from the side, Zhen couldn't help musing to herself, it's no wonder Master took care of Mount Comingsi so easily after returning from the subjugation crusade, much better compared to us who had such a hard time dealing with the situation. She couldn't help but admit that this was the gap between them. There were some positions that only individuals with a certain capability had the qualifications to take up. Xian'er found herself learning something new. Suddenly, Shui'er walked up to the pavilion, then handed a jade archive over to Miao Yi. After reading it through, Miao Yi looked like he was trying to stop himself from bursting into laughter. Sikong Wu asked curiously, "What's got you laughing so slyly, brother?" Miao Yi tossed the jade archive over to the other two manor heads, then immediately wrote a reply and handed it to Shui'er to be sent out. Only the words "you deserve it" were written on the jade archive. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu didn't recognize the transcendent seal placed upon it either, so they simply looked on in confusion. Miao Yi explained, "This was sent from Advisor Tao of Traversing Water Palace. Back when I received news that our men were to be permanently stationed in Tranquil Sun Manor, I immediately lodged a complaint to her saying that suppressing 10th Hall is taking their resentment out on us." He then tossed over two jade archives to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu. These were both Tao Qingli's replies. Back when Miao Yi lodged the first complaint, Tao Qingli immediately responded with a question, "Who was it who went asking to take their gifts back, claiming it was under my command?" This woman was extremely well informed on the events happening in suppressing 10th Hall. She definitely had an informant on the inside. But then again, that particular incident did cause quite a commotion, so it was probably not surprising that she knew about it. Miao Yi immediately defended himself, "You did say that I can take them back myself. I wouldn't dare go against your orders." Tao Qingli was probably quite annoyed by his reply. However, she really did tell him to take those treasures back himself. As such, her response became, "Are you telling me suppressing 10th Hall has no right to restructure the subordinates serving under them? Stop bothering me with these inconsequential matters from now on." Not long after that, suppressing 10th Hall released another official decree to transfer their three manors' forces away again. Miao Yi immediately lodged another complaint stating that the higher-ups were treating them unfairly. Clearly, Tao Qingli didn't have as much patience for him this time, which led to the simple, yet curt statement on the Jade Archive, "You deserve it." Once he put together Miao Yi's explanation with the contents of the Jade Archives, Sikong Wu laughed aloud. "Well done, brother. You've already established a connection with that future palace lord, Back when the three of them went to suppressing 10th Hall to receive their punishment, Miao Yi had already told the other two about the current situation in Traversing Water Palace. Therefore, both Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu now knew that this advisor Tao would very likely become the next palace lord. As the three of them continued to talk about advisor Tao, Yan Xiu came in and reported that the new manor head of Tranquil Sun Manor had arrived and was currently requesting an audience. This new manor head was none other than the guy who'd been transferred away from Raincloud Manor not too long ago, Sun Lianping. He was actually on his way to his new post but decided to stop by Raincloud Manor and pay Miao Yi, whom he was already acquainted with, a visit before proceeding to Tranquil Sun Manor. It's not like he had any other choice but to come here first. These new manor heads were all too ferocious. They didn't even leave a single person alive in the neighbor's house. Just thinking about living next to them made Sun Lianping shudder. Since he was somewhat acquainted with Miao Yi, he decided he'd best capitalize on it while he still could. Otherwise, he was afraid he would be following in Chang Zizhou's footsteps. Visiting Miao Yi was just the first step. He still planned on visiting Thousand Lake Manor and Mulberry Cloud Manor later on. Little did he expect he would bump into all three manor heads together. Manor head Sun was extremely polite. However, he couldn't help musing deep down, as I suspected, these three are indeed allied together. I'm just about to step up to my new post, and I find these three together. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Sun Lianping was so terrified that he couldn't help being on his best behavior. They had a guest. Within the cool pavilion at the center of the lake, Miao Yi played the role of host and entertained Manor Head Sunday. Seated amongst Miao Yi and the others, Sun Lianping behaved in a very friendly manner. He was just short of swearing an oath of brotherhood with the three of them. He slapped his chest and declared, "Brothers, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. I absolutely won't refuse." Sikong Wuwei slapped the table and said, "Well said. It just so happens that the higher-ups have cut our forces. In the future, if we ever decide to rally our troops and attack some bastard that we don't like, we'll be sure to count you in as well." With his cup raised, Sun Lianping suddenly tilted his head with a contorted expression on his face. "I didn't say anything about that." "Ha ha. Please don't mind him, Manor Head Sunday. He just likes to joke around. We're all civilized people. Why would we go around causing trouble for no reason?" Miao Yi tried to soothe Manor Head Sunday. Manor Head Sun agreed repeatedly. However, he thought to himself, "You people consider yourselves civilized? You just killed every single person in Tranquil Sun Manor. That's over 1,000 lives, my brother." In the cultivation realm, lies and deception were extremely commonplace. Those that managed to survive through all the violence and betrayals were people who gambled with their lives on multiple occasions. Miao Yi and the others were not the type of people who easily trusted someone else. They'd had their fair share of life-threatening situations to be able to survive as long as they had. How could they possibly treat Sun Lianping as one of their own so easily? Not to mention, their impression of the people here was bad to begin with. As such, there was no way they could think of him as a comrade so quickly. However, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for there to be an obedient fellow standing behind their backs. The three of them also showed respect to Sun Lianping by giving him some peace of mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488. Chapter 488, 3 Advisors in a Headache. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. We've finally left that worrisome place. The original mountain chieftain of Mount Hongdong, Cheng Hailiang, said in relief as he led his troops out of Raincloud Manor territory. Turning back to look at the place he'd called home for many years, he couldn't help feeling a little saddened at this departure. But alas, he was simply too terrified of the way Miao Yi killed people. The guy didn't so much as bat an eyelid when chopping a man's head off. So many of his comrades were beheaded with just a single command from that lunatic. As he recalled the sight of blood gushing out from sliced necks and heads rolling across the ground, Cheng Hailiang couldn't help but shudder. This subsequently made him restless every time he had to receive an official decree from Raincloud Manor. Maybe it was because he had been rather obedient as of late, but the great manor head Miao was actually generous enough to transfer him to Pure Dream Manor during this circulation of suppressing 10th Manor's forces. Not to mention, he was also allowed to bring along his subordinates, with all his advisors, deacons as well as the 10 cave masters being permitted to join him in this transferal. This way, he wouldn't have to build up a network of trust from scratch in his new post and was saved from quite a fair bit of trouble. In the past, he had thought this was all just a dream. It could also be said that Cheng Hailiang was afraid that Miao Yi would suddenly change his mind, so the moment he received the decree, he immediately gathered his men and left. They didn't stop for anything, and only found some peace of mind after leaving Raincloud Manor territory. Looking at his subordinates and their handmaidens down below, the grief on Cheng Hailiang's face soon gave way to excitement. He raised his arm high towards the crowd and yelled, "Brothers, we've finally left Raincloud Manor. From now on, we don't have to live so anxiously anymore. Once we've paid our respects to the Pure Dream Manor head and receive our decrees of appointment, we'll head straight to our respective territories, where we'll finally be able to rest easy. Let's move on." The crowd felt a rushing excitement at the sound of this and cheered on, "We shall follow after our lord till death. Let's move." Cheng Hailiang waved his arm, then continued leading his troops towards their destination. "What is Miao Yi doing? Another mountain chieftain? My Pure Dream Manor has only transferred 1 mountain's worth of forces away, so I only need 1 mountain chieftain. Why is he pushing so many of them onto me? Not to mention, I'm the one who has to appoint the mountain chieftains in my territory. Does he really think he can teach me what to do? Even if I do respect the guy, there isn't really a need to send so many of them in one go, don't you think?" Soon, one of his servants reported that Mountain Chieftain Cheng Hailiang of Raincloud Manor's Mount Hongdong was here to take up his new post. Manor head Su Huihuang frowned at this, then waved his hand in dismissal and said, "I'm not meeting him. Let him wait. I'm going to ask Suppressing 10th Hall about this. Could there be a change in the official decree that I wasn't informed about?" Cheng Hailiang didn't get to meet Manor head Su Huihuang as the latter was too busy, so he simply brought his troops to wait at the mountain at the back. As he arrived, he saw a single rider approaching. The rider came to a halt before Cheng Hailiang, then shouted, "Cheng Hailiang, you're here too?" Cheng Hailiang immediately recognized this person as Mountain Chieftain Xiang Donlu of Raincloud Manor's Mount Spiritual Longevity. He couldn't help exclaiming, "Xiang Donlu, why are you here?" With a dark expression, Xiang Donlu chuckled in exasperation and said, "Why am I here? The same reason you are, of course. We've all been tricked by that Miao Yi. Pure Dream Manor only needs 1 mountain chieftain. With you included, we now have 5 mountain chieftains here, What? Cheng Hailiang was shocked. 5 mountain chieftains are here to take up a post? I wasn't the only one? How can 5 people share 1 position? Noticing Xiang Donlu galloping away, Cheng Hailiang anxiously called out, "Brother Xiang, where are you going?" Xiang Donlu completely ignored him. Then, as Cheng Hailiang turned around, he saw another 4 riders galloping off. They were all familiar faces, and each of them was a mountain chieftain of Raincloud Manor. Ha ha! Even this Cheng Hailiang is here. Damn it! It was only 4 people vying for a single position, but now that number has been raised to 5. That Miao Yi is such a sly dog. He can't screw with us like this. One of the people who rushed past Cheng Hailiang cursed. Cheng Hailiang was completely dazed and just stood in place, as did his troops. It took him a while before he finally snapped back to reality. Finally realizing what the other mountain chieftains were heading off to do, Cheng Hailiang hurriedly leaped onto his steed. He told his subordinates solemnly, "This is bad. I want all of you to wait here while I head to Suppressing 10th Hall to look for Advisor G. Things could turn serious if I wait too long. Please hurry, my lord. We will wait for you here. My lord, you mustn't stop for anything along the way. My lord, if you need to offer gifts, then don't hold back. Worst comes to worst, we'll all chip in for it." All his subordinates hastily urged him to go. Evidently, they realized how serious the matter was as well. "Hiya!" barked Cheng Hailiang, then shot out with his mount like an arrow. Raincloud Manor had received an official decree from the higher-ups ordering the transferal of over 200 men to 2 other manors. Things were better on Pure Dream Manor's side of things. Out of some respect to Manor head Su Huihuang, Miao Yi had only sent 5 mountain chieftains his way. In contrast, he had sent away 3 Raincloud Manor mountain chieftains and 4 deacons to the other manor. This meant that the other manor head would have to make arrangements for a total of 7 mountain chieftain-ranked individuals. There were 2 mountain chieftains left in Raincloud Manor. One was Chen Fei, who was Miao Yi's trusted aide. Naturally, he wouldn't be sent away. As for the other mountain chieftain, he was beheaded by Miao Yi back in Pure Dream Manor, and his position remained vacant all this while, so there was no one to send away. As for Miao Yi's 6 deacons, only 2 remained. The other 4 were all kicked out. As for Mu Tai Lian Hu Defu, perhaps it was because they accompanied Miao Yi quite often, they were able to switch gears rather quickly. As such, Miao Yi figured he could give them a chance and let them stay by his side. He still needed subordinates after all. As for the more than 100 subordinate cave masters, Miao Yi barely remembered any of them, so he sent most of them away. Just as a bunch of deacons and mountain chieftains were rushing to suppressing 10th Hall to plead their case, Raincloud Manor's Mount Spiritual Longevity, which currently did not have a mountain chieftain, was suddenly under attack by a group of masked men covered in black. Most of the people quickly surrendered out of fear. However, one particular cultivator risked his life to break the encirclement. In the end, he was knocked down his steed by a single spear. With blood dripping down the edge of his mouth, the cultivator quickly stood up, his eyes bloodshot as he raised his spear, and cautiously scanned the 4 masked men surrounding him. Much to his surprise, the person that previously knocked him down suddenly pulled down the mask covering his face. The cultivator asked in shock, "Advisor Mu?" This person was none other than Raincloud Manor's very own advisor Mu Tai Lai. Another masked man approached on his dragon steed. He also took off the mask on his face and was revealed to be Raincloud Manor's senior administrator of general affairs, Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu nodded towards the cultivator and asked, "What is your name?" Still a little confused by the situation, the cultivator cautiously replied, "This subordinate is called Yang Zhaoqing, but..." Yan Xiu tossed a jade archive over to Yang Zhaoqing, then solemnly announced, "Yang Zhaoqing, by the manor head's decree, from this moment onward, you shall temporarily take up the position of Mount Spiritual Longevity's mountain chieftain. You are hereby ordered to immediately take control of the mountain and sweep out any remnants of stagnation." Yan Xiu then pointed towards the men who surrendered and continued, "If something like this happens again in the next ambush, then we will have someone else take your place as mountain chieftain. The manor head has given you 1 year. If you are able to reach his standards by the end of the year, then he shall permanently appoint you as mountain chieftain of Mount Spiritual Longevity." Yang Zhaoqing's expression gradually turned to joy and excitement, but before he could offer his thanks, Yan Xiu had already turned his mount around and shouted, "Move out." The group of masked men immediately galloped away, leaving the defeated troops in a daze. Yang Zhaoqing read through the jade archive in his hand and noticed that Manor Head Miao's transcendence seal was indeed on it. Generally, it stated that Yan Xiu was tasked with surveying each of the mountains on behalf of the manor head and that he possessed the authority to delegate someone to be an interim mountain chieftain for that particular mountain. The interim period would last for a year, and the person delegated would be given full authority to make all the decisions pertaining to his particular mountain. If anything were to happen, the manor head would take responsibility for it. Once the 1-year period was up, those who passed the test would be permanently appointed, whereas those who failed would be kicked aside as the manor head had no use for such incompetent fools. Once he was finished reading, Yang Zhaoqing was feverish with excitement. This surprise that fell from the sky was a little too abrupt for him to handle. He never thought that a chance beyond his wildest dreams would just suddenly appear before him, and couldn't help thinking that this must be some sort of hallucination. He gave himself a vicious pinch, and felt a sharp pain. This was not a dream. Yang Zhaoqing reread the decree a few more times, just to make sure that he was not mistaken. He pursed his lips tightly, then looked towards the direction of Raincloud Manor. Raising the jade archive in his hands, he bowed down, his voice stuttering from excitement as he said, "Subordinate Yang Zhaoqing hereby accepts Manor Head's official decree. I shall not fail my lord's hopes." As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to understand what kind of Mount Spiritual Longevity the Manor Head wished to see with this method of choosing a suitable successor. It was definitely not the old month's spiritual longevity. Yan Xiu's words had made things very clear. The remnants of stagnation are to be swept away. Yang Zhaoqing quickly turned around. With bloodstains still on his mouth, he raised the jade archive up high with one hand as he walked proudly towards his other comrades. He then shouted excitedly, "Mount Spiritual Longevity troops, heed my command." In the next few days, Raincloud Manor's mountains kept getting ambushed one after the other. Naturally, the person behind all this was Yan Xiu, who was obviously acting under Miao Yi's orders. Without Miao Yi's approval, Yan Xiu wouldn't dare do such a thing. It was not exactly a foolproof plan to employ such a strategy to find capable individuals to take over, but Miao Yi was out of options. For now, he needed to stabilize the situation, then slowly make the necessary adjustments. It was impractical to think of solving the situation in one go. He wasn't like Zhao Fei or Sikong Wuwei, who brought along a bunch of trusted aides with them who could immediately help out with sorting out the troops. Miao Yi finally understood why Yang Qing took him in under his wing all those years ago, and why Wu Menglan had wanted to recruit him. Without any capable subordinates looking after his vassal territories, chaos would surely reign, with incompetent subordinates either constantly failing to meet his expectations or stirring up troubles for him. There was no way he could cultivate in peace like that. Given the vastness of the domain under a manor head, it was physically impossible for Miao Yi to go around and solve every single problem that would pop up. If that were the case, then even if his cultivation rose higher, he wouldn't have the time for anything else. While Raincloud Manor was keeping busy in the shadows, the three advisors of suppressing Tenth Hall were toiling away in the light. They enjoyed it back when they received the benefits and just pushed the names to their subordinates. But now, with a bunch of advisors, deacons, and mountain chieftains knocking on their doorstep, the three advisors couldn't help feeling a terrible headache. Moreover, Raincloud Manor wasn't the only one. Those kicked out of Thousand Lake Manor and Mulberry Cloud Manor were here as well. Normally, the three advisors wouldn't feel troubled making arrangements for one person. But to have so many of the people they'd received benefits from over the years suddenly pounding on their door like this, and for the same damned problem no less, the three advisors couldn't help feeling a little overwhelmed. The three advisors soon met up with one another and decided to look for Hallmaster Shan Huixing together to lodge a complaint against Raincloud Manor, Thousand Lake Manor, and Mulberry Cloud Manor's actions. They intended to request that the Hallmaster order the three manor heads to take their men back. Shan Huixing couldn't help feeling amused deep down. He had long received news from the other manors asking about the situation. When Shan Huixing saw the report, he immediately knew that those three were at fault and that they were trying to make things difficult on the three advisors on purpose. Normally, it was beneath an esteemed hallmaster like himself to get in the way of someone else's benefits. After all, he would still have something to gain by not interfering. As such, he was in no rush at all with regards to the current situation. It wasn't as if those mountain chieftain-class subordinates could complain to him anyway. Shan Huixing also never thought that this transferal strategy would incite Miao Yi and the others to retaliate in such a way. Things have really escalated now. Those three are fully intending to go head-to-head against the three advisors. This is a good thing, This is definitely a good thing for me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489. Chapter 489, I have one too. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Shan Huixing asked, I've only just released the decree ordering their subordinates to be transferred away. And now you want me to command them to take all these people back? I seem to recall that the three of you were supportive of reducing their three manors forces back then. Why have you suddenly changed your minds? Are you so free that you simply wish to look for something entertaining to do, or is it because you think this Hallmaster's official decree is something that can be taken back on a whim? The three advisors were a little helpless at his words. They all knew that it was inappropriate for a Hallmaster to take back his official decree, but things had really gotten out of hand. Huang Zhizhang forced a smile and cupped his fists. we're simply having them take back those who already have a certain position within the three manors, not everyone. Shan Huaixin asked again, so you're saying that they should take back some of the men, while the others remain? The three advisors fell silent for a while. Shortly after, Ji Zhe cupped his fists and answered weakly, yes, that is what we're saying. Shan Huaixin asked curiously, then how is that any different from having me revoke my official decree? Even if I do somehow agree to this, don't you think you should give me a valid reason at least? The three advisors grumbled to themselves, like you don't already know why. Su Jinsong cupped his fists and said, the three manors have sent both their high and low-ranking troops to be transferred away to the other 6 manors. There aren't that many positions within the 6 manors to begin with. I'm positive those 3 manor heads have some kind of ulterior motive, and they're using this method to retaliate against the official decree from their superiors. For the sake of the greater good, the 3 of us would like to request that the Hall Master make another official decree in regards to the transferal. Ulterior motive? Going against their superior's official decree? I'm sure the 3 of you are just overthinking things. I have just received reports from the 3 manors not too long ago. Why don't you take a look? Shan Huaixin then tossed out 3 jade archives. Standing down below, the 3 advisors caught the jade archives and started to read through them. The archive stated, our 3 manors fully agree with suppressing 10th Hall's stance that the troops can be susceptible to feelings of attachment from staying in one place for too long. After a thorough investigation, we found that the troops in both the higher and lower upper echelons of our administrations were indeed exhibiting such behavior. As such, our 3 manors shall support suppressing 10th Hall's plans in whatever way we can. We have already sent most of our forces to be transferred away. And while we will help retain the positions of those transferred away, if the other 6 manors find any of our subordinates to be of use, they are free to keep them permanently. If not, then they are allowed to demote them accordingly as well. The other 6 manors are free to think of this as a form of training for the troops. Our 3 manors shall simply wait patiently for the day our forces return. They're still thinking of waiting for their troops to be returned? In the first place, this whole plan was a ruse to cut your forces so that the people from the other manors wouldn't get scared **less. We've never even thought of returning those men back to you 3. The looks on Su Jinsong's and the others' faces twisted horribly. Retaining their subordinates' positions. What a cunning move! They've completely blocked off all possible ways of retreat for us. They don't have the slightest intention of going against the official decree or making things difficult for their superiors. Instead, they said that we're free to return their 3 manors subordinates whenever we please. The problem was that they couldn't return these subordinates, at least not for the time being. Even if they, the 3 advisors, were willing, the Hall Master Shan Huaixin would surely be against it. No Hall Master would treat his own official decree like a toy that he could just toss back and forth as he pleased. Even if they waited until enough time had passed to send all these people back, there were too many uncertainties involved. It would most likely be too late by then. As he watched the 3 advisors leave, Shan Huaixin turned to his handmaiden standing beside him and gently sighed, he who comes surely bears ill will, as those with good intentions shall never arrive. People always say that those who've made their way out of the bloody massacre that is the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade are real men amongst men. I see the rumors aren't exaggerated in the least. As they walked out the door, Su Jinsong and the others were grinding their teeth in hatred. There was simply nothing they could do. Since the other party had dared to make such a move, it was evident that threats wouldn't work on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked to take back their gifts in the first place. These people were clearly more than ready to put up a fight against them. What they found most frustrating was that there was still a bunch of people waiting for them in their homes. They'd really embarrassed themselves this time. All those people had only gotten promoted by offering gifts to the 3 of them. They even sent them tributes every year. But in the end, they couldn't even help them secure a position. Moreover, they ended up failing so many of them in one go. How would the public look at the 3 advisors from now on? Brother Su, Brother Huang, why don't we go for a drink somewhere? Ji Zhe suddenly asked. The other two advisors nodded. None of them wished to go back to their manors and face all those people. They figured they could just look for someone to send the crowd away later on. A bunch of people from the three manors had come to suppressing 10th Hall in a rush, but in the end, they all had no choice but to leave in low spirits. The three advisors no longer showed their faces after leaving. It couldn't be clearer what that meant for them. Although these people hated Miao Yi, they despised the three advisors even more. We can't afford to offend that brute Miao Yi, but you three have received so many gifts from us over the years. It was evident what would await these people once they returned. The manor heads of the 6 manors would surely promote their own people if they could. After all, if not even the 3 advisors could help them, then how could the manor heads? Raincloud Manor, Thousand Lake Manor, and Mulberry Cloud Manor. These 3 manors had each sent out nearly 400 of their forces to be transferred away, and a majority of their advisors, deacons, mountain chieftains, and cave masters were all demoted to normal troops to be used by the other 6 manors. When word spread about this, the public was utterly shocked by the overwhelming prowess displayed by the 3 manors. Among the suppressing 10th Hall's 10 manors, only those 3 manors remained with half their forces cut away from them, the rest had all their troops replenished. Even Tranquil Sun Manor, which was previously wiped clean, had all its positions filled out. In the eyes of the other manors' forces, Manor Head Miao and the others had openly gone up against the 3 advisors of suppressing 10th Hall. Yet, both parties actually ended up fighting to a draw. One side had half their forces cut, while the other was forced to offend so many people. However, one thing was certain, this was not over. It was unlikely that the 3 manors' forces would ever be replenished. As long as those 3 advisors were still in power, they would surely reject the idea even if it killed them. This was something the other manors all wished to see. They couldn't let those 3 brutes have too many men under their control. Otherwise, they would all have to live in fear that they would follow in Tranquil Sun Manor's footsteps. Rain Cloud City. Within the Celestial Chamber of Commerce's branch shop, a few tellers were surrounding a cultivator that had come here to trade, listening to the latter talk about the recent occurrences in suppressing 10th Hall. Listening in by the side, Wen Fong quietly clicked her tongue as she thought, those 3 are vicious indeed. They've only just arrived and they already brutally murdered over 1,000 Tranquil Sun Manor cultivators in a baptism of blood without a single survivor. Right after that, they defied the advisors of suppressing 10th Hall and ended up shaming the 3 Red Lotus Realm cultivators to such a degree. Traversing Water Palace. At the peak of the mountain surrounded by mighty waterfalls on all sides, the rear palace sits loftily upon the edge of the cliff. Next to the bright, red-colored railings connected to a beautifully carved moon-shaped archgate, Granny Tao stood gazing at the clouds in the distance, her golden dragon head staff in hand. Facing the breeze, she was inches away from the railing, where the sharp drop of a cliff awaited those who crossed it. As she listened to advisor Tao Qingli's report on the current state of affairs in suppressing 10th Hall, Granny Tao chuckled, those 3 runs have really done it now. As expected of subjugation crusade survivors. I never thought that I'd bring back such interesting people. What a pity. Tao Qingli supported Granny Tao by the arm and asked, Grandmother, why do you say it's a pity?